Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Becomes Lightning God? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. True to his word, Aizawa did make sure the two students were woken up at around 7. Although, he did not wake them up per se. No, he was still sleeping at 7, come on, this is Aizawa we're talking about. Instead, he sent his husband to do so, who, for whatever hellish reason, woke up at the crack of dawn. So that also served as his own alarm clock, and most of the schools, hearing the very, very loud yeah at 7 exactly. Only 4 people would know that it was dedicated for 2 students in particular. Nijire and Izuku both shot up at the teacher's exclamation, who was by now, chuckling as he walked away, muttering, "Oh young love," under his breath. The two turned to look at each other, noses barely inches away from the others as they both developed heavy blushes and shuffled away. "I am so sorry and Nijire," Izuku said looking down, a red tint that had a stronger color than his hair. "And no, it's my fault, sorry Izuku," Nijire replied, also looking down with an equally strong blush. "Well, if it makes you feel any better, I had fun last night and even though it ended differently that was enjoyable too," Izuku said, blushing harder and smiling slightly as he gently placed a hand on hers. Nijire's blush somehow became more than Izuku's new one, as she stared at him, mouth agape. "Did I say something wrong?" Izuku said, pulling his hand back and waving it in front of Nijire's face. "I'm so sore dash." He was broken off by a tight hug from Nijire, who was blushing ever so slightly less. "You said just the right thing," she told him before breaking off. The two were both blushing messes, but were content as they packed up and started walking back towards the dorms. "We should do this again sometime," Nijire said excitedly, back to her normal self. Izuku have a shaky smile, before nodding. They gave each other a final farewell as they passed Izuku's dorm, where he proceeded to jump straight to his balcony and clean up the notes from yesterday as quick as possible, whilst effectively ironing a shirt using his quirk. He quickly grabbed his stationery as he tried to open his door, only to find it wouldn't. He blinked once, before opting to jump back out the window, and walking through the dorm's front door. He was the last one to make it to breakfast, even if he was the first to finish. Izuku whacked Bakugo on the head for not unlocking the door, who claimed that Nijire had the key and it wasn't his fault. Izuku whacked Bakugo again, telling him to find a solution for it before the end of the day. Maybe his adoptive mother had left a bigger impact than she might realize, but that was beside the point. It was slightly the embarrassment of the morning. Izuku quickly ate and left, leaving most of the class in shock, pun intended, before they shrugged and carried on eating. Izuku had made it to class, doing some last-minute revision. Coincidentally, he had gotten remarkably faster, probably at a speed only beaten by All Might and Hawks. He had also improved how fast he could make his mind interpret. He might not be smarter, but he'd reach a conclusion faster. And so he could study fast. Like stupid fast. Like, his eyes would become effectively straight green lines as he read across a page, turning before someone else would be able to read the first 2 sentences. Aizawa-sensei was the only other person in the room at the moment, who was writing some items on the chalkboard. Izuku thought for a moment, before going up to his ever-tired teacher and asking a few questions. "Aizawa-sensei?" The teacher grunted and tilted his head, signaling for the green-haired boy to continue. "Are there any rules regarding quirk usage during the written exams?" Aizawa-sensei thought for a moment, before answering. "There are no explicit rules against it, and students in other courses can use intelligence quirks, so as long as you are not directly going against rules, so you couldn't use a quirk like Yayarose's to make a calculator or dictionary, but a quirk like yours to boost your intelligence. Besides, I have a feeling you'll need it, problem child." Izuku nodded in response, more than a little worried about the latter statement. He sat down and began going through some modified meditation exercises. After lots of experimentation, he found that this was the most effective way to charge his quirk, a calmness of mind and a variety of imagery that typically depicted some kind of electrical current or lightning. Also, it tended to trigger some of the aesthetic portions of his quirk, but most notably his body heats up dramatically, the current flowing causing friction. Thankfully though, it wasn't hot enough to cause damage. Regardless, he let himself get lost in the exercises before being brought back to reality by the school's bell. No one had bothered him, everyone too lost in their own variations of last-minute studies whilst they waited for the first test to begin. English. It was fairly straightforward. There was a comprehension section, grammar, a few spelling sections and a written section, all in all totaling to 90 minutes worth of examination. Izuku was the first to finish, technically, but the last to hand his paper up. Present Mike nodded happily before leaving the room for their next teacher to come in midnight, who handed out her exams. This had content regarding some art history, along with the ways it could be applied to heroics nowadays. It was fairly easy, as the same as last time happened again. Midnight bade farewell to the class, as they left for their first break of the day. There were still 3 more exams to go, 2 of them being 2-hour exams. "Man, I feel like I did awful," Kaminari whined, before Mina picked up where he left off. "Well, at least I left nothing unanswered. Thanks to all your tutoring guys," Mina said, pointing at Ida, Izuku, and Yayarozu. Ida started spouting something about the duty of a student, Izuku turned into a blushing mess and Yayarozu beamed at them. Bakugo rolled his eyes at their behavior as Kirishima dragged him off somewhere, probably for their break. Eventually Izuku composed himself, but remained in the classroom. He opted to listen to some music as the remaining few of the class filed out, whilst he pulled a notebook out of his back pocket. This was the one on his own quirk. As weird as it was almost meditative, working on and producing theories about, well, himself. He was doing a detailed drawing of an idea for a defense. At this point he had figured out most segments of this move, there was only a little bit left to do. He needed to name it, test it, but also needed to do a bunch more maths regarding the strength of the move. Similar to his discharge however, he was probably going to have a variety of intensities from 1 to 10, 10 being the strongest and 1 being the weakest. Should also name my power-up move, huh? I'll get around to it when I get around to it, I suppose. Izuku focused himself to the drawing, what ended up looking like a slightly curved web. Looking carefully though, you would be able to see a slightly denser point, presumably the point of origin, and rather than the careful finesse of a spider, this had the jagged randomness that nature embedded within items, such as the nature of entropy. Eventually the break finished, and the rest of the students returned to their seats waiting in tense anticipation for the next exam. In came their Japanese teacher, who handed out the exams. Again, the same as the previous exams repeated, before in came the science teacher. Their science teacher handed out the exams personally, patting Izuku on his head as they went. Izuku shrugged off the weird gesture, until he took a look at the test. He felt a little lightheaded as he raised his hand. Sensei, is this the right test? Izuku asked, sweating slightly. The teacher just nodded, and Izuku felt more than a little worried. May I have some more paper and a couple extra pens? The teacher simply complied whilst the class ignored Izuku's weird behavior. None of this was covered. I think I studied some of this during my sessions, but it looks like I'll have to rearrange the formulas, like all the formulas. Izuku thought nervously, using his quirk to write down and rearrange the various science formulas he may need. He made it to the first question, and pushed his quirk-powered brain to the max. He was given 3 variables of a formula that needed 6, and it would only give 1 variable of 3, he would need to get a particular answer. This is going to be a very, very long 2 hours. Everyone else had finished and were watching Izuku with piqued interest, who had gone through 2 of the pens and with his quirk was moving faster than any of them could easily identify. His eyes were bright green, going in all directions as his quirk lightly sparked off his shoulders. He had barely finished the final question, although it was in his style, so no stone left unturned, and considering the amount of times he had second-guessed himself ended up leaving permanent dents in the page, no matter how hard he had tried to erase it, by the end of the 2 hours. They had a break now for lunch, and Izuku felt so beyond dead at this point. Ignoring the curious gazes from his classmates, he walked out the door, got something relatively plain and light from lunch rush, and sighed as he sat down at the table. The big 3 noticed Izuku being fairly somber, walking over. Nijire sat down next to him as Tamaki and Mirio sat across from him. Dude, are you alright? Mirio spoke first, as Izuku remained unfazed by Nijire's constant poking. Izuku's response was to let out a pained groan, poking at the plain rice. Mirio looked at Tamaki, both with worry evident in their gazes, whilst Nijire was contemplating shaking him when Izuku spoke up. Did you guys ever have to do the proof for, like, atomic and molecular compaction and the way atoms vibrate within a solid object? The 3 third-year students blinked. The what? Mirio asked. Izuku responded by pushing his tray forward slightly and slamming his head down on the table. The other cafeteria occupants did not question the loud noise, it was the day of written exams after all. Most were feeling something similar, and it was a pretty good representation of the school's mood. Nijire gently rubbed Izuku's back in an attempt to comfort the boy whilst Tamaki was looking up what he was talking about on his phone. Mirio pushed Izuku's food back to him as he started eating his own lunch, whilst Tamaki's lunch looked more like a platter. Nijire started eating her own food too, as Izuku forced himself to sit up and finished off the last of his rice. Izuku let out a sigh as he listened to his friends engage in light conversation, so mentally exhausted that he was just incapable of social interaction. With no warning, another loud slam resonated from Izuku's head, colliding with the table. Dude, you should probably stop doing that, Mirio told him. If science was like that, what'll maths be like? Izuku whined. The members of the big 3 looked at each other with concern, before Nijire spoke up again. Izuku, she whined, to get his attention. Izuku just grunted in response, acknowledging her and gesturing for her to continue. After school, do you want to just relax? Rather than torture yourself with whatever training regime you had planned? I guess, Izuku responded, a little confused whilst Tamaki and Mirio were looking at each other, a knowing look on their face. Great. I'll text you after school about it. Nijire cut him off, beaming at the green-haired boy. Izuku smiled slightly as he checked the time. Sorry, I need to go prepare for the next exam, see ya? He said, before speeding off. Nijire smiled at his exit location, the 2 boys opposite her chuckling slightly. Hey Nijire, you gonna speed things up now? Mirio asked teasingly. Nijire blushed before glaring angrily at him. It's not like you're doing any better. Mirio, uncharacteristically, blushed whilst Tamaki looked on in confusion. That's what I thought. Nijire yelled, before they left to their own final written exam. Izuku looked at the test paper, before asking ectoplasm for several more sheets of paper, and at least 3 more pens and 2 pencils. This was going to be the longest 2 hours of his life. So far at least. Much like the science exam, he was the last to finish, attracting curious gazes from his classmates as he barely finished in time. Ectoplasm, much like the science teacher, patted the boy's head as he gathered the exams, dismissing the class for the end of the day as he carried the stack of paper from the classroom. Much like lunch, Izuku's head met table. So it was you doing that lunch? Dude, are you okay? Kaminari asked, trying to forget the horrors of the exams. Izuku just groaned, before Bakugo whacked his head. Sheedy little nerd got overwhelmed by the exams like the sheedy little nerd he is. Bakugo teased before dragging Izuku up by the arm. Whilst that was happening, Yaoyorozu was looking at the scrap paper Izuku had used, fishing it out of the recycling with a pair of gloves. Did we have to use any of this in the exams? She asked Bakugo, tapping the boy on his shoulder. What the F is that even? Did we ever even look at any of that sheet in class? Bakugo screamed, whilst Ida scolded him for his poor language. Look at this sheet and you will understand Four Eyes. Ida continued to scold Bakugo for his explicit language, but still did as requested and looked at Izuku's notes. This appears to be an overly complex solution to question 1. Wasn't question 1, like, multiple choice though? And like, literally just circle the correct angle? Mina piped up. Whilst that is true, that is overly simplified and not a befitting description for a student. Ida proclaimed, pointing at her as she continued. Mina just shrugged, before Izuku spoke. No, wasn't it to, using trigonometry and the quadratic formula, figure out the area of the triangle within the graph in terms of x? Izuku asked, sounding deader than Aizawa-sensei on a bad day. Izuku, I beg your pardon, but the quadratic formula? I do not believe we have done that. Ida replied, and many of the other top 5 students nodded in agreement. Izuku just sat back down on the chair, before slamming his head onto the table again. Man, that cannot be good for you, doing it so hard and for the 4th time today. Kirishima commented. Izuku just sighed, just sitting there whilst Bakugo pulled Izuku's phone out of his pocket. He unlocked it before screaming into it, come pick your iffy boyfriend up. Class 1A looked at Izuku in confusion, who was a blushing mess and trying to grab his phone back. Kakin, Izuku whined, as the explosive boy used his superior height to keep the phone out of his reach. He had no idea who Bakugo called, but he could hear an alright, BB but it's not like that, before Bakugo hung up on them. Explain. Now. Mineta yelled at the green. Hey boy. I don't have a girlfriend. Izuku tried to defend himself. Bakugo just chuckled, before adding a not fang yet you don't. Izuku blushed heavily whilst Mina and Toru, the class's resident shippers, crowded and evilly cackling Bakugo, before the question answered itself. Izuku. Nijire yelled as she entered the classroom. Mineta and Kaminari started drooling slightly as she grabbed Izuku's arm and dragged him away. The class went silent momentarily, before Mineta decided to make an interesting comment. Damn Izuku, never pegged you FO she started, before Bakugo kicked the little twerp like a football, straight into the chalkboard. Kaminari cringed before cowering as he realized Bakugo's ender gaze was directed at him. Everyone else quickly left the 2 perverts to their fate, their screams of terror echoing throughout the school. Meanwhile, Nijire had also developed a blush as she realized what she just did, but continued as she dragged Izuku to the 3A dorms. There were very few third-year hero students, and even fewer still in 3, only herself, Tamaki and Mirio, A/N. I know canonically Mirio is in 3B but this is just for my own sake, mostly thanks to Aizawa-sensei's strict expulsion policy. It happened mostly last year, as he had already expelled most of his own class so he decided to thin the numbers in the other classes. Viciously. In any case, this meant the 3A dorms were fairly empty, so Nijire figured this would be the best place to take Izuku where they could relax. Hopefully he likes it. Nijire thought as she forced Izuku to sit in the lounge room while she grabbed some things from her room. Wait, when did he become so important to me? When did I decide this? Last night? I guess, fine Mirio's right whatever, but would he like me too? Nijire continued her line of thought, pacing in her room. She suddenly stopped when she heard a knock and a voice. And Nijire? Are you alright? It was Izuku, with genuine worry in his voice, not enough to seem like he distrusted her to look after herself but enough to show his care. It made her heart flutter. Oh, I'm fine. I'll be out soon, go sit back down. Nijire called back, grabbing a few things from her dorm's fridge. She floated back downstairs, carrying several things as she made it to the kitchen. She tossed a USB to Izuku, who clumsily caught it. It's some movies and TV shows, just plug it into the TV and choose some. Nijire told him, preparing a small platter of various snacks for the 2 of them. Oh. Can Tamaki and I turn this into a double dash? Mirio started, before being cut off by a powerful energy blast. Sorry about him, he's having trouble asking out his crush. Nijire said, sending a smug glare in Mirio's direction. Izuku just blinked, nodding in understanding as he turned back towards the TV and selecting one of the shows. Nijire came back out with the snacks, the 2 contentedly snacking and occasionally commenting on the show they were watching. So it's a world without quirks but with a giant yellow octopus as a teacher, right? Nijire commented as they finished the first episode. I mean, yeah but it looks amazing. Izuku defended it. Nijire just giggled before they started the next episode. They went on like this before it came time for Izuku to return to his own dorms. Hey, thanks for this, it was just what I needed after today. Izuku told her. Well, I'm glad I could help, and good luck with the physical portion of the exams tomorrow. I'll be watching. Nijire told him before pushing him out and closing the door. She giggled more as she heard his wail of anguish, as he sent him a text. DMs, Nijire and Izuku. Meet, Tamaki and Mirio will be watching as well. Izuku, okay then. Nijire giggled, before cleaning up and returning to her room. They had watched half a dozen episodes, and maybe they could watch the rest some other time. Together, Nijire daydreamed, floating slightly. Mirio and Tamaki were watching from afar, hands interlaced. Nijire, hurry up already, Mirio said, raising his left hand, much to Tamaki's extreme embarrassment. Nijire blushed and flew slightly faster, out of their sight. Izuku was even more stressed now, as he sighed. Bakugo did in fact give him a key, so he took off the weird lock. He cleaned up his room and pulled out the mattress, before collapsing. His mind was effectively mush by the end of the day after the harder exams, and he wanted an answer about it. Unfortunately, it would have to wait until after tomorrow's exams. Sighing again, he let sleep overtake his body. Izuku woke up with a start to his alarm. It was much more pleasant than present Mike. But still not pleasant. Regardless, he quickly got changed and made his way downstairs, actually sitting with the class for breakfast. Hey Izuku! Mineta started. Did you get to Fei Dash? Mineta was abruptly cut off by a very powerful if short-ranged explosion from Bakugo. Izuku turned to Todoroki, and was going to ask what Mineta meant when he got patted on the head by the boy with red and white hair. Izuku pouted, but continued with the morning, talking to Ida and Todoroki about what they thought today's exam would entail. They figured that it would probably entail some combat, a decision regarding whether it would be better to fight or flee, while still considering damages and abilities. The trio walked to class, where they were instructed to grab their hero costumes and head over to the environment fields, where they met all the teachers standing in front. So, you may be wondering what's going on, and why we're all here. Nizu said, popping out of Aizawa-sensei's scarf, well in short, your exam will be fighting us teachers. Several students at the lower end of the class began panicking, as Aizawa-sensei picked up where Nizu left off. You have been put in predetermined pairs and assigned to fight a teacher. You can pass by either placing a pair of these cuffs on the teacher in question, or have one of you go through the gate to pass. Of course, you will be graded individually. These assignments have been made at my discretion, taking into account your own strengths, weaknesses and interpersonal relationships. So Kirishima and Sato, you two are against Cementos. Azui and Tokoyami, you two are against Ectoplasm. Ojiro and Ida, you guys will be fighting Power Loader. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, you will be against myself. Aizawa-sensei went on to list all the other fights, before he got to Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku and Bakugo, you will be against Dash. Me. All Might announced. Both boys were incredibly nervous. Furthermore, we will be wearing high-density weights to add half our body weight, and that's really heavy. Hopefully this will slightly balance the playing field. Fights will occur in that order, and you may watch or plan. Good luck, and plus ultra. Aizawa-sensei finished, lazily raising his fist. Most teams went together to make a plan, with only Uraraka not being able to easily discuss with their teammate. Izuku and Bakugo went off, and Izuku pulled out a notebook. You plan for this sheet? Bakugo asked, already knowing the answer. Nope. Izuku replied, before flipping to a certain page, I have a dozen plans for this. 2 primary, each leading into 5 fallback plans. So we run, or W dash. We're gonna fight. Bakugo told him. Well, you're gonna have to follow my lead, but this is what we're gonna start with? Eventually they returned to the main viewing room, where Uraraka already was. There, they found that they had just missed Kirishima and Sato lose to Cementos and were watching a giant ectoplasm clone attacking Tsu and Tokoyami. Bakugo watched in silence whilst Izuku was writing in his notebook, primarily about the heroes in action. Occasionally he and Recovery Girl would talk about various strategies or she would tell them what was being said, but mostly she would be able to give insight as to why certain members were paired together. As Tokoyami and Tsu finished up, Izuku asked Recovery Girl something. So, if I may ask, why were Kaken and I put together? Well, young man, the two of you have a unique relationship, however as staff we have yet to see either of you in true action together, either against each other or working together. Furthermore, you both have great potential and as neither of you are overly reliant on your quirk nor do either of you have glaring flaws, we wish to push you to the top of your game. Recovery Girl explained. Izuku nodded, before turning back to the screen to see Ida and Ojiro's interesting teamwork in order to outpace Power Loader's pitfalls, eventually passing after Ojiro was thrown through the escape gate. At this point, Nijire and the rest of the big three came in. Oh, hey guys. Izuku called out as Bakugo also walked over to him. Hey man. Hope we haven't missed your turn yet? Mirio said. Nope, we're yet to absolutely frigging destroy All Might. Bakugo told him, warily eyeing Recovery Girl. Oh, you guys have to fight All Might. Good luck. Wait, is it just you two against him? How do you win? Do you have a plan? What is it? Nijire asked. Tamaki was about to get her to calm down when Mirio took his hand, whispering Izuku can deal with it and it's a good chance for them to get closer, as he took the manifest user to watch the screens by Recovery Girl, who was chuckling, oh young love. Yeah, it's just the two of us, we can win by running or cuffing him, we do have a plan and it's not really possible to explain so you'll just have to wait and see, and hopefully it works out. Izuku told Nijire, who was bouncing side to side slightly. Bakugo went up to Izuku at the same time Mirio took Nijire's attention. Hurry up and confess already, Bakugo whispered to Izuku, and Mirio mouthed to Nijire. They both turned fairly red and backed away from their respective tormentors, to back into each other. They both jumped, turned around, and found themselves face to face, nose to nose. Their blushes deepened as they jumped backwards, Nijire narrowly missing Tamaki's discreet tentacle dedicated to remove that gap of a few inches. Mirio, Tamaki and Bakugo collectively sighed, before turning to the screen. They just witnessed Mina and Denki get crushed by the principal, creature with scary smarts. Wait, it's his fault I had to do harder exams. Izuku screamed, pointing at the creature on screen. Nizu just nodded, as though he knew exactly the realization Izuku just came to. Recovery Girl chuckled as the somber-looking boy was being patted on the head by Nijire, before confirming his beliefs. Yes, young man, that is correct. But I believe you will have to wait until the holidays for anything to come of that. Izuku twitched, before sighing and curling up in a corner, no longer paying attention to the fight on screen, where Koda just sent a bunch of bugs to give present Mike nightmares for weeks, much to the dismay of Aizawa-sensei who would have to lose more sleep trying to comfort the man. Izuku whined quietly, rocking back and forth as Nijire stroked his hair. Come Mineta's and Siro's fight against midnight, Izuku had recovered but neither he nor Bakugo were paying attention as they were discussing the plan. Bakugo was nodding along while Izuku was mumbling. The other already passed, or failed groups in the cases of Uraraka, Kirishima, Sato, Aoyama, Mina and Kaminari. Bakugo had a confident smirk as he waited impatiently for Mineta to lose already, whilst Izuku began panicking. Mineta managed to pull a win out of nowhere as Bakugo began fixing his gauntlets and Izuku was preparing his special capture bracelet tape thing, hands shaking. His quirk had reached high levels of charge, so when Nijire started approaching him he waved her back as it was fairly dangerous. She came up to him, ignoring his warnings and gave him a hug. You'll do fine Izuku, she told him before going back to the screen. Izuku crashed briefly and managed to miss her blush as the rest of the class were debating the best way to force the two together already and Bakugo began dragging his now slightly more reactive brother. But it was to almost certain doom. Almost. The two students made their way to the testing field and started the plan. Oi you sheedy nerd. I'm gonna do all this and you can't stop me, Bakugo screamed. But Kaken, Izuku started, reaching a hand out when suddenly the wind picked up. Oh boy. The wind was intense, and Izuku wrapped the capture device around Bakugo and a handrail that was somehow remaining the ground, holding the two of them in place when All Might appeared. Now young heroes, if you're going to treat this like an exam and argue, you will be SRK. All Might was cut off by Izuku swinging Bakugo into him using the capture rope, the boy's feet slamming straight into his face. All Might realized that additionally, in the brief time Bakugo made contact with him, Izuku had established a physical connection that briefly shocked All Might. However, it was not enough for the green-haired student to stop All Might for any useful length of time. Despite this, it was enough for the boys to dash out of All Might's sight, or rather Izuku to run as fast as he could whilst dragging Bakugo along by winding up his capture bracelet scarf thing. All Might was a little annoyed at being played like that, but by the time he had turned around, the boys were long gone, hidden down an alley. Izuku and Bakugo quickly prepared the next stage of their plan. Bakugo had much stronger shoulder muscles, because of his quirk's recoil, so they just had to wait for All Might to be in position. Izuku counted down in his head, and when he hit 0 he tapped Bakugo, who launched the green-haired boy out of the alley with a powerful throw and explosion as Izuku began powering his quirk, whilst Bakugo followed behind with a series of explosions originating from his feet. The two came out of the alley, and Izuku missed All Might by mere milliseconds. Thankfully, he was able to react in time as he grabbed All Might back and managed to throw the man down, if only barely. In his moments of surprise, Izuku jumped away as Bakugo took his place, hovering over All Might who was currently face down. Bakugo promptly pulled the pin on his right gauntlet, the powerful explosion searing the ground and pushing the muscular man further down. Bakugo then flew away as in a matter of seconds Izuku came back, trying to cuff All Might. Unfortunately, All Might, being almighty, managed to drag himself out of the pit and grabbed Izuku's hand just before he managed to cuff him. All Might took the cuffs and crushed them, much to everyone's dismay. Aizawa was more than a little annoyed. He was watching the final fight between Izuku, Bakugo and All Might. The boys were working incredibly well together, moving as though they had rehearsed together 1,000 times, and if they were against literally any other teacher they would be able to easily overcome them. We're up against All Might for a reason he supposed, who apparently still had no clue how to teach. Aizawa and Nizu had personally watched a few of All Might's earlier lessons, but were disappointed to say the least. The man seemed to not really realize that being a hero and being a teacher were very different job descriptions. But this was the most disappointing. All teachers were instructed to make sure that the students, at all times, would have at least 2 ways of winning, 1 escape route and 1 capture method, as to make sure it was at least possible. The point of the exam was not to crush the kids, but to make them feel crushed and allow them to grow. But this was making it straight up impossible. Aizawa sighed again, looking over at the other students, watching their reactions. It was a little amusing watching the every bubbly Nijire be concerned and silent, worry evident on her usually cheery face. He hid a smirk as he knew what was going through her head. He was so winning that bet with Mike. Back with our currently battling students, Izuku realized All Might was rapidly moving into a baseball pitcher stance. But just before he could completely wind Izuku back, the boy began to expel large amounts of green lightning directly into All Might. Continuous directed discharge. Intensity 4. Izuku yelled. It was enough to cause the massive man to freeze as he gritted his teeth. He may not be nearly as strong as he was in his prime, but he couldn't combat non-physical attacks. He could only wait until the other wore themselves out enough for him to be free. In the process, Bakugo was propelling himself towards the gate. He may be headstrong, but he wasn't stupid. Izuku's plan relied on the teachers keeping both victories possible, but with the cuff out of the question, they fell to a backup plan. Izuku would stall for time, using his quirk to keep All Might stationary as long as possible, whilst Bakugo would rush for the gate. It was unfortunate this plan didn't last for long. All Might quickly became desensitized to the electrocution, and Izuku didn't realize this fast enough. Unfortunately, All Might used the boy like a javelin, aiming him and throwing him at the currently flying Bakugo. Kaken! Izuku yelled, trying to get the blonde's attention so they could dodge in time. Despite this, it was too little too late as the two collided, causing the two to tumble to the ground, the exit within their sight. Both of them took in the destruction that All Might had caused at the beginning, before getting up and the two of them limping toward the exit. Kaken! I know how to do this faster. Izuku said. I know what you're going to say. And no. We do this together, or not at FANG all. Bakugo said sternly. Izuku sighed, relenting. His brother may be more agreeable to him than to most people but was headstrong nonetheless. Fine. But take this end of my capture weapon. Izuku said, handing an end to Bakugo. Keep it loose, and we'll be able to catch All Might with it when he shows up. Bakugo just nodded, the boys lazily dragging the weapon as they slowly worked into a jog, both of them doing their best to ignore their throbbing headaches, Izuku's much worse but being much better at ignoring it, various quirk drawbacks and other pains with probably at least one cracked rib each. Regardless, they pushed forwards as the two continued, before Izuku heard a sudden shockwave. It was directed downwards, but it could only mean one thing. He knew that All Might wasn't the best at controlling himself in the air, so once their plan was in motion it would hopefully work. Hopefully. Izuku told Bakugo as much of the plan as he could whilst preparing it. All Might, because he would have punched facing the other way, wouldn't see what was happening whilst approaching and as such wouldn't be able to react until it was too late. There was a second shockwave as Izuku finished explaining. Bakugo threw a gauntlet to Izuku, who put it on his left arm before using both arms to pull the capture weapon tight. He began spinning, the blonde spinning through the air as a result as his quirk was crackling in his hands, using more explosions on his feet to make the spin faster. Then, Izuku released Bakugo. The blonde saw the target and used a couple explosions to direct himself as he kicked All Might straight across the jaw again. Irk! The muscular man let out an exclamation as Bakugo made contact, flinching on instinct. This meant he failed to realize that Bakugo continued circling All Might, carried by the momentum. By the time All Might was paying attention again, it was too late as he was already completely wrapped by Izuku's capture weapon. What? All Might asked, trying to move. Because of the way he was wrapped, unfortunately, meant that if he were to move his arms it would pull the capture weapon into his back. So, he was trapped for now as he tried to wriggle out. In the meantime, Izuku had powered up and was moving at incredible speed towards the gate, Bakugo not too far behind. Both boys couldn't go their fastest because of their prior injuries. It didn't take too long for All Might to catch up to them, and Izuku heard the gust of wind. He nodded to Bakugo, and the two turned around. They pointed the gauntlets at the direction All Might was coming from. And both of them pulled the pin. There was a slight moment of delay, before each gauntlet unleashed massive explosions. Izuku heard a slight pop come from his shoulder, but ignored it, adrenaline running through his system as the two promptly turned back around. The exit was maybe 15 seconds away, for Izuku at full speed, so closer to 30 at the moment. Regardless, the students continued on their journey until they heard All Might punch again. He had managed to get one arm out of the capture weapon, and was using the punches to propel himself like a missile. Izuku saw this coming, and acting on instinct, pushed Bakugo closer to the gate as he felt All Might collide with his back. Izuku tumbled with All Might pressing him further into the concrete. The concrete, in turn, cracked as though it was hit by a meteor, with Izuku's face and upper body becoming heavily bruised and cut as he was pressed harshly into the ground. The boy could faintly hear Bakugo screaming as he felt his consciousness fade, disappearing like his rib structure. Bakugo was livid. He felt his anger completely take over as he watched All Might push Izuku deep into the concrete, as though the boy was actually a villain. Whilst the teachers were given weights, they seemed to forget that whilst they may be slower as a result, they had increased mass. Increased mass also increased force, and when someone is All Might levels of strong, the acceleration decrease from a couple hundred kilograms is nothing when compared to the force he would get. Furthermore, he was certain that teachers were decidedly not meant to break the cuffs, as seen during the previous fights. This man had no clue how to be a mentor, let alone be a teacher. But right now, Bakugo saw more red than he had seen in his life, and one of his closest associates, red friends, was sheedy hair. This FR was meant to give them an exam whilst having no idea what a teacher remotely did, with no prior experience and seemingly no clue of other people's limits. And this FR, with no remorse, just knocked his brother unconscious after cracking at least a dozen ribs and adding maybe half a dozen new scars. Bakugo twitched and turned around, a terrifying glare in his eyes that seemed to cause all bastard to freeze in place. This effer had no idea what was about to happen. With a scream of burn in hell, Bakugo launched himself with powerful explosions from his feet and grabbed Izuku before All Might could react, the boy groaning in pain with being picked up, resulting in another twitch from Bakugo. Bakugo gently placed the boy to the side as he held up his remaining gauntlet, firing at All Bastard before launching himself at the muscular pro, cupping his open palms as he created a massive explosion. Effing die! Bakugo screamed, his shoulders almost dislocating from the recoil of unleashing such an unnaturally powerful blast, one larger than he had ever. Bakugo didn't bother waiting for the smoke to clear as he ran to his brother, careful not to aggravate any of the wounds as he gently carried his brother over the last threshold. He carefully placed Izuku down on the ground, the shallow rise and fall of their chest a faint reminder of their life as Bakugo himself fell unconscious. The last thing he remembered seeing was Shoji carrying 2 stretchers, Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki with Recovery Girl being carried there by Aizawa-sensei, the erasing pro-hero going over to All Might with a very, very scary glare. Izuku woke up in Recovery Girl's office. This is a familiar sight, Izuku thought, not even bothering to sit up or turn. He knew it would hurt. A lot. He remembers being just shoved into the ground by All Might, faintly feeling a lot of ribs cracking and several gashes opening on his head before hearing his brother scream, which, though not unusual, the reasoning this time was different, before feeling his consciousness slip away. He shifted slightly and winced. Yeah, okay, everything still hurt. Recovery Girl came in before talking to the boy. Well, young man, you have a few scars, but are very lucky to have no permanent damage, Recovery Girl said looking at her clipboard. Izuku started talking before wincing. Yeah, don't try and talk at the moment. Your ribs aren't fully put back together, as you had no energy. I had to perform surgery to get them in a position where they wouldn't have potential to cause any lung punctures. It's almost night, but you'll stay here. And before you try and ask, Recovery Girl cut the boy off as his mouth opened again, your brother is fine. I already sent him back to his own dorm. He insisted on staying, but I told him he would either lie down in one of the beds to rest or rest in his own dorm room. He said he knew you'd be fine, but she refused to leave. Recovery Girl finished, before pointing at the girl in a chair looking over Izuku's bed. She had fallen asleep, slouching in the chair. Izuku could only turn his neck to look, before looking back up as Recovery Girl added some more things. I'll heal you somewhat with my quirk before I leave, and you both have permission to stay here for tonight. We figured you needed it, and she was too worried for any of us to be capable of pulling her away. That and if we let her roam free, she might end up going hunting for All Might. Recovery Girl chuckled a little. The boy in the bed blushed somewhat, which calmed down quickly. So, leave? Izuku asked, wondering when he'd be able to sit up and talk without wanting to scream. Eager for someone on one time? Recovery Girl teased, watching the boy blush heavily as she continued, No, I understand. I'll go bring some food for the two of you and heal you after that, so in about 10 minutes, Recovery Girl said, leaving. Izuku sighed a little later, causing another pain as he looked up. He winced a little more at this, when as if on cue, Nijire woke up. Izuku! She screamed before looking at the boy, Are you okay? He'll be fine, dearie. I'll just heal him some more and hopefully he'll be able to hold a conversation without feeling too much pain. In the meantime, take these from me. Recovery Girl said, handing a couple of bags to the girl with periwinkle hair. Nijire watched with concern in her eyes as Recovery Girl made her way over to Izuku, kissing him with her quirk. Recovery Girl stifled a laugh as she saw the slightest flash of envy in Nijire's eyes before leaving the two students be. Once Recovery Girl left, Nijire turned her attention to Izuku, who was struggling to sit up. Moving quickly, Nijire reached over for the switch to raise the head of the bed. After the bed agonizingly and slowly raised itself, Nijire was able to get a good look at Izuku. He had a couple scars on his face, and whilst the standard hospital gown covered most of his chest from the glimpse of his collarbone Nijire could get, there were several more. She clenched her fist, looking down. She supposed it came with the job, but from All Might no less and whilst learning to be a hero. What made it worse was that whilst her best friend, she saddened a little at that but ignored it, was being effectively maimed, she couldn't do anything but watch until Recovery Girl snapped her and the rest of the students out of it. Izuku must have noticed this, because Nijire felt a warm and very shaky hand being placed on her shoulder. Izuku? Nijire asked, looking up at him. Is there something wrong, Nijire? Izuku asked, voice rasping but concern proving most of all. No. Nijire said, trying to smile at him, but failing. Then why are you crying? Izuku asked, his voice starting to return to normal but with concern laced deep. Nijire's only response was to raise a hand to her cheek, only now fully realizing that her brooding had resulted in her expressing her sadness physically. She fully accepted it at this point and let the tears flow freely as she poured her heart out to her best friend and the boy she loved. I feel bad. Being able to please stop this? Nijire said, words punctuated by sobs and finishing by gesturing to Izuku. The boy, ignoring his pains and going full hero if only in a different way, slowly leaned over to her and gently folded his arms behind her neck, the lowest he could go. Nijire took this as a sign, moving her chair closer and laying her head on his legs, sobbing more. Izuku remained silent, gently stroking her long hair, the dinner forgotten. They remained this way for a good 5 minutes, before Nijire's sobbing steadily slowed, and Izuku spoke. Well, I understand what you're saying. If the same happened to you, I'd be distraught. Izuku started, empathizing with her, and I'd probably be doing the same as you. But, there's going to be times when we can't do anything, Izuku said, causing Nijire to look up at the boy who was now looking at his clenched fist, and it's about what we do afterwards, whether it's what we learn, or what we do to apologize, or just make the best of the situation. Izuku leaned placed a hand on Nijire's, causing her to blush slightly as Izuku beamed at her, and with nothing to apologize for, let's just make the best of this. Nijire hugged Izuku, being careful to do so gently, a smile on her face despite her red eyes. Thank you Izuku, Nijire said, just embracing the boy. She was ready to pull away, but just as she did, in the spur of the moment she briefly kissed the boy on the cheek, resulting her to blush madly. Although, it was amusing to watch Izuku's reaction, whose blush had reached new levels. The boy seemed to just have completely crashed, his eyes wide and mouth agape and hands frozen in motion. Nijire giggled and, ignoring her own blush, started serving the food into a portion for Izuku and a portion for herself. By the time she was done, Izuku had regained some semblance of functionality, despite the strong blush he held, and admittedly Nijire did still have a faint blush herself. Nijire passed over a plate of food to Izuku, who shyly took it and quickly placed it on the table nearby as his hands were really shaky. And silence fell over the two, although not awkward it wasn't exactly comfortable either, with a question looming over them. Nijire was dreading that moment, and of course, it came as soon as Izuku finished eating. And Nijire? Izuku asked, looking at his phone before looking back at her, and Nijire's heart began racing. It's only 6 p.m. and there's no school tomorrow, so do why you want T to continue watching that anime? Nijire let out a very loud sigh of relief, and Izuku's eyebrow raised before she dashed out. Sounds good Izuku. I'll go get my laptop, she yelled over her shoulder, heading towards the 3A dorms. Eventually she made it there, having had floated most of the way as she made it to the lobby, where she Tamaki and Mirio on the couch, watching a cartoon show together. Star versus the something or other, it wasn't her problem nor did she care. Regardless, she ignored them and ran up to her own room and grabbed her laptop. She was floating downstairs when Mirio got her attention. So you kissed Izuku on the cheek? Yeah, he was pretty blunt about it. Nijire became a stuttering and blushing mess, eventually managing a squeak that sounded close enough to a yes. Mirio chuckled, before continuing. Well, he's been asking people about what that could possibly mean. According to him, Bakugo told him that you're denser than a flipping black hole. Todoroki said never change. Ida said, I'm proud of you Izuku, and I told that Bakugo is right, hold the swearing. Nijire was blushing, but incredibly relieved that no one had filled in the dense first year as of yet. Suddenly Tamaki's phone pinged, and he read the message aloud. You're my last hope Tamaki, can you please tell me why Nijire kissed me on the cheek? Do you know what this could mean? Alright Nijire, you are either going to tell him tonight or we'll do it for you. Mirio said, pulling up his messaging with Izuku. No. I'll do it. Just give me a few days. Nijire yelled, waving her arms frantically in front of her. Tamaki looked at Mirio and Mirio held up 3 fingers. You've got 3 days after tonight? Mirio said sternly. Nijire just nodded frantically before literally flying out the door. Izuku groaned in irritation. The only other thing anyone else had sent him other than some vague nonsense was a question from Bakugo if Izuku liked Nijire. Izuku, being the good honest brother, replied honestly with a yes after spouting various key smashes. Bakugo's response was that, we are forcing you to do something about that tomorrow. The hard way. Not too long after that, Yaoyorozu sent him a text asking why Bakugo wanted another lock with a single key and a closed-line phone that could only call one person, Nijire, and would be able to fit under the classroom doors. He then got a notice from Aizawa-sensei that he and his friends would be able to use the classroom from about 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. Izuku twitched, ignoring the pain that seared through his face as he did so. The next text he received from Bakugo was effectively saying how it was going to go down tomorrow, which Izuku already knew, but Bakugo had a lot more swears in it. Well, Nijire floated back into Recovery Girl's office, heading to the room Izuku was staying in, laptop under one hand, phone in the other as she texted Yu for a hangout tomorrow. Well, realistically she needed advice. Lots of advice. Disguised as a shopping trip. She closed the door behind her as she slipped her phone into her pocket, having had changed into simple light blue pajamas whilst in her room. When she walked in, Izuku put his phone away and blushed lightly as he slowly shuffled over slightly in the bed to the right. Nijire blushed when she realized what Izuku was doing, and she just nodded and sat next to him as she set up her laptop. She started the next episode, something about one of the kids needing to beat a PE teacher in a fight, as the two made comments, but eventually Nijire realized she was the only one doing so. She checked the time to see that it was past 8, and unsurprisingly the boy was completely out. She also realized that he was leaning on her shoulder slightly. Nijire blushed but didn't want to move. Just because it would wake him up, not because I am really comfortable. Absolutely. 100%. Nijire thought, closing the laptop and laying down to sleep herself, her head resting on Izuku's. It was 9 a.m., and Izuku and Nijire woke up to Recovery Girl coming in and healing Izuku, so he only had scars across his face, mostly horizontally on his cheeks, and various scars on his torso. Nijire bid him farewell, after the two managed to speak. They found the floor and bed sheets very interesting, as she went off to find Yu. Mirio and Tamaki were both busy with something. Bakugo, for whatever reason, had asked for their help, so she would have to rely on Yu for advice. It would do for now. Izuku waved goodbye to Nijire before returning to his own thoughts. There wasn't really much else to do. Except wait for Bakugo. Speak of the devil, Izuku thought as the door exploded open to see Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Mirio and Tamaki. Bakugo just smirked as the others rolled their eyes. So dash. Right now. Bakugo cut Izuku off before carefully dragging the boy out and to 1A's class. Izuku just sighed as he was gently thrown into the classroom. His phone was slid under the door and Mirio popped through the locked door using his quirk. So, you have to call Nijire and ask her out or admit your feelings. Either or. We're all getting sick of your denseness, Mirio said, surprisingly bluntly. He heard Tamaki mutter something in agreement, Bakugo yell something profane, also in agreement, and could hear Yaoyorozu also mutter something in agreement. Izuku sighed again and looked at his phone. He slumped down against the wall and held his head in one hand, phone over the much shakier, other with a finger slowly working his way through the contacts until his finger hovered over a certain girl with periwinkle hair. You brought your laptop? Mirio asked Tamaki, the two snuggling up as they waited for Izuku to make the call. They knew it would be more than a while. Bakugo chuckled slightly as he gestured for Yaoyorozu to come sit next to him, with a slightly more violent anime instead. Apparently the girl could be more than a little aggressive when it was about something she was passionate regarding. Bakugo would realize he was impressed later, but too caught in the argument about why the second season shouldn't exist. Nijire was flopped on a bench next to Yu, who was trying to console the girl. Yu had bought a dress and some things for her support course, whereas Nijire was having a crisis. Yu was trying to comfort the girl, but they were both broken out of their train of thought when Nijire's phone rung. It buzzed once. It buzzed twice. Nijire pulled it out and faintly whispered, Izu, before nervously answering. She glared at Yu, who was giggling, before speaking. Hey Izuku, wait, who's that yelling in the background? Oh, I think it's Yaoyorozu and Kaken arguing with Tamaki and Mirio about which anime is better? It sounds like Mirio and Tamaki think Naruto, whilst Yaoyorozu and Kaken are arguing for Tokyo Ghoul or something. Oh, that last one sounds really edgy. We should watch it sometime. Why, sure, but, there's something I, need to tell you. Nijire was blushing slightly at that, deep down knowing what was happening next, but on the surface she was still denying that idea. Sort of. Her head was a mess and her mind was trying to amalgamate an excessive amount of words that came out as more gibberish. What do you need to tell me? Nijire said, her voice peaking hopefully towards the end. Here goes nothing I guess, but, like why you and Nijire? Would you like to go on a date? Izuku yelled, confidence somehow peaking whilst simultaneously dropping. Nijire's EXE has crashed. Yu leaned over and poked the massively blushing Nijire. I'll take the silence as a no. Sorry for be bothering, Izuku said, but Nijire didn't answer or hear the rest. She had crashed and Yu was currently taking the phone. Yo, is this Izuku? She asked. Nijire finished rebooting as she realized what had just happened. Great. Well, I think you just broke Nijire, so she'll be responding right about dash. Now. Nijire cut Yu off, a blush covering her face. So. I think he gets the point. Yu whispered after pinching the other girl. Anyway, sorry for leaving you hanging. I like we too, and would love to. Nijire said, shyly but still excitedly. WW8, really? Izuku said, excitement picking up in his tone. Awesome. Alright, didn't think I'd get this far. I guess, I'll pick you up from your dorm in a couple days? My class is going to the mall together tomorrow, so is that good? Izuku asked, more excitement evident. Nijire giggled a little, before answering. Sounds good, Izuku. Around 11? Alright, I'll see you then. Izuku said excitedly, before hanging up. Nijire took the phone away from her ear and looked at the phone for a moment before it fully sunk in. She pocketed the phone, before breathing. She looked at Yu, who raised an eyebrow, and promptly shook the girl. I got a date with him. Nijire said before going into a mumbling spree. Wait, what should I wear? Should I get him a gift? A card? I should definitely bring money. What else though? Do I need to get a haircut? No, I think it's fine. Wait, I need to check the weather. Do you know what the weather is? I don't know whether or not it matter though, get it? Get it? But like, what if I need to do something? I need pickup lines. Yu help. Nijire ended whining. Yu blinked, before patting her on the head, and chuckling a little. Nijire pouted, before Yu spoke. Well, I have no idea about anything. But I think he likes you for you so you can chill a tad, but how about we spend some time getting you some clothes? It doesn't really matter what, some casual outfits, just things that are you, yeah? Nijire just nodded rapidly, before dragging the other girl back into the mall. Yu chuckled, Nijire's interest in shopping having had been revived. Izuku knocked on the door, a smile on his face and a blush still on his cheeks as he informed those on the other side it went well. He heard the lock click as the door opened and he saw that Yaoyorozu had created some pole with a key on the end, her and Bakugo engrossed in the show. Similarly, Mirio and Tamaki were watching their own show, except being much closer, Tamaki leaning onto the brighter boy's chest. Izuku chuckled, waiting for the four of them to get up. Mirio and Tamaki bid them farewell as they went back to their own dorms, and once they returned to the 1A dorms, Bakugo and Yaoyorozu went to continue the episode and Izuku went to his dorm. He pulled his bed down and flopped onto it, face down, in the pillow, and screamed. It wasn't upset like he thought it would be, but it was more mix of panic and happiness. Wait, he had to plan a date with Nijire. Well, he was going out with his class to the mall tomorrow, so he could pick an outfit along with some heavier wrist and ankle weights, and probably a vest weight as well. Eventually he got the screaming out. It took a few minutes. He had a much longer workout routine that day. Izuku stretched his arms, getting out of bed. He was kind of regretting the longer workout, but not really. It'd pay off. Regardless, he dragged himself out of bed and went downstairs, making breakfast for himself as some other classmates began to trickle downstairs. Chucking the cereal to Todoroki, who proceeded to add water to it, he made light conversation as everyone seemed excited to, or at least accepting of, the class social outing today. The only exception was Todoroki, who was going to visit his mother. Even so, he conveyed his apologies but was forgiven easily. Izuku waved Todoroki off, before heading up to his own room and grabbing his buying list. Mostly weights, some clothes, maybe another pair of red shoes just in case, and probably another couple packs of pens and notebooks. Rolling his left shoulder as he prepped a backpack, feeling a satisfying pop as he proceeded to do the same with his right shoulder. He chucked the backpack to the door and started changing, wearing a plain shirt and pair of shorts as he double-checked he had everything, and went downstairs to wait for the others. First out was Yaoyorozu, who generally seemed bubbly and happy to be able to go shopping. She doesn't really get out much to do something such as this, Izuku thought as he approached her. Hey Yaoyorozu. Oh, greetings Izuku. How are you? I'm looking forward to today. It'll be good to get to know everyone better. Indeed. I'm wondering if there will be any stores where I can get some anime posters. I'm really getting into it. Well, I'm sure Kaken would be happy to help. Happy to help with what, you little effer? Bakugo broke into the conversation, Yaoyorozu rolling her eyes and Izuku just smiled innocently. Helping Yaoyorozu around the mall. The girl in question blushed when she realized how that sounded, and Bakugo twitched slightly, before tsuking and walking away. That's a yes, Izuku whispered, trying to hold in his own laughter. Yaoyorozu blushed more as Izuku held his sides, but Todoroki came down not too long after giving him someone else to talk to. Kirishima came down as well, dragging a sparking Bakugo along behind him, as many of the rest of the class trickled downstairs, some groggy whilst others were wide awake. Together, they trekked outside towards the bus stop, having already received Aizawa-sensei's permission to go out. Eventually, they arrived at the Kiyoshi shopping mall, where the class ended up splitting into groups. Mina went with Toru, Tsuyu and Uraraka went to get bug spray, well, for Uraraka anyway, and soon enough it was just Izuku, Bakugo and Yaoyorozu. Smirking, he bid farewell to the two, telling them to have fun as he went off on his own. He may or not have smirked more when he could almost feel Yaoyorozu's blush from about a dozen meters away and hearing Bakugo scream, "Bastard." He made his way to the first store he was meant to be in, picking up his training gear. Adjustable wrist and ankle weights, with a base weight of 50 kilograms each. He was debating getting the vest weight but figured he could do that next time. He could only carry so much in his bag. Stepping out of the store, after paying, he could feel the extra 200 kilograms in his bag. Taking a moment to readjust his posture and check his list, he wasn't paying enough attention to his surroundings as he looked down. That was his first mistake. Without warning, an arm wrapped tightly around his shoulders. "Hey, you're that kid from the sports festival, aren't you?" A voice rasped. Initially he was unable to identify it. "One of many, sir. May I ask what you would like?" Izuku replied, tensing slightly. "Bright one, aren't you?" "There are many things I would like," the voice said, Izuku realizing who it was. "But of you, I just want to talk." "Izuku, wasn't it?" "Yes, what do you want, Shigaraki?" Izuku said, trying not to shake as he felt 4 fingers grasp his neck, the 5th floating dangerously close. "Just a chat. Come with me. Act like we're pals and no one gets hurt." Shigaraki told him. "Someone would stop you." Izuku told him. "Probably, but how many people do you think I could end beforehand? 20? 30? Maybe I'll even hunt down that black hair girl and ash blonde on their little date." Izuku looked around before speaking. Where shall we start?" "Good choice, kid. Let's sit down first," Shigaraki said, dragging Izuku along with him over to a set of benches, in a quieter part of the mall. Izuku, tensely, sat down and considered his options. He could electrocute Shigaraki, but it would be illegal quirk usage, and whilst it would probably be allowed to slide, chances are in a reflex his final finger would end up twitching onto his neck. Yeah, that wasn't an option. He could try to physically force them off, but Shigaraki probably had superior speed if the USJ was anything to go by, and Izuku would be nothing more than a pile of dust. Another no. That only led to one solution. "So, what would you like to talk about?" Izuku asked, Shigaraki spacing out briefly. "Well, you see, ever since Stain, my League of Villains has been getting less and less attention. Even on the night of his downfall, when we released several Nomo, but all the media wants to talk about is Stain. So tell me, Izuku, why him and not me? Why him when he failed but my league is still out there?" Shigaraki asked, tightening his grip whenever his rival's name came up. "Wasn't Stain with you guys?" Izuku asked tentatively. "No, our ideals were in direct opposition of each other." Shigaraki replied, loosening his grip slightly. Well, I think that's the answer to your question. Izuku started, taking Shigaraki's decision to keep a loose grip as a sign to continue. Stain had ideals that people could see, whereas people aren't really sure about yours. But we both just want to destroy the things we dislike. Doesn't that basically make us the same? Shigaraki countered, just staring blankly. In a way yes, but at the same time no. Izuku gulped before going on, I may not agree with Stain, but I understand him. We both look up to All Might as an ideal. At the mention of All Might, Shigaraki began tightening his grasp. The fifth finger got dangerously close and Izuku would be incredibly worried about suffocating if Shigaraki couldn't just end him with a light tap as is. All Might, Shigaraki rasped thoughtfully, Izuku beginning to feel slightly lightheaded. Of course. It's All Might's fault. The way society is today. Izuku couldn't particularly fault that. Whilst it wasn't exactly the bad thing Shigaraki saw it to be, All Might was the one who set society on course to be peaceful, standing as a pillar for society to hold everything and everyone up. Whilst there were issues with this, it definitely had its benefits. Izuku managed to get out, despite his quickly diminishing air. Buyutituli followed as in not because of his connection to All Might, he wanted from society, no tjust destratian. Izuku said, being strangled in between words. Black spots were beginning to appear in his vision. Shigaraki looked away thoughtfully. So, an ideal in All Might. That's what sets us apart. Yeah. Izuku managed to get. His vision was almost gone, and at this point has started trying to use his quirk to power his lungs, trying to force more air through. It was only hardly enough. A nerd. Who the hell is that? A voice cut through the air, drawing Izuku's and Shigaraki's attention. Wait. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were here with friends. I'll see you again soon Izuku, Shigaraki said, releasing Izuku and quietly slipping back into the unassuming crowd. Bakugo was at Izuku's side in a moment, the green-haired boy currently coughing madly as he tried to recover from the strangling. Yaoyorozu also appeared, a phone in hand as she dialed authorities and an ambulance for Izuku. Thanks, Izuku rasped, before being scolded by Bakugo for trying to talk. Stop wasting your breath you little sheet and focus on not passing out for now. Bakugo cut Izuku off before he could apologize or be more grateful. Hours later and Izuku was in hospital, being talked to by a very buff All Might, not concerned Aizawa-sensei and Detective Tsukachi. All Might, I'm so sorry, I accidentally made Shigaraki believe it's partly your fault, Izuku said, bowing whilst sitting on the hospital bed. It is quite alright young Izuku. You did very well considering the situation. And I believe he seems to have some sort of grudge against me as is so I do not blame you. All Might said, ruffling Izuku's hair to reassure the boy. Izuku just nodded whilst still looking down. Problem child, Aizawa-sensei spoke for the first time, startling him slightly, you did well. You didn't panic, remained within bounds of the law and your own capabilities. You didn't make the situation worse and kept everyone safe by keeping his attention. Additionally we were able to figure out some more things regarding Kurogiri's quirk based on this information. Aizawa-sensei also ruffled Izuku's hair to emphasize the point. Izuku nodded, a little brighter this time as Detective Tsukachi went over the notes. Tsukachi began talking about the part where Shigaraki began to initially tighten the choke, mostly to get notes on Shigaraki's quirk, when the door burst open. Izuku! The person yelled, a nurse behind them looking nervous as they stood behind them. They just came in and showed a hero license demanding to see Izuku. Sorry, the nurse said as they bowed. Haha, it is quite alright. Young Hato is a powerful third year at our school who is close friends with young Izuku so it is just fine. All Might announced, giving a thumbs up. Nijire proceeded to launch herself at Izuku and wrap him in a tight hug, and Izuku hugged her back in more of an instinct, with the teachers and detective quietly leaving the room. Are you okay? Did he hurt you much? Do you want water? Sleep? Books? Nijire asked, releasing him from the hug. I'm okay and now in Nijire. Just around my neck, Izuku started, gesturing to the bandages on his neck, and, I'm really sorry to do this but for tomorrow, can we wind the plans back a little? It's fine. You just got traumatized, I'll take care of our date. Nijire said, causing Izuku to blush when he remembered exactly what it was. How does she deliver a line like that with so much energy Izuku thought, as Nijire began rambling about various ideas. But don't worry about it. I'll figure something chill out, okay? Yeah. Thank you Nijire. Izuku responded, smiling at her. Nijire wrapped her arms around Izuku again, and he couldn't help his. Kantensai. This was much nicer than the stress of dealing with Shigaraki. Izuku woke up bleary-eyed, groggily pulling himself out of bed. He remembered that Nijire had told him to bring a blanket and wear comfortable clothes. He checked the time. 6:35 a.m. He needed to show up at the 3A dorms at around 9. Figuring he'd bother with the blanket and things later, he started to make his way downstairs. His fingers absent-mindedly grazed the bandages on his neck, a grim reminder of yesterday. Yet despite that he focused on the positive, refusing to let the unfortunate nature of the outing deter him. He still had a date with his crush. Wait, is she still my crush? Or my girlfriend at this point? I'll deal with that later. Izuku panicked, slightly as he prepared his breakfast. At some point other members of his class came down, many giving sympathetic remarks whilst motioning to his bandages, but he just waved it off as a risk of being a hero student and would probably face tougher situations as they got older. Regardless, that didn't stop Bakugo from lecturing him, with a lot of swearing, much to Yaoyorozu's dismay, but with his friends around him and light conversation, time passed quickly and soon there was half an hour to go. He excused himself, heading to his room and tying his favorite blanket up. It wasn't much, a light blue blanket with small white lightning decals. Okay, it was decidedly not fashionable and he swears the color is a complete coincidence, but he liked it because it was warm and fluffy. When his mother got it for him she said she chose it because it was warm, fluffy and not afraid to be itself just like him. Izuku only stood the last part of that. Having that ready, he changed into a plain shirt, that red t-shirt, comfortable pants and a simple green hoodie. Grabbing his blanket bundle, he made his way downstairs, nodding to Todoroki on his way when Ida spoke up. Izuku, where are you going? The navy-haired boy asked. Oh, to 3A's dorms. Izuku responded, slowing his pace to stop before the navy-haired boy. What for? And why in such casual clothing? It is not appropriate for students of 1A to approach our upperclassmen in such a way. Izuku thought for a moment, a little groggy still as he answered, Ida, they're some of my closest friends. There's literally 3 kids after Izo-sensei expelled the rest. They'd probably just be offended if I showed up in whatever you want me to. So like chill? Oh, dude, you're going to 3A's dorms? Why? Kaminari came up from behind, a phone in hand with Mineta tailing behind as well. Izuku really didn't want to out his relationship yet, nor did he want to tell, those two of all people, just to hang out with my FF friends. So why do you have a blanket? Mineta piped up, his eyes gaining peculiar glint that Izuku was unable to place. Are you going to dash? He was cut off by Todoroki freezing the boy and Bakugo rising and shooting a small explosion, the former saying something about protecting Izuku's innocence and the latter mumbling something about Izuku still being a terrible liar. Izuku blinked, thanking the two and bidding farewell to them all as Ida stood aside and Yaoyorozu winked at him, much to his confusion. Mirio was very amused if a little confused. When Nijire came back from the hospital yesterday, she came into the main room and told Mirio and Tamaki to go on a date all day today. At the moment, Mirio was making breakfast after changing into casual clothing and began waiting for Tamaki to come out when, at exactly 8:50, Nijire came flying downstairs at incredible speeds, still wearing her pajamas. She flew right by him, a rushed good morning, yelled his way as she literally blew by him, the wind causing his hair to blow up slightly as she began prepping something in the kitchen. He couldn't tell what though, her hands were little more than a blur. Mirio had blinked once before it clicked. Date? Yep. In the dorm since Izuku was attacked yesterday, did you hear? I'm pretty sure you heard. Anyway, so I'm taking over for it and everything needs to be perfect so he can be comfortable and we can have fun and be happy and dash. Nijire began ranting. Nijire. Chillax a little, yeah? Mirio cut her off before it could go on any longer. Izuku wants to do this with you. He likes you. As you. He doesn't care, I can tell you that for a fact, about what goes on so long as you are there. Mirio finished, squaring her to himself by placing his hands on her shoulders, looking at her in the eyes. Nijire let out a breath and smiled at Mirio. He smiled back, patted her on the shoulder as she moved a little slower and a little more relaxed. Mirio chuckled to himself, recalling his own first date after having had asked Tamaki out, half out of spite to beat Nijire, half because any reasonable human would know that Tamaki would not be the one to ask him out. Flashback. Mirio was very stressed. He had asked Tamaki out the day before, just to a nearby restaurant, not too far from UA. The teachers didn't care too much, although Midnight was cheering something about youth when he asked if he could go out of school grounds with Tamaki for a date. He had put on his semi-formal outfit and his best smile, as he waited nervously for his date to come down the stairs. And it was well worth the wait. Down the stairs came Tamaki in a similar outfit, somehow it perfectly brought out the slight nuances of his muscles. Whilst Mirio was bulky muscular, Tamaki was lean. And that suit brought it out perfectly. Fighting the rising blush, Mirio went up to his date and grabbed his hand, resulting in a blush and stammer from the other. Alright, let's go, he exclaimed, leading the two out of the dorms, off to the restaurant. By the time they had arrived, they were walking hand in hand, but Mirio had never hated a walk so much before. Well, that wasn't entirely true, but he hated the atmosphere between them. Somehow, with the advent of a partner relationship, a new weird tension had been introduced, and their former closeness and dynamic had dissipated. And what replaced it was a weird awkwardness that seemed to leave an unanswered question in the air. He wasn't really sure what it was or why, but he did his best to play it off like nothing and keep smiling as he opened the door to the restaurant. Mirio? Tamaki started, his eyes averted. You know you don't have to keep smiling, right? Haha. Mirio laughed awkwardly, causing a few patrons to stare in confusion and Tamaki to raise his eyebrow, before Mirio sighed and let his smile droop a little, into a sadder, confused one. Is there something wrong? Are you regretting this? Tamaki asked, causing Mirio to suddenly shoot up with a rare glint of anger and a common glint of determination in the blonde's eyes. Whilst there may be something wrong, I do not regret this. I have liked you for a long time, and refuse to let this opportunity go, Mirio proclaimed, and Tamaki gave a shy smile. Thank you, this sunshine. Tamaki muttered the last part quietly, blushed, and talked a little more. But what's wrong? That's the thing, Mirio said, throwing his arms up. I'm not sure. But, there's something that feels off? Does that make some sense? Tamaki thought for a moment, wistfully gazing at Mirio before responding. I feel it too. I feel tension, like something's missing, something I've been anticipating, but am not really sure what it is. Anticipating? I mean maybe something to do with being first significant others to each other. Hang on. Mirio snapped his fingers, looking Tamaki dead on, and speaking. I know exactly what it is. Well, now Mirio thought for a moment. He could wait for the right moment, or do this right now. Ah, to hell with it. Confidence. Come over here for a moment, Mirio said, gesturing for the black-haired boy to do so. Tamaki shrugged and did so, and stood next to Mirio as the blonde stood up and kissed Tamaki on the lips. It was sweet and innocent, yet also a release of tension. It lasted no more than a second but felt like an eternity to the boyfriends. They both blushed and Tamaki quickly sat back down, but Mirio just chuckled, a weight lifted off his shoulders. And he could tell by Tamaki's slight smile but more relaxed shoulders that it was the same for him. They had a much more fun date as a result. Flashback and Mirio tapped Nijire on the shoulder as he saw Tamaki come down the stairs and told her a small piece of advice. Hopefully she was listening. Well, she nodded but it's hard to tell. The boyfriends bid Nijire farewell, a muscular scarred hand grasping a leaner but undoubtedly strong one. Nijire let out a sigh of relief as Tamaki and Mirio left, leaving her to finish her preparation. She loved the two like brothers and some of the few friends she had. Most people were either in awe of her strength or obsessed with her body. Someone like Izuku was a nice break, someone that, if what his classmates told her was anything to go by, probably had no clue regarding curves and very much liked her for her personality and bubbliness. She giggled at the thought, floating slightly subconsciously. She brought the platter of various snacks over to the coffee table in front of the television, before floating upstairs to grab her laptop. Grabbing it and quickly floating back downstairs, she shot a glance at the clock. 8:59. Izuku would arrive, literally, any minute. She plugged it into the TV, and loaded the episode they were up to. This episode was one about the principal of the school having had challenged the octopus teacher to a round of textbook questions. Satisfied everything was set up, Nijire collapsed onto the couch, bobbing her head side to side. It shouldn't be long until Izuku arrived. Izuku had finished talking briefly to Tamaki and Mirio, who were out for the day together. The two were fairly excited, or at least Mirio showed it. Tamaki was much subtler. Mirio had given him some advice, but he wasn't so sure about following through with it. Regardless, he continued to the 3A dorms, his breath speeding up and his hands shaking as he rung the doorbell. He did his best to try and steady both his breathing and nerves, unsuccessfully, waiting for the door to open. And when it did open, it opened with great force. Izuku barely jumped back in time as it swung open right in front of his face. He gave a shaky smile to Nijire, who beamed a slightly shaky smile back. Izuku, you're here. I've been looking forward to this. Wait, is that too forward? Do you care? Do I care? Nope. Come in, she said, grabbing his wrist and pulling him inside with a jolt. Izuku blushed at the sudden contact but couldn't hold in his chuckle as she dragged him over to the couch and sat him down. She grabbed her laptop, gestured to the snacks, and played the episode. Whilst they were still commenting on the episode as they watched, like they used to, they now sat at opposite ends of the couch to each other, occasionally shooting each other nervous glances, not entirely sure what to do. Izuku sighed, Mirio's advice long forgotten. Nijire sighed. It had been a couple episodes since they started but the awkwardness stayed. She thought back to Mirio's advice and excused herself to go to the bathroom. Izuku paused the episode and gave a smile that she couldn't help but smile back to. She looked at herself in the mirror, having had splashed stingingly cold water on her face, and definitely not regretting it. Nope, not in the slightest. In an attempt to build her confidence. It only kind of worked. Drying her face and hands, she decided she'd just try Mirio's advice. What was the worst that could happen? Well, he could end up hating me, he could run away, he could cut the date short, he could dash. Who could do what? Izuku's voice sounded from outside the door, concern prominent in his voice. Nothing. Nijire called back quickly, why are you here? It's been 20 minutes so I started getting worried. Izuku said, laughing nervously. Wait, really? Nijire was concerned, checking her phone. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, I was just lost in thought I guess. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku asked and sat against the bathroom door. She heard the slight thud and saw the shadow there. Nijire thought for a moment before responding, I guess. She took a deep breath and started, I suppose that. I just don't know what to do sometimes. Like, I'm at the top of the school yet I feel lost and isolated. I'm meant to lead, but have no idea how. I can't even do this date right. Nijire sighed, leaning against the door as well, feeling tears well up. I'm sorry, I'll understand if you want to cut it short. Izuku remained silent for several moments, and Nijire felt her breath catch, before he started speaking. Well, I can't really relate to the struggle I suppose, Izuku started, getting Nijire worried until he continued, but that's because I've never been there. And I'm not going to give up Nijire, don't worry. I'm not going to hate you for anything, and I'll do my best to support you no matter what we are. But remember that Mirio and Tamaki are in the same spot as you, and I'm sure many teachers would be able to help. And of course myself, even if I can't give as much help as they could. If nothing else, but you're my best friend and I will help you with the good and bad, no matter what. Nijire heard Izuku's determination in his voice, and Nijire smiled as she listened to his little speech. She was thankful that she took this chance. Speaking of, "Hey Izuku," Nijire said, her tears long forgotten, "could you not lean on the door for a moment?" "Sure, I'm not now." Izuku was cut off as the door opened and green eyes met blue eyes as two pairs of lips met. It was momentary, but felt like an eternity, and a massive weight had been lifted off of the two's shoulders. "By the way, I'm pretty sure we're boyfriend-girlfriend now," Nijire said, back to her usual self as Izuku stared blankly. "That sounds good," he replied, still emotionless as he was processing. Nijire giggled, dragging him back to the couch to continue the episode. The remainder of the date went well, the two laughing at moments, and taking a break to have lunch, and the date ending after the two cuddled and cried their eyes out at the final 2 episodes. The final statement was another sweet kiss, Izuku bidding Nijire farewell as he returned to his own dorm, a blinding smile on his face that Nijire was already matching. Izuku carefully unwrapped the bandages around his neck, revealing, thankfully, no remaining bruises or scarring. He sighed as he chucked it into his room's bin. He'd have to take it out later. But for now, he changed into casual clothes and promised to meet Nijire outside one of the forests before he left to camp. He was all packed and prepared to go. He left his bags in his room for now and went outside to meet Nijire. "Nijire," Izuku called out, getting her attention. She noticed him, jumping up from where she was sitting and crashing into him with a hug. Izuku had picked up on this pretty quickly, bracing himself and hugging her back, making sure the two didn't fall onto the ground. "Please be careful," she almost whispered, much to Izuku's concern. He had an odd feeling about this trip, and it seemed like she had it too. "I will be, don't worry," Izuku told her, smiling to hide his own worry. Nijire's unusually piercing gaze told him everything he needed to know, and he hugged her a little tighter. "I'll do my best, alright?" Nijire just nodded a little, releasing Izuku as he, mustering his courage, kissed her cheek before going again. "I'll see you in a week's time." What he didn't hear was Nijire's last whisper. Izuku had emptied his room's bin, cleaned everything and dragged his luggage downstairs and out the front, waiting with the rest of the class. He pulled out a book, his phone and headphones ready for the several-hour bus ride. He engaged in conversation with several classmates, mostly Todoroki and Ida. Eventually, Aizawa-sensei showed up and Ida and Yaoyorozu directed the class onto the bus after loading all the luggage into the storage for such underneath. Ida sat up the back to keep all those hooligans in check, whilst Todoroki and Izuku sat together in the middle, away from the gossip at the front and the rowdiness at the back. The other students in the quieter section included Tokoyami, Koda, Shoji, and surprisingly Aoyama. No one gave him the attention he wanted, so somewhere he shines the brightest kind of made sense to Izuku. Regardless, the students in the section did their best to ignore the rest of the bus, when Kaminari tried to start everyone singing Wheels on the Bus, which was followed quickly by everyone trying to keep Kaminari alive after he tried to force Bakugo to sing, to Mina chanting at Yaoyorozu to get her crush out of her, who promptly knocked Mina out with a rubber bat. At some point she got confident. Izuku kept to himself, taken up in a notebook as he continued prep for his super move ideas. He was buried in the notebook when Todoroki informed him that the bus had stopped. "Wait, really?" Izuku asked, putting it away. "We've been driving for about an hour, and we've stopped for a brief rest," Todoroki explained, getting up with the rest of the bus. Izuku just nodded, following Todoroki as they got off. There the class stood, Kaminari shorted out being pulled by an exhausted Siro, an unconscious Mina being dragged by Hagakure, Yaoyorozu's blush being handled by Jiro, Kirishima struggling to hold back Bakugo, and a Mineta busting for the toilet. Ida took charge and gathered the class, where Aizawa-sensei got their attention, as another car pulled up. Out stepped 2 pro-heroines in cat costumes and a small boy. "Ah, good, you've arrived," Aizawa-sensei spoke, greeting the newcomers. "Helping us with the camp will be the Wild Pussycats. Here are 2 of the members. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help." Coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild Pussycats," Mandalay and Pixie Bob proclaimed, striking a pose whilst the little boy hung out in the background, glaring at everything and everyone. "No way." Izuku suddenly spoke up, his hair spiking up as he began to speak faster subconsciously. "The Wild Pussycats are an incredible 4-person rescue team that were established when we were only around 5, and recently passed a decade of work since the establishment a few years after they all finished high school dash." Suddenly, a large paw covered his face, causing him to begin muffling towards the end before it tightened a little bit. "I'm 18 at heart," the owner of the paw said, to which Izuku quickly mumbled an agreement whilst trying to catch his breath again. Thankfully, they released him and Kirishima spoke up. "Wait, where's Class B? And this is a peculiar place for a rest stop," Siro added, a speck of fear in his voice. "Guys, we should get back on the bus," Kaminari called out, rushing with Mineta when Pixie Bob activated her quirk to send the entire class tumbling down the hill. Mother Fu dash. Bakugo got cut off, the dirt tsunami reaching him and the remaining members off the class. "The camp is through these woods. Feel free to use your quirks since this is private property. Also, it should take about 3 hours. Kiddies who don't arrive before then won't get lunch." Mandalay called down to them as the class brushed themselves off. Everyone just sighed, friends helping each other up whilst Mineta rushed over to relieve himself, until he encountered a massive beast made of earth. Koda was the first to react, trying to calm down the earth beast with his quirk. Unfortunately, because Pixie Bob created them, it had no effect. Izuku was next to react, grabbing the two boys and pulling them away, who were caught by Ida. Yaoyorozu began producing weapons and shields for other students that didn't have particularly combative quirks. Whilst that was happening, Todoroki froze the beast and Bakugo exploded both of its arms. Finally, Izuku came in and jumped at the creature, lightning arcing off of his arm as he touched it, sending a brief flash of green lightning through it, and the beast shattered into dirt. "Alright 1A, Ida called out, "split into groups. Those with more defensive quirks stay at the sides and back. Combative ones to the front. Long-ranged or support in the middle. Let's get to the camp." Plus, Kaminari started the cheer. "Ultra!" The class finished, pumping their fists in the air and falling into the assigned positions. The combat group was the first to arrive in camp. Each member was covered in various scrapes and bruises, all of them, bar Bakugo who had exploded it all during the journey, glistening with sweat. The next group was the support and long-range fighters, each completely exhausted, some suffering from quirk overuse and glistening with sweat as well, but with limited injuries. The last group to show up was the defensive group. They were exhausted, not as much as the combat group, but had nearly as many scrapes and bruises. "Good job, kiddies," Mandalay said, looking over at the sun low in the sky, "but we probably should have mentioned it would have taken us 3 hours to do it." "My bad." Ciro just gave her a disappointed look as Mineta began whining. "You four did really well though," Pixie Bob said, pointing to the combat group, consisting of Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo and Izuku. She begins doing something trying to claim the four of them, resulting in Aizawa-sensei and Izuku's displeasure, Todoroki's discomfort, Bakugo's anger, Ida's triggerment, and Jiro preventing Yaoyorozu from creating a weapon, whilst Mandalay tries to assure Aizawa that it won't happen again. While we're talking about Izuku started, to have his face covered by Pixie Bob's paw, seething at him, "I just wanted to ask who that if?" Izuku finished, pointing to a little boy. "Oh, that's Koda, my nephew," Mandalay said whilst dragging Pixie Bob away. "Come say hi, Koda." Koda didn't go over to them, just glared at them. Izuku decided to try and approach him, only to get punched in well. Bakugo started cackling, knowing his brother would be fine. Todoroki was going to make a witty comment to silence Bakugo, but Yaoyorozu beat him to the punch. Literally. Yaoyorozu slapped Bakugo on the back of the head. "Dash. Fine, sorry Izuku, are you alright you nerd?" Bakugo said, rubbing his head. Yeah," Izuku said, recovering as Ida helped him. The rest of the class were watching the peculiar interaction when Mandalay spoke up. "Sorry about Koda. He's not taken kindly to heroes or quirks." Izuku blinks in understanding and nods to show that it's okay. The class go to dinner together, Kirishima, Ciro and Kaminari eating like animals. During the feast, Izuku noticed Koda had wandered off at some point. He shook it off as the kid going through his troubles as he ate his own dinner, trying not to nod off. Todoroki occasionally poked him awake whilst Ida's scoldings of Kaminari and Mineta's antics also helped. Eventually everyone finished eating and were told that they could use the warm springs to bathe in. Izuku leant on Bakugo's shoulder as the boys walked together to the springs. The green-haired boy was half asleep when he heard some vague nonsense being spouted by Mineta. He watched as Ida stood under the purple-haired and Bakugo was gearing up to go when Koda appeared at the top of the wall, throwing a bucket down at Mineta, who Ida had the unfortunate pleasure of catching. Koda suddenly fainted, and Izuku sprung into action. Managing to gather the perfect amount of lightning to jump in time, Izuku caught the boy and managed to land whilst also twisting his ankle. "Drat," he thought, gently putting the boy down and throwing on a shirt and pants as he carried Koda in his arms to Mandalay. The other male students understood, bidding him farewell as Izuku went to drop Koda off in the infirmary. "Oh, thanks for catching him," Mandalay said. "He must have fainted from the height." "No worries," Izuku said, taking a breath before continuing. I was wondering why he hated heroes so much." Mandalay sighed before speaking. "His parents were pro-heroes. The water hose duo." Izuku nodded, remembering them. "Died in action, didn't they?" "Yeah," Mandalay said, "and Koda was so young at the time. His parents were his world, and suddenly they're gone and everyone is saying that they did an amazing thing but he couldn't understand that. To him, it seemed like the world hated him and were celebrating his parents' death. So he grew a deep-seated hatred for heroes. That developed into a hatred for quirks at its root cause." Izuku finished. Mandalay nodded and sighed. I may be able to help," Izuku said. "Really?" Mandalay said looking up. "Why, my parents were ended in an incident," Izuku said, reminiscing. Mandalay hugged him in sympathy. "I'm sorry for what happened. I would be so grateful if you could get through to him," Mandalay said, releasing him. Izuku just gave a sorrowful smile as he bid her farewell, returning to the designated male's room. He was the first there, so he got changed, pulled on the blindfold, picked an isolated corner and went to sleep, which hopefully would be enough to prepare him for tomorrow's training. Izuku and the rest of Class 1A were woken up at the crack of dawn by an unhappy Aizawa-sensei, who probably didn't want to be awake either, who had to literally drag some of them out. Some resisted with force but quickly begged for mercy under a harsher than usual Aizawa-sensei stare, and most of these students were the ones who failed the practical. Safe to say, they were doomed, as the wild pussycats were waiting for them all outside. Once they were there, they went around the camp, each student stopping at a certain point to complete their own form of training. Izuku's was last, and Aizawa-sensei brought him to a secluded area with high stone walls, the floor resembling a crater. Izuku looked to Aizawa-sensei, who smirked and explained. Keep the size the same, so you're going down cylindrically. Aizawa-sensei smirked more. Then at midday, you have to get out. Then go back down without getting injured. Remember, plus ultra. Aizawa-sensei took Izuku to the center of the crater, about 10 meters from the edge, before walking away, leaving Izuku with his instructions. Izuku looked down, and let his lightning pulse through him. The lighting arced off on him, Izuku placing his hand on the ground, and the green lightning traveling through the area. He breathed out, and tensed briefly in both arms as the ground about 30 centimeters down erupted into dust, a booming thunder echoing throughout the immediate area. Izuku coughed and covered his eyes as the dust eventually blew away, before he repeated the process again. And again. And again. And again. For several hours. After the first hour, his arms began straining from the lightning being shot through it constantly. He managed to go down about 3 meters, the process each time taking a total of 6 minutes to gather the energy, spread it, destroy the area and wait for the debris to clear before repeating. After the second, his energy became low and his arms became shaky. He swapped to his legs. At the end of the third hour, he was a total of 15 meters down. His legs hurt and he sat down for a moment, which happened to be when Tiger came around to check up on him. Hey, get up. Keep going. Show me that plus ultra. Tiger yelled down, looking at Izuku intimidatingly, somehow despite the cat costume. Why yes sir. Izuku yelled back up the chamber, looking at the ground and forcing the lightning through his legs and arms simultaneously. The ground cracked with more force this time, dropping down a full meter as Izuku's body became shrouded by the lightning. Tiger looked on in satisfaction before calling down, now come out of there. Yes sir. Izuku called back, bracing himself in a jumping position. His lightning flowed through, more than normal as his body strained. He crouched down ready to jump. As he jumped, he realized he wouldn't make it halfway. He pointed his hands backwards, and on instinct released a short, powerful blast that arced in the air directly behind him, forming a small web-like structure of lightning briefly, shooting him towards one of the walls. He braced himself for impact, and while sliding downwards, pushed off powerfully, upwards and across to the opposite side. He landed, and repeated the process several times until he made it to the ledge. He gripped it, pulling himself up and over the ledge, panting as sweat dripped off him. Tiger nodded before speaking. Good job boy. Now, to lunch with you then back to the pit. Tiger commanded, pointing to where the other students were gathering, along with Class 1B. Izuku nodded, walking over as he massaged his arms. He sat down with Bakugo, Ida and Todoroki. All were exhausted, quietly picking at their food. What was your training Izuku? Yours is the only one we don't know. Todoroki asked. I had to dig. A lot. With my quirk. Izuku said, breathing a little heavily. He slumped against a rock, as food was given to students. The group engaged in light conversation whilst each ate their meal, tailored for their quirk. Bakugo had an incredibly spicy curry, Ida had oats for carbohydrates, I'm not sorry. Todoroki had ice water and soup, and Izuku had oats, with additional sugar. By the end of lunch, each student was physically ready to continue with their training. Mentally, for some, less so. Please don't take me back. Kaminari screamed as Aizawa-sensei dragged him and an equally resistant Mina back to their assigned posts. The wild pussycats ushered more willing students whilst Vlad dealt with similar dissidents within his own class. Tiger was walking Izuku to his dug pit, being the final one to need to return. Once standing over the pit, he realized he'd have to get down without injuring himself. When you were getting up, you did something to propel yourself. Try that here until you can do it to break your fall. Tiger commanded, as Izuku nodded in understanding. Izuku made a decent jump upwards, and on the downfall pointed his hands down, releasing an arc similar to the one before. It promptly caused a crack of thunder, although not too loud, and the recoil from the shot promptly propelled Izuku up, and enough to flip upside down and land on his back. He winced in pain before getting up and trying again, this time with less power. It wasn't enough to do anything. He pulled out a notebook and began doing some maths. In order to bring myself to a stop, I need to release force equal to that of my own whilst falling, which I can easily calculate on the fly. So I need to release it in such a way that I can take full advantage of the force from it, so for now let's just figure out the recoil effect. Izuku primed himself, holding an arm pointed at the sky. He had collected a mass gauge from Aizawa-sensei, who had it for quirks such as Yaoyorozu's to push her mass creation limit to the maximum, and released an arc which fired wide and shallow, producing a web of green lightning. Izuku could feel the press of the recoil more intensely now he was focusing on it, and made sure to not resist any as it pressed him down onto the mass measurement. Doing some calculations, he was able to figure out how to completely halt his momentum after falling for about a meter. Izuku jumped upwards several meters, waited one, and fired downwards. He promptly stopped in midair, before crashing down onto the ground. Okay, force hurts more in the air, got it? Izuku said to himself, before thinking again. As he watched Ida make a sharp turn with his legs, one where his arms flayed weirdly due to the sudden recoil. Wait legs? Izuku thought, looking at his own, legs are naturally stronger with more muscle mass. Izuku quickly jumped up several meters again, and tried again, this time with his legs being the origin for the lightning. This time, however, the lightning didn't just come from one point, but from several points along the entire surface area of each foot. The lightning caused a loud crash in the air, causing Ida to turn to see, but Izuku didn't notice as he successfully stopped in the air. He cheered as he landed, before trying again, this time dropping 2 meters first, then 3, moving to a 10-meter drop, with the help of Sato, before he was satisfied with his abilities. He promptly walked into the pit, free-falling for 10 meters before creating a lightning arc to pause his fall, and then continue further downwards. Eventually, he made his way to the bottom of the pit, and began working downwards again. Later in the day when the sun was getting lower, Aizawa-sensei came around with Pixie Bob, who used her quirk to bring Izuku out from the pit. They told him to head to the camp area where the other students already were. Izuku nodded, heading over. "All right, kiddies," Mandalay said, getting the students' attention as the other members brought over large stacks of vegetables, meat, and cooking equipment. "Tonight you'll have to cook your own dinner. Good luck." Izuku and most of the other students gave a tired nod before getting to work. Izuku took charge with Bakugo at the preparation station, the two directing others with knives, whisks, and other various tools. Eventually, the students had prepared several large pots of curry, enough for each student to have a couple bowls with some left over. Everyone lined up as Ida and Kendo made sure each student got some. Izuku noticed that Koda began walking away with a frustrated pace to his steps. When Izuku came to get his own curry, he asked Ida if he could have a second bowl to go give to Koda. Ida thought for a moment, before congratulating Izuku on his pristine example of how a hero student should be creating relationships and interacting with individuals that present animosity towards them. Izuku just nodded, taking the curry, telling his other friends where he was going and following Koda's tracks. Eventually, they led him to a mountaintop path, where he saw the young boy crying. Careful not to startle them, he called out, Koda? What do you want?" Koda yelled back, "I've just brought you some food. Do you mind if I sit and talk?" Izuku said carefully, presenting the 2 bowls. "Just do whatever," Koda told him, sitting on the edge with his back to Izuku. Carefully, Izuku approached Koda and sat beside him, both their legs dangling over the edge. There was a small gap between them, where Izuku placed Koda's food and began eating his own. "Do you want to talk about what's wrong?" Izuku asked. "You wouldn't understand," Koda muttered back, picking at his own food. "Why not?" Izuku asked this time. You just wouldn't?" Koda replied, somberly looking at his food. "It's about someone you've lost, isn't it?" Izuku responds tenderly, looking at the boy. "Wadash," Koda started, glaring at Izuku who cut him off. "What would I know about losing people?" "Plenty," Izuku said, looking off towards the setting sun. "I'm adopted by my effective aunt too," Izuku told Koda, looking directly at Koda. Koda's eyes softened, his glare disappearing as tears began shimmering. Koda stayed silent, before speaking. "How long will it hurt?" Koda asked him. Izuku took the opportunity to shuffle closer, before responding. "It will keep hurting." "But," Izuku said, smiling sadly at Koda, "despite that, you don't have to be sad. Think about what they want you to do." Koda looked down for a moment. "Keep going, I guess. Carry on. Be what I want to be." "What do you want to be?" Izuku asked Koda, giving a happier smile. Koda thought for a moment, before smiling sadly at Izuku. "I want to be like them. A hero," he declared. Izuku smiled at him and gestured to the food. "Well, eat up then, and I can introduce you to my friends also trying to become heroes." "Sound good?" Izuku suggested. Koda nodded eagerly, eating up quickly as Izuku smiled at him. Izuku finished his own food and mustered up a small amount of his green electricity to show Koda. "Hey Koda," Izuku started, "what's your quirk?" Koda looked at his hands and activated it. "Water gun. I can shoot water," Koda told him excitedly. Izuku nodded in interest, before opening his hand and firing a crackling of continued lightning. "This is mine, green lightning. I can control, store and use a special type of green lightning as it suggests." Koda's eyes lit up in awe before the crackling died down, and he began cheering. "That was so cool." Izuku chuckled and stood up, offering his hand to Koda as he collected their bowls. "Come on then, let's go," Izuku said. Koda nodded, grabbing his hand, and together the two walked off the mountain, back towards the other students. Izuku woke up with dawn, thankfully before Aizawa-sensei could drag him outside with the rest of the class. He quickly got up, changed into basic exercise clothes. He began doing some stretches, reminiscing over the night before. He smiled at the thought. Koda, shy at first, had indeed warmed up to the rest of his closer friends despite each of their eccentricities. Monoma had tried to bother them once, but before Kendo could shut him down, Koda had beat her to the punch, saying something about Monoma being an annoying, weird, creepy student, to Izuku. It promptly resulted in Bakugo immediately approving of Koda, a testament shared by Todoroki, although much less verbally, and Ida just sighed as he and Kendo did their best to escort Monoma a determined, safe distance from the 1A students. Chuckling at the memory, he looked towards Aizawa-sensei as he began directing other students. Aizawa-sensei directed him towards a cliff. Izuku recognized it as the cliff he and Koda sat on last night. "You have to get to the top," Aizawa-sensei said, "from here. And you can't touch the side of the cliff." In other words, Izuku asked whilst gazing up at the cliff face, 15 meters up. "You have to fly. Have fun." Aizawa-sensei smirked, walking away. Izuku nodded, pulling out his notebook from yesterday, returning to his calculations. He continued working in the book, his quirk sparking from his head when a tug on his shorts broke him out of his thoughts. Looking down, he saw Koda, still rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "Good morning, Izuku," he said. "Good morning, Koda," Izuku said, closing his book. "What are you doing for your quirk training?" Koda asked, looking up at Izuku. "I need to figure out how to fly," Izuku said, smiling at Koda. Koda's eyes lit up in amazement as he cheered. "I believe in you, Izuku." Izuku smiled. "Thank you, Koda. Can I stay and watch?" Koda asked. "You'll probably need to ask Mandalay first, but I don't have any problems with it," Izuku told him. Koda nodded, running off to go find Mandalay. Izuku chuckled as he finished off some final calculations. He decided he would start with hovering after jumping, then to basic upwards movement, working his way towards controlled flight. To start with, he jumped upwards with a stopwatch in hand, noting the time at the apex of the jump. He did his best to replicate it several times over, before being satisfied with the average time. Then, he jumped, this time producing just enough lightning to briefly stall in the air, a slight crack of thunder sounding in the immediate area. He did this successfully several times, and pretended he didn't trip at least a dozen more, successfully increasing the time at the apex of the jump by several seconds. The next stage, he jumped up, and using his quirk, he stayed in the air. A constant stream of lightning from his feet formed a web structure, giving the appearance he was standing on a floor revealed by his quirk. He was running out of his immediate energy after staying for about a minute, and by this point Koda returned with a smile. "Oh hey Koda," Izuku said, focusing on his feet still, not noticing Koda's look of amazement. "That's so cool, Izuku," Koda said, straining his neck to look at Izuku. Izuku nodded, and released the platform, causing him to crash into the ground. "Alright, need to work on landings. Got it?" Izuku said, brushing himself off. Koda ran over with stars in his eyes as Izuku brushed himself off. "That was so cool." Koda cheered again, as Izuku chuckled and prepared himself again. "Could you step back please, Koda?" Izuku asked. Koda nodded and quickly stepped back to a safe distance, several meters away. Izuku smiled at him, before focusing on himself. He jumped upwards and produced what was effectively a step under 1 foot with lightning. The constant crackling was comforting, in a way reassuring as he breathed in, and placed a foot higher up. He created another platform underneath this one as well, and placed his weight on it. He smiled as he lifted his lower foot, his entire weight placed on the higher one now. Izuku took another step in the same fashion, making about 10 steps up, close to 2 meters. "Can you get down?" Koda asked him from the ground. "Good question," Izuku said, blanking briefly before trying to go back down. He tried the process in reverse, this time stepping downwards. Unfortunately, he forgot to factor in his slight momentum in the downwards movement, and so he fell. Panicking, he reached his hand up to try and grasp the air, successfully apparently. It was deafeningly loud, the cracking of lightning and thunder. However, it gave him enough time to recreate a platform and prevent him from crashing into the ground. Taking a moment, he breathed in and out, before descending more carefully. Eventually, he made his way down. "Right, need to refine that," Izuku thought as he stepped onto the ground. He made some brief notes in his notebook about it. "Hey, that is so cool," Koda cheered again, "the way you caught the air like it was a solid object using your lightning." Izuku just smiled as he finished his notes. "Well, I've got to try and make it to the cliff," Izuku said, looking up. Koda gasped in awe as he strained his neck to look up. "Whoa," he commented, and Izuku was inclined to agree. "No matter how hard, I'll do it though," Izuku told Koda, smiling at the young boy. He clenched his fist with determination, before bracing himself to go again. Koda quickly ran back out of the way as Izuku braced himself to jump, lightning arcing off of his legs as he crouched down. When he jumped, the lightning subsided as he reached the apex, having had jumped a solid few meters into the air. Next, he released a large amount of energy from his legs to boost him further into the air. Unfortunately, it only sent him another meter, before he began falling again. He sighed, walking down the air. He had figured out air walking, not so much flying. Once he was down, he thought for a little before snapping his fingers and running off. Koda raised an eyebrow but remained seated, sipping a juice box. Izuku ran over to where Bakugo was. Izuku was tired and slightly headachy, and it wasn't even halfway through the day. Regardless, he made it to where Bakugo was drenching various limbs in hot water and firing off massive, albeit short-lived explosions. "Kaken!" Izuku yelled to get his attention. "What the f do you want?" Bakugo yelled, swearing once he made sure Koda wasn't on Izuku's tail. "Can you explain how you fly?" Izuku asked, notebook in one hand, pen in the other. Bakugo shrugged and did so. After getting permission from Aizawa-sensei to do so, he went through in depth his method. By using powerful explosions, he would propel himself in various directions as required. The trick was getting started. Once you gained momentum, it was about keeping it. Izuku nodded, closing his notebook and thanking Bakugo for the info as he ran back to the cliff. He barely heard Bakugo's groan as Tiger ordered him back to exercise. Once back, Koda was still sitting there, nodding his head along to a tune that Izuku couldn't quite determine. He paid it no mind as he prepared himself to try flying that seems a little more like flying and less like air walking. It still wasn't really controlled flight, but it was air propulsion in a way that was similar to Bakugo's. In theory, just more green and with less collateral damage. He decided to start with propulsion from his hands. Whilst Bakugo was at the point where he was able to use his feet for it, Izuku needed to actually figure out how to produce propulsion using his quirk. He stood facing the sky, his hands open, palm facing the ground as he prepared himself mentally. Letting his quirk flow through his arms to brace himself, he breathed in and released a highly compacted burst of lightning. It had the intended effect, shooting him high into the sky. Too high. Izuku barely managed to stay calm as he quickly flew into the air, further than he anticipated. It wasn't enough to make half the cliff face, but it was enough to still terrify him. He gulped nervously as he reached the apex. Thinking quickly, he produced another powerful blast from his hands, the lightning arcing all the way to the ground with a loud crash and leaving a burn mark. However, it did successfully propel him higher up, giving him the height he needed to grab the edge of the cliff face. Using some of the energy in his arms, he pulled himself up on top and promptly collapsed on the ground. He sighed heavily, his breathing ragged as he calmed himself. He sat over the edge, legs dangling in the air as he waved down to Koda, who was cheering loudly. It was at this point Mandalay came over. She patted Koda on his head whilst she called up to Izuku. "Can you fly down?" No," Izuku said back, looking embarrassed. Mandalay just looked amused as she replied, "That's fine. Just take the long way and come down for lunch." Izuku nodded sheepishly before doing so. Once on the ground, Mandalay met him there, Koda holding her hand. "I reckon you can guess what you're doing after lunch, right?" "Yeah." Izuku spent several hours after lunch being thrown off the cliff by a very enthusiastic tiger, who would then catch him repeatedly until that one time Izuku actually managed to break his fall successfully. As Tiger put it, Izuku had gotten to the point of falling with cat grace. While all of this was happening, Koda was sitting happily at the bottom, eating a bowl of popcorn and occasionally laughing at Izuku's misfortune. Soon, all the training came to an end and it was time for dinner. All the students were cooking again, although this time Minoma was noticeably avoiding Izuku, his friends and Koda. It was amusing, and honestly a large weight off of Izuku's mind. Finally dinner was done, the students managing to cook it with much less trouble than the night prior, with the students aware of what needed to be done to prepare a passable meal that was delicious to all the exhausted students. They all ate their share, and soon the students were lounging around. At some point in the evening, the Pussycats announced there would be a scaring competition, Class 1A versus Class 1B. The winning team is the one who elicits the most screams, shrieks, or other fear reactions such as pants pissing from the other class. Tiger announced. A majority of students cheered in joy for an enjoyable task after the past days of not torture from the teachers. Class 1B was assigned to be the one scaring first, trying to scare 1A. Whilst 1B were taking positions on a route, 1A was being paired up. "Hey Izuku," Koda said looking down, "I'm gonna go to the cliff. I don't do so well with scary things." "That's quite alright Koda," Izuku said, smiling at the boy. Koda smiled back and began running the other way through the forest towards the way up to the cliff. Izuku smiled at the place Koda ran off to, until his teammate was announced. Izuku sat down with the rest of the students, making general chatter as students went in. Uraraka and Tsu had just been sent into the forest when an odd smell began originating from the forest. Izuku looked over and noticed a blaze had been set alight. Class 1B has no fire users, and Todoroki and Bakugo have far more control than that. Izuku thought, eyes widening in panic as other students and teachers came to the same conclusion. Izuku, without a second thought, powered up and ran over to Mandalay. "I'll go and get Koda," he told her, and she nodded gratefully. "Try to avoid combat, but if you can't and need to use your quirk you have permission from the pro hero Mandalay," she told her. Izuku nodded in response, powering up his quirk and propelling himself upwards. Using his newly learnt propulsion technique, he rapidly made his way to find Koda. Hopefully he would be safe. Izuku, with a deafening crash, propelled himself as fast as possible towards Koda's position. He could make out Koda cowering from a large, unknown figure that appeared to have a high amount of muscle, to the point where he would say they were incredibly muscular. He was able to grab Koda in time and completely dodge the much larger man, and barely managed to stop before crashing into the mountain. Spinning on a heel to face the attacker, Izuku quickly put Koda on his back and quickly reassured the boy. "It'll be alright Koda," Izuku told him, as Koda clung tightly to his neck. "It's him," Koda sobbed, "T the O1T that K killed my parents." "Muscular." As he said this, Muscular pulled himself out of the ground after missing Koda. The mask flew off his face to reveal a prosthetic eye. Muscular smirked evilly, "Oh yeah? This brat's parents only managed to take my eye out, what do you think you can do?" Muscular told Izuku, as the large man fell into a boxing stance. Izuku jumped backwards as the two engaged in a stare down. Izuku was in a dodging stance that protected Koda with his own body, prepared for whatever Muscular did next. Izuku remained silent, refusing to give any satisfaction to the much larger man. "Silent eh? Ah well, gonna hear your screams soon anyway," Muscular said, cracking his knuckles as he wounded a punch back. Izuku quickly jumped out of the way to avoid the punch. He heard the ground he was standing on shatter completely as he landed. Whipping around to face Muscular, he found he needed to jump again to dodge. "Despite being so bulky he's fairly agile, but I think I know how to take him out." "Koda," Izuku called whilst getting his footing as Muscular had to pull his fist out of the ground, "you're going to be okay." "I know how to beat him." Muscular just chuckled. "What a pathetic little hero." making empty promises and guarantees. Oh, you make me sick and I can't wait to see your blood. In response, Izuku gritted his teeth and released a charge of lightning through his left leg into the ground. A trail of lightning shot along the surface of the ground. Within a matter of moments, it had reached the trapped Muscular. Oh, you little brat, you're going to pay for that. The man screeched as he quickly jerked his arm out of the ground and jumped away to break the connection. Izuku worked quickly, making more distance between the two. I can't catch him long enough to zap him, not with the amount of muscle mass he has. I need to get close to do it? Koda, can you get off my back? Izuku asked. I need to do something a little more dangerous. Izuku didn't want to worry the boy too much. Koda tearfully nodded and dutifully got off of Izuku's back. Izuku ruffled the boy's hair and quickly turned back to face Muscular, who had finished recovering. Izuku hardened his gaze, gathering large amounts of his lightning in his forearms and hands as he leaped towards Muscular. Unfortunately, Izuku underestimated the speed at which Muscular could launch. Panicking slightly, he discharged large amounts of energy from his arms and hands. It caused massive recoil through his arms and he felt his muscles strain greatly as the lightning formed in the air. The resulting crash was quick to follow. A loud boom with resulting shockwave that quickly blew away debris and rocks. Unfortunately, it also blew away Koda, so whilst his arms were recovering, Izuku had to catch the boy with his teeth. It's alright, Koda, Izuku said, pulling the boy up by his shirt. Koda nodded and quickly latched onto Izuku, the older boy comforting Koda. You're safe now, Izuku said. Oh really? Muscular said suddenly, pulling himself out of the mountain that he was launched into. Izuku froze up briefly, and in that moment Muscular had increased his muscles exponentially. Izuku knew what was happening, and quickly pushed Koda away from him. Unfortunately, this caused Izuku to take the full hit from Muscular, a slight cracking indicating at least one broken rib. Izuku was then launched into the mountain, his back slamming into the side and some blood being coughed up in the process. Izuku! Koda called in terror. Ah, that brat's Izuku? Damn, can't end, I'm too bad, boss wants the brat for whatever reason. Muscular sighed, guess you'll have to do for a end. Muscular said, turning to Koda with a malicious glint. Koda's eyes were streaming with tears as Muscular reached over. Suddenly, Izuku shot out from the mountain, the amount of power in his jump causing the crater he was in to deepen into the mountainside as he screeched at Muscular. Don't you dare touch him. Muscular seemed surprised as he pulled his quirk-enhanced arm up to shield himself from the impact. Whilst it protected him from the high levels of physical impact, it did little to shield him from the lightning Izuku sent through him. The lightning, whilst not fatal and hardly doing anything to the massive villain, it definitely irritated him for long enough for Izuku to recover somewhat and take a more advantageous position. In that time, Koda also managed to get away somewhat, however did not get that far. So you're still up and going, kiddo? Well then, maybe I can kinda end you and the boss won't mind too much, I'll grab that. Katsuki kid, yeah that'll have to do, Muscular said as he returned to his boxer's stance. Izuku by this point was aware of Muscular's fighting method, and kept his eyes on his biceps, waiting for which one began overflowing with muscle fibers. Now then, show me your blood. Muscular screamed, both arms overflowing with the fibers. Izuku, acting on instinct, protected his face as Muscular crashed into him. Using large amounts of lightning in his legs and body as a whole, large arcs continued coming off of him. Despite this, he was being pushed down, not back, he noted. He did his best to push back, but it was too little too late as Muscular pushed him into the ground. Izuku didn't register Koda's cries as he was pressed into the ground, a large crater forming around him. He only vaguely registered the rocks pressing against him as he felt his consciousness begin to slip away. Kaken. Nija. Koda, I'm sorry, Izuku thought as he began to lose the battle against his mind. Koda was in tears, he had just seen Izuku be covered in various burns, bruises and cuts in protection of him before being hit really hard into the ground. It was heartbreaking to the young boy. Izuku! Koda screamed as Muscular punched him into the ground. Izuku, did you torture my parents as you ended them too? Oh yeah, definitely. They wanted to stop me from having fun, so I had to get them out of the way. You understand, right kid? You just want to have fun, don't you? Muscular responded casually, as though he wasn't currently crushing Izuku. Koda was panicking further now. He didn't know what to do, and his mind was haywire. He noticed Izuku's signature green lightning stop arcing from underneath Muscular. Instinct took over, and he could feel the pressure of his quirk building up in his hands. He pointed his hands towards Muscular, and released the water. The pressure wasn't much and he couldn't do it for long, but it was enough to get Muscular's attention. You little brat. You that desperate to join your parents? Fine, let me finish up here first, Muscular said, distracted by the water hitting his back. Koda began tearing up again as Muscular turned around to glare at him, a massive fist pulled back. Koda closed his eyes tight and waited for the impact, but it never came. Instead, Izuku was standing behind Muscular with his hand holding the fist that was wound back. You won't hurt him? Izuku screamed, even more lightning flowing off of him as he gripped the fist tightly. Koda was smiling through his tears, Izuku was okay. And saving him. Koda could see Muscular freeze with green lightning flowing through him. The green lightning gathered most at the masses of muscles from the man's quirk, before a loud booming of thunder filled the air. At the same time, Koda saw the quirk-produced muscle fibers of the man explode, Izuku using the green lightning to do so. "Ah, you little brat, that really hurts, I'm gonna end you," Muscular said, turning back to face Izuku. In response, Izuku positioned himself so that Muscular was between him and the cliffside, and Koda noticed Izuku had cupped his hands much like Bakugo would when firing off a large blast. Another loud boom resonated from Izuku as a strike of green lighting fired from his hands. The lightning struck Muscular directly in his torso, the blow causing a large scorch mark to appear. It resulted in Muscular being pushed back slightly, stunning him. Before he could recover, Izuku had jumped forward and once he was in front of Muscular, placed a hand right in front of his chest, and released another blast. This one, however, was larger and rather than a single concentrated lightning bolt, came as a large blast more reminiscent of one of Bakugo's blasts. Difference was, Izuku's blast was green and rather than a solid orange of fire, an inconsistent green that had many breaks, such as the nature of lightning. However, it served the same purpose as it sent Muscular flying back into the mountain. Muscular promptly hit his now unprotected head hard against the mountain as he crashed into the crater Izuku was in only a few moments. Koda watched in awe as Muscular was sent even deeper into the mountain, at least a foot in. Muscular remained stuck, unmoving despite a faint rise and fall of his chest as Izuku turned back to Koda with a smile. Koda rushed towards Izuku and wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist, which was still hard to reach for him. Izuku gently picked the boy up and it was now Koda noticed that Izuku's arms were covered in burns, and there was a small amount of blood coming from the older boy's head. "I'm okay, Koda, come on, let's get you back to Mandalay and Pixie Bob," Izuku said, giving the boy his best reassuring smile. Koda just nodded tearfully, and hopped on Izuku's back as Izuku jumped back towards where he was last with the other students and teachers. Izuku had collected Koda, and ignoring the slight throbbing in his head and the stinging of his arms, he was fine. Or at least, relatively fine. It could be worse. He could have broken his arms beyond repair for instance. Regardless, with Koda on his back he jumped through the air back towards Aizawa-sensei and the pussycats. It didn't take too long, and soon he was able to get a good view of what was going on in the forest. As he landed, ignoring the growing numbness in his legs from using his quirk in them all the time, he skidded slightly. He made sure to take the brunt of the impact as he slid beside Aizawa-sensei. "Izuku, you got Koda good. I've given all students permission to use quirks if needed. Did you have to fight anyone?" Aizawa-sensei asked, wide awake and eyes brimming with worry. "Yes, I had to fight Muscular. It seems the League of Villains have gotten their hands on some much stronger minions." Izuku responded as he helped Koda off of his back. He took a glance at the forest. They were near the edge of it, but he could still see that it was burning more than a little. "Aizawa-sensei, Koda may be able to help put the forest fires out. He has a water quirk. I'm going to go help the others," Izuku said running off. Aizawa-sensei could do little except nod as he went back towards the main buildings to find Blood King and coordinate with Koda on his back. Izuku went back towards where all the students were initially, trying to find the pussycats. He gritted his teeth. "Please be okay, Kaken." Izuku had just handed Koda to Aizawa-sensei before rushing over to where the pussycats were. Once there, he saw Mandalay being threatened by a highly inefficient sword. Maybe not really a sword, but he wasn't so worried about the terminology. As he came down, he kicked straight through the creation, rendering it unusable and landed on the ground. Izuku slid around to stand by Mandalay's side. "Izuku, did you save Koda?" she asked, panic in her eyes. "Yes, he's with Aizawa-sensei. Can you deliver a message to the classes?" Izuku asked, his eyes on the reptilian quirked human that once wielded the sword abomination. Mandalay nodded, and Izuku continued, "They have a target to kidnap, Kaken." Mandalay looked in shock as he finished, before broadcasting the message. "All students, heed this message. As you have already been informed, you have permission to fight quirks free, but we have received information that they are seeking to kidnap Kaken. Please keep them in eye at all times and try to avoid situations that could potentially result in their kidnap as you return to camp ASAP." Mandalay broadcasted. "Are you fit to continue?" she asked Izuku. "Yeah. I'm going into the forest to help out," he told her as he ran past the reptilian human, sticking out his left hand and shocking them as he passed them. "I'll try and stay safe." Izuku faintly heard Mandalay taking down and restraining Spinner as he collapsed onto the ground. He continued running into the forest, when he heard a crashing noise. He turned his head to the noise, and he could see trees being crushed. A villain? No, they would have used them to directly attack the camp. And there's only one student with the potential to do that. Izuku thought as his eyes widened when the massive shadow came into sight. "Tokoyami!" Izuku could faintly see two massive red eyes, and only thanks to his quirk could he make out his bird-headed classmate being completely overwhelmed by his shadow-based quirk, which was now letting out a tremendous roar. As he stood in shock, he felt a tap on his shoulder as a mouth started speaking. "Izuku, should you be back at camp resting? Your arms look pretty beat up," Shoji asked him through one of his appendages. "It's fine. What's going on with Tokoyami?" he asked. Shoji sighed, looking over at the rampaging shadow creature. "We were traveling through the forest when we were ambushed. On instinct I wrapped him up and dived into a bush. I'm sure you've heard his training. It left Dark Shadow in a more riled up state than normal," Shoji explained as the two ducked into some bushes to avoid the ongoing rampage, so being trapped in the dark during the night probably wasn't a good idea. "Furthermore, I got injured. It seems that Tokoyami's intense emotions resulted in this." Shoji finished, showing his currently injured appendage. I want to save my friend. But I'm assuming you want to go save Bakugo. What will you do, Izuku? Shoji asked as the green-haired boy considered his choices. Well, I know how we can save both of them. Izuku responded, as he began telling Shoji the plan. Bakugo was more than a little miffed. He was honestly looking forward to be able to improve his raw quirk, allowing him to develop himself further. Unfortunately, the camping trip ended up like one of the horror movies he watches, with it being disrupted and turned into a horror show. Ironic, Bakugo thought as he avoided yet another of the massive spikes, made of teeth. It sounded and reacted like metal though, it was hard to tell. The camp horror game ended in genuine horror. Everyone should survive though, if their only goal is to kidnap me. Bakugo though, glancing to Todoroki at his right who had a Class 1B student on his back. Todoroki released an ice glacier to try and stop the villain, only succeeding in temporarily halting them as they broke through the ice quickly with carefully targeted strikes from the powerful, tooth blades. Bakugo sked and restrained his explosions to nothing more than small sparks. Bakugo, we can't use fire or your explosions in the forest. Todoroki told him. Yeah, I know that, icy hot. Bakugo snapped back, the two side by side at the moment. My ice isn't enough to take them down though, we'll need to retreat and find more brute force, someone like Kirishima. Bakugo just rolled his eyes. Yeah, but how the F are we meant to do that? Bakugo told Todoroki as they dodged another attack from the villain's teeth. And if Izuku was able to get that information, he's probably already taken down some high-level effer. Damn it. Bakugo thought, this time rolling away to the left, whilst Todoroki jumped to the right. Well, we can't keep going like this. Todoroki called back as the two regrouped once more. Todoroki produced another large glacier to stall the villain, so the two could take a breather. Without warning, a deafening crashing noise paired with the sound of trees being uprooted echoed through the area, gathering the attention of the two hero students and villain alike. They were rewarded with the sight of Izuku, with burns on his arms and green lightning arcing off of him, running side by side with Shoji, who had one of his appendages cut and bleeding. Bakugo and Todoroki were confused, unlike the villain who began mumbling, before releasing a barrage of teeth at the two newcomers. Flesh. The villain mumbled, as the sharp edges of the teeth were a few seconds away from making contact. Bakugo and Todoroki were stunned, unable to act, however Izuku and Shoji seemed unfazed. The reason became apparent as a massive, rampaging dark shadow came from behind them, swatting away the villain's attack. How could you deny me of my flesh? The villain cried out, sending an attack towards one of Dark Shadow's eyes. It proved ineffective of doing anything beyond irritating the massive shadow creature. Begone, you inconsequential insect, the creature announced, swatting the villain into one of the trees. The tree was knocked over, and the villain sufficiently knocked out. Dark Shadow turned its attention towards the hero students, roaring at them. Kaken, we need light. The rest of the forest is already on fire, but do keep it limited. Izuku called out to him. Bakugo nodded and smirked, cupping his hands. Flashbang grenade, he announced, before releasing a thin, incredibly bright explosion. Todoroki, Shoji and Izuku all shielded their eyes from the resulting effect as Dark Shadow shrieked. The sentient quirk quickly shrunk, hiding back inside of Tokoyami, who was currently curled up on the ground. Bakugo, Izuku. Thank you. I apologize for the outburst, Shoji, Tokoyami said. He seemed to be in some kind of pain, probably related to quirk overuse. Shoji scooped him up and carried him on his back in what appeared to be like a cocoon. Right, we need to go back to camp, Todoroki announced. Izuku and Shoji nodded in agreement as Bakugo sked. Bakugo, walk in the center of us so we can all keep an eye on you. I and Shoji will be in front, Izuku can be behind. Todoroki told him. Bakugo sighed and did as instructed, and the students began moving together. Izuku, are you okay? Bakugo asked, gesturing to his arms. It was clear he had used a lot of energy, and it was surprising he wasn't suffering. Painful headache. Yeah, I'll be fine. Izuku responded, stretching his arms. Bakugo didn't fail to notice his wince of pain, but Izuku insisted he would be fine. Bakugo could only hope so. Despite the tense atmosphere, there was a casual conversation flowing almost naturally, and they moved quickly. They faintly heard a cry of Achiko from Tsu, and without hesitation the group ran towards the area of the source. Once there, they noticed Uraraka pinned down by an unknown blonde, using a device to drain what looked to be about a liter of blood. The blonde noticed their presence, however seemed to be distracted by something else, before focusing back on the group. Bakugo moved first, forcing the blonde off of Uraraka whilst Todoroki tried to cut off their escape. Once this happened, Tsu went to check on the down girl, who looked a little pale. It was fun making friends with Yuchiko and Tsu. Hope we get to meet again, the blonde said, slipping out of Bakugo's grip and disappearing into the forest before Todoroki could trap her in ice. Thank you, Bakugo, Shoji, Tokoyami and Todoroki, Tsu said, before Uraraka echoed it. Uraraka leant on Tsu as she looked around. Have you guys met anyone else along the way? Uraraka asked. Yeah, there was Izuku. Bakugo replied, looking around. Where's Izuku? Ah, that would be on my part. A villain introduced themselves. I am Mr. Compress and dash. Where the F is Izuku? Bakugo cut him off. Geez, I can see why you were on the list. But I believe the boss will be more satisfied with the cheat code than you, Mr. Compress explained, whilst holding up a small blue marble. Todoroki noticed this, and he quickly unleashed a large glacier in an attempt to freeze the villain. Unfortunately, it only succeeded in driving them away, as they used the glacier as a platform to propel themselves with, pushing away towards wherever they were meant to meet up. God damn it. FFF-. Bakugo yelled, slamming the ground before Todoroki tapped his shoulder. Uraraka came up with a plan. Azui is going to launch myself and you towards them, after Uraraka makes us weightless. Tokoyami and Shoji will stay here with them and the 1B student as they go back to camp. Todoroki explained quickly. Whatever, let's just get Izuku back. Bakugo shouted back as he and Todoroki got touched by Uraraka. Soon after they were flung through the air by Tsu's tongue, and after a moment Bakugo locked onto a landing point, where it looked like there were a few villains gathering. They could just make out the self-proclaimed Mr. Compress landing. Hold on icy hot. Bakugo called out, using powerful explosions on his feet to propel them faster. They felt the familiar sense of gravity returning as Uraraka returned their gravity, and Bakugo sent them into a spin, with a landing target of Mr. Compress's back. Todoroki prepared his fire, the bright orange swirling on his arm as he targeted a random villain. Together, Bakugo and Todoroki pressed Mr. Compress into the ground, stunning him. The other villains were surprised, and remained briefly unmoving as the students searched for the marble that contained Izuku. Todoroki continued to search Mr. Compress whilst Bakugo let off several large explosions, using it to deter any advances from the group of villains. Bakugo! I got the marble! Todoroki called out as he let Mr. Compress go. Bakugo just nodded and prepared an explosion for their escape when Mr. Compress, now reunited with the rest of the group, snapped his fingers. Of course, a magician's true trick isn't the magic itself, but the sleight of hand and misdirection. Mr. Compress announced, revealing the collected marble to be a shard of ice. A boy with staples and burnt skin was that? Simply rolled his eyes as the blonde chick from earlier giggled. A portal opened up, presumably by the same dude from the USJ attack. Come on then, we should go. The one with burnt skin said. They began turning towards the portal and Bakugo and Todoroki prepared to rush the villains again, when a bright blue beam shot past everyone. Hey, that was pretty. That looked dangerous. A person in a black and white announced, making peculiar poses, and the beam shot past him and hit Mr. Compress in the back of the head. It successfully knocked him forward and he spat out 2 marbles. Go right. Bakugo screamed at Todoroki as he used explosions on his feet to get the one flying left. Bakugo successfully caught it, however watched as Todoroki barely missed. Compress. The villain that caught it said. Of course, as a performer, I have a flair for the dramatics. Mr. Compress replied, snapping his fingers to reveal Bakugo holding another chunk of ice, and in the other villain's grasp was Izuku. Izuku! Give him back you F-airs! Bakugo screamed. Sorry kid, but we got orders to get you or the cheat code. Looks like we got the latter. The villain said, walking backwards with his hands around Izuku's neck. Izuku still seemed dazed, only registering Bakugo at the last moment. The last thing Bakugo saw of Izuku before he was pulled through was a smile of reassurance. But that didn't change the facts. The villains had come. And they had won. The last time Izuku remembered being out of this world was when he was briefly pulled out to be dragged through a portal. He had done his best to reassure Bakugo and Todoroki through a smile, and if he were properly registering everything around him he may have noticed the tight grip on his throat. It wasn't long after going through the portal that he was returned to the other world. The other world was odd. It seemed like a dream with a single spotlight. The rest of the world was faded away beyond the spotlight, in which Izuku woke up under the beam of. Away from the spotlight was a faded darkness with a faint blue highlight. Occasionally the blue color would become stronger, revealing it to be a light, almost turquoise color. Additionally, the world seemed to sometimes shake violently, jolting Izuku up and down. Despite feeling pain and nausea, he failed to suffer any actual injuries from it. All Izuku was left with was a pangs of pain from wounds and jolts, and his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Bakugo had to be calmed down by Todoroki, as the two began an agonizing walk back to the rest of the group, who in a collective silence trudged back to camp. Once they made it there, they met up with a worried Aizawa-sensei, who was doing headcounts of the so far gathered students with Vlad King. Tiger was keeping a hold of several captured villains, most notably Muscular, whilst Mandalay was comforting a distressed Koda. They also noticed they were a few students that weren't affected by the gas. Todoroki went quietly over to Aizawa-sensei to inform him of what happened, whilst the others dispersed to find their other friends. Bakugo eventually found Yaoyorozu placed up against a tree with a bandage around her head. Nearby was an unconscious Jiro. Yaoyorozu motioned for Bakugo to sit nearby, and the two just sat in a comfortable, if somber silence. Eventually emergency services arrived, and the students were taken home by a combination of buses, ambulances, and police cars. Yaoyorozu was taken to an ambulance whilst Bakugo was sent to one of the police cars so he could be interviewed once they got back. Once Nizu had learned of the attack, the remaining teachers were gathered the next morning for a meeting regarding their next move. I'm sure you have all heard by now the tragedy that has occurred on the training camp for the first-year hero courses. Nizu opened with. All teachers nodded solemnly whilst an incredibly tired and anxious Aizawa just grunted. Now, Aizawa, whilst I'm sure you wish to be on the rescue team, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to be on the press release team. Similar goes for you Vlad and myself. Nizu explained. Aizawa sighed in agreement, as Vlad just nodded. Simultaneously, All Might and other heroes including several top 5 heroes will conduct 2 operations. One operation is at the designated presumed location where Izuku is being held, whereas the other seems to be a facility where Nomus are held. Naturally, we will send All Might to the location where Izuku is being held, along with the Big 3 at their request, whilst we will send heroes better at crowd control and restraining to the Nomu facility, Nizu explained before All Might cut him off. The Big 3? He questioned, but they're just students? Students that are each arguably stronger than a majority of pro heroes. Besides, I have a feeling they may have gone without our approval if we did not include them in our plans. Nizu told him. Why are they not here at the moment then? All Might questioned, not entirely convinced. They are talking to the classes at the hospital, whilst also gathering the tracker transponder from Yaoyorozu. Nizu responded, I have already explained the plan to them, so it is quite alright. All Might nodded in understanding before Nizu spoke. However, there is one more thing to discuss. It is evident there is a traitor among us dash. Whoa, let's not start pointing fingers. Present Might cut him off. I understand your refusal of the topic, but it is the only conclusion that we can make, Nizu said. No one outside of the relevant students and the Udata staff were informed of the location. I believe mixed stance is currently best, Midnight said. We should focus on the students and media image at the moment. We can deal with that issue later. Nizu sighed and nodded. Indeed. Here is the plan. Bakugo sighed and clenched his fist. He was in a shared room with Todoroki, the two having just finished being checked over by doctors, and Bakugo getting a brief interview with a psychologist after request from police considering his relationship to the kidnapped. He thought he could feel blood in his hand, and he realized his knuckles were going white from clenching them so tight, his nails drawing a small amount of blood. He hissed and got up to wash it, passing Todoroki. They'll get him back, was all Todoroki said. You don't need to worry. Yeah, well, I still feel effing useless, helpless, whatever the hell this sheet is. Bakugo snapped back. Todoroki did not react, simply looking blank as ever before Bakugo sighed. Want to help get him back? I'm sure I can. Bakugo told him. Todoroki simply shook his head. We would only get in the way. Trust me on this one. Bakugo sked and sat back on his bed and turned away. Whatever, I'm gonna go visit some of the others. Bakugo told the other boy, standing up again, hands clenching and unclenching. I'll come with you, Todoroki said, also rising from his own bed. Do what you want, Bakugo said, leaving the room. Eventually he found much of the rest of the class, all in one of the waiting rooms with Tamaki from the Big 3. Tamaki? Bakugo spoke up, and the shy boy turned towards Bakugo. Be Bakugo? Tamaki replied with a somber tone, and Nijire A and Emirio are currently talking to Yaoyorozu A about the tracker. Tracker? Bakugo asked, perking up. Yaoyorozu managed to place a T-tracker on one of the N-Nomu. Bakugo nodded, closing his eyes in thought when Tamaki received a message on his phone. Dutifully, he announced the news to the class. You guys see Kenjigo Ian and see Yaoyorozu now. The rest of the Big T3 are there as well. Do they want to say something to you all? The class quickly started moving, save Jiro and Toru who were still under effects after being exposed to a higher dosage of the gas, and soon everyone was in Yaoyorozu's room. Closest to her stood the Big 3 and Bakugo. Hi everyone. Mirio started, as I'm sure you've heard by now, we are the Big 3 of UA. I am, more or less, the honorary leader, and we have just been getting a tracker from your classmate here. Bakugo and the rest of his class nodded solemnly, however he remained agitated and spoke up quickly. Look, can you guys just say what you want so we can all talk together as a class? Mirio's smile remained ever-present whilst he shot a quick glance to the increasingly anxious Nijire who Tamaki was trying to calm before glancing over the class. He noticed a few of them seemed agitated, however none more so than Bakugo. Mirio sighed before speaking. Look, whatever happens in this room will stay in here, right? Mirio asked, definitely understanding the mild uneasiness that rippled through the present members of 1A. They all glanced at each other before nodding to Mirio. Great. Answer this honestly, raise your hands, who is thinking of asking Yaoyorozu for a tracker to go rescue Izuku? Mirio said bluntly. He noticed a slight shuffle in some members before saying something more. I won't tell the teachers and will cast no judgment, but we will have a few things to tell you. Unsurprisingly, Bakugo's hand was the first to go up. Soon followed by Yaoyorozu, who was still in the bed, and Mirio noticed Ida and Todoroki share a glance before they both raised their hands as well. He remained smiling as Kirishima's hand went up as well. The class looked around in surprise and several members opened their mouths to say something before he raised his hand for silence. Myself and Nijire have a few things to say about that. Tamaki is not nearly confrontational enough for that, Mirio told them as he gazed over the class, but I will speak first while. Tamaki calms Nijire. Mirio looked over to see a very agitated Nijire pacing while Tamaki talked gently in an attempt to subdue her anxiety and worry. You kids, being more experienced than most your age due to unfortunate events, believe you are capable of saving Izuku, or at least helping. But I will say this. You may be more experienced, but I am sure you understand the potential legal ramifications and additional potential issues from disrupting the work. You gotta learn to trust us as your seniors and other heroes as your superiors to be able to work with you. It'll be an important part of being a pro hero. This is a great test for all of you, to trust other heroes with the safety of your classmate. Mirio finished, and many of the class nodded in understanding. The students that raised their hands looked down, guiltily, although Bakugo seemed to remain mostly undeterred. Mirio sighed and nodded to Nijire, who stepped up and began speaking. Alright kiddos, listen up. Now, if I spot you even looking suspicious near the target location, I will personally blast you into the next district. And then do the same after the mission. Because we don't need distractions or other complications. We'll get Izuku back. None of you need to interfere. Nijire finished by cracking her knuckles and Bakugo audibly gulped. He nodded quickly, and Mirio could see that Nijire's determination had convinced the students Izuku would be okay. The villains, maybe less so. Soon after wishing Yaoyorozu well, most of the class had left as they each had their own parents pick them up to head back to their houses, whilst Bakugo remained as his parents were being consoled and interviewed regarding potential triggers or similar, and Yaoyorozu remained in hospital due to her injuries not being fully cleared. Bakugo remained at her side, and the two engaged in conversation, trying their best to keep their minds off the topic that was obviously at hand. Bakugo could see the walls of the room, and whilst he knew they couldn't move, it felt like they were closing in on him. Kugo? Bakugo! Yaoyorozu's voice cut through his thoughts, and Bakugo clenched his fists as he looked up. What is it? You were spacing out and your breathing sped up. Are you alright? Yaoyorozu asked him, concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Yeah. Bakugo replied, looking at his hands in his lap. Yaoyorozu sat up from her leant-back position and sat on the bed, legs over the edge as she looked at him. She placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently. You can tell me anything you know, I'm here for you, she said to him. Bakugo just nodded and Yaoyorozu pat the spot next to her, signaling for him to sit there. Bakugo did so, if a bit aimlessly, and closer up Yaoyorozu could almost see the burning statements, questions and thoughts flying through his mind, yet all being clouded by a thin glassiness of nearing tears. Bakugo stiffened when he felt Yaoyorozu's arms wrap around him, and hesitantly wrapped his own arms around her. You don't have to stay strong around me, Katsuki. It's alright, she murmured into his ear. He barely registered his first name before his internal barriers broke down completely, and tears began pouring not moments after he rested his head on her shoulder. To her credit, she did not interrupt nor judge the broken boy as she gently rubbed circles on his back. They stayed in the embrace whilst Bakugo's tears continued to pour down. What felt like an eternity for Bakugo, what probably wasn't long enough to let out several nights of pent-up emotions for Yaoyorozu, and in reality was maybe 5 minutes. The two separated and Yaoyorozu smiled to Bakugo, who returned it with a slightly sadder one. Thank you Momo, I really needed that. Bakugo responded, slightly out of it and staring out the window. He could see the sun had been steadily traveling through the sky, and the sky was steadily changing to a reddish pink. Something Yaoyorozu could relate to. The two remained side by side exchanging more light conversation. However, as dusk soon began turning into night, Bakugo's phone pinged. A text from his mother. Kive, old hag texted me, what was that for? I did it in her stead. Whatever. It says to turn the TV to the news channel. Yaoyorozu turned the TV on and did so, and they saw Aizawa-sensei, Nizu, and Vlad King giving a press release. They both suppressed their chuckles. Despite the grim topic matter, Aizawa-sensei cleaned up surprisingly well but still looked more annoyed with the world than ever. Bakugo shuffled closer to Yaoyorozu as she was closer to the TV, in order to hear better, and the two listened intently to the conversation and questioning being performed. Several reporters were questioning the present 1A and 1B teachers for their decision regarding letting the students fight. Erase her head. Explain your reasoning for letting students use quirks to fight. A reporter called out. It became apparent very quickly that they were definitely on the dumber side, as all the other reporters looked exasperated because the answer to the question was basic logic. To his credit though, Aizawa-sensei did not lash out nor scold the reporters like he might have in a class, and replied simply. It was the best course of action. I fear a far worse scenario may have come to fruition if it were not for the students being able to defend themselves. But a student was kidnapped and all others injured in some form, so It became apparent that the villains had 2 targets to kidnap, and we could have ended with many dead students if it were not for their ability to react and respond to the situation appropriately. Aizawa-sensei cut them off before the other reporters attacked the one asking the questions. They moved on to other lines of questioning very quickly, needless to say. Bakugo and Yaoyorozu were both put at ease by their teacher's confidence, and both let out sighs of relief. Yaoyorozu relaxed a little and allowed herself to lean slightly against Bakugo, who seemed to react only slightly, putting his hand around her. The two continued to watch the press release, and at some point a journalist asked probably the worst possible question. What if the kidnapped student were to join the League of Villains? Has this possibility been considered? Bakugo tensed and Yaoyorozu could feel it, and quietly slipped her hand into his and gently squeezed it as he squeezed back, his teeth grating. Thankfully for Bakugo's dentist, the question was answered swiftly by Aizawa-sensei. You have no idea who you are talking about. Izuku is one of the most dedicated students in my class. Furthermore, he is one of the most influential students in my class, always pushing others and being internally motivated to try harder. I and many others that have worked with him can further prove this to you. So don't go throwing around completely ungrounded theories. Aizawa-sensei finished, standing up and sounding far more awake as he went. The journalist gulped nervously as they nodded, whilst Nizu did his best to calm Aizawa-sensei. Vlad King began standing up to answer some questions. Yaoyorozu gently cuddled the infuriated Bakugo as he calmed down, and once he did he turned to face her, their faces incredibly close. Yaoyorozu's blush matched her hero costume and Bakugo's was a lesser tint of red. The two leaned in, eyes closed for a chaste, innocent kiss. They were both tired and emotional, but it was enough for both of them. They smiled, but it was quickly wiped off when they heard a development on the news about a major situation involving several high-ranking villains and heroes. Their faces paled and the held hands became tighter when they saw what was on. Finally, after what had felt like an eternity, Izuku was returned to the mortal plane with a full plane and a tired mind. He was immediately blinded. Despite the incredibly dimly lit room, it was far brighter than anything he had been exposed to in, probably only a few hours, Time felt weird and he was completely disoriented, and the poking in his leg didn't help. Oh, that was a knife. There was also a slight tingling in his arms. He turned to look at them and saw them covered in burns. That could be it. He finally looked around and saw various people, whom he immediately recognized as many members of the League of Villains. Spinner, Toga, Dabi, Twice, Kurogiri, Magna, Mr. Compress, and of course Shigaraki. Immediately noticeable was Toga holding a knife covered in blood. That would explain my leg. Izuku thought, wincing slightly as he registered his placement. He was seated on a rubber chair to try and nullify most of his quirks so he couldn't feasibly escape. Susu, how are things? Izuku said, smiling at them. Toga giggled, several of them scared. Kurogiri along with Dabi remained impassive and Shigaraki became agitated. The more irritated they are, the easier an escape should be, and the easier they'll be to beat in a fight. Izuku just kept smiling as Shigaraki clenched a cup before responding. You little brat, do you know what your situation is? Izuku didn't respond, and pretended to ponder the question. Nope, could you explain it? Izuku responded, smiling at them. Izuku could have sworn he heard a chuckle but couldn't place the source as he looked around the room. Soon his eyes landed on a screen that read audio only. He didn't question it and simply continuing looking around. In all fairness, it was a fairly nice bar, if it weren't for the whole villain's base where they have me held kidnapped thing. But thought that counts and whatnot. Regardless, he watched Shigaraki stand up and quickly leave, followed by a bored Kurogiri. Soon enough the other villains each retired for the night, the last to leave being Toga as Izuku quietly hummed to himself, his energy charging as much as he could. He had spent a lot during the fight with Muscular, and during the night in general. He wouldn't be able to use it yet, but he'd probably find a chance. So, you are this cheat code Shigaraki keeps whining about? A disembodied voice spoke. And that makes you his, what, sugar daddy? Izuku joked, keeping his own spirits up. The voice simply chuckled, before speaking again. I suppose that is one way to look at it. However, I am simply referred to as all for one. Wow, that sounds way too intimidating to be some little pawn. I take it you're actually the one in charge? Indeed, child, you learn fast. It is a shame that you will probably become little more than a mindless Nomu. But for now, you will serve as a tool to help guide him. You see, everyone when they see their peak is ending, wishes to build a continuation. All for one explained. Izuku hummed in understanding, and the man continued, a legacy if you will. So once I finally come to an end, he will continue on in my stead. I see. Wise not old, Izuku joked, absorbing the information. Indeed, child. Sorry for rambling when you are stuck with mindless creatures and many villains, none of whom can really hold a deep conversation without bringing up some kind of violence or how much they want to destroy something, or their desire for alcohol. Kurogiri is a very, very bad alcoholic. Doesn't make for great conversation. Well anyway, I shall leave you to it. Enjoy your last days of life. Or not. Whatever works. All for one said before a tone sounded, signaling him shutting off whatever system connected him from somewhere to hear. Izuku sighed, bored once more. He glanced around, and figured it was a bad idea to sleep. Thinking back to biology lessons, he figured his best route would be to discreetly use his quirk to force his adrenal gland into slight overdrive, and forcibly stop anything that may make him sleepy. It hurt his head slightly, but it was better than falling asleep and his energy depleting. The night took a long, long time to pass. He didn't get anything done beyond some scheming and gift ideas. Also, he had a weird feeling he would win a bet tomorrow. The bet with, I think mum, Izuku thought before shrugging it off. He stayed sitting there, for a while. Based on the lack of movement, the rest of the league had gone to sleep. Probably been a big day for them. Soon morning came and Izuku was running on pure induced adrenaline and trying to figure out which receptor to block his slowly climbing headache. It was barely a tickle in comparison to what it could be, but that was probably the adrenaline as well. Well, problems for later. The first League of Villain member to come out was Toga, who apparently was constantly high on murder or blood or something as she effectively skipped out. She went behind the counter to grab a bowl and some Fruit Loops, and began making her own food. Thankfully she basically left Izuku alone as she ate them using a pocket knife. The next few were Mr. Compress, Magna and Twice. Each had a similar breakfast, but eating in their own dramatic styles. Mr. Compress ate using a fishing wire, proclaiming it to be a performer's touch. Magna seemed to be eating the most normally, and Twice was eating using a fork in one hand and a spoon in other, the two pieces of cutlery seemingly engaged in combat. None talked to Izuku, who wasn't really hungry, but again, adrenaline. Izuku was content to hum quietly, happily being ignored by the villains. Soon after Kurojiri walked out, and the villains all said good morning to him. His reaction was little more than a grunt as he began rummaging through for some painkillers for his hangover, and then some more alcohol. Izuku thought for a moment, and decided to file that information away for later use. The last two people to come out were Shigaraki and Dabi. Shigaraki being such a late riser surprised him, but at the same time made sense. And Dabi, well, Dabi seemed like he might end anyone that approached him before at least 2 morning coffees. It was unsurprising when he growled at Toga, who joked about swapping their coffee beans for decaffeinated beans. Izuku continued humming, however, with Shigaraki now out, decided to do it a little louder. Not so loud to be pleasant, but just loud enough so you could barely hear it. In other words, enough to be infuriating. As such, and based on Shigaraki's, as Izuku had taken to calling it, gamer BOI language, he knew exactly how to annoy the successor to the leader of the League of Villains. He started with the Mario theme, but in a slightly different key. And boy did it work. He could see the blue-haired manchild gripping the table slightly, trying not to scratch his neck. Next was, of course, an Undertale song. Bone Trousel. Can't get too annoying too quick. He figured a suitably irritating iteration of the song would be to start every few phrases a half beat too late. Enough to be noticeable, but not enough to be consistent. This worked too, and Shigaraki ended up breaking a glass. Second to last, by this point Kurojiri had become mildly amused and none of the other League of Villain primary members cared, although a very faint buzzing informed Izuku that all for one had connected. Izuku decided to take it up a notch. Megalovania. But the time signature was all messed up. He was doing it in 5/4 time. It was infuriating to say the least. Shigaraki nearly dusted the bench and was going through various exercises to try and stay calm. Keyword being try. Because Izuku had one last trick up his sleeve. Me theme. But the pauses were just a little too long. Not overly long to seem justifiable, but just long enough to question one's sanity. It was at this point that Shigaraki stood up, walked over to Izuku, who smiled, kicked his chair over and left the room. Not what I was expecting, but I'll take it, Izuku thought as he tried shuffling around to sit back up. Eventually, one of the members took pity on him and picked the chair up, returning it to its position, and he could hear a conversation between Kurojiri and All for One. Plans for the prisoner/hostage? Kurojiri asked. Well, he seems to be in surprisingly high spirits, so I doubt we can turn him into a tool in the typical sense. However, he seems to be good for Shigaraki's growth considering the stubbornness of both Shigaraki and Izuku. This could end up going alright. Worse comes to worse, we can turn his quirk into that of a Nomu's, but All for One was cut off by Shigaraki kicking the door to the room down. Sorry sensei, I need to use the TV. He called out, pressing some buttons on the television and bringing it where Izuku could see it. The TV was now the central focus in the room, and based on the time of the program it was a little past midday, and he could hear a sigh from Kurojiri as the purple mist went back to polishing one glass that probably had a stain in the glass itself if it needed that much washing. Maybe the lack of sleep was catching up to Izuku. Anyway, point being Shigaraki was forcing Izuku to watch some news program. It seemed to be a televised debate, featuring a top 20 pro hero, a rising pro hero, and several news commentators. Currently, it was regarding Hero Society, but on a banner at the bottom there were several constant updates regarding the camp situation, along with a notification for a countdown for the next debate on the topic of UA's security and trustworthiness. Izuku kept a smile on his face, but internally he was infuriated. It wasn't anyone's fault the villains attacked them. He gripped the armrest tighter as it became increasingly negative, and the news commentators became increasingly questioning of the security of Hero Society with the prevalence of the League of Villains. His smile began to waver as some of the villains began cackling whilst Kurojiri sighed and began making lunch. Shigaraki, do you plan on feeding our guest? He asked the blue-haired man. Not a chance. Brat can do without. Shigaraki replied immediately, glaring at Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, trying to keep his facade going. It seemed to be working to an extent, however Mr. Compress seemed to have noticed and whispered to Shigaraki, who smirked. However, by the end of the debate the conclusion the heroes managed to convince the news commentators that the fact there was only a single major villain group was incredibly good, and considering that some of their strongest members have been captured, C. Muscular and the Nomus used in the Hosu incident and USJ attack, they have been considerably weakened and their downfall could happen within the next few years. Izuku's spirit was cemented and his hands relaxed their death grip on the armrests. Unfortunately, the next debate turned out less well. By the end, the panel members had concluded that UA's safety standards had become highly questionable and it would take a lot for the school to redeem itself. Izuku's smile began wavering as Yude became more grilled, and Shigaraki began speaking. See that? Hero Society has begun to fall. And it won't take long to finish. Faith has begun wavering in your precious hero school, and soon there will be a flow on. Shigaraki proclaimed, beginning to cackle. Izuku just clenched his teeth and glared at the man, when the news channel broke through their thoughts. This just in. UDA has started a press conference, involving the 2 primary teachers of the classes and the principal of UDA. Tuning in now. The scene changed to the UDA press conference, and despite his situation, Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at his homeroom teacher's blatant irritation in both dealing with the press and having to actually dress up. Although, the press conference itself was less fun to watch. It started off with some basic questioning directed to Nizu regarding future security improvements, which were reasonable if a bit stupid. Reveal the new security upgrades, sounds smart. Then it was questions for Aizawa-sensei. They started with questions for his actions during the raid itself, questioning the idea to allow students to fight. That line of questioning was shot down very quickly, and Izuku smirked at Shigaraki, having had personally taken down Muscular, who was probably the strongest member they had. Shigaraki was clearly agitated, but the questioning continued. The next question was regarding Izuku himself, and he couldn't help but feel offended. However, he was incredibly grateful for Aizawa-sensei's words, putting him at ease and irritating the rest of the League of Villains. So what, taking this brat was for effing nothing? Dabi screamed, slamming a fist on the table. Yeah, what the hell? Spinner agreed, whilst Kurogyari stood back but ready to deflect any attacks. Oh, we can still do something with him? Shigaraki spoke surprisingly calmly. What's that? He's useless. End him. Twice added his 2 cents as the bickering continued. We see Shigaraki was cut off when there was a knocking on the door. Kamino pizza? A knocking on the door cut them off. Twice I swear to God if you ordered pizza I will Shigaraki's threat was cut off by the roof being blown off. Holy F Shigaraki screamed as All Might broke down the front wall and several other pros entered through the roof. All led by none other than Niger. Izuku called out, smiling. She noticed him immediately and landed behind him, grabbing him. Izuku noticed the warmth of her hands and raised a question. Did you break the roof off? Izuku asked, very impressed and maybe a smidge terrified. Not the point right now. We need to get going. She responded quickly. Simultaneously, several other pros had restrained the League of Villains and once it seemed safe, Niger wrapped her arms around Izuku. I was so worried, she murmured, ignoring everything else. Izuku wanted to respond, but felt bile coming up in his throat. He turned his head to the side and puked. Izuku? Niger asked, really worried as he threw up some strange black substance. Several Nomu started coming through a similar substance and the other members of the League of Villains began disappearing into it. Izuku! Niger screamed, grabbing his hands as she wrapped her arms around him in an attempt to keep him. He only barely registered that she did, but squeezed her hands. His hands were the last part to be consumed by the black substance, still squeezing hers. Izuku coughed, sputtering as he hunched over. Izuku. It was a good talk we had the other day. I apologize for the rough transport. But, new quirks take a lot of practice. Now then, where to next? Niger could feel Izuku's gently squeeze on her hands disappearing as he was consumed by the black substance. It was teleportation by someone other than Kurogyari. One of the pros called out. Wait where was the other location, the one tracked by the student? Niger called out. There's an abandoned warehouse in the ward. I will head there in a moment. All Might responded before Niger cut him off. I'm going now. She said bluntly, using her quirk to propel her upwards. It wasn't long before she noticed a plume of dust rising into the air and, facing towards it, she put her arms behind her and propelled. She faintly heard the elder hero grumbling about young heroes these days but paid it no mind as she focused on her goal. She was about halfway there when All Might appeared beside her. Hop on my back, young Hado. Save your energy, All Might said. Niger nodded sharply and used a small blast of her own quirk to position herself on the muscular man's back. Once Niger was on his back, All Might effectively kicked the air behind him, propelling the two directly towards the scene. To say it was bad would be an understatement. Below them was an incredibly intimidating man wearing a surprisingly clean suit in the middle of the broken warehouse. Out the once front they could see unconscious bodies of several pros along with the body of Best Jeanist who, despite having a massive hole in his torso, still seemed to be alive judging the faint rise and fall of his chest. Some medics were doing their best to evacuate him from the scene, and it seemed to be working as the main dude had his attention on his wrist. Meanwhile, they could also see Izuku fighting the primary members of the League of Villains, using carefully directed blasts of his lightning to halt villain advances whilst also avoiding many ranged attacks. He made sure to destroy any of Toga's blades and any of Twice's doubles that came too close got annihilated night immediately. An unspoken plan came to the mind of the two in the air as All Might lined himself to propel at the man in the suit, whilst Niger hopped off and landed behind Mr. Compress, shooting him with a spiral in his chest and taking him out. She locked eyes with Izuku and he nodded. Niger could see his lightning arcing from his own body, indicating it was being redirected before he zipped over to her, avoiding the villains. The couple stood side by side, glaring at the villains. The portal guy still seemed down for the count, as did Mr. Compress. Niger aimed a blast at an agitated Shigaraki and a rapidly approaching Toga whilst Izuku placed his hands on the ground, together the two of them unleashing powerful attacks. Niger managed to knock out Shigaraki, and whilst Toga managed to dodge the main impact of the blast she was still flung back as it hit her arm, and Izuku unleashed a nasty shock to Magna, Twice, Spinner and Dabi. It wasn't enough to render any of them unconscious, but definitely enough to put them out of commission due to burns and extreme tissue damage. With a brief moment of peace, the two weren't that worried about All Might. Niger looked over to Izuku and noticed his full condition. Ignoring burns and injuries not treated from the camp, his eyes were bloodshot and twitchy and he seemed to flinch at anything too bright. Of course, his quirk takes a lot out of him and he must have been charging for so long, on top of not getting a chance to sleep, he must be in some serious pain. She gazed at him gently, and he gave a shaky smile back. She buried her worry for now as they turned back towards the now incapacitated villains, only to see something that caused a peak in their worries. It seemed the main villain had used a special red stick whilst All Might was talking or being scolded by the elder hero. The red stick stabbed into an unconscious Kurogiri, and a purple portal opened nearby. Izuku noticed the man had his wrist in a peculiar position, prepared to use some quirk to flick the League of Villains through the portal and away. The couple reacted quickly, Nijire bracing a powerful blast whilst Izuku sent a shock through the ground. Nijire's blast destroyed the stick before whilst Izuku sent a shock through the ground into All for One. Whilst Nijire did successfully destroy the red stick, Izuku's green lightning on the other hand seemed to barely tickle the villain. I'm too weak to do anything, so I'll just have to help Nijire and All Might the best I can? Izuku thought to himself as the man turned to face them. It was the first time they got a good look at him since coming here, and it seemed All Might was about to spring back into action. Nijire watched the man seem to sigh before he spoke. Oh, youthful heroes in love I see. How adorable. Well, he finished, lazily raising his arm to them. Nijire's eyes widened when she saw the outline of a large air blast being formed, racing their way. She closed her eyes and braced herself for impact. Instead, she felt a breeze, static and heard a large crashing sound as Izuku had dived in front. She quickly opened her eyes and could see his hands cupped, lightning arcing off of him. The air was warm, indicating he had used his quirk to do something. She was about to ask when the man fired another air blast, this one larger and faster. Izuku repeated the action, though this time was much stronger if the deafening crash was anything to go by. It seemed to disperse the other attack, forming a green lightning barrier of sorts. She wanted to admire it, but knew now was hardly the time to do so. Instead, she flew above him and fired her strongest energy wave at the villain. However, beyond slightly tinging the man's suit, it did nothing to deter him. Nijire grit her teeth and fired another shot, ignoring the recoil in her arms and slight drowsiness. Izuku seemed slightly distressed at this, and held his hand up to signal her to stop. She knew that was the right thing to do, and sighed as she landed behind him. By this point, All Might had launched himself and tried clocking the villain across the face with a powerful punch. The villain, in turn, leaned backwards and launched another air bullet, this time directed at All Might. All Might, unable to counter the blow in time, braced himself. Nijire and Izuku could only watch helplessly as All Might tanked shot after shot. Nijire couldn't stand the helplessness, fired another shot at the villain, much to the dismay of Izuku. After doing so, the villain turned his head to look at the students, whilst preparing a much larger blast for All Might, who had to unleash a powerful attack to counter it. Whilst All Might was caught up in that, the villain turned to face the students. He seemed to lock onto Izuku's face, but lacking eyeballs it was hard to tell. After seemingly contemplating for a little while, he raised his hand. As he did so, he seemed to activate a different quirk, one that seemed familiar to Izuku. Nijire watched as for a brief second, his eyes clouded slightly as though reliving a moment, a memory of days long past. There was a brief smile on his face that reached his eyes, and Nijire could only wonder what it was of, and what had triggered it. She turned her attention back to the villain, and by now he had seemingly figured out what he was doing and chunks of debris began rising. At first it was nothing more than crushed cans and destroyed laptops, but soon it became large stone pillars. Nijire prepared to shoot them down when Izuku beat her to the punch. He had completely obliterated every prepared projectile, and Nijire turned to face Izuku. But he wasn't flashing his usual green. Instead of light green, it was a condensed, dark green. The lightning crackling off of him was so hot Nijire could see the waving air immediately near him, and after looking at his face, she couldn't help but fear her boyfriend. Izuku was angry. Well, not quite. He was mad, yes, but he was far more upset, grieving brought up once more and happy memories ripped away from him. Despite his extreme emotions, he did his best to keep his cool and channeled his intense emotions into his quirk. In doing so, it condensed the lightning into a more powerful, raw force of nature. With little more than a flick of his left hand, he was able to immediately destroy all the gathered debris with a dark green lightning. If he knew the much louder sounds were making his headache worse, he definitely didn't show it as he braced to launch himself as soon as All Might threw his punch. He barely glanced to Nijire, who seemed to read his mind, shaking her head with pleading eyes. In response, Izuku gave a short smile that seemed to read as an apology, before launching in. All Might had just been blasted away as Izuku jumped forwards, miraculously taking All for One by surprise as he jumped onto the man's back. Before All for One could react, Izuku clamped his hands down on the man's shoulders and using that to stay stable, he grit his teeth and began sending his newly condensed green lightning through him. The man did seem to react, freezing up slightly as Izuku grit his teeth more, the deep green lightning becoming more condensed as Izuku sent more, large scorch marks also appearing on the ground from those that arced off of him. Unfortunately for Izuku, All for One managed to manipulate a bone-based quirk and used it to lengthen his left shoulder blade. This resulted in it gouging into Izuku's right wrist, and he could feel the two bones touching inside. Ignoring the pain, he thought fast and decimated the intruding object, before falling back onto the ground behind All for One. Izuku fell down to the ground, lying on the ground clutching his wrist as he registered the pain. All for One turned to face the boy, not noticing Nijire quietly tying up and putting League of Villain members out of the way as he was more focused on All Might and the other hero student. All Might launched a fist at All for One's face, who countered it with a shock inversion quirk as he began talking to Izuku. "Ah, I believe I recognize you now. Although I'm sure you already noticed considering the use of your belated mother's quirk. Such a shame, she was so weak with it. I believe. Inko Midoriya, correct?" All for one spoke, and Izuku just gritted his teeth. His quirk's arcs began increasing at the mention of his mother's name, with him being half shrouded by the deep green lightning. She tried to use it to protect herself. Oh, what a shame. May have accidentally crushed her skull whilst taking her quirk, but no matter. Izuku's quirk's lightning began increasing exponentially, him being shrouded further. To the side, Nijaya was lining up a shot, but couldn't get an accurate one without potentially hitting Izuku, as she grit her teeth to stop herself from sobbing as she heard the details of what happened to his true parents. Meanwhile, All Might was clenching his fists tight, breathing heavy. He probably didn't have too much longer before time would be up, but he had to keep fighting. "So that was your preliminary appearance to our fight? Just had to ruin more lives?" All Might asked. All for one shrugged and replied. "It was many years before our battle, but of course, yes, it was to try and draw you out. Now where was I?" He finished, turning back to Izuku. The smirk on his face was vicious, and he continued, "Now, Hisashi Midoriya's reaction was much like yours. Pure rage. Shame his quirk was useless though, I ended up putting it into a Nomu. As he didn't do anything other than tap me." All for one finished taunting, smiling a cruel grin at Izuku, who was hunched over. It was at this point his dark green lightning died down, his quirk deactivating as a quiet sobbing came from him. All for one seemed satisfied, and was about to speak again before All Might attacked him once more. "Oh All Might, you're running out of time. Why don't you leave me and your student to talk for a little?" All for one said, aiming a palm towards a helicopter flying overhead. He quickly launched an air shot at it, and All Might grit his teeth tight as he prepared to jump. Before he launched, Nijaya had already shot into the air and made it to the side of the helicopter. She managed to push the helicopter out of the way, but got hit instead. All for one chuckled and All Might prepared to go catch her before an absolutely deafening crash was heard. All Might snapped his head to look at All for one, who seemed equally surprised, and the two turned to where Izuku was. In his place was a large scorch mark, and the two remained in the abrupt truth as they looked to the sky. Despite the dark night, they could make out a small blur, a blur of a shade of green so dark it was almost black. The blur soon came to a stop somewhere in the sky, before it began rocketing back down to earth. It took barely a few moments to return, Nijaya knocked out and cradled in Izuku's arms as he crashed back down. He gently laid her on the ground before turning back to All for one. All Might could feel a tremendous pressure coming from Izuku, and couldn't help but fear the student as he stepped towards the villain, lightning crackling off of him at each step. "All for one, your fight with me is hardly beginning." Every step Izuku took caused small craters, each step causing 2 large bolts of dark green lightning to rise into the air. All Might backed away from the student, but All for one seemed unfazed as he simply stared down the boy. Izuku didn't flinch, instead launching towards All for one, left hand pulled back to hook the man across the face with a powerful punch, fueled by his condensed lightning. The man, taken by surprise, staggered back and raised a hand to his now bruised cheek. He was surprised that such a boy could even compare to All Might, let alone land a blow before the muscular man could. Before the man could say or even raise a finger, another blow landed on the other side of his face, a right hook this time. With the impact, he felt static and heat coming off of the boy's fist, slightly burning his face. Despite a burn resistance quirk, he still made a burn mark from his quirk without trying. What a wonderful quirk. It'll make a wonderful addition to my collection, All for one thought, giving off a sinister smirk. All for one backed away briefly as All Might continued his struggle to maintain form, whilst Izuku prepared another attack. This time when the boy launched forward, All for one used a combination of bone manipulation and extreme flexibility to catch the boy off guard, shooting out an extended upper arm bone after bending his forearm the wrong way to expose it. The boy simply used a short blast from his quirk to halt his momentum and move to the side of the protruding bone. Quicker than his eyes could watch, and with several deafening crashes of lightning to follow, the boy then landed on the protruding bone and shattered it when he used it as a jump board. The boy's eyes locked onto All for one, and for the first time in centuries, the man of many quirks felt the slightest sense of intimidation. He quickly took that mind box and crushed it, using a telescopic quirk to shrink his torso into his lower body, with the idea of letting the boy fly over him. And it did work, kind of. Izuku did in fact end up flying over him. That was a plus. The negative was that Izuku did end up still hitting him. Just because he was really old, doesn't mean that being hit in the junk didn't hurt. And Izuku continued to follow through with the punch for a good meter before landing on the ground. Izuku quickly jumped back, a small crater forming as he backed away from the currently hunched over villain. Damn, I may not have been injured but that hurt holy hell, All for one thought as he stood back up, limping a little. He turned around and chuckled darkly, using the joint flexibility to turn his head like an owl. Well young hero, I may have underestimated you. Your quirk seems wonderful. I am awfully tempted to keep it. Alas, I am old and learning new quirks is hard, but a Nomu would do wonderfully with it. Whilst All for one was talking, All Might came from his right, landing a blow on his left cheek, because owl neck. All Might was steaming heavily at this point, and All for one knew he had maybe one more punch before reverting. His smirk grew, and despite him not having eyes it was easy to see it was a genuine smile, even if it was one of cunning. All for One did however recoil at the blow, and could out of the corner of his eye see Izuku charging up another attack as the boy was in a sprinter's stance, waiting for a moment to strike. All for One kept an eye on Izuku, albeit metaphorically, as he floated back into the sky to stare down All Might. And All Might, I must say you are incredibly persistent, All for One said, going through what was effectively a list of quirks as he prepared himself, although I would definitely appreciate my brother's power back. You may have been a worthy inheritor of it to him, but if only he had stayed by my side. A world order of dash. Of Kafkas. I am going to stop you today. All Might cut him off and declared. All for One, still watching the braced Izuku, recalled a memory. Oh, you know who else said that? Your predecessor, none other than Nana Shimura. Oh, of all the inheritors, she was by far the least worthy. She said the exact same thing, the cough and all. Of course, this was because I has punctured her lung with, I believe it was with some cactus thorn quirk. Honestly, it was pathetic. All for One taunted, using two of his fingers to push the corners of his mouth up into a smile. All for One watched gleefully as it had the desired effect on All Might, the massive man's eyes glinting with anger and rage. All Might cocked a fist back, fully prepared to punch, and was about to when Izuku stopped it with a single hand. You only have one effective punch. I can tell. Save it to take this guy down, not waste it in anger. Izuku said, not looking at the man as he kept piercing green eyes locked onto All for One. All Might sighed, and brought his fist to eye level, seemingly reminiscing. You are right, young man. Thank you. All Might started, before Izuku cut him off. Thank me later, let's defeat this guy first, Izuku told him, I'll make an opening. You need to exploit it. All Might nodded in response, and a booming laughter echoed off of All for One. Oh, you are determined, courageous and impressive young hero. However, your mind is clouded by other things. For example, All for One started, raising his right arm and pointing it to Nijire as his arm charged with various muscle enhancers, multipliers, etc. before eventually resulting in a massive arm. You're blinded by love. With that, All for One used an air bullet. Although this time, it was much stronger, larger, and faster. For Izuku, time slowed down. Every heartbeat felt like an hour, and his heart rate was well over 150 beats per minute. Ha! Quirk make heartbeat go bio, author. He saw Nijire barely awakening, not even moments before the shot was fired, and still really groggy. She didn't even notice the air bullet flying towards her. Izuku's lightning increased tenfold as he jumped towards her. His initial jump contained both power from his legs, but also as he jumped he unleashed massive lightning strikes from both of his feet. Each one caused a crater as it contacted the ground, propelling him faster as he tried to reach there. The lightning strikes, moments after, caused thunderous waves of sound that could be seen affecting rubble further away, but he paid it no mind. As time continued in slow motion, Izuku could see the air bullet approaching out of the peripheral of his eye. He could see Nijire's developing shocked expression as she began registering at, and he could feel the stretch in his arms as he reached for the fabric of the sleeve of her hero costume. He could feel a wave of relief wash over him as he could feel the soft fabric, using it to pull her towards him. Izuku continued flying until he was completely in front of her. He could see the air bullet reaching so close he could feel the slight wind in front of it. There wasn't time to move both of them out of the way. The best he could do was stop in front of Nijire and wrap his arms around her as he shielded them with his back. I love you, he whispered. Nijire's face began changing from one of shock, to fear, to worry as she saw the bullet behind him. She didn't even have time to respond when it finally made contact, hitting him hard across the whole of his back, and causing the two teens to tumble several meters away, Izuku still somehow shielding her from each landing until they came to a stop. Izuku could feel cuts on him, rubbing against. Well, he was still wearing the less than durable t-shirt and shorts, the former now shredded and offering little warmth and privacy as the sleeves were practically gone and the rest looking like a tiger had gone ahead and clawed it. He could feel each flap of fabric stinging against sections of his torn skin, mostly his back as he used that along with a last-ditch effort from his quirk to go against the bullet. Is some success? It was less than it would have been, but still was far worse than one of the not turbocharged air bullets, to shield them. He could feel his own heartbeat slow as Nijire sped up, her fully waking and beginning to panic as she realized what happened. It was all Izuku could do to kiss her cheek before his eyes fluttered shut. Meanwhile, after All for One had fired the shot, he turned back towards a seething All Might. Ah, the frailty and exploitability of teenagers. How disappointing, the world's greatest hero needing to rely on a couple of heroes in training to fight his battles. All for One taunted, pointing his buffed-up arm at All Might. Well, now, to finish you off. As he said this, air could be seen rushing between the spikes of bones and ridges of pulsating muscle on his arm, charging an air bullet out front. Little air vortexes could be seen, preparing to propel the bullet forward as All Might braced himself. The moment All for One released it, a powerful yellow blast hit his arm, forcing the blast to harmlessly shoot into an already destroyed building. The two opposites turned towards the source of a shot to see Nijire, her hero costume tattered and dusty but her face filled with emotion. Behind her they could see Izuku's body, laid on its side, an ever so faint rise and fall of his chest indicating his slight life. However, in their brief distraction, Nijire had already charged up two more shots, highly powerful and one on both hands as she pointed it towards All for One. Without another word, she fired them in quick succession, the first causing All for One to flinch, the second causing him to be thrown back slightly. She didn't stop there as she charged up 2 more shots, and jumped to stand directly in front of All for One, side by side with All Might. From his position, All Might noticed that Nijire's jaw was tensed tightly, small trails of tears down the center of her face. She fired the next 2 shots, each was causing her shoulders to be thrown back with recoil as each one made contact with All for One's chest, pushing the man slightly further back and causing him to hunch over slightly as he regained balance. Nijire was about to fire another shot, when All Might stopped her. She didn't say anything, simply glared at him, almost piercing straight into his soul. He steeled his nerves before he explained. I can take him down with the last of my power. However, you will need to make an opening and then shield young Izuku from the blow, All Might explained, clenching his right fist. Nijire gave a short and sharp nod, indicating that she heard as she fired the shorts again, each one seemingly to be stronger than the other. All for One was being forced further back, a small trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. It soon disappeared however as he utilized it with some blood-based quirk, creating spears that shot towards the duo of student and teacher. Nijire fired a barrage of small shots to each, destroying and scattering them before aiming back to All for One. Rather than firing 2 powerful shots however, she opted to fire a barrage of a dozen shots. One after the other, alternating arms as each became more powerful, the last few shots becoming blinding to look at. All for One managed to dodge the first 2, which forced him into position for the next 10. The first 3 hit his right arm, forcing it out of the power-up state as the next 2 felt like they dislocated that arm, putting it out of commission in his current state. Then, each knee was hit by 3 shots, forcing them backwards with a sickening crunch as he toppled down. The final one of the barrage cycle hit him in his stomach, causing him to cough some blood up. However, Nijire wasn't done. Covering All Might as he charged forward, she put her hands together and she glowed brightly with the yellow energy as it swirled around her arms. Faintly, she said, "Eat maximum charge beach," unheard by All Might as he continued through the air. Nijire fired her shot as All Might landed, hitting All for One in the chest, forcing him to cough out a massive amount of blood. Nijire then jumped towards Izuku and cradled him, holding his unconscious body tight as a massive gust of wind picked up, along with All Might's cry of United States SMA, and a powerful impact being heard, almost snapping All for One's neck. All Might stood over All for One's defeated body, a large indent in the man's cheek whilst Nijire held onto Izuku, shooting down flying debris and barely holding onto her footing as the massive, tornado-worthy gust of wind died down. She paid no attention to the massive man's steaming and sudden transformation being exposed to the world, opting to keep her eyes locked on the boy in her arms, as though he may simply turn into dust. The hospital white room was agonizing. Nijire sat in a chair next to the bed, only just allowed inside the room. After the massive battle, she focused on getting Izuku medical attention, which was offered with no effort as she flew to the nearest hospital. However, she was quickly and somewhat forcefully ripped away from her beloved as they said that there were tests to be run, X-rays to be taken and potential surgeries to be completed as Izuku was quickly wheeled away and Nijire directed to a different room. After she was cleared with some heavy bruising to her ribs that were given accelerated healing using rudimentary healing quirks, she pestered the receptionist until Izuku was given a room. Apparently, there were a few stress fractures, along with large gashes and cuts that needed stitches, along with a concussion, infected leg wound, and sores on his wrists. It was hard to tell how old some of these things were, and it was clear he was in a bad state. All of that was bad enough on its own, but coupled with the extreme quirk overuse, the doctors and nurses in charge were currently occupied running a plethora of tests on his state. But right now, Nijire could at least see him, if not hold his hand. One was hooked up to a variety of medical machinery keeping track of dozens of statistics regarding his welfare, whilst the other was attached to a blood transfusion. Her eyes watered and the back of her throat burned as she sat next to her love, her eyes gazing over his all-too-still body. 10 minutes passed, and soon the overwhelming stillness of the room became too much for Nijire as she was overwhelmed by her thoughts. She broke down in tears, face on Izuku's still chest, covered by sheets, her sobbing shaking her slightly as the tears stained the sheets, making them a slightly deeper shade of the hospital white. After 5 minutes, she felt a hand gently combing her hair, and didn't bother to look up. She knew it wasn't Izuku, his arms may or may not be pinned, but her sobbing did begin to subside slightly. "It's all right, sweetie, let it out." Soon, Nijire sat back up to meet eyes with a blonde woman, looking quite young with spiky hair. "Sniff, Mrs. Bakugo?" she asked, eyes red and still wet. The lady nodded solemnly. "Please, call me Mitsuki, that makes me feel old. I was on my way to release Katsuki from the hospital when I heard my other son managed to get into some serious trouble. Anyway, I take it you are the Nijire Hado this one talked about all the time?" Nijire, despite the somberness, still blushed at that. I guess." Mitsuki chuckled and smiled sadly at him. "Yeah, he calls often. He told me he got locked in a room and forced to confess." Nijire smiled at the memory, before something came to her attention. "The All for One villain. He said he murdered Izuku's parents, so he's officially a Midoriya. But we adopted him as his godparents, Masaru and myself. Did good, he rubbed off somewhat on Katsuki and I'm thankful Katsuki didn't rub off too much on him. But he's family, and you effectively are too." Nijire blushed, looking away from Mitsuki. The mother pulled out something from her handbag and handed it to Nijire. It was a green bento box, fairly full. I had brought this for Izuku once he got out, but you could probably use it though, and he'd want you to have it anyway. Keep positive, sweetie, he'll pull through. Now I gotta go pick up my biological brat. Mitsuki said, getting up to leave. Nijire nodded, thanking her and bidding her farewell as Nijire stared down at the green bento box. She opened it and picked at it. She hadn't eaten since lunch, for whatever reason she worked better on an empty stomach, but she had no appetite for food right now. She could tell it was heavily seasoned, and at any other time would be delicious, if a little spicy, but right now it was bland and simply something to keep her going. She was about halfway through the bento box when her own parents burst through the door. "Oh my little girl, we were so worried," her dad said somewhat loudly, whilst her mother nodded alongside. Nijire quickly hushed them in fear of being kicked out. They both apologized before turning towards the boy in the bed. "This is him?" her mother asked softly, gently stroking Nijire's hair. Nijire just sniffled and nodded in response as her parents looked approvingly at the unconscious boy. "We saw everything that happened on TV. From his past to All Might's true form. He seems to care very much for you," her father chimed in, clasping her shoulder. "That's right, All Might Small Might form. Who would have guessed?" Nijire thought. If she was being honest, she didn't even notice until they were being loaded into ambulances by emergency services when the skinny man began talking to her. Unsurprisingly, she was far more concerned about the boy that remained clutched in her arms until they arrived into the hospital, but even then she carried him to his designated operation room. "You love him very much, don't you?" her mother asked, jolting Nijire out of her thoughts. Nijire nodded and sniffled more, tears threatening to leak out. "My little girl's all grown up. Well, once he's better, we look forward to meeting him once you two get a decent break from school," her father cooed, and Nijire smiled, despite the threatening tears. "We'll leave you two in some peace. Rest well," her mother said, the two kissing their daughter on the forehead before leaving the hospital room. A total of half an hour had passed when a doctor came into the room. She looked at Nijire with a sympathetic glance as she hesitantly moved away. "It's all right, Nijire-chan, you don't need to move away from your boyfriend. I just need to check the readings from the machinery," the doctor told her, to which Nijire responded, quickly laying her head back across the sheets. The doctor was taking some readings and briefly touched Izuku's forehead, much to Nijire's confusion, as Izuku's forehead briefly glowed. Nothing happened at first, but soon Nijire noticed the arm she was on trying to move. It brought her hope, but his eyes remained shut and breathing a constant slow. She didn't move further and stayed still as the hand eventually made its way to Nijire's head and began stroking her hair. Nijire couldn't help but give a small smile, and the doctor explained. "Sorry, that's just my quirk. I have a license to use it on a basis to help those with loved ones in comas. Basically, it allows me to trigger people's subconscious reactions, so long as they are positive and simple," the doctor explained. "So that means?" Nijire questioned, her head still on Izuku's chest. "Yes, this is his subconscious instinct when you do that. It'll keep going until I either stop it, or the trigger leaves. It doesn't take anything out of me to do. Would you like me to keep it going?" the doctor asked. "Yes please," Nijire hummed back. Izuku may be in a coma for now, but she was still able to feel his care and affection. The doctor bowed and left the room, dimming the lights and leaving the couple alone. Nijire could see the very early signs of dawn coming along. "Is it that late? Well, early I guess," she thought, her eyes drooping. "Well, I could use the sleep. And this is nice. Maybe I can get him to do it more. Oh, that sounds nice." Nijire's train of thought cleared for a rare time, the blue-haired girl content to just sleep as her love's hand drifted through her hair like fish to an ocean. Nijire woke up to a gentle shake off her shoulder. She mumbled 5 more minutes as she melted more into Izuku's subconscious hair stroking, having had gone on for all night, morning, her hair a weird mix of smooth yet ruffled. "Nijire, they're gonna tell us about Izuku's coma," Mirio said. Almost immediately Nijire shot up, the hand being pushed off and being laid to rest, still at Izuku's side. She couldn't help but feel sad and guilty at the loss of it, and she stared longingly at the hand before a slight giggle broke her thoughts. "Don't worry, dearie, I can do it again. Just place your hand with his," the same doctor from yesterday told her. Nijire did so quickly, and the doctor activated her quirk on Izuku. Nijire's hand on Izuku's was clutched gently by a light grip, and small circles were rubbed on the back of her hand. She had to hold back tears from even the subtle action as she looked around the room. Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Mirio, Tamaki, Mitsuki, her husband, and the doctors were currently present. The doctor that used her quirk seemed positive, yet Nijire could see there was something behind that. A slight tug to her smile downwards, the slight droop of her shoulders, her eyes that weren't quite affected by the smile she wore. The other doctor seemed a little sad, but continued to try his best to remain professional. "Well, his extreme quirk overuse combined with general lack of energy, we do not believe he slept or was fed during his time with the League of Villains, seems to have taken an extreme toll on his body. An energy deficit, if you will. Combined with this, he had several injuries, further depleting his energy. As such, we do not believe he will wake up from his coma for at least 3 months. I am sorry," the other doctor told them, bowing before leaving the room. The female doctor gave them a sympathetic smile, before closing the door behind her and leaving Izuku's family and friends in the room. Bakugo clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth and tears rolling down his cheeks as Yaoyorozu had tears in her eyes whilst comforting the blonde boy. Mitsuki was crying into her husband's arms. Nijire figured she should learn his name at some point, whilst Mirio and Tamaki held each other with a general aura of depression. Last and furthest from least was Nijire. She was initially shell-shocked, the words not quite fully setting in. Subconsciously she gripped Izuku's hand tighter, her emotions triggering her quirk to wrap around her. Her quirk wrapped around her like ribbons, bright yellow streams blinding anyone who looked at her. Nijire! Nijire! Several of the others in the room tried to get her attention, but to no success as her emotions grew in strength, and the bands of her quirk moving faster and appearing denser. No one dared touch them, despite them appearing harmless. They were mesmerizing, and soon all other occupants were watching the beautiful display, albeit through tears. Nijire's emotions intensified further as her mind strayed to every moment spent with the comatose boy, from their dates to beforehand when they were just friends. Just friends? Hee, more like weird almost dating but not quite, Nijire thought before returning to more upsetting thoughts. All the moments I can't share with him, all the dates we can't go on. And it's at least 3 months. It could be longer. Nijire's sobbing grew as she clutched his hand tighter, and at this point, from the connected hands, the yellow energy began slowly spreading to Izuku, wrapping tight around him. From large one across the connected arms, spread dozens of smaller ones, coiling around Izuku's body. Each resulting strand ended up winding around his limbs, the bright yellow shimmering vividly. They coiled so tight, it seemed to merge with Izuku, appearing the way his own quirk would against the inside of his skin. Soon it spread all over, causing him to appear as though his skin was glowing lightly, with a yellow that seemed reminiscent of the sun. Bright, hopeful, warm, and loving. Soon his own quirk activated, the green lightning dancing in tandem with the yellow of Nijire's quirk. The intricate art of the two quirks made a beautiful pattern, and some of the medical monitors began spiking. None of his vitals, however, instead his quirk monitors. Each one, formerly at zeros and negatives, began climbing quickly, rising to low levels. It wasn't much, but his body seemed quick to respond, converting the quirk energy back into energy for himself. Oh my god! Mitsuki muttered as Izuku's heartbeat began speeding up, returning to normal levels. Nijire's quirk soon died down, and her sobbing continued as she held Izuku tight. Izuku was now holding her, hugging her tightly. It's okay, Nijire, it's okay. Izuku had been released from the hospital finally. Although he was almost completely healed, his energy stores seemed to be damaged, albeit temporarily. Chances are it would exponentially increase though, along with his output. But for now he would be restricted from being allowed to do any physical training, and Nijire had promised to Izuku, Red threatened, that she would keep him from doing anything even remotely resembling that. Regardless, he was in his mother's car as she drove him back to the dorms, the two sharing a comfortable silence. Oh, and sweetie? She called up as they pulled up to the entrance of you. Take care of that Nijire girl. Izuku blushed and nodded, waving his mother goodbye as he got out the car. Once the car left, he walked through the entrance and back towards the dorms. As he walked, he was met with a gentle, flying hug from Nijire, who proceeded to cling to his arm for the rest of the walk, and a bro hug from both Tamaki and Mirio. The group walked together to the 1A dorms, where Mirio and Tamaki bid the other couple farewell, as they continued towards the 3A dorms whilst Nijire still wouldn't give Izuku's arm back, not until she was sure he was safe. Most of the class were in their dorms doing their own thing, as it was mid-afternoon and no one wanted to do anything particularly pressing. However, waiting in the main room for Izuku were Todoroki, Ida, Bakugo, and Yaoyorozu. Additionally, Aizawa-sensei was in the kitchen, making himself coffee as he needed to talk to the problem child. But, contrary to popular belief, he wasn't heartless and would let his students, children, have their moment first. Anyway, Nijire and Izuku walked through the 1A dorms where the rest of his friends were waiting. Hi guys, he called out, getting their attention. The conversation dropped, before Ida rushed over and began checking over Izuku. Once Izuku reassured Ida that the fussing was unnecessary, Ida straightened himself, before firmly placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders. Then be more careful. He yelled at Izuku whilst shaking the boy, who just kind of let it happen whilst Nijire, Yaoyorozu and Bakugo were having their own discussion nearby. Todoroki meanwhile was chuckling quietly under his hand. I have to agree with Ida Izuku. Please take better care of yourself. Hey, I didn't choose to fight all for one. He exclaimed in defense, putting his hands up. You could have left. Todoroki replied, looking blankly at Izuku. Anyway, did I miss anything? Izuku asked the two, who both shook their head, before Izuku snapped his fingers. Oh, you both need to pay up. What? Ida and Todoroki exclaimed, both surprised. Izuku proceeded to gesture to Bakugo and Yaoyorozu's intertwined hands. When was it? He asked them. The night after you were kidnapped, which makes it? Ida began counting on his fingers. My night. Izuku cut in. Todoroki and Ida sked and begrudgingly both handed him the appropriate sums of money. Yo, what the F, Izuku? Bakugo screamed, at least cut me in some. Fine, you get 25%, Izuku responded, handing him some of the bills. Yaoyorozu and Nijire both rolled their eyes as Bakugo pocketed the cash and smirked. I still can't believe Ida agreed to betting on this, Todoroki mentioned, and Izuku nodded. I believed it would have been a worthwhile investment opportunity. It appears I was wrong, Ida said, adjusting his glasses. Neither can I, Aizawa-sensei said as he walked into the living room. All students jumped slightly at his sudden presence as he turned towards Izuku. Normally I would scold you for running a betting ring around relationships, but the teachers do the same. Anyway, Izuku, welcome back. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku replied, still a little taken aback and mildly unsure. Is there something you need? Yes, actually, you see, considering your high intellect from the exams and the doctor's orders, Aizawa-sensei explained, looking at Nijire when he said the latter part, you won't be able to participate in the classwork for the first few days. So instead, you'll be working with Dash. Me. Nizu exclaimed, popping out from within Aizawa-sensei's scarf. Principal Nizu, sir. Izuku jumped suddenly and bowed. Aizawa-sensei rolled his eyes and Nizu didn't react as he simply smiled. Come with me and we'll discuss your training for the first few days. Nizu hopped down and began walking out of the dorms. Izuku shrugged and quickly bid farewell to his friends, brother and girlfriend as he followed the surprisingly quick animal. So, where are we going? Izuku asked as they began climbing the stairs. There were a lot. Well, I have a special office for teaching effectively. So we'll be heading there and outline a basic study and theoretical work schedule for you. Nizu said, his smile not faltering once. If Izuku was being really honest, it was a tad unnerving. That and Nizu's gaze always seemed to lock onto his hair, always for a moment too long. Honestly, if it weren't for his quirk he wouldn't even notice. Eventually, the two reached Nizu's teaching office where there were several whiteboards set up, a few textbooks open, an open computer, what appeared to be several different research projects set up and a miniature testing chamber of sorts. Nizu hopped up, quite literally, onto his desk and flipped open a timetable, which he handed to Izuku. Now, we are going to do a blitz of physics subjects that are compatible with your quirk. Nizu started, cheerfully waving his hands around. I would personally like to see more heroes using more science-based techniques or attacks, and would like to integrate a dedicated class for this. Izuku nodded in understanding. A society with smarter, more complex heroes would have much stronger heroes with far higher skill ceiling dash, allowing for more heroes with all might levels of potential. Nizu finished, rubbing his paws together, and I would like to reach this society. To do this I would like to integrate a new program into Unit A, one that specializes in teaching students subjects that can highly improve their quirk. I'm sure you can think of plenty of examples within your own class. Izuku nodded, and he could think of plenty. Jiro learning the physics behind sound waves, Shoji learning more biology, Mina learning chemistry, and Koda learning classification to name a few. However, I need a student to spearhead this project. And, after taking your quirk into consideration, I would like to work with you for this. Nizu said. W8 Principal Nizu, why me though? Izuku asked, surprised by the sudden events of the day. Well, to be quite honest Izuku, your quirk has the most potential in this. Green lightning itself is one thing, but the ways you've used it so far continue to impress, and I believe there is still so much more you can do with it. I believe you have started looking into polarization capacity, yes. Nizu explained. Indeed sir, I believe that using that I could create a barrier of some sorts. Izuku responded. Nizu placed a paw upon his chin, before responding. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. However, there is still so much more you can do with that idea alone. So Izuku, will you accept my direct tutelage? Nizu asked, holding a paw out. Izuku didn't even hesitate as he grabbed Nizu's paw, gently shaking it, the paw. He was careful not to completely shake Nizu himself. I look forward to it Principal Nizu. Izuku said, beaming. As do I. Please look over these schedules and textbooks for theory preparation and we'll be able to get started as soon as possible. Nizu said, smiling as well. Izuku quickly picked up the textbooks, and almost dropped them because he was not expecting it to be about a dozen kilos, before bowing a last time as he backed out of the room. He lugged them down the stairs, and although it was a slow process he knew it would be worth it. Once he finally made it back to the dorms, Nijire had already left back to her own dorms, although if his phone blowing up was anything to go by she already missed him, and several other class members had come down to start cooking dinner. Currently it was Siro, Sato and Shoji, or just hang out. From the sound of it Kaminari was absolutely destroying Bakugo in Mario Kart and Yairozu had to hold the angrier blonde back whilst Jiro was filming. Izuku was greeted by everyone there, and although everyone did visit him once he woke up it was his first time back at the dorms. Izuku smiled and thanked everyone as he made his way through, before Kirishima spoke up. Yo, Izubro, what are you carrying? Oh, since I can't participate in the class. Training for the first few days Nizu has offered to help tutor me, Izuku said, pulling out one of his schedules from the pile of books. The Principal Nizu? Isn't he terrifying or something? Mineta screamed, before he was whacked by both Yairozu and Bakugo. Shut the F up you little twerp. Bakugo screamed. Yairozu simply nodded in agreement with a disappointed look. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the change in both their behaviors, overall being positive. Probably. I mean, Yairozu being more aggressive is good because she's more assertive, but probably gonna scare off some people, but will terrify Mineta so it's great. Bakugo being more quiet and cunning is probably really good for him as a hero, but is also going to terrify some people. But yeah, he's not really scary and I think we got along alright. He has some really cool ideas that I hope to try out. Izuku said, showing them the schedule. Some eyes widened at the proposed content, involving incredibly complex particle physics, some of which had only been discovered or proven with the advent of quirks. Dude, what do you think Nizu means when he says hair nesting? Kaminari spoke up. Izuku froze, paling slightly as he heard that. You know how he always pops out of Aizawa-sensei's scarf? Izuku asked. Bakugo burst out laughing, hunched over as he understood, and Yaoyorozu had to hide her own chuckles. Similarly, Ida and Todoroki were supporting each other as they laughed, and several other students were holding their own laughter in. The more outspoken students, mostly Mina, were rolling on the ground with laughter whilst Izuku paled completely, slightly frozen. I'm sure it will be worthwhile overall, Izuku said, losing some of his earlier confidence. Yeah, worthwhile for blackmail whiny nerd. Bakugo hollered. None of the more studious students were in a condition where they could scold him for his language, as they all were in various states of being hunched over. Soon everyone calmed down and Izuku carried the schedule and textbooks into his room, dumping them onto his desk. When he dropped it down, it kicked up dust and he sighed. He grabbed a cloth and wiped down the desk and several surfaces in his room, making sure it wasn't too dusty. It didn't take too long and Izuku headed back out, dropping the cloth in the laundry basket as he passed. Once he made it down, most everyone was already seated and eating together. Izuku sat at one of the tables with Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu where they sat together, discussing the plans for the next few days. Well, while you were unconscious, Aizawa-sensei introduced to us the goal of super move training for the last week of academic break, but he didn't really explain what, Yaoyorozu said, whilst Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Well, do you guys have any ideas? Izuku asked them. All the students at the table thought for a moment, before Bakugo spoke first. Well, I already have the howitzer impact, but I need something that's powerful and more accurate, he explained. Well, personally I would like to have a powerful combination move, beyond the giant ice wall, Todoroki added, gazing at his left hand. And similarly to Todoroki's ideas for balance, I need to have some form of ranged move. Perhaps some kind of gust storm or air strikes with my kicks, Ida said, chopping the air which Bakugo and Yaoyorozu had to dodge. The new couple was sitting together. With my own quirk it is difficult to create such a super move, Yaoyorozu said, looking embarrassed. How about you go to the support department, see if they have any interesting blueprints you could use? Izuku suggested. Yaoyorozu seemed to perk up at this, and Bakugo spoke his own suggestion. Yeah, you could get like, a rocket launcher or some sheet. How cool would that be? He yelled. Yaoyorozu proceeded to slap him for his language, before sighing. You're not wrong. However, I would prefer something more accurate. A laser of sorts perhaps? The two went back and forth for a while. Bakugo was fixated on some form of explosive item, whilst the other three boys continued their own conversation. Soon they finished and Sato brought out dessert, gathering all students around Izuku's table, much to the green-haired boy's embarrassment. To our whole, reunited class 1A, Sato declared, and all the students cheered in agreement. Izuku smiled. His class was happy he was back, and he was definitely happy to be back as well. Izuku yawned. He had stayed up way too late the night prior studying the textbooks, and as the rest of the class began getting up to prepare for their first of a dozen days training ultimate moves, he had to prepare for one of his first days being tutored by none other than Principal Nizu. His classmates were all gathered downstairs, eating light breakfasts with their hero costumes in their cases nearby. Comparatively, Izuku had a massive bundle of books, notes and his laptop tucked under one arm as the other was holding an open book, one on high-level particle polarity. He managed to successfully avoid all the silver cases. To this day Bakugo believed Izuku had a second quirk that gave him a sixth sense when reading and walking. He went to the kitchen and began creating his breakfast, a special diet from Recovery Girl to speed up his recovery post-quirk overuse, who was, needless to say, not impressed. Regardless, he made the high-energy meal and sat down at the table, picking at it and flipping further through the book. He was now about halfway through, starting some time last evening early in the morning, whilst his friends around him continued talking. He got lost in the information, something that he tended to do quite a bit. It began with the way magnets worked, which then scaled up into the Earth's magnetic field and how, as a result of the iron core in the center of the Earth, it was able to repel various magnetic fields that would otherwise basically melt humanity. But more interesting to him was the way the polarity was produced, by the molten iron in the center. Furthermore, occasionally the Earth's polarity would just flip on a dime, seemingly caused by, "Dude, just stop. I feel dumb enough already," Kaminari called out across the dining room. Izuku blushed in embarrassment and shrunk into the chair, clamping his mouth shut. Bakugo cackled loudly at Izuku's embarrassment whilst Ida and Todoroki comforted the embarrassed boy. However, it didn't take long for Aizawa-sensei to show up, popping his head through the door and call all the students, bar Izuku, to go to one of the gyms to start their training. The students rose quickly and filed outside with their cases in hand, and in Bakugo's case, Yaoyorozu's hand in the other. Izuku meanwhile left the bundle of books by the door for him to pick up as he went upstairs, grabbing some more notebooks and pens. He got changed, and after collecting the items by the front door, he turned off the lights to the dorms as he made his way to Principal Nizu's office. Just before he could knock on the door, it swung open and Izuku only barely didn't stumble as he saw Nizu there with his ever-present smile. "Ah, Izuku. I've been expecting you. Now, let's not waste any time, bring those books to the teaching room," Nizu said, walking by a slightly stunned Izuku. The boy quickly regained his senses and ran to catch up with his current teacher. When they got there, he could see it had been remodeled slightly. Along with the whiteboard, there was a digital display and a small testing chamber. The small testing chamber consisted of what seemed to be dense, yet clear concrete, perhaps an extension of Cementos' quirk? He would ask Nizu in a moment, with a small metal claw that was probably to replicate a hand on the inside, connected to a metal coil on the outside. Nizu hopped up to the desk, and using the open computer began loading up a presentation he had prepared earlier. He gestured for Izuku to put down the textbooks, which he was quite grateful for, and to open up his notebooks, specifically the one containing details regarding his own quirk. Now, while we are getting ready, are there any preliminary questions or statements? Nizu spoke, smile present and eyes locked onto his screen. Yes, actually, Izuku said, looking at the testing chamber, is this clear cement Cementos is doing? Indeed. Nizu replied, his smile brightening, it is in part from my initiative to inspire more creative quirk use. He can modify the properties to an extent, and as such was able to create transparent cement. I like to inspire my staff to better themselves as heroes, and as such can inspire students to do similar. Although, the metal claw was part from Power Loader and part from none other than Mei Hatsum. Being really honest, that didn't surprise him too much. The student and teacher fell into a calm silence as they prepared themselves. Soon, Izuku had prepared a section in each of his notebooks and Nizu had opened up the presentation and his own notes. Let's begin then, shall we? Nizu asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku nodded, and the two began the first of many lectures. The first was about the basics of Izuku's quirk, from Nizu's understanding from filmed footage of the entrance exam, his class's hero trainings, the sports festival, the exams, footage from him fighting all for one, from the USJ incident, and footage he managed to get of the fight against Stain. Izuku knew it was best to not ask too many questions about that. Once Nizu finished with the visible practical application, he asked Izuku to fill him in on the theory side of things. Well, in short we have time, Izuku. If we want to raise your quirk's creative uses, we need to be both fully aware of its current capabilities. Well, of course, that makes sense. Well, it allows me to produce, control and store this green lightning. I can manipulate it in any way I want, however production takes energy and manipulation takes mind power. As you saw in the USJ clip, after excessive complex use, i.e. boosting someone else, it has a mental drawback. Manipulation can come in the form of using it to boost myself, others, destroy objects or like normal electrical pulses in tandem with machinery or electrocution. However, typically sending excessive amounts from certain parts of my body can result in numbness, such as was the case by the end of the USC. Izuku finished explaining. Nizu hummed thoughtfully, before rubbing his paws together. Can you control polarity? Well, I was trying to before the camp and had a few ideas for it, but so far unsuccessful. Did you read the polarity textbook? Wise. Great. Let's try again, this time put it through the metal claw hand, and we'll start with basic magnets. And so they did. Nizu dropped in a few magnets into the testing chamber, and gestured for Izuku to try it. They started with his basic green lightning, without him controlling any other details regarding it. He gripped the metal rod and closed his eyes. He could feel the lightning flow through his arm and into the cold metal. The metal claw almost felt like an extension as the lightning went through it. He began circulating the lightning through the metal claw, failing to do anything to the magnets. Izuku frowned as he withdrew his hand, but Nizu seemed unsurprised. It seems that we need to reassess the way you use your quirk. From fundamentals, oh boy. Several hours, textbooks and various snacks later and together, Izuku and Nizu had gone over almost every aspect to the scientific links of quirks, regarding the biology of the evolution, to psychology of activating the quirk. Then and only then could they completely dissect Izuku's quirk, its activation conditions and put solid numbers on everything from his capacity, to current flow, to his approximated growth rate, after a few days once his quirk returned to normal. And then they were able to dissect the green lightning itself. Using a perpetuation machine and shooting a small sample of his quirk through it, they were able to analyze and understand the parameters for his control. Honestly though, Izuku was really excited to be able to take such great control over his quirk. As they discovered, he could also control density, light levels, the speed of the flow, polarity, spread, and temperature. They suspected that he had, prior, unconsciously controlled each aspect in a vague sense to achieve some goal. But now he was fully aware. They created a regiment for the remainder of the day that would require minimal energy use, but instead would focus on his quirk activation and mentality. After the two took a break for lunch, Nizu brought out a cheese platter, crackers and sandwiches. They dived straight into Izuku's training, effectively using the perpetuation machine to measure each aspect, whilst Izuku would almost completely nullify some aspects whilst highly boosting others. They spent several hours doing various combinations for various purposes before Nizu decided it was time to wrap up. Well, Izuku, I believe we have made great progress today. I look forward to your continued tutelage. Izuku smiled gratefully and finished packing up. Thank you, sir, it's an honor. Oh, and if you wouldn't mind going to Recovery Girl's office to pick up your girlfriend? As it turned out, Nizu knew everything. Izuku didn't know why he was so surprised this time. Regardless, he was fairly worried, but Nizu explained it was a simple case of her quirk backfiring. After the incident at the hospital, Nijire was under Recovery Girl's training to get a hero medical license, seeing as the ability to do what she did could be quite helpful. Soon Izuku arrived and Recovery Girl was at her desk, going over some files. Ah, your girlfriend is currently on the bed, dearie. She accidentally used too much of her energy and it all went a bit haywire. I see. Thank you, recovery girl. Izuku made his way to the aforementioned bed and gently shook the shoulder of his dozing girlfriend. Hey Nijire, let's get you back to your dorm. Oh Ishu. She mumbled, not lifting her head off the pillow. Honestly, it was adorable with her hair spread across the bed and the sheets, making it appear more like a light blue plant was blown over. I'm here to take you to your dorm, he said, standing next to her. Suddenly, she shot up at the idea, and Izuku could almost feel recovery girl's eye roll, as her hair draped around her shoulders and her eyes became a little brighter. Woo, boyfriend express. Nijire cheered, pumping her fist in the air. Izuku blushed a little, and simply crouched down, indicating for her to hop on and he would give her a piggyback. She did so, latching on with her legs around his waist and arms around his neck. Once latched on, Nijire's hair draped across both of their shoulders. Thanks recovery girl. See you tomorrow. Yes. Now young man, make sure your girlfriend eats plenty and gets decent sleep tonight. Recovery girl commanded to the young man, who nodded in response, careful not to hit Nijire in the face. Although if her giggling was anything to go by, his hair did tickle her. He bid farewell to the elderly youthful hero and carried Nijire to the dorms. On the way he could tell she was just a tad delirious. By her questioning of why his hair smelt like mint she was also maybe slightly hallucinating, but he kept her engaged cause it was still fun. Spending time with her always was. Izuku's smile shone through in his voice, and if Nijire's chipper voice was anything to go by, she liked his smile too. Eventually they made it to the 3A dorms, and Izuku noticed that Tamaki and Mirio were currently out, so it was just the energy-quirked couple. Izuku placed his girlfriend on the couch, who immediately almost melted into the couch cushions, and gave her the remote as he went to the kitchen. It wasn't as well stocked as the 1A dorm, but there was definitely far more variety, from swordfish to octopus. Izuku thought for a moment, before getting the ingredients to make katsudon when he felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist. It didn't take a genius to guess who it was, but he still blushed. Hey Nijire. Hey, whatcha makin'? Oh, just katsudon. It's one of the few things I know how to make well. Oh, sounds good. Hey, do you mind if I keep doing this while you cook? Great. Note to self, tired Nijire is really affectionate. Izuku didn't honestly have an issue with it, but he did have to expend a little extra energy trying to drag his girlfriend behind him as he moved around the kitchen, preparing the meal. He did manage to get it done, and after coercing, note 2, tired Nijire is slightly irrational, her with cuddles, he managed to get Nijire to sit at the table so they could eat. He smiled as Nijire's eyes lit up slightly, before she proceeded to devour it and fly into the kitchen to get more. Izuku chuckled as he ate his own. Nijire had 3 servings. During one of the flights she said the practice process took a lot of energy, before slumping in her chair and mumbling something about needing to be carried upstairs. Izuku finished and complied, kissing her forehead as he picked her up piggyback style again. She nuzzled into his neck and she clung onto him like a koala. It was adorable. He carried her upstairs and she unlocked the door, while still clinging to him with her other arm. Izuku gently moved the blankets and covered her with the sheets and blankets. She rolled over to her side as Izuku finished up, and kissed her cheek. Good night Nijire. Sleep well, Izuku said as he stepped back and flipped the light off. Good night Ishu. Love you, she mumbled. Izuku blushed, but didn't hesitate as he answered. Love you too Nijire. Soon the next few days came and went, and Nizu and Izuku continued working on more complicated theories and applications. By the second day, Izuku and Nizu had figured out how to use the metal claw and began doing some refinement of his ranged attacks. After extensive levels of practice, he was able to properly direct them with far less chaos, and his immediate control improved. In other words, Nizu completely retaught him how to use his quirk. And it opened up so many doors. The third day they spent using a life-size cross-section of a human, which neither batted an eye at, to properly examine and make full and most efficient use of his quirk boosts. It was fascinating, making sure to take full use of sending energy directly to muscles, tendons, blood veins, heart, lungs, skin and bones for strength, resilience and to make sure he doesn't completely die. The final day they spent together was spent working more with polarity and helping Izuku with the more creative uses. And that is how you could propel a projectile, or reflect a projectile, Nizu finished. Izuku nodded and put into practice using the claw. It took no time whatsoever as the two had completely done all the maths and calculations behind it beforehand. They were running on such close brainwaves that it took no time for the two to get to work on an idea they had, from battle strategy to quirk use. It didn't take long for Izuku to put the small-scale version into practice, and the two smiled at the progress. I think that wraps us up for today Izuku. Good job over the past few days, you will be able to go straight into tomorrow's ultimate move training with ideas that will shock your classmates. Hopefully not literally. Now, do you have the notes and maths regarding the details of your quirk and any calculations? Twice over and memorized sir, Izuku responded as he retracted his hand, but I will miss working with Yo Dash. Do not worry about that. We will be continuing our lessons on some different subjects once the school term starts again as your intelligence in a majority of subjects has far surpassed the 3rd year's level. Thank you sir. Don't thank me Izuku, you earned and worked for it. Now go on, get a good night's rest for tomorrow. I think Aizawa wouldn't appreciate you being too tired to jump straight into work. Thank you sir. I look forward to working with you in the future. As do I. To a better generation of heroes, Nizu said, with a cup of tea suddenly in his paws and a cup in front of Izuku. Izuku didn't even blink as he picked it up, clinked it to Nizu's. To a better generation of heroes. Soon the next day came and Izuku was allowed to go to the self-proclaimed training dining land with the rest of 1A, who were all ready and eager, Bakugo especially to show what he had gotten up to. Izuku grabbed his hero case and noticed the sticky note on it. Ah, Mei made the modifications. Wonderful, he thought as he walked to the changing rooms with the rest of the boys. They got changed and made their way to the dedicated gym. Okay everyone, today is going to be your third to last session, before it is time for the provisional license exams. You should all at least have one move done, or plans completed for both. Izuku, this includes you as I know you and the rat have been up to some weird shenanigans that I want no part of but will hopefully increase your potential. Aizawa-sensei directed them as they gathered out the front. Soon Ectoplasm sent out his clones but Izuku stayed at a lower vantage point. One of the Ectoplasm clones was staring at Izuku and launched a peg-legged kick at his head but was a little surprised to see it bounce off a small shield of green lightning. Ah, I see that training with the principal gave you ideas? Yes, sensei, one of the ideas was repulsion, you see dash. Save it for someone who understands, I'm just here for the practical part. The clone cut him off. Izuku blushed, he was about to start mumbling about the method of particle repulsion, but quickly snapped out of it. Well, my first ultimate move idea is a defensive one. I need a large-scale attack directed towards me so I can demonstrate and try it out, Izuku explained, fixing the new metal gauntlets onto his hands. They were form-fitting, painted a neon green and were to help with the new moves. The clone nodded and called out to another one. Soon, Bakugo flew down and smirked. So, I'm here to shoot your ass? Pretty much. Bakugo was a little taken aback, but lined himself up for his new ultimate move AP shot, a highly accurate, dense explosion. He closed his eyes and directed his right palm outwardly facing to Izuku, the left hand used to create a small circle. He breathed in. AP shot. He screamed as the move went off. It caught the attention of several classmates that saw the attack towards Izuku and were wondering what on earth the slightly chaotic pair were up to. Repulsion, single target. Izuku countered, and a crash of green lightning appeared in front of him, effectively creating a wall of green lightning at the last moment. It shimmered brightly, and Bakugo saw the concentrated beam of his explosion coming back towards him. Sheet! He screamed as he propelled himself out of the way of the reflected attack. He did manage to move out of the way, and instead the explosion harmlessly crashed into the side of the cement mountain. All those that were watching had their mouths open in awe, except Aizawa-sensei. He wasn't too surprised that the kid and rat had done some stupid sheet. Izuku explained in simpler language what he had done, although it still seemed too much Kaminari, before he asked the clone he was working with if they could go outside. Why is that? The move I want to do is kind of unpredictable. I have all the theory down, it's just, I don't want to completely destroy anything. Understandable. The two went just outside the gym, and Izuku held his palms out. Using the gauntlet, he dispensed a small, magnetized piece of rubber. The things quirks could help technology do these days was amazing, and cupped his hands. He started by closing his eyes and breathing in. His quirk activated primarily on his arms, rotating around rapidly. It could be seen on his gauntlets that the green lightning was circulating and also crackling off of the metal glove. Additionally, there was spinning green lightning around the outside of his two hands, whirring. The crackling noise combined with the whirring was, admittedly, not quite what Izuku intended but he could work on that later. For now, he had to focus on the speed, density, and polarity. The issue was that if he didn't time the polarity just perfectly, the aiming would be way off. So he waited until it was perfected. It took about 5 seconds before he fired the shot. The result was simple, a speeding rubber ball with a trail of lightning green going faster than anyone could naturally see. Even the Ectoplasm clone, after being a seasoned pro for years, couldn't see it moving, and it only appeared as a momentary blur, faster than he could blink. The only proof of the existence of the shot was the hole through many, many trees that were now knocked over and the roaring wind and noises that followed. Boy, how strong was that? Like fairly weak. Didn't want to break anything on my first try. Well then, we'll bring you inside as your classmates should be winding up and we'll have you fire a stronger shot against the cement. I'm sure Nizu taught you all you should need to know to go no further than the structure. In response, Izuku flipped open his notebook, one that had been duplicated for his hero costume, and pointed to a particular page with many, many calculations. All for this one answer. Yep. Ah cool, let's head in. Soon all the class had vacated the TDL but remained in the gym to watch what was about to go down. They were behind thick, clear cement walls that Cementos had made for them for their safety, and members of 1B had started filing in as well. They were due to start in about 10 minutes. Izuku breathed in and out. There was a crowd, but he should be alright. He had already done the measurements, and knew exactly how much energy this should need to go exactly all the way through. Railgun shot. The whirring rose up and the students and teachers all hushed as they watched the green lightning intensify. What happened next was a deafening crash as the fired shot immediately broke the sound barrier and smashed straight into the cement wall. It bored all the way through and popped out the other side, the kinetic energy spent. However, most of the students heard the sound and failed to see anything, their eyes not ones of seasoned pros, all of whom were substantially shocked, thankfully not literally. What was that for? To prove how bad 1A is compared to us? Minoma taunted. Not to be mean, but he kind of has a point, Mineta said, before Aizawa-sensei spoke up. That's because he has far outpaced you all, he said bluntly, causing all students to stiffen up suddenly. Izuku's quirk use in this case has far surpassed not only your own abilities, but probably most of the pro heroes here. We struggled to even notice the projectile being fired, but if you need proof it happened, look at the structure. All students directed their gaze to the structure to see the massive concrete structure with a hole all the way through with cracks quickly increasing around it. It didn't take long for the entire structure to collapse after that. Whoops. As it turns out, both Izuku and Nizu neglected to add spin to the shot. But Izuku decided to pocket that one away for later. Izuku stretched as he got out of bed, ready for his provisional license exam today. He had his ultimate moves, and he made sure to go back to Nizu to work with them to make sure the fired projectile would spin, several others, and his energy levels higher than they used to be thanks to the training recently, and the time his body decided to go into a brief coma because of it. Who evolution? The green-haired boy got up and went to brush his teeth, still rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Once there, he also saw Todoroki, Ida and Bakugo, the latter of whom was less brushing his teeth but murdering whatever could potentially threaten them. Soon the group of boys headed downstairs to get breakfast. All the costume cases were lined up at the door, so the students had to change into their uniform for the arrival, but for now they were enjoying the calm before the storm. After Ida filed everyone onto the bus, Aizawa-sensei came on and the students all quickly hushed. I'm glad to see everyone punctual. It's a good start. Now, take advantage of this time to steal your nerves. Don't bother me until we're there. Fittingly, the man proceeded to pull out his sleeping bag, zip himself up and collapse across two of the front seats. The class didn't bat an eye and proceeded to engage in quiet chatter, all of them varying degrees of excited and nervous. Personally, Izuku was quite nervous. Whilst his defensive ultimate move, repulsion, was down to a mathematical art based on impact velocities, desired targets to protect and many other things, his offensive railgun shot was more than a little dangerous to use against other people, especially against other students. He had a few other ideas for different offensive ultimate moves, but unfortunately that would have to wait. For now, he'd need to make sure he avoided using anything too strong against other students. He engaged in planning conversations with Todoroki and Ida, the three of them trying to deduce what the test could potentially involve. Well, I imagine there would be some form of heroic response, such as rescuing or teamwork, but I can't imagine they'd be able to do that for all the examinees, maybe only a couple hundred. Todoroki pitched in, and the other two boys hummed in agreement. So some form of weeding out then? On our own terms, so only the strongest can get through, Izuku added. I imagine that makes the most logical sense. Pitting us against each other to a certain degree, Ida spoke, waving his arms around. The three boys seemed in agreement at that, falling into a comfortable silence as they each went through their own preparation. Izuku went through all the calculations in his head again, making sure he was certain and practicing it by saying he had to reflect randomly spotted cars and other vehicles. Ida was going through a mantra of concentration and inspiration, mostly consisting of ingenium quotes. Todoroki was going through a weird combination of relaxation and effectively hype exercises, trying to be calm, but energetic. The trio remained this way for the remainder of the ride, before Aizawa-sensei magically awoke the moment they all arrived. All right, everyone off, he said, getting up and walking off the bus as though he hadn't just slept for half an hour. Everyone complied, quickly filing off the bus as to avoid irritating their teacher. Soon everyone was gathered outside, as the bus drove off and Aizawa-sensei gathered their attention. All right everyone. Today, if you do indeed succeed in obtaining your provisional licenses, you eggs will hatch into novice chicks. It was a unique inspirational speech, but it served its purpose. The class cheered, and Kirishima huddled everyone around. All right everyone, the usual, on 3. 1, 2, 3, Kirishima counted the class in. Plus dash. Ultra. A voice cut in, making the class jump. Inesa. It's rude to interrupt other people's huddles. A student scolded, and the Udata students looked up. In front of them were members of Shiketsu High. That's right. Udata in the east, Shiketsu in the west, Izuku thought as he looked at the students. The person scolding seemed very serious about this, whilst the other students seemed a little more sociable. It included a student with a lot of hair, a girl who looked a little airheaded, and the boy who had interrupted their huddle who seemed incredibly energetic, passionate. I just wanted to do that at least once. I apologize. The boy with the buzz cut, introduced as Inesa, slammed his head into the pavement after bowing at the waist, causing a small amount of blood to trickle out. Inesa, you need to calm down, otherwise that happens. Cammy scolded as the other students nodded. It was hard to tell if the hair guy did, they assumed he did, whilst the serious-looking student pulled out a wad of bandages that had a label reading Inesa's over-enthusiasm. It was quite humorous. Apologies for him. He is quite enthusiastic and passionate, the hair guy spoke. We look forward to competing with a fellow high-standard hero school. Good luck, may the best heroes prosper. The hair guy, Inesa, the girl and the serious-looking guy all turned and began walking towards the building. Inesa Yorashi, he's a first-year student, took the recommendation exams. Aizawa-sensei spoke, much to the surprise of the class. You know this dude Aizawa-sensei? Kaminari asked, surprised. Yeah, he's strong. He got first in the recommendation exams, but turned down his acceptance for some reason. Not sure why. Aizawa-sensei spoke. He's stronger than Todoroki? Mineta screamed, panicking. How will we even pass this? What if we dash? Mineta, Aizawa-sensei cut him off. Don't ask if you can. Just do it. Prove you deserve to become a cool hero. It was, again, a unique way of encouragement, but it was their teachers. The students were just about ready to go in when another voice interrupted them. Eraserhead? Is that you? Izuku could have sworn he heard his teacher utter F- before turning to face the woman. Joke. Funny seeing you here. Wait, if you're here, then that means? That's right. Come on kids, these are the U-Data guys. Ms. Joke called out. Aizawa-sensei? Who's this? Mina asked, a sparkle in her eye that meant trouble for anyone involved. Ms. Joke. A pro hero and teacher at Ketsubatsu of second-year students. Aizawa-sensei begrudgingly answered. Oh, but I'm so much more to you than that. We worked at the same agency together, where we began a lifelong friendship after saving each other time and time again. Ms. Joke said. Mina's eyes fell at the mention of friendship, before realizing something. Wait, does that mean you're taking Aizawa-sensei? Mina asked, and all students, from both schools, turned their eyes towards the increasingly annoyed teacher, whilst Ms. Joke just laughed. At the man's refusal, Ms. Joke answered for him. Yeah, he's got a husband. I'll leave that to you to figure out. I trust in your abilities, Ms. Joke replied enthusiastically, and Mina beamed in response. Soon after, some of the Ketsubatsu came up to greet the 1A students quite personally, shaking their hands. Oh, you guys are 1A. That's so cool. A boy came up to introduce himself. I'm Shindo from Ketsubatsu class 2-2. Wait, how'd he know we're in 1A? The sports festival. That means, we're all vulnerable. We need to stick together. So why is he being overly friendly? A quirk perhaps? No, his build suggests his quirk has a physical recoil or is based off strength to some extent. So he's luring us into a false sense of security with a fake smile and greetings. Kaken sees it too, Izuku thought, looking at the blonde from the corner of his eye as he watched Shindo shake all his classmates' hands. When Shindo approached him, Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, who had also picked up on his fakeness, probably dating Bakugo meant she had become a lot sharper in several ways. All of them glared at Shindo, who quickly took the hint and backed away, much to Aizawa-sensei's pride in his students' perceptiveness. Alright you lot, get changed and inside, Aizawa-sensei told them, and the students replied with a quick, yes sir, and headed inside carrying their hero costumes with them as they went to get changed. Soon the class was gathered inside and in amongst a massive cluster of people. Izuku had counted about 1,500, give or take 50 students. Alright, let's get this over with. A voice sounded from the P.A. and all students quickly hushed and directed their attention to the front. I am Maru Yakumaru of the Public Safety Commission. I will be explaining the requirements for your provisional license exam today. As he said this, several other workers walked in, each carrying massive boxes of markers and foam balls. For the first part of this exam, you will be playing a glorified game of dodgeball. Everyone is to put on 3 of these tags. They cannot be hidden by clothing or in obstructed locations such as under your arms or on the soles of your feet. A diagram came up on the screen, along with a key that showed that each examinee would get 6 orange balls. These foam balls are what you will use to tag others. Don't worry too much about the logistics, it just works. You will each get 6 of them, but can use others as well. The last person to tag someone will get that elimination, and you need 2 eliminations to pass. The man pressed the ball and marker together, and the marker glowed red. This indicates a marker that is out. If all of yours glow red, you have been eliminated and will be required to leave to a designated area, where you can discuss with your teacher what to do next. Some may want you to leave whilst others will request you stick around and watch. It's not my problem. The guy yawned and stretched, before taking on a much more serious posture and a gaze that intimidated every student in the room. Now, as you know, with the retirement of All Might, there has been an obvious indication that there is a turning of the ages. With the arrest and disbandment of the League of Villains, there is a power vacuum within the underworld. And there is a sense of unease in society. As such, both the Hero and Public Safety Commission have agreed. There needs to be a higher standard of truth. As such, only the first 100 students to achieve 2 eliminations will continue to the second phase. That's less than a 10% passing rate. It must be to cut down the weeds, but also to put a pressure on us. The words are very carefully chosen. They're trying to get us to panic. Focus on the numbers, the words, not the test itself. We need to stick together as a class, Izuku thought as the man was finishing his conclusion, whilst Izuku stuck his 3 targets on himself. 1 on the inner forearm of his left hand, 1 on his upper torso, and 1 just above his hip. Ida, Izuku called out, we need to gather the class together and stay as a unit. Trust me on this. Ida nodded in response and gathered the various groups of the class into one. They vaguely understood the need to stick together, but waited for the man to finish his explanation before preparing. Now, I understand everyone has their preferred environments, so we have provided these environments for all of you. As he spoke this, the walls of the building they were in began to open outwards, to a general consensus of, that's way over everything. This over-the-top nonsense is the primary reason for my sleep deprivation. It was so stupid and unnecessary. Anyway, you have a 5-minute grace. We will announce the start soon. Now go. All the students quickly dispersed in different directions, whilst 1A stuck together, Izuku at the helm. Guys, we need to stick together. We're strongest together, and we're already at a disadvantage. Izuku called to them as they remained in the region. Why is that? Mina called back. The sports festival. Our quirks were on display for the whole world to see. Izuku responded, and the class nodded quickly as they understood. Sorry Izuku, but Todoroki started before Izuku cut him off. No Todoroki, I know you think you're stronger on your own, but we need to stick together. The other schools will assume you'll split off based off of your personality during the sports festival, and are almost definitely prepared for you. Same goes for you Kaken. We are strongest together. Let's show them we are 1A. Izuku cheered, and the other students cheered in unison. Todoroki and Bakugo nodded in understanding as they huddled around. Alright guys, hair-ace the plan. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Aizawa was with Ms. Joke. So, you got a full class this year Aizawa? Ms. Joke asked. Yeah, what's it to you Joke? Aizawa responded as his eyes remained on the tablet in front of him. All teachers got access to a tablet to be able to watch their students. Cause it looks like you like M. After all, they seem to know about the start of every license exam, Ms. Joke said, the countdown blaring in the background. Not a word. Really? Really, Aizawa replied looking at his class. It didn't surprise him that Izuku was leading the students, but he was impressed that the green-haired boy managed to keep Bakugo and Todoroki as part of the group. Makes sense, overwhelming firepower that most schools would assume have left the primary group. Well, I hope they figured it out, Ms. Joke said, all the way. Because at the start of every license exam, at this the starting horn blared, and Ms. Joke saw on the tablet all her students jump out to attack the Utada group, is the crushing of Yue. I'm not worried, Aizawa said, hiding a tiny proud smile in his scarf as he watched Izuku prepare himself as their first wave of defense. If anything, it'll be the reverse this year. And besides, every hero needs to be able to play with the ball in the opposition's court. Their quirk known to the world. Think of it as a way Utada prepares its students ahead of anyone else's. Wow, that's a lot of shade and more than a little condescending. Do you really think your kids will live up to that though? Ms. Joke questioned as all the students were in a standoff. It's not about what I think. It's about what they do. And I know they will. At this, all schools surrounding Utada released the first wave of attacks. Ms. Joke remained highly skeptical, but Aizawa knew what was happening next. As if on cue, a roar of thunder echoed throughout the whole stadium as a bright flash of green appeared on both teachers' tablets. Aizawa wasn't so surprised, but Ms. Joke jumped a little as several of her students, all having had thrown their attacks, had one or two of their targets hit within the first few seconds along with many other students that weren't her own. During all of their confusion, the second wave of 1A began to strike, launching dozens of attacks within a matter of seconds. So you think they'll survive the crushing of U.A? No, quite the opposite. I think this year the crushing will be done by UA. After the sky-shattering large-scale repulsion, Izuku knew he would be briefly out of commission. It was an unfortunate side effect of such a powerful, large-scale move, but it achieved its purpose by getting all the thrown dodgeballs to be deflected and hit many targets. Whilst still no one was eliminated, they were all in danger of being eliminated whilst all the Utada students were ready to clean up. Izuku fell behind their ranks with a shield provided from Yaoyorozu as Bakugo coordinated the next stage of attack. Bakugo shot up into the air and, using some grenade cases, courtesy of Yaoyorozu, that he had filled with nitroglycerin, and tossed them in the general direction of where the main groups were situated. These groups quickly scattered as the grenades blew up the ground, making it impossible for them to keep their footing. Following that, Todoroki created several ice ramps for the close-range fighters to use, namely Kirishima, Ida, Mina, Shoji, Sato, Tokoyami, Bakugo, Izuku, Hagakure and Ojiro. Each of them were launched with a combination of Siro's tape to launch them and Uraraka's quirk to make them immune to the effects of gravity briefly. Each close combat student landed on a designated target and pinned them until they used a cannon, also courtesy of Yaoyorozu, with Mineta's orbs in order to keep them there. Each student managed to pin down 2, meaning each student managed to get one of the required 2 eliminations. Whilst each student did that, the longer-ranged fighters warded off any students that attempted to steal Class 1A's pickings with a combination of blue lasers, birds, sound waves, electricity, stinging poison, courtesy of Azui, and Hagakure's invisibility allowing for her to sufficiently scout out enemy positions. Soon all the 1A students gathered together and with a few defensive students situated along the outskirts to keep an eye out as they discussed. Alright, so, summary, Yaoyorozu can't use her quirk much more after that, so someone will need to help her. Bakugo, I'm putting you on that role. Next, Kaminari is close to crossing his voltage. Jiro, you'll need to stick with him. Furthermore, Koda's quirk is probably lacking animals to call for at this point. Stick with Tokoyami and perhaps help with controlling Dark Shadow. Uraraka is close to nausea, so she'll need to stay with Tsu. Everyone needs to pair off anyway, and we need to keep moving. Let me know of any other limits about to be crossed. Let's go 1A. Izuku cheered, and his classmates cheered in agreement. It didn't take long for them to mobilize again, after hearing an announcement regarding the 20 eliminations yet no passes so far from the tired-sounding guy, and they traveled to the city region. Jiro and Shoji had managed to track down a group after Koda. Received word of birds being shot at from someone with a peculiar slingshot quirk. The class sent Hagakure to check it out, and from the looks of it several school groups were having a brawl in the city area. After silently incapacitating the slingshot quirked girl, Hagakure signaled for the class to climb up, using lengths of Siro's tape to maneuver their way up the building. Collectively, 1A decided that Yaoyorozu, who was suffering from the most quirk use withdrawal, would have the greatest trouble with a large brawl, and as such she should take the elimination of the slingshot quirked girl. Unfortunately for that plan, which was unanimous bar one, Mineta quickly stole the elimination for himself when the class were discussing their next move, and Yaoyorozu was creating a few last utility items for the class to use. Believe it or not, he was the odd one out. Whilst Mineta was running away, Izuku and most of the class sighed deeply. Alright, adjusting the plan, Bakugo, you'll have to stay with Yaoyorozu since you two probably have the best teamwork whilst using a minimal amount materials on her part. You two stay back and try and avoid the primary fighting, everyone else we're going to pincer the groups in the crossroads, before some form of incapacitation. Let's do this. Saying that, Izuku jumped down and began running towards one of the streets, sneaking up behind the school there. Alongside him were Todoroki and Ida, as the rest of the class were more evenly distributed across the other three zones. All they had to do was wait for a signal. Their first plan was for Bakugo to, from the roof, throw a spare grenade down and disrupt the current fighting, but an announcement from the tired guy. The first student has officially passed, with a little over 120 eliminations. Alright, I am way more awake than I thought I would be. At the announcement, all the fighting students paused briefly in shock, and Bakugo took advantage of this to throw the grenade without anyone to notice where he was throwing from, keeping his and Yaoyorozu's position hidden. The students quickly scattered from the center of the crossroads and ran back out of the road, all schools intending to regroup before charging back in. Hang on, who are you guys? One of the students, who seemed to have a quirk to do with his fingers, called out. Izuku, Ida and Todoroki did not respond, all of them simply charging up their quirks and preparing themselves to attack the approaching school. Several stones began flying towards the Yuta students, courtesy of someone with what seemed to be a minor telekinesis quirk as the tips of their hands glowed a gray color. The trio of Yuta students facing off against them dodged with ease as Ida's engine whirring reached the desired point. I'm ready to charge, he announced for his teammates, who both acknowledged it with a nod. In tandem, Izuku and Todoroki produced loud and bright flashes which severely disoriented the other school, and Izuku and Todoroki, but Ida was able to remain capable of attacking the other students. Using Reciproburst, Ida managed to successfully sweep many legs of the other school, all but a few being made to fall over. Izuku then followed up by zapping several of them, and Todoroki froze the rest. It came down to a standstill between the trio and about half a dozen other students, glaring at each other. Izuku gazed carefully at the other students involved, trying to gauge their quirks. Their hero costumes definitely gave away a lot, for example the student that had the same colors as a magnet. Subtly, thy name is not Heroes. Izuku looked around at the other students, and there was still the student with the minor telekinesis and several others that seemed to have none physical quirks bar one, who had incredibly muscular and large hands. So it's going to be about outpacing their minds. Overwhelming speed will be key, so Todoroki may be at a disadvantage. Izuku thought, eyeing down the remainder of the opposing students. The minor telekinesis user began floating rocks up, and Izuku thought to himself, are they limited by size? No, otherwise they'd never make it this far with just that weak telekinesis. Then it must be limited to rocks then. So their abilities are probably quite unpredictable but quite strong. Need to watch out for them. Then there's one with the foam canisters, presumably some kind of other unique control quirk perhaps. He was going to go on, but it was clear the other students were becoming agitated as the Yuta students simply stared them down. Todoroki, go for the one with the weird fingers and magnet quirk. I'll go for the one with the minor telekinesis and foam canisters. Ida, you'll have to keep the others distracted, but their quirks seem minor so we trust you. Izuku called out. The other boys simply nodded and charged at the other school, who did the same. Ida was the first and unsurprisingly fastest student to make contact with the other school. He propelled himself towards them faster than they could blink, and in a flash, he whipped his right leg up and kicked one of the students' face, knocking them out quickly. The other students were in shock, but in that time Izuku and Todoroki launched towards their respective students. Todoroki was riding on a wave of ice and firing a beam of fire as the person with the magnetic quirk pulled themselves out of the way, whilst the person with the weird hands created massive finger shields as their fingers detached and became larger and seemingly more calloused. Meanwhile, Izuku launched towards the student with the foam canister and in the blink of an eye had kicked them in the face. Although it was decidedly less impactful than Ida's, it did succeed in providing enough contact for Izuku to send a shock through them to stun them briefly as he turned to block an incoming volley of rocks, unfortunately bruising his arms. If I dust the rocks, it'll give them rock dust to work with. That's a bad idea, but since it's clear that they can control rocks well, that should mean Izuku quickly went through some mental calculations before picking up one of the rocks and bracing himself. Railgun shot, non-destructive, he called out, and a powerful whirring filled the air. It brought the attention of the other school, allowing Ida to knock out another of their students before the students started reacting. Many of them ducked out of the way, but the one with the foam canister closed their eyes and used their quirk, making the foam shatter the canister and form in a wall in front of them and the rock telekinesis user. The latter also activated their quirk, preparing to try and assist in slowing the projectile before it fired. The loud bang and small shockwave formed from the firing of the rock blew back the other students slightly and accidentally saved another student from Todoroki's fire blast if the icy glare he got from the boy was any indicator. The rock was fired off at incredible speed, the boy with the telekinesis quirk only being able to activate his quirk on the rock briefly before it slammed straight into the foam, which slowed it rapidly. The rock was stopped by the foam, before being launched back at a much slower speed. Izuku ducked underneath the rock as the fighting resumed, the other school more desperate after a display of such power. It doesn't look like they can produce more of the foam, so I'll just have to get them to waste it, but how? Izuku's eyes stayed locked onto the foam wall. That was yet to be removed, worrying him. Information is a key part of battle, but the trio from Ute A were at a distinct disadvantage. They couldn't hesitate, but they also couldn't reveal all their cards. Izuku settled on dashing forward and bringing his right leg around in a powerful kick against the foam structure, intent on destroying it. A small barrier of lightning appeared around his designated contact point on his shin, protecting him from any potentially crippling damage as it made contact with the foam, which was apparently solidified. Izuku quickly pulled his leg back and winced in pain, but the foam cracked and crumbled along the center, the foam block splitting in two and crashing down. About 10% of the foam shattered and quickly liquefied again, before sinking into the ground. So it disperses when broken down small enough, but I'm assuming they have more, potentially hidden in vials within their hero costume, Izuku thought as he jumped back. It revealed a swarm of rocks and pebbles prepared to launch at him. Well then, he thought sarcastically, awesome. Izuku prepared lightning in his arms as he braced himself, unable to dodge it all in time as they flew towards him. He breathed out and released several small blasts of lightning, forming a small shield each time. It successfully deflected each rock away from him, and it seemed to break the hold of the telekinesis user on the rocks. So overwhelming sudden force makes them stop, but I need to make sure they can't keep using it. Stepping back so Ida could cross him, and kick some poor student in the stomach, Izuku began increasing the power flowing within him to a higher degree, closer to the levels he had when he fought Stain. Unfortunately, whilst doing that, he allowed the two students he was facing against to prepare a super move against him. Joint super move, sharp foam. The two opposing students yelled as more foam released from now broken vials to form thin casings around probably 100 rocks and pebbles. They soon launched at tremendous combined speeds, and Izuku held his arms up to block. The lightning in his body was pooled to his forearms, and just as the waves of rocks and foam arrived, a loud crash echoed through the air as he created a formation with his lightning to shatter the first wave. It quickly turned every rock and foam construct from the first wave to a fine dust, the foam disappearing and the rock dust remaining on the road. Izuku, with a slightly clearer sight in mind, was able to individually eliminate each flying projectile with ease. Okay, so the foam guy only has a little, probably for last resort defense, and the rock dude will be able to control all that rock dust but with a lot of effort, so I'll have a brief moment to work, Izuku thought as he charged himself to capacity. At least that was the plan. Suddenly, the rock dust rose and condensed around Izuku. From the little he could see, it took a ridiculous amount of strain on the rock user's body and mind, but it definitely worked. Izuku quickly found himself unable to move and his vision fading. His chest was being tightened and he was losing breath, however he was barely able to figure out a plan. I just need to destroy the dust more, to a level they can't control. It'll be dangerous, but there's no other choice. I just need to prevent myself from breathing in any of the particles. Izuku took one last breath and closed his eyes. Soon he was covered completely by the rock structure, and he couldn't help but think about how they were planning to get his targets. Wait till he passes out? That was besides the point. Once he was completely covered, he let the energy stored within himself flow faster and faster, before he released it. It quickly formed a dome in a substantial area around him, Todoroki and Ida only barely not within the zone, of green lightning that quickly destroyed anything within it to nothing less than particles. Izuku's head was pounding from that as he had to carefully manipulate his lightning as to avoid causing a potentially atomic reaction. It was kind of stressful. In a matter of moments he took advantage of the opposing student's metaphorical shock, and turned it into a literal one. He let out a large sigh as he stopped the current flow, having sufficiently shocked the students. Using his capture bracelets, he wrapped it around each of the now knocked out students and began dragging it to the center of the crossroads, where his classmates did the same. He did a quick head count of his classmates there, which was 17, before he sent a shot into the air to signal for Bakugo and Yaoyorozu to come down. Soon after they came down, with another two students in their arms that they had beat and Bakugo with a notable amount of scrapes and scratches, Izuku counted the amount of defeated students. After giving the class the go-ahead, they all took the eliminations. Maybe they finished some students' chances this year to get a provisional license. But they were moving on and up. Bakugo was not someone Class 1A would describe as a particularly loving person, or kind, or caring. Yet there used to be one exception to that, notably Izuku, who he'd had quite a good relationship with. And over the time he'd been at Udata, Bakugo had simmered down somewhat, and had developed beyond a personality that screamed anger. He had become someone who, whilst quick to anger, was pragmatic, decisive, and for those close to him he was quite a good leader. His combat prowess was decidedly without question, and he along with Yaoyorozu, Izuku, Ida and Todoroki were undeniably on track to become the strongest students of Uda, if not of future top heroes. Sure, they all had their issues, but they were definitely well on track. One of the issues for Bakugo was, unsurprisingly, to be able to turn it down a little. Yaoyorozu needed to learn how to turn it up. It was kind of unsurprisingly how well they got along, especially after the first combat training. Amongst the first-year students, they were considered a power couple. And yet behind closed doors and to one they were so much more than this. It was evident the couple had an incredibly strong bond and cared little for the other's strength. Despite this, they pushed the other to go beyond, to try harder, and to do better. Both trained more, together and apart. Bakugo helped Momo with strength, and Bakugo would readily admit that Momo having had put on somewhat more muscle was kinda hot, whilst Momo helped Bakugo with his combat strategy and finer points of his technique, putting his fighting form closer to an art form to watch. And they could only hope it paid off. "Alright Momo, you can rest and I'll keep watch until it's time to head down," Bakugo said, standing next to the mentioned student. "I can still help," she rebuked, glaring at him. "The confidence is good. The timing is bad. It's best for you to rest for now," he told her, glaring back. The two glared at each other briefly, before Momo sighed and sat down. "Fine. But if I am even slightly a burden dash, you'll do some sheet. Now, I'm gonna get this party started, you wait here," Bakugo said as he retrieved a grenade from his belt. Whilst he was tossing it, Momo shuffled over to the faux air conditioning outlet and put her ear to it. "It's functioning, strange. I doubt they would waste energy, so someone is or was in there," Momo thought as she heard a rumbling throughout it. Occasionally there was a clanging as though something was broken, but there was also scraping followed by a silence and then more of the clanging. "Is someone moving through there? It definitely seems like it." Momo shot up and started to retrieve her book when Bakugo placed his hand on hers and gently squeezed it. "Save your strength. He got this," he said, taking another grenade from his belt. "What about the vent filter?" Momo asked, prepared to make a screwdriver. "I'll just smash it with the grenade. Adds more oomph," he responded, winding his arm back to throw it hard through the metal. Momo covered her ears as the crashing sound of the metal being destroyed was heard, and the grenade went off soon after. "What the?" What sounded like a girl's voice echoed from within the vents, as another crashing and tumbling noise could be heard. "Sounds like we got him," Bakugo said, and Momo nodded before sitting back down. Bakugo remained on guard, occasionally looking for the edge of the building to see the class taking out the other schools with their quirks and various attacks. Whilst that was technically true temporarily, they both failed to notice the scraping and grunting noises from within. These noises sounded like claws digging into the metal, and two girls trying to work their way up. Soon both came up, one with long, flowing purplish-gray hair and the other with very short maroon hair. They both wore a school uniform, however the former had an addition of a monocle and a thermos of tea on her belt. The latter quickly took a swig, before closing her eyes and signaling to the one with claws. It didn't take much to understand that they wanted them to attack Bakugo whilst the boy had his back to them. She quickly approached the distracted boy whilst avoiding Yaoyorozu's attention as the girl with the long hair carefully approached Yaoyorozu from behind. "Huh." Yaoyorozu swung around as she felt the slight breeze being redirected, only to find nothing there. "I guess the wind just changed." Unfortunately for her, that was the result of the girl with long hair changing the air conditioning in order to give that, and try to wear down her opponent's nerve. Bakugo kept an ear out but didn't turn. All according to plan, the girl with long hair thought. Unfortunately the rest of her class was caught in the brawl on the street, but she had managed to sneak away with just one member. When they noticed U.A descend upon them, she glanced around and counted only 17 of Class 1A. At the time, it stood to reason that there were either 3 incapacitated students, or 2 incapacitated and 1 guard. However, as she remembered this was the 1A, it stood to reason that some students had already passed. Despite this line of thought, it was apparent that one student was at the very least doing poorly, and the other was there as a guard. She racked her memory quickly and remembered these two, the fragile creation user and the temperamental explosive user. This should be a cinch. Keyword being should. Whilst initially she had hoped there would be all 3 as that way the pawn she brought with her could have some kind of reward, this would do fine as it would be enough for her to pass. In any case, once she had briefly drawn the Yaoyorozu girl's attention away, she moved close enough to her where she could feasibly tag at least one of her points. Unfortunately, she wasn't counting on the Bakugo boy turning around so soon. "Hey Momo, wait, who the F are you? And you claw fingers?" He screamed, letting off an explosion on the back of his forearm that briefly blinded the girl. Wait, why would he turn around now? No matter, just a slight variable to be shifted, the long-haired girl quickly jumped back away before Yaoyorozu could react. Interestingly though, Bakugo's instinct was to jump in front of Yaoyorozu before doing anything else. "That's odd, still, it does not change my goal," the girl thought, jumping back towards her classmate who was now recovered. "Keep the blonde-haired one distracted, I will take down Yaoyorozu," she whispered, and her classmate nodded in understanding. Her classmate rushed forward first, being more athletic and having a more combat-oriented quirk, claws outstretched towards Bakugo's gauntlets. However, the boy caught onto this and with little hesitation jumped high above the charging girl and passed over her, landing behind and releasing an explosion. She extended her claws significantly to form a disruption and shield her, however Bakugo had already forgotten her and ran over to Yaoyorozu, who had taken up a lightweight boxing stance. Bakugo checked some gauges on the gauntlets, before exposing a tube on one and plugging that into the other. He pressed a button and took them off, leaving his hands in just the thermal gloves. Curious, surely the more logical idea would be to use them for himself against us? I suppose the structural integrity of the building could be a concern if it were to collapse. His ally would have no way to escape the destruction. The girl thought as he ally skidded back over. Miss Psycho, what now? The other girl asked, and the one with long hair, now identified as Psycho, took another drink from her thermos. She closed her eyes briefly as possible and only managed to do a small portion of the required calculations, but through a min-maxing method she had hopefully singled out the most likely outcome, so long as the Bakugo boy's ego withheld and the Yaoyorozu girl was as hesitant as she was during the sports festival. They couldn't have changed that much, right? Psycho did a small collection of hand signals before her classmate nodded, and rushed towards the middle of both Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, and as expected Yaoyorozu did nothing whilst Bakugo swung his left arm around to release an explosion directed at the charging girl. He decidedly did not hold back. Psycho internally flinched, but reminded herself it was for her license as she nodded again, indicating for her classmate to charge once more. This time, they went straight for Bakugo, who used a left-handed explosion to repel them once more. Interesting, he's making sure that his teammate won't be attacked. I suppose her quirk is too strong to let go to waste. That makes sense, Psycho thought as her classmate returned to her side. A beeping went off, but Psycho ignored it as she put up 2 fingers, indicating it was time for phase 2. Psycho herself went towards Bakugo, however in more of a friendly way, whilst her classmate charged towards Yaoyorozu. Bakugo put his left gauntlet back on and indicated for Yaoyorozu to take the right one, the one that had the tube plugged into it. That explains that, Psycho thought cynically, before she spoke up. Bakugo, right? Look, I don't want to fight and I'm sure you'd like to prove your strength, yeah? Psycho started, not able to gauge his reaction beyond shock when she first started talking, so if you prove your strength against one of the most powerful students in your class, I'll let you take the elimination of my classmate and I'll take her elimination, and we can move on. Sound good? Psycho was sure this should work. It appealed to his sense of strength, and allowed him to get ahead of the rest of his class, who were presumably still fighting if the noises were anything to go by. Of all the potential reactions, the one she anticipated least was him cackling, presumably his form of laughter. It got to the point where he was hunched over, and Psycho had to stop herself from tagging one of his targets and completely blowing up all chances of this deal going through. Yeah, Beach, you're going to die now, he said as though it was the simplest thing, and he kicked off his shoes and propelled towards her. Psycho barely had time to duck as Bakugo maneuvered himself in midair to continue chasing her. Psycho quickly pulled out her costume's cane, made of steel, to defend herself, and as he flew over she braced herself, but he didn't bother stopping at her, instead charging at her classmate who was about to rake their claws across Yaoyorozu's face. Yaoyorozu had the gauntlet in the air, but that wouldn't hold against the sharp and fast force of the swinging claws. The most startling thing was the speed at which Bakugo had moved, which seemed to surprise even Yaoyorozu. Hey Beach, ever hear of crisis strength? He asked, surprisingly calmly as he grabbed Psycho's classmate, who raked her claws down Bakugo's face causing him to flinch, and yet despite that he seemed unstoppable, and proceeded to grab her collar and throw her hard back towards Psycho with another explosion. Of course, Psycho had heard of crisis strength. It was the pre-quirk era equivalent of superpowers, primarily of mothers saving children from underneath cars or other extremely dire situations. When quirks rolled around, it was rare of the instinct to be activated as there was typically some hero to save the day regardless. But in this case, they were the heroes. Well, congratulations Beach, Bakugo sneered, and Psycho assumed the look on her face gave away that she understood. You just activated mine. With that, Bakugo released 2 powerful, consecutive explosions, one from each palm. The first was enough to blow the girl with the claws into the air conditioning duct and knock her out. The second one seemed to be more for show, and Psycho was surprised when, whilst she was blinded, a strong fist collided with her face. Good one Momo. Bakugo screamed in encouragement, and Psycho understood. Min-maxing should have worked. But she often forgot to account for one thing. Human emotion. Sighing in defeat, she didn't bother picking herself off the floor as she felt her consciousness drift away, but there were a few things she heard before fainting entirely. Cat, what were you going to ask before we were so rudely interrupted? Momo asked, sitting back down. Oh yeah, you want to go out once we're all done with this? Bakugo asked surprisingly calmly, tying up Psycho's classmate. I'd love to. That would explain a lot. Class 1A, after collecting the required eliminations each, were able to make their way to the lobby room, where Mineta was, quite wisely, trying to avoid them and surprisingly successfully. Bakugo helped Yaoyorozu over to the food section, where she proceeded to gorge herself whilst Bakugo also provided judgment on various foods. He'd probably make a good anything critic, whilst Todoroki, Ida and Izuku discussed what the next section would contain. Well, this section was primarily to weed out those that didn't have enough combat potential or teamwork capabilities. Izuku spoke aloud, and Ida and Todoroki nodded in agreement. Yes, it is true that for those that have non-combat-oriented quirks, they'd need sufficient teamwork to get through. Ida added. But then for those that have unreliable teammates will have a disadvantage and will be unable to achieve their license, Todoroki pointed out. Izuku and Ida looked down at this. It was an unavoidable fact of the matter. Perhaps there will be a secondary exam for students that were unable to pass today with different criteria, Ida proposed, and the other two could only hope. The boys discussed various notes they had for themselves and each other, like Todoroki needed to watch for friendly fire, Izuku needed to avoid being stuck in a concrete cube, and Ida needed to be a tad more subtle, whilst sitting on one of the benches, waiting for the rest of the examinees to finish. They were only a little over halfway through, but for now they would definitely enjoy the break. Or at least they were. The Yarashi student from earlier was wandering around energetically, although Izuku couldn't help but compare it to Nijire's energy. Yarashi seems to have a lot of energy, but compared to Nijire he expresses it differently. It's less curious energy and instead more excited energy. Whilst Nijire leans forward in interest whenever she actually walks, Yarashi seems more content to observe and demonstrate energy towards others instead of regarding others. However, there is one exception it seems. Izuku's gaze wandered from the black-haired student to Todoroki, currently conversing with Ida. Honestly, there was so much it could be, but Izuku had neither time nor patience to figure this out. Besides, it was probably unimportant in the scheme of things. Right now, they had to pay attention to the exam. At least, that was what Izuku was going to do before Yarashi came over to him and Ida. "Oh, you too? Izuku and Ida, right?" He spoke excitedly, completely ignoring Todoroki. "Hi." Izuku spoke with uncertainty whilst Ida remained in shock. "I loved your passion when you were fighting all for one," Yarashi said back, beaming with an excited glint in his eyes. "And Ida, I love your family's passion for heroism and your own passion during the sports festival," Yarashi continued, causing Ida to adjust his glasses before speaking. "Yes, it is quite honorable and rewarding being able to carry the Ingenium family name into the world of heroics," Ida announced. Izuku chuckled slightly and Todoroki also had to cover his mouth as the two found themselves quite amused by Ida's eagerness. This however caused Yarashi to still slightly, before he excused himself, bowing and leaving. The trio looked at each other and shrugged, unsure of what to make of what just happened. Soon it was announced that the final student had passed, and that anyone who had not been eliminated or passed yet were to regroup with their teachers and await further instruction from them. And then, without warning, the final stage of the exam began. As all students regained their senses, they looked around. It was a disaster. After the lobby box opened again they were presented with a faux disaster, however some were shocked to see actual people and children scattered. "Alright, welcome to stage 2 of your provisional license exam," a tired voice came through the speakers, the invigilator clearly having run out of steam and caffeine. "How do you act in a disaster? Each of you will have one invigilator watching you, and everyone starts at a base of 100 points. We will be running off a demerit system. Once you lose points, you cannot gain them back. If you fall below 50, you will fail. And those people you see are from the Help Us Company, a group of individuals that help with exams like these. They will also be removing marks as they see fit. Go heroes, make your way," he announced, and most students dived into action. Izuku and his friends however had already started, the lack of hesitation within them showing already. Izuku with his trio ran towards the nearest building. "Todoroki, use your fire to create light. Ida, prepare to clear a way back to where the medical station was set up. I've got the most raw strength and best perception, so I'll focus on finding the victims." Izuku called out to them, and the boys immediately got to work. Izuku walked forward, and as Todoroki created a small amount of fire for light, Izuku breathed in and then out. He pushed green lightning to his head, and all his senses. His touch was heightened, hearing intense, sight sharp, smell keen, taste perfected and balance unquestionable. He felt time slow as all his processes sped up significantly. To someone outside, he became covered in a shuffling veil of the green light as his pupils became an electrifying green, and his eyes became streaks as they followed every crack and crevice of the building. He couldn't move as fast as he could process in this state, but it allowed him to quickly analyze a situation. On his tongue there was the faint taste of ash. He could smell various combustible gases. "Todoroki, no more flames. The gases are combustible. Ida, you'll need to keep your engine use to a minimum," Izuku called out before returning to his actions. He could hear the faint breathing of several individuals. He counted 7, all within the building. It was unclear what exactly had happened, although it was clear it was some form of gas-based explosive attack. "Todoroki, head to the left rubble, work your way in through the front as that seems to be the most stable, but don't be afraid to carefully use your ice. Ida, once you're done with the path go make your way through the right wing. It has no rubble there currently and I suspect it will be more of a long haul. I'll go through the middle," Izuku called, and Todoroki and Ida immediately got to work. He let his body return to its natural state, and began running towards the rubble blocking the main entrance. He pressed an ear to it and listened, quirk powering it. It didn't seem like anyone was immediately behind it, but it was hard to tell the structural integrity of it as it had completely taken over the doorway. Looking around, he noticed a window, and with clinical precision, he used his quirk to destroy a small amount of the window, before climbing in. From the inside, he was better able to analyze the structural integrity of the building. From here, he couldn't see anyone on this floor, but he could see that the structural support beams indoor were still intact. "Well, I think it should be okay to remove the rubble in the door. I just need to make sure not to break anything else," Izuku thought, heading back to the main door and quickly destroying it. He ignored the very light tingling in his fingers, and made a mental note to try use his left hand next time. He focused on hearing and heard a few stories up the cry of a child. He saw the stairs, but he also saw the elevator shaft. The elevator may be out of order, but that won't stop me from using it, he thought. It would also be faster as it would be straight up instead of winding. Walking into the empty shaft, he noticed that there was no elevator there, and he was able to rush straight up. Bouncing along the sides, he waited until the child's voice was the same floor. The moment it was, he came barreling out and listened carefully. "It's all right. Don't worry, I'll be there." Tell me about your injuries. Izuku called out, hoping that it would be the right move. It should help give them something to focus on whilst he could find them. MMMIHH head HH has egg gash I and I it. The kid sobbed out. Izuku could hear them further back in the building, so he kept traveling. Alright, are your hands clean? Izuku asked, keeping his voice level. Why yeah? The child responded as more of a question than anything else. Good. That's good. Do you have a jacket? Izuku asked, getting closer to the room. Why yes, mister, the child replied. Alright, can you take that off and press it to your head? So it absorbs the blood. Izuku was fairly sure he was almost there, but it was hard to tell. The building seemed to be more of a maze, probably intentionally. Alright, mister. What's your name? They asked. I'm pro hero Midori Raiko. Izuku thought, figuring it would be a better move to not mention that he was in training, as to avoid raising doubt in their mind. WWWII is TT that YY your NN name? They asked, and Izuku could see the door that led the room they were in. Hold on a moment, make sure you're away from the door. Izuku said, before he heard a yell from them. 5 demerits for not checking on a victim's position first. Otherwise you're doing really well. The child yelled at him. He flinched but focused on the task. Can you safely move without injuring yourself? Izuku asked, treading more carefully. Yeah. They responded. Alright, is there anything behind the door? Izuku checked. There's a big BB boulder. The child said back, their sobs starting to increase with panic. Alright, breathe in deeply and breathe out again. Step back from the boulder, and I want you to breathe in for 4 seconds, out for 7 and rest for 3. Keep doing that whilst I remove it, okay? Izuku spoke, making sure to try and ground the rising panic attack. He could hear their labored breathing and gritted his teeth. He placed both his hands on the door and began pushing green lightning through it. He felt it travel through the flimsy wood of the door and into the boulder. He had to be very careful to not let it spread where it shouldn't, avoiding potentially breaking the building more. The moment he felt the edge of his lightning reach the tip of the boulder, he began focusing on releasing a more condensed stream directly into the boulder. Once he was satisfied, he called out one final warning to the child inside before destroying the boulder and door. He was careful to force it to go straight to the ground as to avoid any dust floating in the air. Afterwards, he quickly walked through the door, taking off his metal ventilator and revealing his smile to the child. It's all going to be okay now, he said, cautiously approaching them as to not startle them. He handed them the ventilator and helped them put it, used some of their capture bracelet scarf item to help properly put pressure on the wound, before putting them on his back. Come on, I'll take you out of the building and help you to the medical station, Izuku told them, running slightly towards the window. Can I keep the metal mask, mister? They asked. If it helps make you feel safe, of course. I'll be fine and you can keep it as a souvenir. Izuku responded immediately. That's cutting it very fine. It's understandable that you want to make a child feel safe, but you need to think about saving other people as well. No demerits cause I actually like the mask, and if I were in actual danger it would make me feel much safer. The child yelled at Izuku, who chuckled. Alright, I'm gonna fasten you to my back using some of this capture rope, and we'll fly you to the medical station where someone else can help patch you up while I save some other people. Izuku told them, doing as he said, before smashing the window. Hold on tight. He said as he jumped out, and with a loud crash of lightning and a flash of green, he soared across the skies. In a dozen seconds he was skidding across the ground, using his hand to stabilize himself as he landed, before untying the child off his back and handing them off to someone who was taking count of all the civilians taken so far. In the corner of his eye he saw some of his other classmates working together to deliver people, as Bakugo was helping leading a group of the more capable victims to the designated evacuation zone, marked by a group of invigilators, away from the makeshift medical tent set up by the students. Izuku quickly gave a last smile to the child before he jumped back into the air, aiming for the window he jumped out of earlier. With perfect precision, he was able to go through the window and performed a quick roll as he redirected his momentum towards the elevator shaft. Using some of the capture rope around his wrists, he swung up towards the next floor, only slipping a few times. He listened intently, and took a few moments to establish the situation. Within his section, there was only one other person, whilst in Ida's there was one left and Todoroki had the remaining 2, as each student had already saved one person each. Izuku quickly concluded that the last person for him was on the top floor, and in a critical state. Oh boy. Rushing up there using the capture rope as a grappling hook effectively, he made his way through the top exit of the elevator shaft to find no one. However, he could hear their breathing from within the rubble. Alright, if you can hear me, don't respond, tap the ground twice. He called to them and they did so. It's going to be alright, I'm pro hero Midori Raiko, can you reach the ceiling from where you are? Tap twice for yes, once for no. 2 taps. Alright, I'm going to make a small hole in the ceiling there, keep tapping at the ceiling. Izuku called, dashing through the window, and after dropping for a slight moment, he used his quirk through his feet to get onto the rooftop. After listening for a moment, he found the necessary spot and yelled through for them to stop tapping and back away from the spot. They did so, and Izuku quickly created a small hole. Alright, are you injured in any way? Izuku called to them. No, I'm alright, just a little out of breath. They replied. Alright, save your voice and rest. I'll work to getting you out. I'm going to make some space in the ceiling for you to climb through and I'll drop some rope through it for you to climb up. Izuku responded, and they nodded. They sat down against some of the rocks and rested as Izuku destroyed a small circle in the ceiling for them to drop through. He dropped the rope, and as they were climbing up, he used his quirk to access the frequency Ida, who had A, and Todoroki, who just had an earpiece, were connected to. Alright guys, I've rescued the two stuck in my area and heading back to the medical station to help out. You guys good to handle your last ones? Izuku asked, using his green lightning as a transmitter. Yep. Todoroki responded. I should be good, I will contact you if I need any help. Ida said as well. Izuku carried the victim back to the medical tent where they gave them some oxygen, and he began helping with evacuation efforts. That was before the concrete wall next to the medical tent blew up. Izuku, after recovering from the initial shock, quickly ran a high voltage of his quirk through the ground to where the wall was shattered and created a temporary barrier. Gritting his teeth as he kept it running, he called out. Hurry with the evacuation efforts, or at least get the civilians out of here. I'll keep them outside for as long as I can. The other examinees were quick to respond, all using their quirks best they could in order to either help secure the perimeter or evacuate the civilians. Thankfully another examinee came along and, after Izuku briefly turned off his green lightning barrier, they filled the hole with a sticky, hardened substance. Izuku thanked them before he ran outside to fully assess the situation. It seemed to be a faux villain attack, and there were some students. He recognized them from Ketsubutsu, holding off the minor henchmen. The one named Yoshindo was using earthquakes to destroy the ground where the villains stood, however Izuku noticed it would leave him vulnerable. Running up to the boy, Izuku quickly used a discharge of his quirk to repel the quickly recovered and approaching villains. You okay? He asked, both hands tingling from the recent use. Yeah, I'll be fine. Thanks for that by the way, Shindo responded. It was nothing. Save your energy for a large attack that'll take them down for good, I'll hold them off, Izuku responded, and Shindo nodded, panting from the use of his quirk. Izuku quickly, using several separately directed strikes of his quirk, sufficiently knocked out the villains in the immediate vicinity. Then, using a larger amount of his quirk in his legs and none in his arms, he launched himself off and kicked many of the villains across the jaw, before using their falling bodies as a launch pad to launch himself at the next guy. Unfortunately, they were armed with concrete guns. Several of them were able to track him well enough to get the shots, and using a burst of his quirk from his palm similar to Bakugo's mid-air redirection, he changed targets to avoid getting hit. About a dozen seconds of this and he had taken down around 10 of the closer dudes when someone snuck behind the duo of boys and shot Shindo in the back with the concrete. Responding on instinct, Izuku jumped back towards the boy, knocking out the goon responsible and created a barrier of green lightning around both boys. It repelled the attacks and coincidentally ended up catching many of the goons in the cement. Alright, I'm ready for the attack. It should shake the concrete off me as well, you'll just need to get us to safety. Shindo called, and Izuku prepared himself with a full body power-up. Shindo placed his hands on the ground, and small translucent domes appeared around them as he activated his quirk. The ground began rumbling, shaking, and a few moments later completely broke apart and threw all the goons in the area into complete turmoil. However, by the time the ground had settled, Izuku and Shindo were long gone, Izuku carrying the older boy by the vest of his hero costume over to the evacuation station. You'll probably be safe here, and can help protect them. I'll head back and keep fighting, Izuku told Shindo, who nodded stiffly as the two flew through the air. When they landed, Shindo jumped up and nodded at Izuku, who waved before flying back towards where the villains seemed to originate from. He circled up above in a jagged square pattern, taking in the situation. Meanwhile, earlier down below, Todoroki was doing his best to work with Yurashi. Listen, neither of us are strong enough to take him together, let alone together, so we should focus on holding him off whilst they focus on the evacuation efforts. Todoroki yelled at the boy who hovered slightly above the ground on a wisp of wind. A likely story, Todoroki. You and I both know I'm stronger, the recommendation exam proved that. You're obsessed with strength and proving it, this is just another chance to prove that to you. Yurashi replied. Todoroki had never wanted to physically strangle anyone more, that was a lie but it definitely felt that way at the time, but tried his best to remain level-headed. Listen, I don't know what I did but we have more important things right now. Todoroki yelled as he used waves of ice to protect himself from the barrage of concrete guns, whilst also catching any approaching goons. Yurashi was doing something similar with his wind, using it to send the projectiles flying back. I suppose you're right, Todoroki. But I can't stand you, and you better not interfere, Yurashi said before sharpening his gaze, which Todoroki did as well. But the gaze was not directed at each other. Instead the gazes were directed towards the pro-hero rising from the sea before them. Ah, pitiful heroes. What will you do? Will you fight? Or flee? These are decisions that you will face every minute as a hero. So come, show me what you can do. The villainous-looking hero called out to them. With a glare at Todoroki, Yurashi sent a powerful gust of wind to the pro before them, whilst Todoroki ignored the glare and sent a wave of ice following it to the pro. I don't need your help, Todoroki, Yurashi told him. I said early, neither of us can beat him, alone or together. Trust me, I know what it means to need help when you don't think you do. It's hard, but we need to work together if we want to slow him best. Todoroki said almost instantly. The result was a gust of chilled wind with a devastating wave of ice behind it rushing towards the pro-hero that flicked their cape in response. Much to their horror, he braced himself and unleashed a powerful shockwave attack that disrupted the cold air and dispersed it, whilst also destroying the ice. Somehow, by the time it reached the boys, it was still enough to rattle them, but had spread out far enough to free the henchmen flanking the two students from their various captured states. Both Todoroki and Urashi were forced backwards, digging their heels in as they tried to recover from the shock of the supersonic attack. It rattled them in multiple ways, however most devastatingly for them was the fact that it was incredibly disorienting. Neither boy had any kind of defense against an attack of such a kind, and both of them would take notes to do something about that. However, the goons seemed to have built-in nullifiers to protect against such recoil. This left both of them vulnerable to a barrage of attacks, both getting hit once before Todoroki created a dome of ice to protect the two students. Alright Urashi, listen to me. I don't know what I did to you. I don't know why you hate me so much, but we don't have time to argue. Listen to me carefully, Todoroki said sharply, not giving the other boy a chance to cut in. I'm going to turn this ice dome to mist. We can use that as cover to try and get away and reposition. Ready? Ready. Urashi replied, hardened, and Todoroki ignited the fire half of his quirk. The blaze quickly turned the ice to water, and immediately turned it to mist, whilst Urashi used a small shield of air to protect himself from the heat. Gang Orca, being quiet, was incredibly excited to be able to help train the and examine heroes of the future. Best of all, he got to work with the kids. But he did have to fight them. Maybe he'd get to talk to them later. He could hear some students arguing, although being honest it was hard to distinguish who it was through the water, but it sounded like one student was being particularly uncooperative. No matter. I will make note of who was trying to cooperate and make sure they are given some points back for this, Gang Orca thought, as he began rising through the water. To be honest, to get into this role, Gang Orca had spent a lot of time watching old movies. He particularly liked the methods used by villains from the pre-quirk era movies, and hey, if he used it as inspiration for intimidation tactics to use against villains, that was just a bonus. So as he rose from the water, he deepened his voice and began his monologue that he had prepared earlier. With a flick of his cake, he stared down the students that were bickering before. He instantly recognized Endeavor's son, and wouldn't be too surprised if he was the one to start the argument. So as he listened to the words of the boys, he was shocked to find that Todoroki was in fact trying to get the other boy to cooperate better. But that wasn't his concern right now. With a flick of his cape he braced himself for the recoil of his own attack, releasing a relatively weak sonic attack to destroy the approaching attack of wind and ice, whilst also being able to disorient the boys and free any of the goons. Gang Orca had no idea how the Hero Commission got enough physically capable people for such a test, but it was impressive in its own way that had become entrapped in various fixtures, such as ice and concrete. Maybe the goons weren't quite as capable as he thought. Regardless, they still attacked the now disoriented boys as soon as they were freed, and a few were able to land hits before Todoroki built an ice dome. From outside, and thanks to his quirk, Gang Orca could hear the conversation the two boys were having. It's definitely a nice change seeing someone connected to Endeavor doing the cooperative talk, although it makes me wonder their history. No matter, Gang Orca finished his train of thought as he saw the mist beginning to form. Boss, we can't see the brats. One of the goons called out. Activate your infrared. There should be a switch on the side of your helmets. Gang Orca responded, remembering the notes he got earlier on. Still nothing, boss. They've disappeared. Another responded. Clever, presumably using a small torrent of cold wind around the two of them, and the mist itself would be quite warm, enough so to hide their body temperatures. The pro-hero reasoned, but it definitely didn't make up for the Urashi boys' insolence earlier. Clever, but it won't hide from me. Gang Orca roared, before using his echolocation to pin down the boys' locations. It didn't take long before he was able to pin them down, and he cackled as evilly as possible. Foolish heroes. You thought you could hide from me? He monologued at them, before launching a powerful sonar attack at them. What he wasn't expecting was to hear the sound of ice shattering. It rapidly cleared the fog, and he could see the remnants of an ice sculpture and sections of a massive ice wall that was built. With echolocation I can't distinguish heat signatures and I wasn't focusing on the distance change, just the structure. Clever, using my tunnel vision against me, he congratulated the two, but now was not the time for that. Clever heroes, but that won't be enough. The ice barrier you have before you is nothing compared to my strength, he declared, before firing off a much larger sonic attack. He had to resist the urge to flinch at the strength of the noise produced, but focused on paying attention to finding the students. It completely shattered the ice, however the ice protected the students from the noise. It also meant that Gang Orca had the slight disadvantage as he would need to find the students, whilst the students would already know his location from the attack. It was a very good plan from being uncooperative at the beginning, and maybe if these two were lucky enough, they would both pass, instead of what was seemingly going to be just Todoroki. However, what Gang Orca wasn't expecting would be a tornado of flames. The two boys, side by side and one arm raised each, used their quirks in perfect tandem, Todoroki producing large torrents of fire and Urashi producing a powerful gust of wind. Fire produces the strength that wind would lack, and wind produces speed and control. These two are prepared smart, Gang Orca thought, crossing his arms in a brace. However, he was taken off guard when it flew to his left, and the attack instead began circling him, speeding up and producing a large torrent of flames. Of course, it's well known that as a hero with a sea creature quirk, I'm prone to drying out. Flames and wind are the most effective at that. Gang Orca smirked, but he held strong. It would take more than this to do so. However, they were consistent. Gang Orca's smirk gritted into a tight-lipped smile as the fire tornado around him grew stronger. Luckily for him, the goons were shooting concrete at the boys, which was siphoned into the tornado. The wet cement, whilst it dried, made it slow down and ended up suffocating the fire. And whilst the boys had tunnel vision on the pro hero, they forgot that the goons could attack them still. So both boys were hit in the back by large clumps of fast-drying concrete, weighing them down and making it impossible for them to escape. You boys were good. Any regular villain would be begging for mercy at this point, and would have neither the numbers or firepower to keep going. But what if they didn't? What if they stood above your final attack, your combination, and said, "Show me heroes, what comes next?" Gang Orca lectured as he crushed 2 recycled plastic bottles in his hands to drip the water contained within all across him. He had his own recycled bottle plant. It made life much easier for him and many other pro heroes with similar restrictions as he sold in bulk direct to them. We have. Todoroki thought bleakly. Nothing. Inasa finished, and the two remained trapped in the concrete. At least, that was until Todoroki heard a familiar crashing. From the corner of his eye, he could see bright green streaks through the sky, just above Gang Orca's position in a square pattern. It was pretty if he was being honest. But neither of them had time to stare as Gang Orca suddenly started clutching his head tight. Todoroki and Inasa couldn't hear anything, but it was clear the pro hero could. He ended up rising his face to where Izuku was and firing a supersonic shot that was far stronger and faster than anything he had seen before, and it was confirmed when Gang Orca announced the move name. Supersonic wave, maximum power. Feeling a pang of terror at the move so fast he couldn't properly track it, Todoroki gritted his teeth but couldn't bear to tear his eyes away from the scene. So he couldn't describe the relief or shock he felt when Izuku created a barrier, albeit very last name and very shoddy, but it dispersed the attack and protected him. Izuku then took advantage of the pro's own recoil from using the move and the recoil he was suffering from the sound attack earlier, to dive bomb towards them, and moving faster than any of the goons could track, or the guns could fire or the projectiles could travel. He cocked back a fist, and once close enough rammed it straight into Gang Orca's stomach. Gang Orca doubled over at the extreme impact, despite being able to catch it with his left hand. Young hero, you are strong. But where'd he go? Izuku had, taking advantage of Gang Orca being doubled over and the goons all watching in shock, used a burst of green lightning from his feet to propel himself back over to where the other boys were, and placed a hand on each of the concrete blocks that held them in place. He sent a low amount of lightning through each, breaking the cement enough in order to free the two boys. By this time, Gang Orca was ready however and launched himself off the ground towards the now free trio, a fist reared back and ready to knock down at least one of them, with a barrage of cement launching at the boys as well. Izuku, after a moment, used a large quantity of his quirk originating from his torso to create a large repulsive dome, which successfully sent all of the projectiles back to sender. Yurashi, Todoroki, I need him stalled for 5 seconds. He called out, and before Gang Orca could land a punch on any of the boys, a massive wall of ice appeared along with a chilling wind around it. Instinctively he jumped back, the cold wind could dry him out easily, and prepared to destroy it. He braced himself, but heard something and decided to wait. There was a whirring noise, and the boy using the lightning called out, railgun shot. Destruction, and so the ice wall was broken for him. He was wondering why, but when he saw the boy again with another projectile ready to go and the whirring lightning around the metal gauntlets, he understood. Railgun shot, high impact, low penetration. All Gang Orca could do was brace. Izuku was yet to try this shot on a biological target, but as long as he prioritized the impact of the shot itself, it shouldn't do any major damage against a target he definitely didn't want it to. However, he didn't need to find out as he heard a loud buzzer. The last civilians have made it to the evacuation zone, and are in safety. Please make your way to the starting area for your results and further instructions. And then I can get some sleep. A voice called out, and Izuku recognized it as the primary exam invigilator. Gang Orca also let out a breath he was holding, and went up to congratulate the boys. Todoroki and Yurashi, I believe? You two did very well to patch up your differences and work together. That is very important in the line of work. And whilst your initial fire tornado definitely would have worked against any other villain, it's important to have a follow-up. Always, Gang Orca then turned to Izuku, who was pressing various buttons on his left-hand gauntlet. And Izuku, correct? Gang Orca asked. Why, yes, sir. Izuku responded as he stiffened up, causing the pro hero to chuckle. Don't worry about the formalities, young man. You did incredibly well, not only against me but you prioritized the rescue of your teammates. I am very glad the exam finished when it did because otherwise I would have been feeling the bruise from your railgun shot for weeks to come. Congratulations to all 3 of you, he said, giving them a thumbs up before going to help the hired goons out of the concrete they were trapped in. Izuku finished punching in the buttons on his left gauntlet to reveal a rolled-up notebook. Well, while we're walking, do you mind if I ask you some questions about your quirk, Yurashi? Izuku asked the taller boy. Not at all. I love your passion for quirks, he loudly announced, and Todoroki followed behind the two, chuckling. By the time they arrived at the announcement podium, Izuku had filled a page regarding Yurashi's quirk and the two were excitedly discussing the best up-and-coming pro heroes, and Todoroki would intermittently offer his opinion, although he wasn't quite as well versed in the subject. Izuku was very glad to see the two interacting without any animosity, and it was quite relieving when the two held a standard conversation together, standard as in they were both insulting Endeavor as much as possible, but that's pretty good. Soon the invigilator stood behind the lectern and a tense silence fell over all the students present. Alright, you were marked on a demerit system, because there's no room for errors in the line of heroism. Negative publicity catches on far more in most instances. And errors can be especially fatal. On the board behind me, we'll display the names of everyone that passed in alphabetical order by first name. Other invigilators will hand out the individual breakdown. And I'm going to go sleep, Mara finished, before pressing a button which caused the screen to flicker to life. All the students remained silent for a good few seconds, all of them searching for their name on the screen. They all remained silent until Yurashi broke it. I passed. He screamed, throwing his fists in the air. The students all began celebrating their own with their friends. Todoroki, Izuku and Ida joined Yurashi in their celebration, even if Todoroki's was more of just a placing his fist in the air. Congratulations Izuku, Todoroki and Yurashi. I expected no less of such exemplary. Students, Ida said, his hand karate chopping the air. Don't sell yourself short, Ida. I'm sure you did really well too. And you are no less exemplary than any of us. Izuku told him with a smile on his face, and Todoroki provided a hum in agreement. Wait, Ida, as in the Ingenium family? Yurashi spoke up, I love you guys. So much passion. Thank you. I hope to continue to wear the Ingenium name with pride and carry on where my brother left off. Ida said, and Todoroki and Izuku were glad to see that he had carried on. From somewhere to the left, he heard a pained wail that belonged to a certain grapist. The group of boys turned and walked over, even though they kept a good 2 meters, much like the rest of 1A did, from the boy when they went to see what was wrong. Yurashi looked at them in confusion and Todoroki whispered to him a few of the things he had done so far, and Yurashi instantly scowled and Todoroki held his arm out to indicate that physically assaulting him now was a bad idea. What happened here? Izuku asked Bakugo, who scoffed before responding. Little sheet failed. We don't know why yet, but I don't imagine it was anything good. Thankfully, none of them would have to wait long, and within their own groups they shared their scores. I got 85, it says mostly from the time I spent explaining my actions. So I guess it's better to just act and explain while acting rather than doing one or the other. I suppose as pros we're given the authority and respect to just be able to tell people what to do, Izuku thought aloud, before Todoroki shared his. I got 70. Spent too much time waiting for others and not being able to figure things out for myself, mostly with a fire at the beginning. Todoroki shared, and Izuku nodded in understanding before Ida shared his. I got 59. Yurashi announced, before bowing at the waist to Todoroki, for causing a conflict with you. I apologize and hope we can become friends. Todoroki blinked and patted the taller boy's shoulder. Sure, he said plainly, pulling out his phone and handing it to the boy. Here. Put your number in, we can stay in touch? I would very much like that. Yurashi announced excitedly, snatching Todoroki's phone from his outstretched hand and enthusiastically punched his number in. Ida and Izuku shrugged, but they caught a glimpse of Aizawa-sensei approaching them. They nervously gulped, but realized his eyes were locked dead onto Mineta. All students in the immediate vicinity noticed Aizawa-sensei's dead-eye glare, and immediately hushed, waiting to see what would happen. The man in question walked up to a quivering and upset Mineta and snatched the feedback form from his hands. 0. How did you get 0? Aizawa-sensei asked, but even Kaminari knew better than to respond to that question. I don't keiken now sensei? Mineta whined. Yes you do, was Aizawa-sensei's response, and everyone could see the man getting gradually more furious, even if it was subtle. The slight gripping of his hand tightening on the paper, his feet shuffling. Mineta, you should consider yourself very, very lucky that not only am I only expelling you but that people do not press charges. We will bring you back to you today, but from the moment we arrive, you are hereby expelled. We will allow you to stay the night and pack your things, but tomorrow you will need to leave. Get on the bus. Now, Aizawa-sensei told him sternly, before the following the wailing former student to the bus, the rest of 1A is to wait for further instructions, get changed and join us on the bus, he casually announced to everyone else as he walked away. A moment's silence passed. And then cheers echoed from most of the members of 1A. Mina was the first to cheer, followed by a bit of victory from Azui, and then the rest of the students followed with their own cheers. The only students to not have form of victory celebration was Todoroki, who no one would hold it against him for, but if they looked closely they could see a glint of happiness in his eyes, Tokoyami, who had Dark Shadow celebrating for him and gave an appreciative grunt, and Kaminari, who would miss his best friend but would be fine without. Alright, can I get everyone's attention? The invigilator drawled, and everyone silenced quickly and looked at him. Good job to everyone here today. If you failed the first portion, then there will be chances later in the year for you to try and achieve your provisional license. If you failed the second portion with a minimum score of 1, he snarled that part slightly, but the 1A students understood, you will be able to attend additional sessions here. With a combination of All Might's retirement and the disbanding of the League of Villains, it's a very volatile time in Hero Society as we struggle to make sure the power void left by the League isn't filled, and that All Might's power void is not filled by a single person, but many. The coalition of the strong, to protect the weak. And you will be that coalition. A group of new heroes being trained not to be a single pillar, but thousands in a generation to combine into one. He announced to them, and all the students began pondering. It was a vast idea for them to think about. But they had to think about it sooner or later. Soon 1A was all back on the bus, and were talking whilst Mineta was being kept up the front, on the seats across from Aizawa-sensei, who was sleeping. Izuku had sent Nijire an image of his provisional license, which had a headshot of him in his hero costume smiling, and Nijire sent a lot of emojis in response. She liked emojis. A lot. It made conversations more interesting. The two texted for a while whilst Izuku rode the bus back to school, a quiet lull falling over the students as some began nodding off. He also made sure to snap a photo of Bakugo sleeping on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, who was sleeping on the blonde's head. He sent it to both his mother and Nijire. His mother sent a text of cackling, whilst Nijire cooed at the display. We should do that. That'd be so much fun. Yeah, it would be. Midori Raiko. Once they were finally back at school, and the bus was parked with the others, and no one dared wake the couple so they were in the bus, the students unpacked their cases and began returning to class. They were almost at the dorms when from the left they heard Izuku, "At your back," and saw a blur of blue rush towards the mentioned boy. The two became a blur of blue and green as one struggled to hug the other tighter and the other struggled to land. Somehow, they landed on their feet, although they were several meters off of the path where Izuku once stood in the middle, and unscathed miraculously. Most of the girls cooed, the boys chuckled and Mineta whined loudly, which went ignored by most people, although Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on him. He said, nervously hugging her back, surprised by the display of affection. Hey yourself, she giggled in response, before her eyes took on a familiar glint of curiosity. Hey, did you see any interesting quirks? What was the exam like? Did you hurt yourself? Are you tired? Do you need me to carry you back? Was it anything like ours? We had to fight Gang Orca and do a rescue, but there wasn't anything else. Maybe it changed with All Might's retirement? Oh, and we did it at the same place as, at the time, 1B because there weren't any actively competitive parts, did you? Did you have to actively fight anyone? Nijire was cut off by Izuku tapping her gently on the nose. Everyone watched in silence at the sudden move, and Nijire took a moment to process. And then she started blushing. She hit her face against Izuku's chest, and everyone began cooing, and Mineta screamed bloody murder until Tsu slapped him. There was a very, very red mark on his cheek. Come to our dorms and I'll answer the questions on the way, Izuku told Nijire, and the two began walking hand in hand back to the dorms. Bringing up the back of the class were a bleary-eyed Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, who didn't realize they were still holding hands as Bakugo yelled at everyone to keep moving. Meanwhile, Izuku was summarizing his time based on her questions. First, no, I don't need to be carried, I'm just tired, and the most injuries I have are a slight burn on some of my hands and feet. That reminds me, I need to update my costume. Let me make a quick note, Izuku said, getting sidetracked. Nijire simply smiled and whilst he was writing on a note to stick on his case. She noted it was directed to a Mei Hatsum. Oh, that girl. Isn't she the one power loader is always complaining about? Apparently she's a prolific inventor. Oh wait, she did the advertisement thing in the sports festival. She seems neat. Anyway, it makes sense that Izuku and her are friends. Hey, maybe she'll do my gear as well. I could use some more stuff. By the time Nijire finished her train of thought, Izuku had finished his note and was smiling at her. She smiled back and walked in front of him, scooping him up and putting him on her back. If your feet hurt, I'll carry you back. If you don't want treatment because it's minor, then at least let me help, she told him before he could decline. She smiled when he hummed an agreement. Alright, tell me what happened. Well, Nijire whined, and Izuku dived into his answers and explanations. It honestly warmed her heart that he was able to answer all the questions she had earlier, and would take the time to go into extra details regarding his quirk theories and things. And the two, even after arriving back at the dorms, sat down on one of the couch and, after Izuku ran upstairs briefly to grab his laptop, the two did some further research to try and find footage of various students that interested them, and similar quirks. Their half-date was briefly paused when Izuku went to the kitchen to get some water. Nijire was looking through one of his coveted notebooks. If a bit old, it was so old it was done in crayon but had surprisingly good sketches, but very rudimentary notes. It was adorable, like so cute, when she noticed a gaze on her. She discreetly looked to where it was coming from. Ah, Mineta. The once 1A pervert. I do not like the way he is looking at me, she thought. She pretended not to notice as he got up and walked in front of her, where she was holding the notebook up. Hey, I saw the images in there, not great. If you follow me to my room I'll draw you like one of my French girls, Mineta said with a suggestive wink and wiggle of his eyebrows. Nijire almost always smiled. Sleeping? Smiling. Kissing Izuku? Smiling. Working? Smiling. Work? Smiling. Exercise? Smiling. But right now, her smile was very, very different. It was more of a faux smile, a little too sweet, one you would give to someone before completely crushing them, physically or metaphorically. No, she said, over-enunciating the words with a sickly sweet tone of voice. Apparently Mineta didn't get that. Ah, come on, don't you want some before I leave? 'Cause I'd love some of you, he said, trying to be subtle as he reached for her test. However, Nijire knew this. She wasn't as airheaded as some people thought she was. So she decided the best course of action at the attempted perversion was to raise her left leg as fast as possible, without her quirk, and slam it right into Mineta's jewels. And as a third-year pro hero who needed the leg strength to be able to use that as a basis to fly, it was very, very strong. Nijire quickly got up and left to the kitchen, not before taking the notebook and Izuku's laptop. Mineta remained frozen there, in complete shock at the extreme pain. See, told you the nerd's girlfriend had it under control. She's a part of the big three for F's sake. What even went through the sheet's head? Bakugo cackled as Yaoyorozu watched sitting next to him, with a metal bat in hand. I suppose that's a good point. Well then, gimme the hard stuff, some effing coffee. I'd effing love some of your tea, Momo. That's what I thought. Meanwhile, Nijire had, after waiting for Izuku to finish drinking the water, ambushed him and dragged him up to his room. She gently laid the notebook on the desk, and the two sat on his bed, side by side, going through some old hero clips on the laptop. It was a happy ending to their half-date. Izuku woke up bleary-eyed and ready for the first day of the new school week. Unfortunately, the big three were off planning something, so the day before he spent studying with Todoroki, Ida, and Yurashi, who they read. Todoroki convinced them to appeal to Aizawa-sensei, had get a permanent clearance from Aizawa-sensei. It was unsure why Todoroki was excited or happy at the prospect, but it was neither here nor there. Making sure everything was prepared for his new school day, he slid down the banister, after making sure Ida was nowhere to be found, and chucked his backpack with all the others by the door. Someone else had already made breakfast for everyone. He was fairly certain it was Aoyama's turn, so laid out were many different types of bread he could cook and a selection of trace chic cheeses. Izuku didn't fail to notice whilst walking to school that there seemed to be an extra aura of tenseness amongst several of the teachers there, notably from All Might, Power Loader, Vlad King, Present Mike, and Recovery Girl as they made their ways to their respective home groups. With his classmates unaware, Izuku decided it would be best it remained that way, as to keep the loose-flowing atmosphere within the class. Instead, he opted to lose himself in some of his notebooks regarding some extra things Nizu wanted him to study up on before their next classes. Suddenly Aizawa swung the door open and all the students shut up faster than lightning strikes the ground. Rationality and timeliness is key as heroes. Now, stop paying attention to me and pay attention to the big three. They will be discussing a major opportunity with you now that you have your provisional licenses, he told them, before zipping himself up in his sleeping bag and slumping against the wall. Izuku smiled at his friends that were at the front and beamed at Nijire, who returned it. Most of the class didn't care, and Kaminari being on his own was lacking the support of one person, but whatever, that he would otherwise to be able to make some form of comment. Tamaki was the first to walk up to the lectern at the front of the class. Izuku gave him an encouraging smile and the shy boy gave an incredibly tight, nervous one back. Mirio gave his fellow member of the Big Three and boyfriend a supportive squeeze on the shoulder before stepping back. Hi, I'm TT Tamaki of the BB Big TT3, and now I'm done, he whispered at the end before backing off and hiding in a corner. Nijire and Mirio looked at each other, shrugged, and Mirio simply encouraged the distraught boy by saying, "You did really well. I'm proud of you, babe." He whispered the last part, which caused the boy in the corner to hunch over slightly and try and shuffle deeper into the corner as a blush grew on his face. Meanwhile, Nijire came up to the lectern, cleared her throat, and began speaking. "Hi, I'm Nijire Hado, but you can just call me Nijire. Calling me Hado makes me feel old like my parents, and they're really old, like I don't want to feel that old for at least a decade or something, but Nijire." Izuku cut her off, and she smiled gratefully. "Right, sorry, I am another member of the Big Three. And I have so many questions for you all," she proclaimed, before dashing off to Shoji so fast it looked like she teleported. "Hey, why do you wear a mask all the time?" she asked, and before she responded she had disappeared again, to reappear in front of Mina. "Hey, do your horns regrow if they break off?" she asked, prodding Mina's horns, who instinctively clutched them protectively. However, before Mina could respond, Nijire left again. She asked almost everyone a question, and in the extreme speed she left with no one noticed that each time she quickly ran her hand through Izuku's hair, who was shrinking slightly each time she did it. Eventually she had asked all 18 other members of the class a question, before she appeared in front of Izuku. Rather than asking him a question, she honestly had no idea what she hadn't asked him at this point, she instead said a statement. "I love you." She smiled at him, and he blushed more and slumped more, but still responded with a muffled, "I love you too," causing Nijire to giggle. Most of the class were turning their attention back to Mirio, who was taking a place at the lectern, and for most of the few students who watched the couple they cooed or smiled at the happy scene. For Kaminari, however, this became too much. "Come on, man. Do you have to rub it in more? Yeah, you got the hottest girl in school, stop showing off." The class fell silent, and Aizawa-sensei began cackling internally. Normally he may stop this, but he wanted to see what happened. He should see if the nightmare support student could make a popcorn pouch for him. And this was a good chance to get a proper gauge on Kaminari with Mineta gone. So, he had a genuine reason, but really wanted to see the chaos unfold. And unfold it did. The first thing everyone noticed was Nijire's smile changed suddenly. It was no longer the grinning of earlier, but instead it was the smile of murder. But luckily for her, Izuku spoke first. "Nijire is warm, but I wouldn't call her hot. Someone with a purely fire quirk would probably be hot. Although she is probably warmer than most people due to the way her quirk works, Because it probably gathers energy, and why is everyone staring at me like that? Izuku mumbled before feeling really self-conscious. Todoroki chuckled, as did Ida. Nijire's polite murder smile changed into one of beaming and complete sincerity and gratitude, and Bakugo rose from his seat to wrap his arms around Izuku, and if you looked carefully it looked like he was trying to not cry. I will protect you, he told Izuku with a dead sincerity, and Momo began laughing at the scene. Meanwhile Mirio and Tamaki had approached Kaminari, and Mirio decided now was a good time. Alright, I was gonna do a whole speech, but I believe it would be best to simply show you what we learned. Mirio spoke up. He wore his signature smile, but it felt a little different, a little sharper. Kaminari whimpered, and Mirio began walking out of the classroom to the gym. Once there, Izuku was standing embarrassed by Nijire, who had her arms wrapped around him from behind and was giggling each time he did his little nervous shuffle with his feet. Mirio was standing out the front of the class, whilst Tamaki stood by Aizawa-sensei to the side. Ah, Aizawa-sensei, do you mind if I fight Izuku separately? I believe our fight could be beneficial for the rest of the students to watch. Mirio said, and Aizawa-sensei grunted in acknowledgement, so Izuku and Nijire stood off to the side. And I've already gone through the school's quirk registry, so I know what his quirk is. Izuku chimed in. Yeah, that too, Mirio said, a slight tone of sadness in his voice that he wouldn't be able to fight Izuku in an ideal situation. Izuku and Tamaki rolled their eyes and Nijire giggled, whilst Aizawa-sensei just addressed the rest of the class. Well, you heard him. But Kaminari don't die. However, Kirishima spoke up, don't you think this is a bit unfair, man? Yeah, we fought actual villains, and this is 18 on 1, Siro added. Mirio just smiled and began stretching. Well then, come on, show me that class 1A plus ultra. The students of 1A nodded and fell into a formation. With Yaoyorozu and Todoroki in the middle, other long-range fighters up the back and short-range fighters each taking their own fighting stance. If you want them to watch the later fight, try to just incapacitate them and not knock them out. Tamaki told the blonde boy, who didn't respond, but his smile changed slightly, showing an acknowledgement. Are they really that confident in this dude? He can't be that good, Kaminari said from up the back. It doesn't matter. First wave charge. Yaoyorozu called out, and Kirishima was launched by Siro, as Bakugo and Ida followed, forming a triangle formation of the three boys. Ida prepared his right leg to swing up as Bakugo pulled back his right hand, crackling with explosions, and Kirishima prepared a right hook. There was a following wave of ice and fire, courtesy of Todoroki, along with a variety of other attacks. It was more than enough to knock out a normal person. Of course, Mirio was not normal. He smiled and stared blankly, almost spacing out. Izuku recognized the look as one of analysis, drawing in all the information he could whilst not distracting himself with one thing in particular. And as the first attacks were about to reach him, Mirio disappeared. Now, Izuku was well aware of what was happening, and so were the other spectators. Unfortunately for the rest of one, they were not. And first on the chopping block was Kaminari, who was completely unaware. Mirio appeared in front of him, shooting out of the ground and punching him in the gut. The punch itself was so fast it was a blur. Kaminari puked a little at the punch and curled over, and that reaction caused Jiro to turn around, who screamed at the naked Mirio, and was then also punched. Not nearly as hard, but still enough to put her out of commission for the time being. Mirio then disappeared as the class's attention shifted, and took out Kirishima, Bakugo and Ida. It didn't take much longer before the rest of the class were propped up against the wall to see the upcoming fight. So, what do you think just happened? Mirio asked the class, who were all clutching their stomach. We got our asses handed to us, Siro said. I got hurt harder than any of you. Kaminari said, laying on the ground. Yeah, that's for being shallow. Jiro yelled at him. Why am not shallow? Kaminari responded. If graves were as shallow as you, no one would be buried. Jiro shot back, and Kaminari just whined. Well, whilst all that is true, why do you think that happened? He asked them. You have a very strong quirk, as Ida started, waving his arms somehow still. Nope. My quirk is fairly mundane, Mirio interrupted Ida. What do you think it is? Warping and turning yourself untouchable. Mina yelled, completely unfair. Well no. I only have one quirk, Mirio said, before Nijire jumped in. Oh, can I explain it? Nijire asked, still holding on to Izuku. Nijire, let Mirio exp Tamaki started, before Nijire cut him off again. Nope, I'm going to. His quirk is called permeation, which allows him to turn parts of himself intangible. That's so strong though. Sato called out, before Mirio shook his head. Nope, I made it strong. Think about it, if I'm intangible, light passes through your eyes. Sound doesn't get received by your ears. You can't breathe air. That last one got a lot of the class to realize truly that his quirk was not as powerful as it seemed. But he kept going. That warping, as you called it, happens due to displacement. Two objects of mass cannot coexist in the same space, so I get forced out at high speed. But it also means clothes fall off. It makes physical tests kinda awkward. Mirio chuckled nervously. Whatever. Just fight Izuku and stop treating him like your favorite. Kaminari yelled, and a few members of the class hummed in agreement. If anything, I'll have to go harder against him. He already knows everything about my quirk. And probably more. So he has the information advantage, whilst I have the experience advantage. Well then come on Izuku. Mirio said, beckoning the boy to stand opposite him in the middle of the gym. Alright then. Aizawa-sensei, is it alright if the gym gets torn up a little? That's what it's for. Just don't do anything over the top, Aizawa-sensei responded. Nizu's voice could be heard over the speaker. Actually Shota, I would like to override that. I wish to see an excellent fight today, and Izuku, we can look at the implications Mirio's quirk has for quantum physics tomorrow. And I will make sure to record this so we can look at your strategy, Nizu's voice commanded. Why sensei? Now Nijire, could you please release me? Shota didn't know what to expect when Mirio said he wanted to fight Izuku individually. It made sense, the two hung out a lot and Mirio probably didn't want Izuku giving away the blonde boy's quirk as to drill the message into the students of his class. And as the fight started, this held truer than ever. Izuku began directing large amounts of green lightning to his arms, if the green light show off of them was anything to go by. Comparatively, Mirio had taken a running start towards the green-haired boy, his smile now a tight-lipped neutral look as he focused on the fight. At that point both boys began their first move. Terrain destruction. Blinding eyeball crusher. Izuku's hands made contact with the ground and the terrain was immediately destroyed in a 5-meter vicinity, causing the ground to become incredibly rocky. Meanwhile, Mirio had his right arm outstretched pointing towards Izuku's eyes. Shota could feel the awe from the rest of the class, as well as the excitement from Nijire and Tamaki as the two prepared to make first contact. And yet, neither did, both avoiding the other. Mirio dropped into the ground the moment he was in front of Izuku, who had leaned backwards and opted to cartwheel backwards and avoiding the blonde boy's attack. Izuku moved quickly whilst Mirio was underground, his body sparking and eyes glinting as his mind moved faster than his body. He breathed in and focused on his senses. He knew in order for Mirio to come out of the ground, the boy would be briefly tangible. He prioritized his sense of hearing, waiting for the slight change in wind, the slight rustling of hair that would indicate Mirio's arrival. And the moment he did kicked off the next wave of action for the combatants. Izuku used a burst of his quirk to destroy the area Mirio was coming out, throwing his trajectory off course. Mirio, seeing the green lightning appear there, quickly reactivated his quirk and used Izuku's momentary focus change to appear at the boy's feet. Special attack, Phantom Sweep. Mirio called before he disappeared underground and half of his right leg could be seen appearing underneath Izuku, sweeping the boy's legs. Izuku stumbled, forced to fall forwards but recovered by rolling with a burst of speed courtesy of his quirk before opting to fly to avoid that. Izuku figured Mirio would know his next move, so all he needed to do was be chaotic. Of course, this is what Mirio would assume he would do, and it all became a big game of trying to predict what the other would predict. It was a mess and somehow was beautiful, artful almost to watch. Mirio's next appearance came from him propelling himself out at an angle from some of the broken rocks. Izuku saw from the corner of his eyes and after a bunch of theory in his head, Izuku opted for his next course of action. He remained floating in the air, and smiled at Mirio. Mirio smiled back as he wound up a punch. Sorry little buddy, this might hurt, Mirio said, and Izuku's smile changed to a smirk. Gotcha. Mirio was given a not hard, but very fast axe kick to the head, faster than his eyes could track other than registering that Izuku was in fact the one to move and do it. It resulted in him being launched into the ground, however Mirio reacted quickly and made himself intangible again, falling back through the ground with higher speeds. I didn't think that through. What goes up must come down. And what goes down Izuku's thoughts were broken off by Mirio. Must come up. The smiling blonde yelled, his fist reared back. Izuku barely dodged backwards in time, remaining in the air. It turned into a battle in the air, Mirio shooting out at increasing speeds to try and land a hit on the boy flying with green lightning. Every clash resulted in small shockwaves, from Izuku using his quirk and Mirio's raw strength. However, Izuku was fighting an uphill battle as Mirio began getting faster, and Izuku was only barely able to track his movements. The final clash the two had involved Izuku tripping Mirio up in mid-air, who lacked air control, and then stopping his momentum by grabbing him and throwing him in one swift motion. However, by luck, skill or prediction Mirio was able to read exactly how Izuku was going to throw him, and land a gut punch. The pain and impact caused Izuku to just drop Mirio, who landed with a thud, and fall to the ground himself, landing on his knees and holding his stomach, puking up a small amount of blood. Well, color me impressed. Mirio said, that fight was second only to fighting Sir Night Eye himself. Thanks. I think. Izuku said, before collapsing on his side on the floor, note to self, find a more efficient way to fly. Needless to say, Shota, Nijire, Tamaki, Nizu and 1A were very impressed by how well Izuku handled himself against none other than the hero almost guaranteed the #1 spot in the future. The class, after Recovery Girl gave them all a once-over and gummies, returned to their room and waited in their chairs as Aizawa-sensei was returning after discussing some final notes with the Big Three to the class. Aizawa-sensei had to make sure the Big Three got back to their classes first. They were still students after all. Soon Aizawa-sensei returned to their class, slamming the door open to get the class's attention. Alright, you've all had some fun, and I'll hand out some information packs regarding this later. However for now, Izuku you can go to Nizu's office to scheme whatever it is you two do, and the rest of us get to do some division dash. That's easy. Hell yeah. Kaminari and Mina screamed, before Aizawa-sensei finished. Of polynomials? Oh, Soon it was the minutes leading to the final bell and they were back in home group and Aizawa-sensei had them sat down for more info regarding the work studies. Alright, so we introduced them earlier. The work studies. Now, this year with the attack students will only be able to go with pro heroes that have a record of taking students successfully in the past. Unless you are interning with a hero in the top 10, this is a definite restriction. This is the solution the teachers came to after much deliberation. However, many aren't happy about this program going through at all. So let this be clear, for the students that do this, it is first and foremost a privilege, and you will be expected to make up with missed schoolwork in your missed time. Otherwise, it is similar to the internships, but you will be treated more like a sidekick in training rather than a guest, Aizawa-sensei told the class, whose minds were all racing at this point. The bell went, and their teacher left the room as the students packed their bags. Do you guys think you'll do a work study? Izuku asked his friends, walking back to the dorms. I probably won't, I'd rather not put up with my dad any more than I need to, and I've already learned all I can from him, Todoroki told the other two, who each fought the urge to flinch. I do not believe I deserve it. I also lack any contacts. Besides, I must focus on my schoolwork. Ida declared at the end, regaining his pep and attacking the air. What about you, Izuku? I hope I can. I'll see if Hawks will take me on again so I can learn more from him, otherwise it seems like Mirio's mentor, Sir Night-Eye, would be interested. Izuku spoke, a thoughtful look on his face. Make sure you don't let your studies fall behind. Ida told him sternly, chopping in his direction. I won't. Was that a threat, Ida? Perhaps Todoroki. Izuku and his friends arrived back at the dorm room. The students went to change into more comfortable clothes and half an hour later, they gathered in various groups around the tables in the dining room for the regular group study session. Izuku ran the study session for top students, Todoroki, Ida, Tsuyu, Jiro, Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, whilst the latter two weren't running their own sessions. Bakugo ran violently effective sessions for those in the mid-range, Jiro, Shoji, Koda, Sato, Uraraka, and Tokoyami. And Yaoyorozu ran the session for those at the bottom, Kirishima, Toru, Shiro, Aoyama, Mina and Kaminari. Once the students completed their study session, and the bottom 3 students were successfully, 2 out of 3 times not literally, the students assigned to cook retreated to the kitchen and the others remained to chat. Dinner came and went and the students of 1A were relaxing, when Izuku's phone went off with a phone call. Dutifully, he answered it and after a quick conversation, he addressed the class. Hey guys, Aizawa-sensei and the big 3 will be coming over in a moment, since several of them have asks from their mentors for various students. They are not mandatory, but they will be here now. Mirio said, poking his head through the door. Tamaki then opened it before quietly apologizing for his behavior. Right, as I'm sure Izuku just explained, some of you have received offers for your work studies. So, Nijire and Tamaki have a few requests from their mentors. My mentor didn't request anyone specifically, and Aizawa-sensei has a few other requests. Uraraka and Azui. You guys get to come with me, Nijire said, smiling at the 2 girls who were taken aback in surprise. ANKK Kirishima, Fat Gum Mrs. S said HHE take you on, Tamaki said, causing the boy in question to smile. At this point, Aizawa-sensei walked through the door. Bakugo. Despite best genus injuries, he has offered to take you on under a purely disciplinary angle. It's different but you'll get a different kind of experience. I believe you'll find far more value for someone with your personality, Aizawa-sensei said, causing Bakugo to scoff before Yaoyorozu whispered something in his ear and he calmed down. Tokoyami and Izuku. You 2 have received requests from Hawks. Seeing as he is the current number 2 hero, there have been no qualms with him taking you on despite not taking on work-study students in the past. You 2 will need to travel out to his agency, and I will send you a folio of work from the days you miss, and also will need to engage in other catch-up sessions, on top of the standard ones. Right? So for those involved, this will be a big commitment, but will definitely be worthwhile. Mirio said, giving a thumbs up. The students that got offers became the centers of attention, many students expressing either jealousy or awe. Hey Kaken, are you going to do the, as Aizawa-sensei put it, disciplinary internship? Yeah, think it could really help with that. Beach. Meanwhile, hello? This is Hawk speaking. Hawks, I wish to borrow one of your work-study students briefly. I believe I can offer some skills you may not be able to. Oh, alright Night-Eye, but what skills? And which in turn? Midori Raiko. And the skill of prediction. See what I did there? It was suitable. Now, I will email some forms across in regards to the temporary shift of work, considering they are effectively sidekicks with the school schedule. I expect these done at the soonest convenience before, yada man you gotta chill a little. Look, I'll get those forms done soon, and there should be no worries. I'll contact the school and let them know that I'll send Izuku to you initially, and after you're done with him, I'll grab him back. That sounds suitable. Don't you work at this time? Yeah. I stopped like 3 robberies and half a dozen muggings whilst I've been on the phone to you. My sidekicks just clean up, more or less. You could probably make better use of them. This is probably just most efficient. And besides, I gotta get sharper somehow. Understandable. Have a good day. Sure you do. You wet towel. What? Oh, is that the time? I have an appointment with my fist with a villain's face. You don't use your hands much. In combat though. Izuku was confused but went along with it. He heard from Aizawa-sensei that initially his work study would be held with Sir Night Eye, and that there was a reason that his teacher wasn't told either. But he decided to follow Mirio's example and smile to the world as the two of them took the train to a station near Sir Night Eye's agency. What should I expect from Sir Night Eye? Izuku asked. Well, despite what his appearance might suggest, he holds comedy in high regard. Mirio announced, smiling whilst the two talked about his mentor. Is that how you got your work study? Yep. What kind of? He sent me a request for my internships and invited me in, and he asked me to introduce myself. So I made a really cheesy pun in the process, and that seemed to impress him somehow. It seems like there's definitely something else going on there. But Mirio seems happy, and Sir Night Eye was the one to teach Mirio to predict and use his quirk in such a way. I do wonder what he wants me for though. Izuku thought as he looked at the smiling Mirio, who was looking out the window. Well, I'll try my best. That's all you need to do. They arrived outside the Night Eye Hero Agency building, an otherwise unassuming office building. Wow. True to his word, Aizawa did make sure the two students were woken up at around 7. Although, he did not wake them up per se. No, he was still sleeping at 7. Come on.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over.
For someone who seems to hold comedy in such high regard, he is really, painfully bland. Izuku couldn't help but think. Yeah, it's not much, is it? Mirio said, reading Izuku's thoughts and causing him to stutter in shock. In response, Mirio just laughed loudly and slapped the smaller boy on the back. It's alright, dude. I thought the exact same. It's far more interesting on the inside though, and the people are even more interesting. Promise. Izuku chuckled and nodded, as Mirio scanned his own provisional hero license in order to allow the boys in. Well then, here we go. This was not what he expected. Mirio, is this normal? Izuku whisper yelled at the blonde boy, who merely smiled at the scene before him. That was worrying. Before them was Bubble Girl, a blue-skinned pro-heroine with the ability to manipulate bubbles that she created, tied to a peculiar contraption being operated by Sir Night Eye. This is borderline fetish material? Izuku couldn't help but think as Bubble Girl was being tickled to tears by mechanical feathers. Sir Night, I have arrived and brought Izuku with me, Mirio proclaimed, beaming as he did so. Adequate. Let me free Bubble Girl and then I will talk with Izuku, Sir Night Eye responded as he adjusted his glasses, almost glaring at Izuku. Izuku nervously rubbed the back of his neck as Mirio nodded enthusiastically, leaving the room with gusto. Bubble Girl, although she was clearly out of breath and a little unsteady on her feet, bowed in apology to Sir Night Eye before leaving the room with the same gusto. Now, Midori Raiko, correct? Sir Night Eye asked, his piercing gaze fixed on Izuku. That would be me, sir. I heard there was something you wanted me for? Yes. Mirio spoke quite fondly of you as one of his close friends, and was quite impressed with your combat abilities. But you don't present as much, do you? I find it tends to help if people underestimate me, Izuku replied sharply. Yes, well, I can understand that. Regardless, if you were close to besting Mirio, I wish to put your own skills to the test. I think, even if I let you use your quirk on me, it will be an unfair battle. Oh, why wouldn't I be able to use my quirk on you? I know exactly how it works. Nisa gave me the footage I needed and I analyzed it to the roots. As an aside, could you use it on yourself if you looked in the mirror? Because Eraserhead can erase his own quirk, and yours relies on eye contact and physical contact. That's actually a good question. For personal reasons I refuse to find out. I can understand that. Now, where should we do this? My office should be fine. But I do not care what happens to it. Very well. For the sake of fairness, I will avoid using ranged attacks. Due to the nature of it, they will not give a proper demonstration of the skills I needed to beat Mirio. So how do you plan on avoiding my quirk then? Sir Night Eye asked, and Izuku pulled a blindfold out of his pocket. Sir Night Eye raised an eyebrow sharply but did not question Izuku as the green-haired boy pulled the blindfold tight over his own eyes. Ready when you are, he announced. Lemillion, Bubble Girl, Centipede. You may find it beneficial to watch the upcoming battle between myself and Midori Raiko on the surveillance system, Sir Night Eye said, pulling out some of his high-mass stamps. It will be a very unique engagement. Mirai, or Sir Night Eye as he was known to the hero world, was, for the first time since becoming a hero, uncertain about the future of this conflict. He looked at where Midori Raiko's eyes should be, and simply waited. The boy was tense, however his breathing was loose and quirk active as lightning sparked off of him. Making the first move, Mirai decided to test the waters by throwing one of his stamps at the boy, who seemed to wait until the very last minute to dodge it perfectly and at an incredible speed. Of course, he in turn with Hawks. I probably need to get up close, Mirai thought before dashing forward, pushing off the balls of his feet. In each hand he had a few of the high-mass stamps, throwing a right hook. However, Midori Raiko seamlessly leaned backwards underneath it before kicking his feet up, a short and fast standing backflip. Only barely dodging out of the way of the high-powered kick, Mirai realized that by giving away his position like that he had lost the advantage of the other wearing a blindfold. I don't know how he does it, but it's clear he heard the swing and would have heard me jump backwards, so the best course of action must be to make as much noise as possible. Mirai called out, throwing a stack of papers on his desk up in the air. This should at least throw him off guard and give me the information advantage, or at least, that was the idea. It unfortunately didn't work out like that as Midori Raiko charged right through, and although to someone else it might have looked like they were going to miss, Mirai could see the slight twitch of his right arm. although his hands and arms were covered by his costume, meaning Mirai lacked the ability to read the muscle twitches. Regardless, Mirai made sure to dodge to his left as the green-haired hero launched, narrowly avoiding being hit in the stomach by what would probably be an incapacitating punch. Midori Raiko was clearly kind of thrown off by this, and crashed into the wall with his right arm but was quick to recover by using that arm to propel himself again. Mirai could see the twitching of Midori Raiko's feet, indicating the boy was planning to land with them, so he opted to throw 2 of the stamps where the boy was initially going to land. To his credit, the moment Midori Raiko heard the whistling of the stamps, remained on course however instead of landing on the ground, used a blast from his feet to fly into the roof. The moment his hands made contact with the roof, he curled his fingers and used it to guide him towards the general direction of Mirai, before effectively flicking himself off the roof. The result was a green blur flying towards Mirai at speeds that were comparable to All Might's prime. The only reason he's not completely teleporting to me is my quirk and my experience working with All Might. Even then I know I can't react fast enough. This kid is good, it's a wonder how Mirio was able to keep up with this. I might be able to narrowly block on reflex though, Mirai thought as he watched the green-haired hero in training jump towards the ceiling before jumping towards him. Mirai, as he expected, instinctively managed to block the targeted gut punch by catching it with his right hand, however in the process he had to drop the stamps. Was that his goal? Mirai realized as he did it, and was about to throw the student caught in his hand, however much to his surprise, Midori Raiko began rotating. It was only at the last moment did Mirai understand what was going on. Midori Raiko was rotating whilst using the arm Mirai was holding as an anchor. I see, by applying his quirk to his ligaments and joints he can obtain an unnatural degree of flexibility, Mirai thought as he saw the shoulder rotating beyond the standard arc of motion, and because this is out of the range of what I normally see, it's impossible to predict. Using your opponent's knowledge against them, clever. Mirai just smiled as he saw the blur of red and green coming to his head, and using that anchor point he's going to kick me. That's really clever, and would probably beat anyone else. However, Mirai waited for the foot approaching his head to be moments away before acting. He released his hold on Midori Raiko and ducked to the left, under the leg. At the same time, he used the remaining stamps in his left hand and threw those at Midori Raiko's chest. In response, the boy finished the kick and used the momentum of the follow-through to pull himself out of the way of the thrown stamps. His arm snapped back into place with a crack as though it was elastic, and to prove it was still working, he used the arm to throw a punch at Mirai. Mirai however caught that hand as well as it was now within a predictable range of motion, and used that to pull Midori Raiko to the ground. He ignored the heat of the boy's metal gauntlets on his hands and pinned one of the gauntlets to the ground. Before the boy could react, Mirai stepped on Midori Raiko's chest to hold him to the ground. Well fought, Midori Raiko. I expect that if this were a proper fight, it would go much longer as you would be utilizing more ranged attacks rather than just showing off your mind. I do appreciate that though. Mirai congratulated the boy as he pulled them up. Consider yourself under my tutelage for the next week or so. I've already organized the required days with your school. For the rest of today I'll have myself and Mirio teaching you the basics of my prediction technique, with your quirk and intellect, and have no doubt you'll catch on quickly. Thank you, sir. No need, just allowing me to teach you as one of the strongest of the next generation of heroes is enough. Now let's get to work. Yes, sir. Good attitude. After Mirio and Sir Night-Eye laid the groundworks for Izuku's brief work study under the latter's tutelage that afternoon, before Mirio had to half-carry the now exhausted Izuku back to the train, and back to his dorms. Well, did you have fun at least? Mirio asked the boy slumping in the train seat. Yeah, I guess, but did you guys need to beat me up to do it? Izuku asked, wincing every time the train shifted slightly. Well, it means you'll never make those mistakes again. With the rate you learn at, that took no time. I got beat up at least thrice as much, and can you imagine how much Bubble Girl got beat up in the process? Mirio smiled at Izuku, oddly cheerful. Good point. But what will we do next? I expect you'll probably end up going on patrol with myself, so I can show you the ropes of interaction with civilians. Maybe we'll put our licenses to use. Mirio said enthusiastically, I've always been better at interacting with people than sir. Can't imagine why. Sounds good, Mirio? Izuku said, holding in another wince and fighting the urge to yawn in tiredness. It didn't help he had to be pushing his quirk to its limits the entire time. His energy was running really thin at this point. At least it wasn't too much longer and he wouldn't need to do anything tomorrow. Instead of giving him more work, Nizu had opted to focus on his combat and interactions, so he had several cameras and sensors on his suit so they could gather experimental data for the two of them to work with. Mirio just chuckled at the tiredness in Izuku's voice, before the two fell into a comfortable silence, occasionally interrupted by light commentary on the passing scenery or random questions Izuku had regarding what to expect. Once off the train, Mirio had both their hero cases, one in each hand, and Izuku tried to not fall asleep standing up. It wasn't that long of a walk, but it seemed that Izuku wasn't making it. Mirio frowned at this, and told him to relax as they came up to a bench. Izuku was going to try and say he was fine, but ended up being pushed down by Mirio's arm, who hardly had to do anything to push the boy to the bench. Come on man, it'll be no trouble. Let me just make a quick call, and we'll be back on our way, yeah? Mirio asked. I'm okay. And, thanks Mirio. It's nothing man, Chillix. Nijire was on the walk home from the train station, happily bouncing along as Uraraka and Azui walked alongside her. The two seemed quite close and happy, so Nijire was happy to just leave them be. Thank you so much for the recommendation, Nijire-senpai, Uraraka said to the girl who was resisting the urge to fly. It was nothing. Besides, you two are really cute and really good. She beamed at them, and dropped the whole senpai thing, you can be more casual. Alright Nijire, call me Tsu then, Azui told her. And call me Achiko. Nijire just smiled at them, before feeling her phone vibrate in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw the caller ID as Mirio. Mirio? What did you need? A short conversation later, she bid farewell to the younger students as she ran off in a different direction to go find where Mirio and Izuku were. The two shrugged it off as Nijire being Nijire, but it didn't really matter anyway. Wait, Mirio didn't tell me where they were. Another phone call later, Mirio was looking after the two cases whilst Izuku tried to avoid falling asleep. Dude, it's fine if you do, Mirio told him again. No it isn't. If I feel asleep I'm being weak, I'm giving in, just need help. And that's okay, we all do. There's a reason the big three is the big three, because we balance out each other, we work best together. And that's okay, Mirio told Izuku, who sighed. Alright, but no buts. Besides, we'll be able to get going again soon. How soon? Right Now. A new voice entered the conversation, belonging to someone Izuku was more than happy to see. If he wasn't so tired. She stepped in front of Izuku to look at him properly, before leaning down to his level. Wow, Mirio wasn't kidding, you really are tired. Come on, I'll carry you back to your dorm, she said energetically, beaming at him. Izuku looked at Mirio who just smiled back and he sighed. Alright then. Thank you Nijire, Izuku said. Anything for my boyfriend, she announced eagerly, causing Izuku to blush a little and Mirio to chuckle. Alright lovebirds, let's Get back to your lovebird, yeah, come on Izuku, I'll piggyback carry you. Hey, is there a better verb for that? I don't care, come on. Nijire cut Mirio off, causing him to freeze slightly, before blushing a little. Together, the trio made their way back to the 1A dorms. Mirio left to return his, Nijire's and Izuku's costumes before going to 3A dorms, although not without Nijire and Izuku teasing him again, and Nijire walked through the 1A dorms to get to Izuku's room. This one? Yesh, Izuku mumbled back, his face pressed into Nijire's shoulder. Hey, this is like a role reversal. She giggled, last time it was you carrying me to my room. Izuku just mumbled something that sounded like an agreement and phrasing, but Nijire wasn't too sure. It was hard to tell. It wasn't important anyway. She opened the door and flipped his mattress down for him, gently laying him on the bed before going to turn off the light. However, before she closed the door, Izuku said something, despite his face being half pressed into his mattress. Good night Neshir, wavwoo. This time, it was Nijire's turn to blush, but she didn't hesitate before responding. Love you too. The next 2 days came and went before it was time for Izuku to return to his work studies again. Alright, today we'll spend some more time developing your ability to read more subtle facial expressions, before moving on to multi-step prediction. Whilst this is nigh impossible without a specific quirk, because yours boosts both intellect and eyesight in multiple ways, I believe you. For now Centipeter and Lemillion will go on patrol whilst Bubble Girl and myself will train you in this. Yes sir. Everyone replied with as much energy as they could muster, which seemed to please the future-seeing man. Good. Soon, Bubble Girl, Sir Night Eye and Izuku were all in the small gym room within the Night Eye Hero Agency. Alright, so, you remember the way we did it last time? Night Eye asked Izuku, who had to suppress a shiver. I'm only allowed to react to what I can predict, and if you suspect me of otherwise, I need to prove it. Very good. Although this time, you will need to be relying on facial expressions. However, since Lemillion and myself have very schooled expressions we would be ineffective to fight against in this regard. With Centipeter, due to his quirk, it is not practical to utilize this skill against them. As such, you will be fighting Bubble Girl here. Yes sir. The other two responded, before Izuku took a stance, standing away from Bubble Girl, focusing on her face. He used a similar enhancement technique as the one he used in the exam, except this time he was focusing on Bubble Girl's face, and hence his eyes. Any changes with the tips of her smile, bulging veins, a shifting of her eyes, eyebrows, anything. There, Izuku thought as he noticed Bubble Girl's eyes shift to her right slightly. He threw his left arm up in a defensive position, infused with his quirk, and managed to half a dozen bubbles that would have otherwise hit his eyes. That could have been bad, Izuku thought. He knew that Bubble Girl would typically follow up with a grab and pin, however he had to cast aside prior biases as to both successfully complete this exercise and keep himself safe. No doubt Sir Night Eye has told her to act in a specific way that is different to her regular style, so I need to keep an eye out for that, Izuku thought. Suddenly, a blue fist made contact with the right side of his jaw. He reacted instinctively and flinched, however out of the corner of his eye, he could see the smirk on her face. She thinks she's got me, she's going to finish me off. If she just went with a right hook then she'll finish with a left cross. Izuku thought as he swatted the approaching fist away. Quickly retaking his stance, he watched her face again, waiting for the next twitch. He noticed the surprise in her eyes and the furrowing of her eyebrows. Her movements will be a little more unpredictable as she gets more desperate, Izuku thought. He watched and waited for the next indication of her attack, waiting for the slightest change. Her brow furrowed again and he knew she was winding back a punch, and the slight flick of her eyes to his right shoulder, and then to his nose. She'll make a left cross to my shoulder, and then a right jab, Izuku thought as he used his right hand to catch her first punch and then his left hand to block the jab. You've caught on quick. Come with me and we'll discuss more complicated prediction whilst using some pre-recorded footage, Sir Night Eye spoke, allowing Bubble Girl and Izuku to relax. Bubble Girl, you head out on patrol as well. The more eyes we have out there at the moment the better. Izuku wondered what for and why, but he would save the questions for later. He grabbed one of his notebooks within his hero case, before flipping to a new page. He gave it today's date and followed Sir Night Eye into the room where he kept all his recordings of missions past. 2 hours later, Izuku emerged with a curious glint in his eyes and a very, very tired-looking Night Eye. So Dash. Yes. Whatever. Ask Nizu. Please just come back tomorrow with coffee for me or something. Sir Night Eye cut Izuku off. Lemillion. Take your underclassmen back to you. I'm going to take some kind of stimulant. Yes, sir. Do I even want to know what fried Sir Night Eye? Mirio asked as the two walked back to Yue. I don't see why not. You see, it was regarding the dash Izuku started mumbling. And zoning you out? Specific differences between fast twitch and slow twitch muscles and the indications this can have for an individual's quirk and if there's potentially a way I can use my quirk to effectively read brain waves. Izuku kept going and going and going, but frankly Mirio wasn't listening even remotely. It was kind of funny though, to see his mentor so exhausted after just 2 hours of trying to teach the boy something. It's no wonder Aizawa-sensei shoved him onto Nizu, Mirio thought as the two approached Yu-Data grounds. Would it be possible to then effectively take control of their body if you can disrupt their actions through the nervous system signal? Nijire pondered. Well, in theory because most signals are a form of electricity, so if I could... Mirio completely zoned the couple out as they got into more complex quirk theory, and quietly walked a different way to meet up with Tamaki instead. Tamaki! He called out, waving wildly and running towards the boy he named, Eat any good food? Yeah, I got to try swordfish for the first time. I wonder how it was cooked though, it was really soft but also quite firm. Tamaki responded with a slight blush as the other boy threw an arm around his waist. Oh, would it be boiled then? No, it still had flavoring and things. Yeah, alright, both couples were weird, but neither were denying it. The next day of internships came, Izuku came with a thermos full of coffee, a recipe he got from Shinso, after sending a plethora of cat pictures as bribery, and after handing it to Sir Night Eye, the pro-hero gave the students and sidekicks their instructions. Centipeder will handle the agency. I will go with Bubble Girl. Lemillion will be with Midori Raiko. Lemillion, you patrol the route you did yesterday, and explain the target to Midori Raiko along the way. I'm sure he can handle it, Sir Night Eye finished. Yes, sir. So, target? Izuku asked the moment they left the agency. Right, so, lately we've been keeping an eye on the Shai Hasaikai. Long story short, we think they might be producing various drugs. So our first priority will be to keep a general surveillance. We shouldn't run into any major targets though. Oh, you know Morse code, right? Mirio responded. Off by heart. Anything I should keep in mind while patrolling? Well, why do we patrol? Mirio asked as the two rounded a corner. To remind the populace of our presence and for highest efficiency in random attacks? Correct. Now, why do we walk with a smile? Mirio asked, flashing his teeth in a slightly wider smile whilst Izuku responded in kind, before crossing an alley. To dash, Izuku was cut off by someone running into him. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going, he said, holding his hand out to the person who crashed into him. It was a little girl who looked no older than 6, with white hair, with a white almost surgical dress and bandages all along her arms and legs. But what was most notable was that she was shaking. Almost immediately after recognizing him, she latched onto him. She whispered, and Izuku stood back up with her in his arms. Do we have any links between her and the Shai Hasaikai? Izuku tapped out for Mirio. We do now, Mirio tapped back as he looked to the alley end. Act natural, don't blow our cover. Ah, Eri, are you causing trouble for these young gentlemen? A voice spoke from within the alley. That's Kai Chisaki, villain and quirk name overhaul. It's literal, we can discuss later, for now no, he's too dangerous to fight in such a setting. How's the girl? Holding up. Mirio tapped, before speaking aloud. Oh, she isn't bothering us, mister. My partner accidentally bumped into her and he tends to be quite good with children. Meanwhile, Eri had begun shaking more and was clinging to Izuku. Please, help me, she whispered. I promise we will save you, Izuku whispered back, discreetly removing one of the cameras on his cuff and placing it on the back of her dress. He looked into her ruby eyes and gave her a gently smile, but one of raw determination and truth. Whilst that exchange was happening, Mirio and Overhaul were having a very tense conversation. Anyway, I should get Eri back. It was wonderful meeting you. It'd get quite messy otherwise. It wasn't just Eri that felt the venom in those words, but Izuku and Mirio who both froze at the sudden tone changes. However, Izuku was able to whisper one last thing to Eri. I promise we will save you. Izuku didn't know it, but those words, his warmth and his smile would be what she held onto until the time came. For now though, Eri jumped out of his arms and ran back down the alley with Overhaul. We need to contact Sir Night Eye and get this operation underway then. I placed a tracker on her. We should be able to mobilize soon, Izuku said as soon as they were out of the alley and away. Good. I'll call him now. We will save her as soon as we can. Izuku tried to keep his mind racing from all the thoughts of what was happening to her, and Mirio tried to do the same. Both kept a wide a smile they could for the rest of the patrol, but it dropped the moment they walked through the agency doors. Nijire, as mentioned earlier, wasn't as airheaded as most people thought. It made a good front to some extent, but it just came across that way from her personality. But she had her quiet, reflective moments, and was quite good at reading people cues, especially from her closest friends. So when she and Tamaki were nervously awaiting the return of their respective boyfriends from their work studies, she became gradually more concerned as the sun gradually went lower in the sky. Nijire, I'm sure they're fine, we would have heard otherwise by now. Tamaki tried to reassure himself as much as he was trying to reassure her. I know, wow, but what if something else happened? She whined, slumping against the tree near the entrance to the gates they were waiting at. Well, I can see them now, so Tamaki was cut off by the girl grabbing his hand and dragging him along. So let's go see them. But as they got closer, the first thing they both noticed was the Izuku was looking really tense. But the most jarring thing was that Mirio wasn't smiling. Hey, what happened? Nijire asked them. Izuku looked really conflicted whilst Mirio was trying to keep a blank face, despite the sorrow seeping through. I'm sorry. We're not allowed to talk about it, Izuku responded to her. Nijire understood fully, certain operations required a level of secrecy for a variety of reasons. But it seemed this hurt more than they realized. Nijire just smiled gently at him and hugged him. Izuku clung to her like a lifeline, and Nijire didn't want to make such a sweet boy so sad, and just hugged back as she felt her shirt dampening. Tamaki did something similar with Mirio, the blonde boy's gritted teeth evident as he buried his head into Tamaki. I need to talk to Nizu, Izuku spoke up after a little while. Thank you, Nijire. In response, she wiped his tears and kissed his forehead. It'll be okay. I believe in you, she said to him, smiling. Yeah, let's hope it will be. Nizu frowned after Izuku left the room. The boy had requested the tracking details of a specific cuff camera of his, which Nizu provided freely, however he had not seen the boy so distraught before. Sure, he was a different species and decidedly not a high school student, but he was able to see straight through the overly stiff mask. The spark in Izuku's eyes were lost. Something happened on his work study. Mirio will be involved. They need temporary support until it's cleared up. I do believe it has to do with Nitai's current operation. Hound Dog is good, but not for such short-term and temporary matters, more so for long-term anxiety, depression, PTSD, etc. So, taking into account their human relationships, can Nijire and Tamaki please report to my office? I am aware it is out of school hours, but this is an urgent matter. Nizu announced over the P-Data system. It didn't take long for the mentioned students to appear outside his office. Principal Nizu? You wanted to speak to us? Indeed. Come in and help yourself to some tea, I made some in advance. Izuku was in his room. He couldn't sleep. It was about half an hour from curfew, and a few hours from lights out but wasn't feeling remotely tired. He hadn't eaten either, he wasn't really hungry. After delivering the message to Nizu, he opted to head straight to his room. He told the others he had eaten and prior and wasn't feeling 100%, and they generally believed him. So instead of resting, he opted to train. It wasn't much, just basic strength training, but it was to give him something to do. If he could get stronger and faster, maybe he could save Eri better. Maybe I could have saved Eri in the first place, he thought as he forced himself to do the 100th push-up of the 10th set. He wasn't quite sure why he wasn't feeling sore. Maybe he was subconsciously using his quirk to block his pain receptors and limiters, effectively sending his body into a form of overdrive. He looked in the mirror briefly and saw a few sparks from his quirk. Yep, doing that. Probably should stop before I destroy my body, huh? He thought as he pulled his mattress out and began making his bed. He sighed, releasing his quirk and feeling an extreme sense of soreness. I'll be fine tomorrow. Probably. I'll get some ice for now, and heat when I sleep or something. He went into his dorm's fridge/freezer and pulled out the many ice packs he had in there, leaving it empty bar the tub of ice cream. He opened the mattress and put the ice packs inside, making it significantly colder and much more unpleasant. But it would make tomorrow better. Lying down on it for 10-minute periods, to get his mind off the numbing cold, he was reflecting and just thinking, contemplating, planning, scheming. He held his hand above his face and let his quirk flow through to the normal extent. He watched sharply as the lightning flowed through it, and was feeling the slight heat of where it traveled. He upped the throughput and noticed the heat increasing slightly, along with an increase of the amount of surface area the lightning covered. He sighed again. He laid his hand down, mind wandering more. Further. Deeper. Darker. Knock knock. Can I come in? Nijire's voice cut through his thoughts like a hot knife through butter. HM? Yeah, let me unlock the door. Izuku responded as he shot up. He grabbed the door to let Nijire in, although was kind of surprised to see her with a blanket and in her pajamas. Come on, she said, grabbing his hand and somehow locking the door behind her as she ran to the bed. Wait, Nijire, it's full of cold. After warming Nijire up, which involved blankets and cuddles, Nijire began explaining why she was here. I was worried about you. When you came back from the work study you were so upset, distraught, other adjectives I can't be bothered to name, and I was really concerned. So, after you talked to Nizu, he called Tamaki and I into his office after. You told him the vague details. Did you know he's really good at reading people? Anyway, he told us to check on you guys and gave us permission to stay in your rooms for the night. And before you say otherwise, no you're not fine. I doubt being fine would involve something that leads to needing to ice your bed. Yeah? Well, yeah, Izuku responded, chuckling nervously as Nijire stared deep into his eyes. It's alright not to be fine. And it's alright to struggle. It's part of being a hero, knowing when you need help, Nijire said seriously, and Izuku nodded. The two sat on the no longer cold bed, before Nijire smiled broadly, and as your girlfriend, I promise to always be there for you. Thank you Nijire, Izuku responded. Nijire just smiled back and hugged him. It's okay to be weak. Everyone is weak sometimes. You, Bakugo, Mirio, Sir Night-Eye, even All Might had his weaknesses. So don't feel afraid to ask for help or anything. Would you like to talk about what you can? Izuku gripped her shirt tightly, and his voice was barely audible as he started. I let her go. I had to. She saw so scared Nijire. I know I did the right thing, but I could have done a better thing. Could he tried, should he tried? Izuku broke off as his tears began pooling again, and Nijire held him tighter. We can't change the past. We can, and we'll change the future though. You'll save her next time. Right? Why? Yeah. He declared. Great. Let's get this sleepover started then. Nijire squeezed him a little tighter before letting go. You wanna overanalyze some quirks? Absolutely. The two spent the next hour giggling, cuddling, occasionally kissing and completely dissecting various prose quirks. However, when the two yawned in sync, causing both to giggle and smile at each other, they knew it was time to turn it in. So, you can have the mattress, I'll just use some blankets, Izuku said quickly as he rummaged through his pajama drawer for a suitable set. Why no? This is your room dash. And you're a guest. I'll be in the bathroom getting changed, be right back. He said as he went into the adjoined room. Nijire just pouted and began scheming. When Izuku got out, she was sleeping wrapped up in blankets on the floor. Izuku sighed and picked her up after folding his clothes away and put her on the mattress. However, when he tried to let her go she simply clung onto him like a koala. Come on Nijire, let go. No. Why not? Because we are going to share the bed, or I'm sleeping on the ground. You have a very important work study tomorrow, and are frankly quite distraught so I'm here to help you feel better, and hugs help. Nijire declared, clinging tighter. My quirk dash won't hurt me. You know that. You are subconsciously going to divert it. So stop worrying and enjoy yourself. Okay? Okay. Awesome. Snuggles. Nijire declared happily. Nijire released herself from Izuku and let herself drop onto the bed. She pressed her back up against the adjacent wall and laid her head on the pillow, smiling at Izuku. Izuku smiled gently back, lying down to face her. Their faces in the pillows. Izuku leaned in to kiss Nijire, and she complied, the two locking lips for a few seconds before parting and smiling at each other. Good night Nijire. Love you, Izuku said. Good night Izuku, love you too, Nijire smiled back. The two held each other in an embrace, peacefully falling asleep as their hearts kept in sync. The morning and school day came and went, all the teachers and friends involved with Mirio and Izuku worried about the two as they generally had a much sharper atmosphere, far more intense and far more focused. Soon they were at Night-Eye's hero agency, where all the heroes and heroes in training present were focusing on the case. Only Bubble Girl was sent out to keep up appearances, whilst Izuku gave Sir Night-Eye all the data they had gathered. What's most horrifying though, is that she seems to briefly disappear and reappear every now and then. I think overhaul it might be. Izuku trailed off, the idea implied enough. The room fell into a heavy silence. With these movement patterns and my quirk, we have a successful map of the area she seems to be in. I will gather a team of heroes. We will strike soon. Don't worry. We will save her, Sir Night-Eye said, and you two will be effectively leading us all. You both have the strongest emotions regarding this so I expect you will be the strongest, however do not let that cloud your judgment. Trying, failing, and dying is worse than waiting a little to try when you are more prepared, and succeeding for obvious reasons. Sir Night-Eye gently squeezed both of the boys' shoulders, however did not make eye contact as to reassure he wasn't using his quirk on them. I believe in both of you. Come, let's train some more. It didn't take long for the meeting to come, as various hero agencies gathered in a room hosted by Sir Night-Eye. Amongst them, Eraserhead, Fat Gum, Rocklock, Ryukyu, Gran Torino, an older hero, Kesajiri Man, Mr. Brave, and many others. Whilst all the students traveled together, Mirio and Izuku were unable to tell them anything so they all made talk in smaller groups along the way. The meeting didn't last too long, however Mirio and Izuku began feeling sick after information was discussed regarding Eri's situation, specifically regarding what she was being used for, her blood being involved in a bullet that would damage the quirk gene within an individual. We will inform you all within 12 hours of the operation time. For now, please be aware of these locations of the Shai Hasaikai bases. I have called you all here as to make sure you will, after the group collapses, disperse the remaining members. The next few nights, Nizu allowed all students involved in the operation to spend the night in rooms with those particularly close to them. And soon the text came. The text came at close to 11 at night. Nijire and Izuku were in Nijire's room this time, which was fairly ordinary, bar everything being a shade of blue similar to Nijire's hair, and a twin-size bed as Nijire normally had a tendency to roll a lot during her sleep, when it arrived. The two of them looked at it, and Nijire quickly hugged Izuku. We'll definitely save her this time. Yeah. Nijire pulled him down to the bed, gently hugging him as her hair curled around the both of them. Don't worry about it, just go to sleep. Izuku turned around slightly and kissed her forehead, before letting himself drift off as well. Once the time of the operation came, a large amount of officers gathered outside the building in question, along with all the heroes involved. Everyone was going through preparations. Nijire and Izuku were wrapping their capture bracelets, Mirio was stretching, Tamaki was eating various foods, Kirishima was doing various exercises, Ajui was also stretching, and Uraraka was going through breathing exercises. All the couples gave each other goodbye hugs, before falling into position. However, when the doorbell was about to be pressed, a giant broke out the gates, causing several officers to be blown back. Eraserhead grabbed two of them using his capture scarf whilst Midori Raiko caught the other, placing them on the ground. The giant wound up a large punch, screaming about how it was too early in the morning, and aimed it at the group. Midori Raiko was the first to react, his quirk filling his body, and he jumped forward, landing on top of the fist and swift jumping down on it, pushing it into the ground. During that moment, Ryukyu had transformed and proceeded to pin the giant man down. My agency will take care of him. The rest of you keep moving forward, she called out, and Nijire-chan and Midori Raiko smiled at each other once more before they moved their separate ways. Nijire-chan led Uravity and Froppy to help Rikyu whilst Midori Raiko became part of the charge through the gates. The minor villains along the way were shut down by some of the other heroes and police officers, as they declared their search warrant. Midori Raiko and Lemillion began leading the charge, neither of them using quirks to save their strength, with police officers and minor heroes working together to deal with all the members sent outside. Side by side, the two charged straight into the base, throwing the door aside as they continued forward. They ran until they reached a small potted plant, which according to the map was traveled through in order to get Eri back to her room. A small resistance brought up at the time of opening was taken down by the teamwork of Bubble Girl and Centipeder and the overwhelming numbers and equipment of the police force, the two working in perfect unison to pin and detain the shy Hasaikai members along the way. However, they ended up needing to stay behind as a result, dropping two more from the group. They initially came up against a wall, with Sir Night Eye insisting this was the right way. After a verification from Lemillion, Red Riot and Midori Raiko worked in unison to destroy the temporary wall, revealing the remainder of the tunnel. Together, the heroes and remaining police force keep running until the walls about them start shifting and changing. It's Irinaka, the police chief calls out as all the heroes struggle to keep their balance. He shouldn't be able to do the whole underground though. Rocklock called back, struggling just as much to keep balance. He used some of a quirk-boosting drug. Eraser, can you deal with this? Fat Gum replied. I need to be able to see the main body. Eraserhead shot back, the teacher and Fat Gum working together to keep balance. Time is of the essence. Lemillion called out after briefly talking to Tamaki, I'll keep moving. As soon as Lemillion had left eyesight, the remaining group had been dropped into a room where they were confronted by three men. Hey, some government officials have fallen from the sky. What a day. The front of the three commented. The man, identified as Setsuno, charged at them with a blade outstretched. As the police chief called out to his men, his quirk means that we can't use our guns. Heroes, this one's on you. However, Eraserhead cut the charge off by erasing the quirk in question, and the larger man to his right pulled out a pistol. But with Setsuno's quirk erased and Fat Gum standing in front as a shield, the police officers were able to pull out their own weapons and aim them at each of the individuals opposing them. However, before the engagement could start, Sun Eater used a collection of octopus tentacles to entangle and capture the three in front of them. Go ahead. With so many pro heroes standing here doing nothing, we're playing right into their hands. But Amajiki-san dash Red Riot starts before being cut off. Go. I'm enough to take these guys on. He's right, let's keep moving. Midori Raiko calls out, before Fat Gum backed him up. Tamaki is one of the strongest among us. If he says he can do this, he can do this. Fat Gum said as he gave Midori Raiko a look of appreciation. Right, let's go, Eraserhead commands as he knocks out one of the goons by the door, the one with a bag over his head. Please take care of Lemillion. Sun Eater called out before Midori Raiko left the room. Right? The remaining pros and police officers rushed forward, before suddenly a wall rushed out from the side, directed at Eraserhead. Midori Raiko used a flow of his quirk through his body to grab the man before he was hit by the wall, however Red Riot and Fat Gum were both taken instead. When the wall retracted, it was clear they were taken to a different room. The remaining group, now led by Sir Night Eye, continued forward before Irinaka began using his quirk in order to try and crush the remaining group. Midori Raiko, using constant bursts of his quirk, was able to hold off the assault of concrete poles, however it wasn't enough to allow them to move forward. Damn it. Lockdown, maximum security, Rocklock said as he twisted his hand after placing it on the wall. A large area around them stopped moving altogether as his quirk shut down its movement. However, due to the difficulty of it, he ended up collapsing in exhaustion. I'll be fine here, you guys keep moving, he further said as he knelt on the ground, resting up. Sir Night Eye nodded and led the remaining group further, into a large open cavern presently unoccupied. However, there were no exit. Midori Raiko studied the map they made at the beginning, and was quickly able to identify where they were and needed to go. However, an attack started from the ceiling with the intent to crush them all. It came as pillars from the top, raining down rapidly with a slight swell in the middle. Dozens, hundreds of individual pillars made up what was a last-ditch effort to stop Night Eye and his team. Midori Raiko was the first to react, boosting his eyes to a much higher extent than he normally would as he brought his arms up and began charging them as fast as possible. He narrowed down where the attack was coming from. Railgun shot, half piercing, half impact. He yelled, bringing his arms up together and firing towards the ceiling center. He fired a single projectile, and it quickly tore through the concrete that was rushing down. The sudden attack caused Iranaka to stop his own, however he started pushing against the projectile in an attempt to prevent it from reaching him. Eraserhead, Midori Raiko called out, and the older hero was quick to glare up at the forming hole in the ceiling, revealing a drained Iranaka in a much larger form. Sir Night Eye was next to act, throwing some high-mass stamps at the body in the ceiling. That effectively resulted in the last of the trigger being forcefully ejected from his body as he spewed out some blood, before falling from the ceiling. Some of the remaining officers apprehended him quickly as Midori Raiko broke down the wall to be able to assist Lemillion. There they saw the hero standing out front of Eri, who was wrapped within Lemillion's red cape. The hero was using his quirk to phase through large-scale attacks from Overhaul, whilst also destroying bits and pieces to protect Eri. Once the other heroes arrived, Eraserhead quickly removed Overhaul's quirk and Sir Night Eye jumped in, throwing several of the stamps, taking Overhaul down briefly. Meanwhile, Midori Raiko was quick to run to Lemillion and Eri, grabbing both of them and carrying them to the hole in the wall. "I told you I'd come and save you," Midori Raiko said with a smile to Eri, who looked shell-shocked. Lemillion was clutching his side, but gripped Eri's hand as he tried to take her. Unfortunately, he ended up stumbling, and Midori Raiko caught the two of them. "It's alright, I can carry both of you. Lemillion, on my back, and Eri, I'll carry you in my arms," he told them as he scooped the two of them up. He rushed back through the hole in the wall they had made until they were a decent distance away. Once far enough away, he told Lemillion to take Eri the rest of the distance before he turned back towards the fray. He used his quirk primarily in his legs, a larger burst coming from his feet as he rocketed back in a blur of green to the battlefield. Once he arrived, it was a bleak scene. Chronostasis and Eraserhead were missing from the battlefield, and one of the remaining members of Overhaul's inner circle was aiming a gun at Sir Night Eye, who was preoccupied with dodging the plethora of attacks from Overhaul. The gunshot rung through Midori Raiko's ears as he leapt forward, intercepting the bullet and catching it, before snapping it all together. He swiftly knocked out the villain responsible, who was already barely conscious, confiscated the gun and bullet container, and looked over to see Sir Night Eye being pierced in the leg by a large cement spike created by Overhaul. Midori Raiko saw Overhaul reaching for Sir Night Eye's arm, presumably aiming to end the pinned pro-hero. He jumped forward, lightning sparking off his legs and right arm as he brushed his right gauntlet against the ground, hand outstretched as he used lightning through the ground to destroy the cement spike in Sir Night Eye's leg, whilst also using a strike to knock Overhaul's arm away. Sir Night Eye collapsed whilst Overhaul drew back, scowling. Midori Raiko quickly landed between the two, using his left hand to release another blast, sending Overhaul further back before grabbing Sir Night Eye and laying him by the doorway. "Sir Night Eye, if you continue down this way you should be able to find Lemillion and Eri. I'll take down Overhaul," he commanded, and he turned back to face the leader. "You'll never understand what's happening here. You'll never understand Eri's true power. Her curse." Overhaul screamed at Midori Raiko as he placed both hands on the ground, creating a massive wall of spikes. Thinking fast, Midori Raiko reacted in kind, placing his own hands on the ground and using a heavy flow of lightning to destroy the massive spike wall. He followed up with a swift punch to Overhaul's arm as he was unprepared for the speed at which it came, before pushing a blast of lightning through the connection, causing Overhaul to jump further back and place his hands on the ground again, creating another attack. Once more, the green-haired hero was able to swiftly destroy the attack, before launching up into the air with the intention of axe-kicking Overhaul. He did, in fact, manage to do that, but as the battle drew on and he used more energy, he became more tired. His move was just a little too slow, a little too projected, and Overhaul narrowly dodged the move. Instead he was able to kick the mask in two. Overhaul quickly turned around and repaired it, and Midori Raiko was waiting for his next move. However, Overhaul created a large and deep barrier, and the hero knew it was to block his vision. He could only hope he could take whatever was being prepared. Eri? Midori Raiko quickly realized that, whilst behind the concrete barrier, Overhaul had deconstructed himself and reconstructed himself using the body of an ally. Based on the extra mouth he had, it was Shin Nemoto. "You're nothing but a curse, Eri," Overhaul's second mouth spoke, thundering through the rooms and cavern from Shin Nemoto's quirk as he raised all four of his arms, swinging them to the ground as he placed his outstretched palms down. The four hands each had the concrete around them rumble briefly, before they each resulted in a massive pillar flying towards Midori Raiko. In total, 4 pillars that were several meters wide each that was flying at tremendous speeds towards him. They smashed the previous concrete barrier, and Midori Raiko reacted almost immediately. He jumped up, over the barriers and flicking his feet as he released a stream of lightning, destroying one of the pillars completely. He then used a blast from his left arm to dodge left, before bringing his right arm around and destroying another of the pillars. "Eri, another person is going to die because of you. So be a good girl and return," Overhaul bellowed, and Midori Raiko had to fight the urge to yell back. He knew it wouldn't work as well as Shin Nemoto's, or formerly Shin Nemoto's, confession quirk, and he needed to keep focus. A single mistake could result in injury or, more likely, death. Despite this, Izuku spun himself in the air to face the ground, kicking off the roof and accidentally cracking the ceiling as he jumped back to the ground, the two remaining pillars following him. Once he landed on the floor, he landed hard, resulting in a large crater appearing around him. He aimed both arms up, as flicked his hands in a particular way, causing the palms of the gauntlets to detach. He quickly used a rapid polarity change using a high-density stream of lightning within his palms to create powerful, ad hoc projectiles that each destroyed one of the pillars. He turned to glare at Overhaul, who was preparing a larger attack of his own. The ground around his hands rumbled as they almost flowed into a single, massive pillar moving at a rate comparable to Sir Nightai's attacks. Thinking fast, Midori Raiko knew he couldn't prepare a railgun shot in time, nor would he be able to repel it or divert it. He braced himself, in a jumping position with his right foot back. He gathered as much energy within his leg muscles as he could whilst also gathering excessive amounts within his right arm and gauntlet. Moments before the pillar would crush him, he jumped forward with his right fist leading, sparks flying off. And then the two collided. He felt the pillar crumble in front of his fist, and despite the whole exchange happening in less than a few seconds, it felt like minutes as he pulsed green lightning through the concrete pillar. The concrete around his fist was cracking from impact as he kept going through, before it all shattered with a final pulse of green lightning. This surprised Overhaul, who ended up getting punched in the face in the end, sending his mask flying, and there was an audible click from his jaw, causing the four-armed villain to scream in pain. Midori Raiko had to quickly jump back as to avoid being caught in any of the arms as Overhaul reconstructed his jaw quickly, the body parts seeming to phase in and out of reality briefly. "Ah, Eri, good girl, come over here," Overhaul said, turning his attention to the opening into the cavern. Midori Raiko's heart broke a little as he saw the little girl standing there, scared, on the edge of bawling her eyes out as she quietly walked over. "No, Eri," Midori Raiko called out, "it will be okay. Go back to Lemillion, he'll help you." "No, Eri. He is dying for you, will die for you. Come here and anyone else will need to die." Overhaul screamed more as Eri shuffled over. If I see come with you, will you fix everyone?" Eri called out as a still fell over the battlefield. "No, Eri. Everyone will be okay anyway. Please, go to Lemillion or come to me," Midori Raiko said before Overhaul could respond, taking off his metal face guard to reveal a gentle, determined and hopeful smile. Eri seemed to hesitate at this as she looked at the green-haired boy, but Overhaul suddenly created massive pillars beneath both himself and Eri to lift them up towards the cavern ceiling where the morning sun was peeking through. "Give up, pathetic hero. Eri doesn't want to go with you, and I have the high ground," Overhaul bellowed, but Midori Raiko gave him no attention. He focused his attention on Eri, who was beginning to look panic as she rose towards the ceiling. Thinking fast, Midori Raiko jumped to the ceiling, moving at incredible speeds as he kicked off of it. The ceiling ended up collapsing and falling behind him, but he ignored it as Overhaul shielded himself from the falling ceiling. "Eri, jump to me. I'll protect you. No matter what," Midori Raiko called as he jumped towards her. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, but quickly locked her ruby eyes with his emerald ones, and with a little run-up she jumped towards him. She held her arms out, hope shining in her eyes, and Midori Raiko had to remind himself to focus as he reached out to grab her. He flew towards her, smiling as he wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug before he twisted them in the air to make sure he would land. He braced his legs as they landed, ripping up the concrete behind him, but both came out unscathed. "Thank you for trusting me," Midori Raiko whispered to the girl in his arms, who wrapped her small arms all the way around him. She mumbled something he couldn't quite catch, and he ruffled her hair before beginning to carry her away, before stumbling as he realized how tired he was. I can help," Eri mumbled, and Midori Raiko smiled encouragingly, if tiredly, at her to continue. "My curse can reverse things, at least that's what the men in coats say when they think I'm not listening. But it's not safe. I can't control it." Midori Raiko could hear Overhaul screaming up above. It sounded like he had crashed into something very big. He smiled at Eri. "It's okay, I trust you. So will you help us save you?" he asked her, and she nodded quickly. "All right, hold on then." Using his capture bracelets, he wound them around Eri's upper legs and tied her to his waist. She wrapped her small arms around his neck, although she had to strain a little to reach. "How do you activate your quirk?" Midori Raiko asked as he began to prepare himself to fly out of the cavern. I don't know," she mumbled, slightly upset. "It's okay. Keep trying to figure it out. I'm a hero anyway, so I'll be fine," he said as confidently as he could as he began to boost himself with blasts from his feet. Once he made it above ground, he could see why Overhaul screamed earlier. He was currently crushed under the larger enemy that bashed the gate earlier, being held underneath Ryukyu, who was assisted by Nijire-chan, Uravity, and Froppy. However, when he saw the larger villain begin to seemingly shift out of reality, he sped up his movements and tackled Ryukyu out of the way. "Stay back. You're all exhausted and Overhaul is going to deconstruct the villain on him, and you'll be next," he called out to the trio of students and Pro Hero without looking back at them. Soon, Overhaul emerged now as a giant, little more than a head and upper body contained within a massive fleshy lower body, which had 4 giant arms on it. "Well then," Midori Raiko said cynically as he saw the massive Overhaul place all 4 giant arms on the ground. Whether the universe felt like being convenient or Eri activated her quirk in an instinctual fear response was not his problem. However, he noticed the yellow glow around him, yet he didn't feel any different immediately. He noticed that his energy reserves seemed to be constantly filling up, however, and as he pushed more and more energy through his body, he felt neither pain nor a lack of energy. He quickly deduced that due to the way his quirk worked, it put a hard limit on what Eri could rewind. He tried a different technique for how much power he could push through his body, effectively turning his skin into the electric green of his lightning, almost an entire additional layer on him. He was able to move at speeds that would be measured in percentages of light speed, while still not running out of energy. Furthermore, he noticed that whilst he was getting burns from the extreme heat and friction of his lightning, he was still feeling pain, but it wasn't lasting. Seemingly the burns would disappear immediately. Smirking, he glanced at Overhaul and could see the massive pillars coming at him and the other heroes behind him in slow motion. He glanced behind and saw they were all moving in slow motion as well, Nijire-chan gradually lifting her arms up together with her energy moving in slow motion around her arms. Thinking fast, he dashed forward and grazed his hand along each of the pillars, each one being surrounded entirely by a covering of green lightning and vaporizing in a matter of moments. Overhaul was reacting faster than the other heroes, potentially with the combined brainpower or reaction speed, somehow. Midori Raiko really didn't want to think too hard about the whole absorbing people thing. However, it still wasn't enough to stop Midori Raiko from kicking him hard in the chest with a powerful right kick, boosted by a lightning blast from his heel. It sent Overhaul high into the air, and he was quick to follow, flying from bursts from his feet. Overhaul had a surprising amount of control in the air, and had, on instinct, managed to rip up the road as he clung to some of it, bringing it with him as he flew into the air, both from the kick and from his own movements. The road around him formed into various large spikes, flying around him in the air as he bellowed. You have no idea what Eri is worth, what Eri is capable of. She could rebuild this world, rid the world of all curses. Overhaul screamed as the spikes around him began spinning faster and faster. I can't get close safely without potentially risking Eri, and I can't destroy it all at once. I can't dodge it. I'll just have to destroy them individually. With the amount of energy I have and can throughput, it shouldn't take too long, the green-haired hero thought as his eyes darted around, tracking all the spikes individually as they spun around Overhaul. There were at least 100 rotating around the flying villain, who was watching Midori Raiko with piercing eyes, waiting for the hero to move first. Careful to only restrict the massively increased throughput to his arms, the whirring noise could be heard throughout the underground compound as he charged his right arm with magnetic energy from his lightning, the left arm holding half a dozen of his railgun bullets. He had a small pouch of them with probably close to 200, but he could only use so many at a time. He tracked a dozen of the spikes with his eyes, and making sure to recalculate his flight pattern for the recoil, he aimed his right hand at the first of the spikes he was targeting. The whirring reached a high point as he breathed in, and whilst he breathed out, he threw one of the railgun pellets upwards. And fired it. The first one he threw was fired with a terrifyingly loud bang, causing Eri to flinch slightly and dig into his back a little more. He winced at scaring her with the noise, but he knew it was a necessary evil. The whirring noise did not cease as he was immediately preparing the next shot, and as he heard the first one was through the air before destroying the spike it targeted. He fired the next 11 in rapid succession, the loud whirring noise and intermittent bang of his shots filled the air. He quickly took down the first dozen, and was reaching for his pouch of railgun pellets when Overhaul launched a massive scale attack with all the remaining spikes. Midori Raiko held his arms in an X shape, preparing for the attack. With his arms in an X, he sent even more throughput his arms. The lightning became a glowing second skin that rapidly spun around him, forming a protective shield in front of the two. The whirring grew louder as a tertiary heat barrier began becoming visible in front of the lightning shield, the friction in the air steadily causing an orange presence in the air. Soon, the first of the concrete spikes came rushing towards Midori Raiko, and the moment it began entering the orange aura, it started vaporizing from the heat, however it caused the aura to cool slightly. The second, fourth, and fifth spike came at the same time. Midori Raiko gritted his teeth and increased the density of the lightning whirling around him and Eri like saw blades. The heat aura intensified, and successfully vaporized many of the incoming spikes. However, there were still 84 left. Taking a page out of Bakugo's book, Midori Raiko began spinning in the air, and began manipulating the lightning to spin in the opposite direction to the heat. It created greater amounts of friction, more heat, and more to destroy the spikes. The next 34 were destroyed by this, as Overhaul sent them in one by one. You damn brat. You can't win. Just give up. Overhaul screamed as he sent 49 spikes simultaneously. Midori Raiko, after counting the spikes, threw his arms out of the X formation and caused the lightning to spread across the sky in an expanding sphere. As it expanded through the sky, all the spikes directed towards the hero were destroyed rapidly. The spikes were almost immediately vaporized as the sphere crossed the sky, stopping just short of Overhaul. Damn you! Overhaul screamed, grabbing and crushing the last spike into dust. The dust swirled around Overhaul, picking up dust and sand in the air as it span faster, and Midori Raiko had to up the throughput in his legs to avoid being blown away by the strong winds produced. Eri's grip on him grew a little tighter, and he used some of his lightning to gently pull the capture rope holding her to his back a little tighter, and she snuggled slightly into him, feeling safer with the slight warmth of the lightning. Midori Raiko smiled a little, but channeled more lightning into his arms as the whirring began again. The lightning he channeled formed a spearhead in front of him, and as Overhaul turned the storm of cement, dust and other bits and pieces sideways, it spinning faster and faster before it launched at the currently airborne hero. The lightning in front of Midori Raiko however completely divided the attack in half before sending a large strike originating from the back of each of his hands. Each one destroyed one of the halves of the attack. Midori Raiko glared at Overhaul, before blasting off with charges from his feet as he used something he thought would remain purely experimental. Lightning Dome. He yelled as he increased the throughput to his absolute maximum. He began flying around Overhaul, in a circular pattern. He moved faster than Overhaul could see. He couldn't even see the blur of green and white that was the hero and Eri, only the lightning that left in their wake. Midori Raiko, meanwhile, kept flying in the circle, changing his angle slightly each time as a large sphere of the green lightning formed around Overhaul's massive body. The lightning rippled and the noise was deafening, louder than the noise of Midori Raiko breaking the sound barrier as glass of nearby houses, which were already evacuated at the start of the operation, shattered. Soon the sphere was finished and Midori Raiko effectively began skating on it, sliding along it with one hand to help guide him and the other keeping balance, leading with his feet. He shot massive strikes through the sphere, the noise louder than his railgun shots and the noise of the thunder completely deafening to him, unable to hear anything. Note to self, get like heavy-duty earmuffs or something. Hatsum could probably help with that, and Power Loader Sensei almost definitely has some already because of Hatsum, Midori Raiko thought as he fired the first of the massive lightning bolts through it. 1 crash. 2 crashes. 3 crashes. Silence. He dispersed the sphere into the atmosphere, causing a large light show across the sky. The crash of this caused all other fighting to cease, and look up to the sky. There, they saw a still-flying Midori Raiko with Eri on his back, whilst Overhaul began falling out of the sky, along with Nemoto and the other villain absorbed. Midori Raiko was quick to fly down to them and catch each of them, before landing on the ground and dumping them there, grabbing the quirk-canceling cuffs on his belt and placing a pair on each of the villains, after struggling a little bit with the largest of them. He looked around and saw that the most damage caused was to the intersection where they originally came up from, although it would need to be repaired anyway with the whole underground network thing. Continuing his wandering gaze, looking at the awestruck group from Riku's agency, whilst police officers and other heroes emerged from the entrance. Red Riot was on a stretcher, as were Sun Eater, Lemillion and Sir Night-Eye. They looked stable enough, each with various bandages. Red Riot had his arms wrapped in bandages while Sun Eater had a bandage around his head. Lemillion and Sir Night-Eye both had large bandages wrapped around their torso, as did Eraserhead who emerged on Froppy's back not too long later. All the injured heroes were loaded into ambulances that were already waiting, whilst armored police vehicles loaded all the villains into them. Midori Raiko still felt really energetic though, and noticed Eri's quirk was still active. "Hey, it's okay, you can turn your quirk off now," he said, smiling at her as he put her on the ground, holding her hand gently. "No, I can't turn it off. And I'll hurt you and Eri started crying slightly before Midori Raiko cut her off. "You're not though, see? I'm perfectly fine. Because of my quirk you can't hurt me with yours. Your quirk is targeting my quirk rather than my body. So I can help you deactivate your quirk, alright." Midori Raiko said, smiling at her more. "Alright. Good, now breathe slowly with me and focus on calm, alright?" He told her as he gently squeezed her hand. The two were in their own little world as Eri steadily calmed down, before she promptly passed out from exhaustion. He was quick to catch her and she seemed to notice his warmth, pressing herself a little more into him. He smiled and walked over to one of the ambulances after informing Ryukyu that he would accompany Eri to the hospital, seeing as he was immune to her quirk. She nodded, and said she'd inform him of any other developments. Midori Raiko hopped in the back of one of the ambulances with Eri still in his arms, as he sat down and the nurses checked on him and Eri. "She's just passed out from quirk overuse. She should be fine with some rest, however her fever we can treat once we get to the hospital using basic methods. She'll be monitored. I take it you'll stay with her?" the nurse asked him. "Yeah. I think it would be best if I look after her, at least initially since she already knows me. And I'm immune to her quirk's effects, and I'm worried she might activate it in a reflex of sorts to new people and a new environment." "That's understandable. Well, we need to keep an eye on you anyway for potential side effects, so that should be fine." Midori Raiko smiled at that, and leaned against the wall of the ambulance, the gentle rocking of the ride lulling him into a state of calm. Once they arrived in the hospital, gently carried Eri to a specific room for children whose quirks were unpredictable and were potentially prone to lash out in fear. In it, she was given a special bracelet that monitored her vitals before he placed her on the bed and pulled the blanket above her. Once he let go of her, she whimpered a little and almost on instinct Izuku moved to sit next to her and gently stroked her hair, and she seemed to content as she shuffled into it, and her breathing steadied. He smiled as he quietly thought about the mission, and he received a ping on his phone. It was through the Hero Communications Board from Ryukyu, who gave him an update. "Ryukyu, Sir Night-Eye and Lemillion are in the same hospital as you are currently, their conditions are stable. Everyone else is in better condition, and some police officers will arrive at your location to interview you there as it has been deemed you are critical to Eri's condition, all things considered. Eraserhead will come to you to discuss the future arrangements regarding it once the slow-down effect wears off. Midori Raiko, thank you so much. Ryukyu, and good work today. Also watch out for Nijire-chan. After she checked all her other friends' conditions, because they were the easier to access, she started looking for you. She'll be there any minute now. Midori Raiko, I appreciate the warning. Good work as well. It wasn't long until the door swung open, however he was quick to gesture to Nijire to keep quiet as she came to his side. Good work out there, Izu. She whispered as well as Nijire could whisper whilst being excited, kissing his cheek. He smiled at her and kissed her on the lips. You too, Nijire, he replied as he continued stroking Eri's hair. How is everyone? Sir Night Eye and Mirio are being treated for their wounds, however both should make a full recovery after some time. Tamaki and Red Riot will be fine, as will Rocklock as they are basically on house rest. Fat Gum just needs to eat heaps again, however they are discussing donating some of his fat cells to medical research whilst he's in hospital. That would be good, since his would be unique due to his quirk. But enough about everyone else, how's this little cutie doing? Nijire cooed leaning against Izuku as she also began stroking the little girl's white hair. Well, she's currently under supervision as she's a little unstable along with her dangerous quirk, and after her quirk overuse they need to make sure she won't suffer any lasting symptoms. Alright, what about the other cutie in this room though? I don't know, what about you, Nijire? I walked into that one. Izuku smirked at her, and with her free hand Nijire lightly punched Izuku's arm that wasn't stroking Eri's hair and chuckled. But seriously, I'm just here for supervision because I was under the effects of her quirk and despite my own neglecting any particular negative effects. And also as more or less her temporary caretaker as she is quite unstable and she seems to have developed an attachment to me. What about you? Me? Oh, I'm fine, just a little tired after fighting the big dude before you showed up and kicked all their asses. Thanks. It was exhausting and painful but not really because of her quirk. Oh, what is it? I'm not exactly sure. It seems to reverse time on an object, specifically biological ones, and I believe its potency is connected to the size of her horn, but we'll have to wait for the test results to be compiled. Though we still need her to be stable first, so... It all comes back to her being stable first, huh? Izuku just nodded and Nijire cuddled him with her free arm and he smiled at her. The two kept watching the little girl until eventually Nijire got a text. I gotta go be interviewed, and afterwards the police officer will come in here. I'll return afterwards, and hopefully Aizawa-sensei will be able to discuss Eri's arrangement soon. She and Izuku kissed each other briefly before she waved him goodbye, and Izuku smiled as he watched Eri sleep peacefully, perhaps for the first time for years. It didn't take long for a police officer to come in, and in hushed voices they discussed Midori Reiko's involvement in the operation. It was a short conversation as most people had already covered various parts of it for him, and soon the hero and Eri were alone in the room. He noticed Eri steadily began to stir. HM? Where am I? She asked, rubbing her eyes and squinting. You're safe now, Izuku replied in a gentle tone, smiling at her. It took a moment for Eri to recognize him, but once she did she was quick to latch onto him. Her shoulders shook gently as his shirt became stained with her tears. TTT thank me, she sobbed, and Izuku simply smiled and hugged her back. Don't worry about it, all that matters is that you're safe now, he replied, and Eri continued crying, tears of relief streaming down her face and soaking into Izuku's shirt. Some time later, Eri had calmed down, but still wouldn't let go of Izuku. What's why your name, mister? She asked him. I'm Izuku, he replied with a smile, and the two remained quiet for a little, Eri still composing herself. However, soon after Aizawa-sensei walked in and Eri quickly hid behind Izuku. Hey, it's alright Eri, this is Aizawa-sensei, also known as the hero Eraserhead. He's my teacher. Teacher? Eri asked, tilting her head but only poking out in front of Izuku slightly, just her head to the side. Someone who helps you learn things, Izuku replied, ignoring the pain in his heart as he realized simply the extent of Eri's suffering went beyond a purely trauma level. She was socially uninformed of pretty much everything. He won't hurt you, he helped save you. Oh. Thank you mister, Eri said, looking up to Aizawa-sensei with her brilliant ruby eyes despite still hiding behind Izuku. Aizawa-sensei put on a less mean look and turned to Eri. It was no trouble kiddo. Now, we need to talk about where you'll be staying. For a little while, you'll have to stay in the hospital, however afterwards I believe it would be beneficial for her to stay with you and myself in 1A, Aizawa-sensei explained, and Eri looked up to him. So I'll get to stay with Izuku? She asked, hope gleaming in her eyes. That's the plan, yes. However yes thank you, she said, gripping Izuku's arm who chuckled in response. That would probably be best. You can erase her quirk and I'm immune to it, whilst she also has grown an attachment to me, Izuku said thoughtfully as he looked to Aizawa-sensei who seemed the faintest hint amused. Quite literally I see. Yes. However, custody-wise Izuku was cut off by Aizawa-sensei waving his hand dismissively and speaking up. There's a legal loophole. U.A as an institution cannot adopt or obtain custody of Eri, however under your signature we can technically put her under your custody with our supervision until you're 18, or some other agreement is reached. That sounds perfect sensei, thank you, Izuku said, bowing. Think nothing of it. Nizu really likes you so there was going to be a favorable arrangement regardless of the law, so don't worry about it. And Izuku, Aizawa-sensei which caused the boy to look directly at his teacher, Eri drifting off at the boring conversation. Don't forget that all of you will help with Eri. Just, be careful who you introduce Eri to. For now though, you can stay here and Nizu will send any work to you. I'll get Nijire to bring your laptop. the more we can introduce Eri to the people she'll be surrounded by in advance the better. Izuku blushed slightly at how common knowledge his and Nijire's relationship was amongst the teachers, but wasn't too surprised. Thank you sensei. Don't worry. You did good today. I'm proud to say you're my student. With that Aizawa sensei walked out and closed the door, and Izuku smiled as Eri fell asleep, falling against his side. Nijire was humming happily as she made her way through 1A's dorm. Whilst it was common to see the light blue-haired girl within the first year's dorm, Izuku wasn't around, which caused some worry within some of his classmates. Wait, Nijire-senpai. A boy with dark blue hair called out as a boy with red and white hair followed, flanked by another boy with a sharp black haircut. Oh hello Ida, Todoroki. I don't believe I've met you. I'm Nijire, Izuku's girlfriend, she said as she bowed to the boy. Greetings. I am honored to meet a third-year student as strong as yourself. I am Inasa Yarashi. I love your energy, he announced, bowing rapidly. Well, I need to grab his laptop, so I'll see dash. Wait Nijire, we want to know what's going on with Izuku, Todoroki cut her off. Oh, he's at a hospital. What? Why? Ida was shocked at this and Nijire's cheery nature, but she continued. He's looking after a little girl. What? He did what? How dare he break A's rules and perform such acts dash? No, it's a girl we saved on the big mission with our work studies. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's managed to more or less adopt her. Wait, what? Todoroki chimed in now, and Nijire giggled at their confusion. So, we saved a little girl named Eri who has grown an attachment to Izuku, who happens to be immune to the effects of her erratic quirk, and seeing as he is significantly ahead of the class in most subjects, Nizu has cleared him to presently look after Eri until she is cleared to leave the hospital, so he will be sent any bonus work. And I imagine Nizu sees it as a learning experience of sorts. Oh, do you guys have any fruit I can steal? Nijire suddenly diverted and Todoroki responded. We always have apples because of Tokoyami, along with various other fruits. Perfect. Alright, mind getting me some whilst I grab his laptop? Not at all. We will do our best to help Izuku in his mission. Ida responded as he and the boys turned back downstairs. I admire Izuku's passion and determination more and more. How incredible! Yarashi announced. Todoroki stiffened ever so slightly, however Yarashi seemed to pick up on this. Do not fear Todoroki, I admire you more, he announced with no apparent awareness of the implications. They were lucky Aizawa-sensei wasn't around to yell at them for setting off the fire alarms. Nijire brought the basket of various fruits in one hand and tucked the laptop under the other as Aizawa-sensei drove her to the hospital. Thank you for the lift, sensei. Nijire bowed as she stepped out of the vehicle. No worries. Now go before I regret it, he said as he went to a nearby pharmacy. A certain blonde-haired idiot lost their voice again, and he needed to pick up more medicine. Nijire hummed happily as she went up the stairs to the room the receptionist had directed her to. There were a lot of stairs and she definitely wasn't half flying the whole way up in anticipation. Whilst Izuku was looking after Eri, he had sent a few photos of the little girl to Nijire, including some of the coloring they did together, a few picture books that he was using to teach Eri the basics of hiragana. Nijire had to admit, it was adorable and it only made her love for her boyfriend stronger. Which to some extent was dangerous as it was at the level of sudden hugs. Random and very strong hugs. Somehow Izuku managed to land them on their feet every time. It was kind of an art form. That was besides the point. She reached the door and began knocking. Alright Eri, trust me, the person that is coming in is really nice. She was part of the mission to rescue you. You don't have to talk if you don't want to, but I want you to try and introduce yourself. Alright? Okay. Eri replied optimistically, determination glinting in her eyes. Nijire giggled as Izuku opened the door. Crouch down to her level and introduce yourself. And give her an apple while you're at it, and tell her it matches her eyes. She loves that, Izuku whispered to Nijire before kissing her cheek and sitting back down on the bed. Nijire smiled and went up to Eri, who was shaking ever so slightly out of nervousness, but Izuku rubbed her head slightly and she took a deep breath, before looking at Nijire. Hi, I'm Eri. What's your name? Eri asked, looking at Nijire as she introduced herself. Hi cutie. My name is Nijire. I brought some fruit for you with me, but I think you'll like the apples best because they match your eyes, she said as she pulled one of the apples out of the basket. Eri's eyes sparkled as she grabbed the apple with a little drool, but Nijire couldn't help but notice the lack of smile on her face despite her apparent excitement. Yeah. Overhaul lingers in her mind still. I'm not quite sure what could help though. She's almost stable enough to have around people as long as I'm there though, Izuku whispered to her as he noticed Nijire's smile falter ever so slightly. She seems content and happy, but she doesn't smile. Nijire's heart strained hearing that, but Izuku gently squeezed her hand before Eri got their attention again. Thank you, Nijire. Ah, you can just call me Nijire sweetie, Nijire said gently stroking Eri's hair. Eri leaned slightly into the touch subconsciously, and Nijire smiled. Do you like Nijire Eri? Izuku asked the little girl, who nodded despite still eating away at the apple. She's really nice, Eri said, and Izuku chuckled slightly. It's bad manners to talk with your mouth full, Eri, Izuku told her. Oh, sorry, Eri said after swallowing her apple, bowing slightly. Izuku smiled gently and hugged her side into him. It's alright Eri, you didn't know and you're learning, that's the important thing. He encouraged and Nijire hummed in agreement. Say Eri, do you mind if Nijire spends the day with us? Izuku asked this kind of suddenly and Nijire was really surprised, curious as to why. However, that didn't stop her from smiling at Eri's response. As she seems nice and why you said it would be get used to being around more people. And why you trust her so I think that should be fine, Eri said thoughtfully, staring deep into the bite she made in her apple as she thought. Izuku smiled, I'm glad you like her, she's my best friend. Ugh, I'm your dash. Izuku shut her up by putting his hand over her mouth whilst Eri was still distracted by the apple. One step at a time. It took me close to an hour to explain what a friend is to her, Izuku whispered to Nijire, who clenched her fists. The shadow of Overhaul was so much worse than what most of the other heroes and students even realized. Once we get to that point, we'll also bring Mirio and Tamaki, Izuku whispered, and Nijire understood his reasoning. Well, your best friend is really pretty, Izuku. Do you think so too? Eri asked Izuku with pure innocence as she looked at him curiously, causing him to chuckle. Yes, I do. A few hours of chatting and doing various small activities with Eri later and the young girl fell asleep up against Izuku's side, as was the norm. Nijire shuffled to the other side and cuddled her boyfriend. I've missed you these past few days. But I'm really proud of you two. Dedicate your time to this, Nijire told him, kissing his cheek. He smiled and looked down to Eri. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. So you've more or less adopted her? Nijire asked. This was the big one really. Maybe. Izuku responded shyly, but we haven't explained it to her like that. Little steps. Nijire chuckled and snuggled into him some more. It's alright, I'd love to help take care of the little one here. She could absolutely be our adopted daughter, Nijire announced excitedly, resisting the urge to shake him. Thank you for understanding, Nijire. Oh, don't worry about it, Izu. So what'll be her conditions for now? Legal loophole stuff. Basically I'll be with her in the hospital until she is more stable, at which point she can move into the dorms with me and I'll technically be her legal guardian until I'm 18, at which point it will no longer be a technicality. Technically? Do you really want to ask Nizu about it? Fair. She seems to be looking forward to it, but for now we have to get her stable enough. There are a few milestones. One is the growth on her forehead. Her adorable little horn. Do you know how sharp that used to be? It was not pleasant. Regardless, it is steadily shrinking. She doesn't hide behind me if it's people I trust, but otherwise she is still quite nervous and occasionally has panic attacks if I leave her alone for too long. Ah, extreme attachment? Yeah, so we've steadily been introducing her to Aizawa-sensei since he'll be around a lot, and you for obvious reasons. But probably Nizu at some point because he'll help teach her as well. Hopefully we can get to the point where she'll be able to sleep peacefully without me actively cuddling her or stroking her hair. Ah, I'm jealous. I want to be cuddled and have my hair stroked by you when we sleep. We can cuddle now, Izuku offered his pouting girlfriend. Yay. A few hours passed when Eri woke up and Izuku thought of something. Hey Eri, can I leave you here with Nijire while I go get us something for lunch? Izuku asked, smiling broadly at the little girl. I don't know. Eri said nervously, gripping her hospital dress slightly as she said that, and Nijire seems nice, but if he... Well, for one, he can't. He's in the strongest prison in the world at the moment, Izuku reassured the little girl as he hugged her side into him. And two, I trust Nijire with not only my life, but my heart. And she cares for you a lot as well. Do you think you can give trusting Nijire a go? I promise if you don't like it you won't have to do it again anytime soon. You trust her with your heart? What does that mean? Eri asked, tilting her head inquisitively. I guess the easiest way to describe it is that I trust her with the most important things in my life. I'll explain more some other time, as you get more adjusted. What are some of the most important things in your life? Eri asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Well, I guess my family, friends, my feelings and you, he smiled at Eri. Eri, whilst not smiling back, seemed elated by this. Alright then. I'll do it, Eri proclaimed, looking determined before she looked to Nijire. I'll trust you. Nijire giggled and Izuku smiled before he grabbed his wallet and phone. I'll be back in less than an hour, okay? Eri nodded happily as Nijire sat next to the white-haired girl. Alright, see you soon. Izuku called as he closed the door behind him. Nijire smiled to the little girl that was now looking curiously at her. Your hair is really pretty, Eri said, admiring it, and Nijire giggled in response. Thank you. So is yours. Why, you really think so? Eri asked, clearly a little insecure about her hair color. It looks really pretty. Hey, do you want me to help you style it? What does that mean? Eri asked again, her head tilting to the side. Nijire giggled a little at the adorable scene in front of her, before responding, it changes how your hair is decorated, let me show you. Nijire pulled out her phone and scrolled through a few images of different hairstyles before Eri's eyes noticeably lit up at one of them. It was a photo of someone with a princess crown braid around their head ending in a ponytail. This one? Nijire asked her, and Eri nodded rapidly. Nijire giggled before telling Eri to turn around, and Eri began humming a happy song as she began leaning slightly into Nijire's touch as she gently braided the little girl's hair. Thank you, Nijire. Eri mumbled partway through. It's alright, sweetie, it's a lot of fun to do, Nijire said to the little girl, plus you look even cuter now. See, can I do your hair? Eri asked shyly. Of course. I'll teach you how, Nijire said happily, and Eri bounced slightly in excitement. Can you come again sometime? And do my hair a different way? Eri asked. I'd love to, little one. Nijire smiled at her. Eri giggled happily as she leaned against Nijire. The little girl may not be able to smile yet, but was definitely well on her way. Izuku and Nijire were spending time with Eri, who had steadily been growing attached to Nijire as well, whilst also building her own confidence. Whilst she still couldn't be left alone, she was happy to be with either of the couple and other people she had been introduced to prior, such as Aizawa-sensei, that it was apparent the couple liked or trusted, or Eri had spent time with previously. Other people that Eri had been introduced to she was tolerant of. Still, it was much better than it used to be. This was useful as both Izuku and Nijire had commitments in advance for the upcoming school festival. And so Mirio and Tamaki, who were doing something but would have Eri help them practice, became Eri's third and fourth favorite people. It also gave them a chance to introduce the concept of love and closer relationships to her. It was a very long afternoon, but she definitely learnt from it. They hadn't yet introduced parental love, that would be saved until a later date, and same with sibling love. She seemed really excited every time Izuku and Nijire expressed little affections, but soon it became normalized and Eri paid it no mind. On his part, Izuku had been informed by his friends that they were doing a musical performance, and unfortunately for him Bakugo had ratted out his musical skills for flute, and showed a clip of Izuku performing at their old school, so now Jiro had written him a part into the performance so he had to practice with the band. Somehow she had written flute into her pop rock piece, and that was pretty impressive in its own right. And so he had a solo in the piece. That was not something he was looking forward to. But he had a feeling a big performance like this could help Eri finally break out of the last fragments of her shell. So after negotiating with Aizawa-sensei and Nizu, they had said that Eri would be able to do a trial visit with Class 1A whilst Izuku's parents were there as well to introduce other caretakers and introduce her to more concepts. So the first event was the 1A visit. It was decided that she would go to 3A's dorm to sleep the night as well before returning to the hospital for her final examinations and clearance to leave. But for now, Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire were running around the Class 1A dorm with the help of Izuku's adoptive parents, brother, Yaoyorozu and his other friendship group, Ida and Todoroki. Unfortunately Yarashi was busy today. We're currently getting the dorm into shape whilst Izuku and Aizawa-sensei picked her up and brought her to Nizu. Izuku had Eri on his shoulders who had wrapped her arms around the top of his head for balance. It was an adorable little sight. Her eyes gleamed as she looked around the school with wonder, seeing some of the work being done for the school's festival occurring. There were many students from the business course running around and setting up stalls, along with some of the other hero classes setting up various performances, such as 1B setting up their play. Most of 1A were already prepared, it was just Mina forcing the dance troupe to do some extra along with the effects team doing some last-minute testing. But that wasn't the point. Currently they were in the elevator to the top floor, where Nizu had his office. It didn't take them long to reach the doors, where Aizawa-sensei was about to knock but Nizu opened it last moment. Izuku's homeroom teacher jumped slightly when the door swung open as did Eri, however Izuku knew this was relatively normal behavior as Nizu welcomed them in. Welcome, welcome, please take a seat. Nizu asked as he hopped over to his own seat on the opposite side of the small conference table with a teapot in his paws. He poured 4 cups of tea and placed one in front of each of the other room's recipients. Eri took a look at the warm liquid, sipped it, before pushing it away. Sorry Mr. Nizu, it's not very tasty. Eri said looking down. Izuku rubbed her back and Nizu kept smiling at her. It's quite alright Eri. Tea is quite an acquired flavor so it does take some getting used to sometimes. Nizu said. It was now that Eri was able to get a proper look at Nizu. And she was immediately captivated by the principal. She was gripping the table as she actively resisted the urge to squeeze the small creature. She was bouncing slightly and Izuku noticed this, so he shuffled her onto his lap and she took some deep breaths, calming down rather quick. After that, it didn't take long for their discussion to finish as Nizu finalized some paperwork with Aizawa-sensei and Izuku, before making their way to the classroom. Izuku opened the door, and they could only hope for the best. A few hours later and all had gone well. Mitsuki and Masaru were proud, and along with Bakugo and Yaoyorozu they became highly trusted individuals in Eri's eyes, even if they could never replace Nijire and Izuku. However soon the inevitable question came. Izuku, what makes someone your mommy and daddy? Eri asked innocently. I guess they're the people that look after you and help you. They don't necessarily have to give birth to you, or be related to you, like my parents. My birth parents died in a crash when I was a little younger than you, at the age of 4, so my current parents are looking after me. But they still love me and I still love them, Izuku explained carefully. He and the little girl were currently alone in the common room. What kind of love? Eri asked looking up to him. It's hard to describe. It's not the same as attraction like Nijire and I or Tamaki and Mirio, but it's more a feeling of security, warmth and trust. Someone who will look after you and love you no matter what. So the way you and Nijire make me feel? Eri asked, seeming a little excited. Izuku wiped away the tear in his eye. I suppose so, yes. Does that make you two my parents then? If you'd like Eri, Izuku said, carefully watching her response. She visibly lit up and hugged him. So I can call you Papa? Of course little one, Izuku hugged her tight. He wiped away his own tears as he crushed Eri in the hug, who seemed a little confused but appreciative nonetheless. He would make sure to record Nijire's reaction to being called Mama later. Soon the night came and Izuku carried an exhausted Eri to his dorm room, where he had set up a spare mattress that he could sleep on. Do you think you can sleep on your own bed tonight? I'll still be in the room, and if you need you can lie down with me if you can't sleep. Sound good? Izuku suggested to Eri. Eri contemplated for a moment before nodding nervously. Izuku smiled her encouragingly and kissed her forehead goodnight. Eri seemed at peace, but if he noticed a little girl using him as a soft toy in the morning, he had no qualms about it. Alright Eri, all you have to do is wait at the hospital for a few hours whilst I finish up here, and then I'll join you there. Then, in a few days, I'll bring you back here for the school festival, after which you'll be able to stay with me, alright? Alright, Eri said, clenching her fists as she looked at him and gave him one more hug. Bye Papa, see you later. With that she took Aizawa-sensei's hand, who she had taken to calling Uncle Awa, and no one was allowed to say no to Eri when she wanted something so adorable, and he guided her to his car, whilst Izuku turned to his classmates. Alright, let's rehearse. The class had booked out a gym that they used to play. After making sure he was in tune, Izuku had to go through the grueling process of playing for the first time in front of his class. 4 minutes and 1 song later, and he was nervously waiting in front of the class who made him give a solo performance of his part. Dude, that was so good. Kaminari congratulated him as the rest of the class applauded. We could also use your quirk for special effects as you play. We could also use Bakugo's quirk, Todoroki commented. Oh, this is so exciting. Toru and Mina commented together, with one relying on the movements from her dance outfit to convey her emotion. Izuku laughed nervously as he looked to Jiro, who was carefully critiquing him. Nodded. Good, but you don't have to do it so mechanically. Let the music flow, embed the emotion within your notes, within the instrument. Otherwise that was pretty good, let's go as a group. Jiro said as she and the rest of the band group made their way to the stage. Todoroki and the rest of props were discussing how to use various people's quirks as Mina was drilling the dance troupe to do their steps with more energy. All in all, it was a fairly successful practice. Hopefully the day of the festival would go well. Izuku was rushing out of 1A's dorm at 7 of the morning of the school festival. After dropping Eri off with Nijire, who was looking after the little girl for the morning before he would look after her until he needed to pick some things up from the general store for both the performance and for Eri herself. He had an extra little plan for her, but needed to pick a few things up. He was outside a quaint little cafe shop that he picked up a quick breakfast from when he saw a few people acting shady. Excuse me? Are you visiting the cafe? The taller, based on his voice, gentleman asked. Yes. I was just having some breakfast quickly whilst I pick some things up from the store, Izuku responded carefully, gesturing to the bag in his left hand. Oh really? I am going there personally for their world-class tea. It is one of few places in Japan that serves this specific brand of tea, he said, before someone much shorter than him tugged on his coat, equally dressed up. I apologize, I have rambled too long and am running late for a significant engagement. I will bid you farewell. As he said this, he began walking down the road, and Izuku could notice he was getting visibly antsier. Wait, this encounter triggered a peculiar memory. Nizu had him, whilst helping Eri sleep at the hospital, use a pair of headphones and analyze a hero tube villain. These were not particularly uncommon. However, the difference with this guy was that he, whilst not effective, was strong and incredibly eccentric. As such, whilst he had not committed particularly horrible crimes, he was still wanted for armed assault and armed robbery. Many charges of which it seemed his only motivation was fame and to go down in history, making him relatively weak. With such a motivation, he didn't really have much drive. What made him dangerous was his quirk. If you couldn't keep track of it, it would quickly overwhelm you. That was made apparent by the heroes that had tried to stop him, none of them permanently incapacitated, but all had significantly reduced potential as heroes. La Brava, on the other hand, was far more dangerous. Whilst she didn't pose a threat physically, it was clear based on the videos where they incidentally dropped hints regarding her quirk, it made Gentle Criminal far more dangerous and capable. Additionally, it seemed the strength of her own emotion affected how strong the quirk effect was. And she clearly had nothing to lose. Her life was dedicated to Gentle Criminal, and after some digging into her past, completely legally of course, he found she was once a notorious hacker that was a hardcore fangirl of the hero tube villain. With this she was able to track him down, fueled by her devotion. It was a little creepy. But more importantly, she was completely dedicated to him, making her dangerous as she would do anything for him. Wait, Izuku stopped the duo that were trying to run away. You wouldn't happen to have directions to Uda from here? Why yes, it's over that direction. Gentle Criminal pointed the opposite way. That confirmed it. Someone who doesn't know would just say they don't. Lying only makes sense if he wants to distract. Thank you. I'm sure I'll see you around. Gentle Criminal, Izuku said with a little venom in his voice, causing the duo to freeze. I'll be honest, I didn't want to personally take you in, but it's obvious you are planning on doing something to Yue. And unfortunately I have a lot riding on this. I will kindly ask you to leave us alone, and will not bother apprehending you today. Gentle Criminal sighed. I apologize, child, but I have far bigger plans in mind that involve your school. Then you leave me no choice, Izuku said, his quirk pumping through his skin as he gently put down his bag, and jumped at them. A head-on attack that will be obvious to block using his quirk, allowing me to figure out details and him to underestimate me, Izuku thought as Gentle Criminal did just that. He noticed the slight warp in the air as it was created, however it seemed to blend in naturally before he crashed into it. He reached into it, feeling it. He couldn't help but compare the sensation of it to spiderwebs as he got caught in it. It was definitely not comfortable. Regardless, he saw Gentle Criminal turn away and he and his partner did away with their coats as they revealed themselves to a camera La Brava had on her. Izuku could hear him spewing some nonsense about justice and gentlemanliness but frankly didn't care about it. He had his daughter's smile to save. "I'm sorry, but I won't let you disturb you. Not today of all days," he said as he jumped backwards before jumping over the top edge of the barrier made. Unfortunately for him, Gentle Criminal slammed several of the air sandwiches down on him causing him to be crushed into the ground. "I apologize, I tend not to prefer resorting to violence and such brutish methods but sometimes such measures are necessary. Do not worry, I do not wish to harm anyone." Gentle Criminal bowed before using his quirk to bounce himself and La Brava away. Izuku grimaced as he forced himself through the sandwiching elastic barriers above him, taking some notes. They can be broken with enough force, and it seems that he's able to control them to some extent after creating them at his hands, so it seems to be touch control with a limit to what he can do. More importantly, it seems he gets brief control over them, until it arrives at his desired location, before naturally dispersing with time. So if Izuku thought as he jumped onto the ground that La Brava and Gentle Criminal had used to bounce away. It didn't go so great because whilst he did get sent in the same direction, he was very off balance as he was definitely not used to the feeling of the hyper-powered trampoline mode of transportation. He quickly looked around and with his high-powered eyes he locked onto the location of Gentle Criminal and La Brava. With a loud crash in the air, he propelled himself with a blast of lighting from his feet towards the flying villains, who were really just falling with extra style. He crashed into both of them and thought fast. La Brava's quirk clearly was a last resort item and as such clearly required some form of activation. Such quirks were normally not touch activated nor were they able to accidentally activate, so it presumably was voice activated. There would need to be some personal connection, which presumably grew stronger as they spent more time together. He opted to send a powerful charge through La Brava, causing her to be knocked out immediately. This, unfortunately, enraged Gentle Criminal. "You violent hero! How could you?" he screamed as he made the ground bouncy, making it impossible for Izuku to keep a grip on the two. Gentle Criminal, taking advantage of Izuku's surprise and lack of balance, kicked him into the air and then kneed him across the sky, and Izuku ended up being thrown into a tree, crashing it over. However, he quickly rolled backwards over and landed skidding on his hands, before springing off of them towards Gentle Criminal, feet first. Gentle Criminal created a barrier, however Izuku created a spike using his quirk beneath his feet. It sent him flying through the first elastic barrier, but Gentle Criminal was quick to create multiple barriers which Izuku was unable to penetrate, launching him back. Turning in the air, Izuku faced Gentle Criminal who was about to knee him again, but Izuku managed to grab the knee and redirected it to his left. He saw the slight frustration in Gentle Criminal's face and noticed the man's left bicep twitched slightly and quickly reacted with a block at his left rib. The two dropped back down onto the ground, glaring at each other whilst Gentle Criminal was clearly becoming more agitated. Izuku quickly glanced at his phone, which miraculously wasn't broken, and saw the time. It was a little past 8. The performance was at 9. He sighed and upped his throughput, jumping towards Gentle Criminal. The villain was taken by surprise after the hero went on the offensive, however he was quick to react by creating several layers of elastic air in front of him, and using it to bounce away. Izuku bounced off the air created willingly, and quickly used that to bounce off some trees, towards Gentle Criminal. He could see the faint outline of the various elastic barriers created by Gentle Criminal and used those to speed him along, bouncing from one to another until he saw Gentle Criminal back where La Brava was knocked out. Unfortunately, she had woken up and used her quirk on him. Gentle Criminal's hair stood on end and a pinkish aura was produced around the villain, and the villain's strength and speed increased dramatically. Izuku was quick to dodge sideways, however Gentle Criminal had quickly made a barrier that he used to bounce off and launch at the hero, and punched Izuku in the. Izuku flinched and Gentle Criminal used that as an advantage to pull off a combo. After taking 3 blows to the ribs, Izuku was able to break the combo by blocking the next attack with his left arm, before flinging it up and whacking Gentle Criminal upside the head with the elbow. He then went on his own attack, punching the villain in the nose with a powerful right cross, and then using his opponent's chest as a springboard to go up into the sky. It launched Gentle Criminal into the ground, and Izuku shot himself higher into the sky where he could get a good overview. He could see the school from where he was, or at least some of the walls. It was a good ways through the forest, and looking at his watch, he knew he could definitely make it back with time to spare. He just needed to finish up with Gentle Criminal first. He began spinning in the air as he propelled himself back down to earth, aiming for Gentle Criminal. In response, his opponent created half a dozen barriers that ever so briefly slowed down the hero, however it hardly did anything. Despite that, it was still enough to let Gentle Criminal roll out of the way, before he was thrown up in the air by the force of the cracking ground as Izuku slammed into it with a high amount of strength. Izuku had quickly pressed a few buttons on the hero app, sending a silent call for police officers to arrest individuals at his position. It would take them a few minutes to arrive, and hopefully he would be able to defeat Gentle Criminal in that time. Gentle Criminal, in response to being thrown up, created another elastic barrier to send him back towards Izuku, using the force of being thrown up against the boy who caused it, however Izuku was quicker to react. With a high-powered kick to the gut, he sent Gentle Criminal flying back into the same elastic barrier and into the ground with a groan. However, the man still stood up. "You are determined and tenacious. I can respect that." But I have more important things, gentle criminal, Izuku said as he turned to the man. Thank you for the compliment, but we are not done here. Gentle criminal proclaimed as the aura around him spiked, and he launched at Izuku. Izuku could see the pulled back right fist despite the speed gentle criminal moved at. However, Izuku was still faster. The boy pooled a large amount of energy into his right fist and swung it into gentle criminal, who barely managed to block by raising his left arm and creating a series of small barriers. Gentle criminal then went through with his original right hook into Izuku's stomach, however Izuku managed to block it by raising his left knee up and then kicking gentle criminal across the jaw by flicking out his left shin. The unlucky recipient was then sent backwards by the force of the kick, however quickly became more enraged and spun around to face Izuku with a scowl on his face. While still flying backwards, gentle criminal pulled his legs to his chest, and then created an elastic barrier behind him. It extended a great distance, however it still launched gentle criminal back towards Izuku, who couldn't help but remember his fight against Mirio. Izuku dodged to the left, and gentle then created another barrier to readjust and launch at Izuku once more. Izuku dodged to the right this time, taking note of where each elastic barrier was, as he used his left hand to release one of his railgun pellets. He moved it to his right hand whilst dodging another attack from gentle criminal. Izuku then quickly charged the shot and aimed at the first elastic pad. Railgun shot, he called out as he then fired with a massive crash in the air. Gentle criminal, after seeing it wasn't going to hit him, paid it no mind before launching at Izuku again. However, Izuku did not dodge and simply stood there. He glared at gentle criminal, causing the man to briefly lose his scowl before winding his punch back whilst flying through the air. Unfortunately for the villain, that was when the pellet happened to bounce off of the elastic barrier to his right. And due to the speed of the pellet, it hit him far before he could even try to hit Izuku. It hit him in the ribs, causing a slight cracking noise as he was thrown up against a tree, before he fell down to the ground. I can respect you for your tenacity. But go to sleep, gentle criminal, Izuku said as he sent a final shock through gentle criminal with his left hand, causing the man to be knocked out. As he did this, La Brava came up to Izuku's right and began sobbing and punching his arm. It wasn't strong at all. In fact, he was fairly certain Eri was stronger. He listened to her and sighed, grabbing one of her fists and sending an appropriate shock through it. She promptly froze briefly as her nervous system overloaded, before fainting from the overload. She was still alive, Izuku could still see her breathing and her pulse was steady, same for gentle criminal, and he hated using such a cruel way to incapacitate villains, but it was required if he wanted to get back on time. He picked the two of them up, and quickly flew through the air with each of them on one of his shoulders as he made his way to the street. He could see the police transports and dropped them off there, filling a quick statement, showing his provisional license and contact information so he could be interviewed at a more convenient date, before he powered his quirk down and had to run to his bag. Thankfully, it was still where he left it and he only had to get to school. Well then. Hopefully he wouldn't be ended by Jiro for this. After he made it onto school grounds, Izuku was able to use his quirk to get to his dorm as quick as he could before getting changed and grabbing his flute on the way out. He arrived at the correct gym about 10 minutes before they were scheduled to perform. He was promptly scolded by Jiro, Bakugo, Ida and Yaoyorozu about being on time, however all of them, bar Ida, had to go on stage where the curtains were still down. The effects team were in various locations around the gym, the dance troupe prepared in the wings, and the band prepared on stage. The lights went down, the audience hushed, and the curtains opened. Izuku was the count-in. The idea was to use his quirk to illuminate the entire gym as he did so. 1. He called out, tapping his foot, and sending a massive amount of lightning through the gym. It successfully illuminated the entire place in a neon green. 2. He did the same again and he looked up the back. He knew Eri was currently being looked after by Nijire, and the little girl and her mama were up the back so Nijire could keep getting her measurements done in preparation for the beauty contest and Eri wouldn't be overwhelmed by the amount of people. 3. 4. With that, Bakugo started the drum intro and Class 1A began their well-rehearsed show. Izuku, as when he had his parts he held the melody, would use lightning at each note, illuminating the gym and providing a light show. Similarly, Bakugo used his explosions to give his drum parts more oomph, as Kaminari had put it, and also to do more light shows. For her part, Yaoyorozu was using her quirk on an infinite activation and deactivation cycle, something her and Bakugo had figured out in preparation for this to illuminate her arms with the pattern her quirk produced when she made an item. Kaminari was using his own electricity to add to his own guitar parts and Jiro used her quirk to boost her singing and guitar. All in all, it was a very flashy concert. Izuku watched Eri on Nijire's shoulders and felt his smile rise slightly as he saw the little girl really enjoying herself. What made him happiest the entire concert though, was as Aoyama was thrown into the crowd with a combination of Uraraka's quirk and the efforts of the dance troupe and began acting as a disco ball. Izuku's flute solo began as his melody took overlapped with Jiro's singing and the rest of the band acted as support. And Eri smiled. Izuku felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he poured more emotion into his playing, more happiness, more hope, and he could see that Nijire had also noticed the little girl's smile and was flying happily with Eri still on her shoulders, much to annoyance of Yu who was still trying to take Nijire's measurements and to the amusement of Tamaki and Mirio who were watching the concert from nearby. Izuku's solo ended and he fell back into a secondary melody role for the remainder of the song, and Jiro wrapped up the piece as the curtains closed. Behind the curtains, all of Class 1A gathered into a massive group hug, before Mina took several selfies with the whole class and the various groups involved. Everyone was really happy and they were quick to put that energy to cleaning up, and it took less than half an hour after Izuku destroyed all the ice and the rest of the class got to work cleaning various bits and pieces. He knew Eri was currently being looked after by Mirio and Tamaki whilst Nijire went back to being prepared for her beauty contest. After they finished cleaning up, Class 1A split off into separate activities, and from what he knew, Ida went with Todoroki and Yurashi, who was given permission to come along, to go try all the food stands. Uraraka and Azui went together to look at the petting zoo, along with Koda and Tokoyami. Jiro and Kaminari went to watch some of the other music exhibits, and Bakugo and Yaoyorozu went together to do some of the game stalls that were obviously rigged but together were going to prove it, and effectively force them to give them things. Izuku would later find out that Yaoyorozu had ended up winning 15 new stuffed toys for her bed. Bakugo got one as well. But that wasn't the point. Right now, Izuku went off to go find Eri with Mirio and Tamaki so the two boys could be free to explore on their own. Once he found them, Eri catapulted herself into him out of happiness, and she was bouncing with a beaming smile as Izuku picked her up and put her onto his shoulders. "So you had fun?" Izuku asked Eri, who nodded very, very fast. "Yeah. First it was kind of noisy, but then everyone went quiet when the lights went off, but you appeared on stage. And you all started to play together and it sounded really pretty and your lightning was really cool and Bakakaken's explosions looked really pretty," Eri said excitedly, and Izuku laughed a little as she continued her little rant. He also let Bakugo that Eri was now calling him Kaken. The follow-up text was from Yaoyorozu using his phone after Bakugo had shut down briefly out of happiness. As it turns out, Eri ended up getting a cut of the soft toys one as well. They put aside 10, but Yaoyorozu said she had some ideas for later. But that wasn't important right now. For now, Izuku carried Eri as the papa-daughter duo made their way to the food stalls whilst Tamaki and Mirio were off to do their act. Apparently they were doing stand-up comedy. By they he meant Mirio. Tamaki was there for special effects basically. Unfortunately he couldn't go because Eri wouldn't be old enough for some of the jokes or language, but he was alright with that. "So, what do you want to try first, Eri?" Izuku asked the little girl on his shoulders as they made their way to the food stall section. Eri's eyes widened as she took in it all, and she instantly noticed the fairy floss. Izuku, unsurprised, went over to the stall and ordered a small tub of it. Eri began bouncing slightly in excitement as she watched Izuku get the fluffy-looking treat. He opened the tub and handed her a small piece of it. When she gripped it though, she immediately crushed it and completely condensed the treat into a small handful of sugar. "But," she said disappointedly, pouting slightly. She ate it regardless, and her eyes lit up as she ate the pure sugar. "Papa, can I have more?" she asked excitedly. "Sure thing, sweetie, but this time don't crush it. It will just stay in your hand if you grip it gently, alright?" Izuku told her. Eri nodded and hummed in confirmation as he handed her another piece. Eri quickly stuffed it into her mouth and just held it there, puffing out her cheeks with the treat. "Smile, Snowball," Izuku said as he held his camera up, snapping a photo of the two with him giving a peace sign and Eri just beaming with the sugar on her teeth and fairy floss still in her cheeks. "Snowball?" she asked, still with food in her cheeks. Izuku giggled and responded. "Yeah, because your hair is white like snow, and it sounds cute, like you," he said happily as they continued walking around before they came across something else, Izuku occasionally giving Eri more of the fairy floss. "I like it," she proclaimed happily. "I'm Snowball." "But, Papa, what's snow?" "I'll show you when it's winter, alright sweetie?" "Aw, I want to see it now." "Well, I'll see what I can do," Izuku said, "but for now, what would you like for lunch?" "Katsudon." After getting katsudon, and unfortunately for Eri she couldn't just eat whilst on Izuku's shoulders so she had to get down, the duo sat down at one of the little tables and ate their lunch. Izuku checked the time. There was still over an hour until the pageant started. "Can I have more of the fairy floss?" Eri asked, leaning over the table to look at the half-full tub. "No, enough sugar for now. Don't worry, I'm sure there'll be more sweets later. Now, where to kiddo?" Eri gazed intensely at the map Izuku laid on the table, before pointing to one section. "There." "Alright, to the rides." Izuku picked Eri up and together they went to the rides section. It was a chance for the support corps students to show off different kinds of skills. Instead they were able to display large-scale mechanical skills. All he had to do was make sure Eri was kept away from whatever Hatsum had built for this section. Thankfully, Eri didn't make the height limit for the fan-powered triple-loop roller coaster. She also seemed thankful about that as they went over to more of the calmer rides. The first one was a simple one, a basic pirate ship ride that swung back and forth and would spin to some extent. Izuku didn't really mind the simplicity, but he could tell Eri was having a blast. It made him smile, seeing her giggling face and watching her swing her arms as the ride went around. She cheered as it swung, spun and sped up. But soon the ride came to a stop, but Eri's giggling did not as Izuku hoisted her onto his shoulders. She pointed to a massive slide that one of the students had designed to keep going and going by moving the slide itself around, based on the rider's position. Izuku nodded and helped her into the ride, stepping to the side and watching the machine start up. It began with a downhill slant and then it rotated around in circles a few times before going up and back down again. The whole time he could hear Eri giggling, and the whole time he was smiling brightly. A few rides later, and Eri was much more tired, no longer bouncing as she sat on Izuku's shoulders, instead opting to rest her head on his, using the long fluffy green hair as A pillow of sorts as she kept intermittently falling asleep. Mama. Eri mumbled and Izuku chuckled slightly, jolting her awake before she quickly returned to her sleepy state. It's alright, you can nap up there, Snowball, I'll wake you when it's Mama's turn, he told her, and the soft rumbling from Eri was an indication that she had quickly taken up that offer. Suppressing the urge to giggle so he didn't wake her up again, he quickly made his way to Hatsum's stall, borrowed a pair of noise-canceling ear muffs from her. Power loader had made it a requirement that if Hatsum wanted to do anything, she had to have a plentiful amount of noise-canceling ear muffs considering Hatsum's tendencies, and carefully put them on Eri as he walked away from most people to a quieter area. He checked the time and found there was still about 15 minutes to go. He decided to go sit down somewhere in the audience, somewhere up the back where Eri on his shoulders wouldn't bother anyone but would also be less loud, chaotic, and questionable for her. Regardless, he sat with his phone in one hand and keeping Eri up with the other as he heard more and more people mill in. Thankfully, where he was, remained uncrowded and seemed to be a much less shady crowd than those deep in the middle. He was quite thankful for that. He could hear the judges' voices come through the speakers, and figured it was probably a good time to wake up Eri. Shaking her slightly, she lifted her head and rubbed her eyes as she woke up, stretching her arms upwards. She yawned, and Izuku smiled at the cute image before, above. She quickly noticed the stage and it took little to no time for her to wake up completely as she began shaking. Mama's going to perform, she exclaimed excitedly as she took off the earmuffs to watch it all happen. She watched in awe and excitement as the first act, Kendo from Class 1B, gave a short demonstration of her martial arts skills, which was admittedly quite cool and Izuku could admire the precision and dedication it would take to be able to do what she did. Next was Kenranzaki, and Izuku's first thought was that she seemed a little self-absorbed. What with the giant model head and all. Eri seemed of the same opinion as she half glared at the support corps student. Izuku giggled at the little girl's annoyance, however the moment Kenranzaki drove the vehicle behind the curtains Nijire popped out in a dress, beaming as she flew through the sky. Once she made it to the front of the stage, still flying, she gave a slight twirl and flew high into the sky. She flew in various directions, using her quirk to create lasting after effects in the sky. She drifted across the sky in a dreamlike manner, leaving small bursts of her quirks to eventually create a large rose in the sky. Eri was in shock and Izuku was in awe of the creation as Nijire landed, taking a little bow before skipping behind the curtains. The judges announced voting was going to start and Izuku, with Eri still on his shoulders, opted to go backstage. After working his way through the many questionable people and successfully making sure Eri kept her earmuffs on throughout, he made it to the back door where Yu was standing guard. She recognized him immediately and let him and Eri through, before going back to yelling at all the random people trying to make their way in. He eventually found Nijire's room and knocked on the door. "HM? Come in," she called out, and Izuku turned the knob. Nijire was still wearing her dress as she turned around to see who it was. "Hello, Izu. Eri. Hello." She beamed at them, running to hug them. She hugged Izuku before grabbing Eri of his shoulders and hugging her as well, flying the little girl around the room a little bit, much to her joy. The little girl giggled and laughed even whilst Nijire put her down. "You had a good day, sweetie?" Nijire asked Eri. "I got to have fairy floss and go on rides and see Papa perform, and you perform as well," she said happily. "Oh, fairy floss? Is there any left?" Nijire asked her. Izuku, in response, pulled out the remaining tub of it and handed it to her. Nijire's eyes lit up slightly more as she saw and quickly took it and began stuffing the fairy floss into her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff out. They all sat on one of the couches in the room, waiting for the results to be announced. Regardless, the little family was happy and content. The two teens hugged Eri, who smiled and tried her best to hug back, even if her hands could only make it about halfway. Not too long after the school festival, Izuku and Tokoyami were called to their internship with Hawks, so he had to leave Eri with Nijire. Kissing Nijire on the lips and Eri on the forehead, he bid both of them farewell as Tokoyami bid farewell to his own friends. The two eventually made it to the train station and began the journey to Hawks' agency. Once they made it there, the receptionist directed them to the rooms they'd be staying in and informed them that Hawks was currently out and would provide directions for them when he returned sometime tomorrow. For now, Izuku made his way to the training room to exercise. The next day when Hawks returned, he was quick to assign Tokoyami to a specific strength training, whilst Izuku had a request. "Can I measure your wings?" "Sure, kiddo, I'll monitor Tokoyami while you do that, for whatever reason," Hawks said, chuckling nervously. "Oh, don't worry, there isn't a Nizu-style scheme behind it this time. I just want to figure out a better way to fly, and what better way than using wings. So, you know how to make wings work?" "Not yet, but I'll figure it out as we go." "Sounds like a plan, kiddo." 3 agonizing hours later for Tokoyami after he was forced to do relentless training by Hawks as Izuku was darting all over the place with 2 measuring tapes, a pen and a notebook. "This seems unjust," Tokoyami panted as Dark Shadow was cheering him on. "Don't worry, once Izuku's ready we're going to make him fly the hard way." "Wait, what?" An hour later and a good rest and meal for Tokoyami and the trio of hero and students were standing at a cliff. Below was a forest, adjacent to the large stone wall. "So," Izuku said looking down. He was going over his notes again. Hopefully this would work the first time. "Good luck," Hawks said, shoving the kid off the cliff. Izuku screamed but was quick to realign himself. He spread his arms, and there was a brief flash of green wings before nothing. He quickly caught himself with several blasts of lightning to slow his descent. Alright, now fly back up, Hawks yelled down. I didn't get the wings to work. I noticed. Get back up your normal flying way, Hawks called back, and Izuku sighed. He noticed Tokoyami's shoulders shaking slightly, evidently in laughter as Dark Shadow was rolling around. Be glad it's not currently your turn, Hawks casually said, obviously targeted at the other student who gulped nervously before stifling more laughter. Come on, kiddo. Plenty more hours of daylight. I brought snacks and everything. Well then, 2 hours of falling and jumping with style later, and Izuku thought he finally figured it out. Whilst he was able to create the structure for prolonged amounts of time, he had to up the density enough to effectively create an equivalent solid. It was effectively impossible to cool the lightning enough to do that, but if he compacted it enough it would do something similar. So, after trying with creating a small sphere of condensed lightning, and throwing it at the trees causing a surprisingly large explosion that no one needs to know about, Hawks did congratulate him for it though. Hawks threw him off the cliff. And by that, he meant Hawks flew him up twice the height and dropped him. It was exhilarating. Until he realized he was going to reach terminal velocity soon. He couldn't suddenly stop flying, that would more or less rip his muscle out of his skin because that's where his green lightning would originate from and was attached to, rather than his skin. In other words, it would really hurt. And probably end him. That was besides the point. Right now, his goal was to start flying safely. So he angled himself downward with several blasts from the back of his heel so he was facing the ground, before spreading his arms once more. From the end of each of his hands to his waist a green lightning sheet formed, crackling in the air. As he began gently turning his body, he started to catch the wind with it, and was soon gliding just above the treelines. He smiled with a feeling of wind on his face as he twisted and turned, directing himself as he soared through the sky. Eventually he grew more confident, and he did a dive and a rise, and as he stalled in the air he fell backwards and dispersed the gliding implements. And when he spread his arms this time, he grew bright green lightning wings. He fell backwards a little before flapping them once. As he did, a booming noise filled the air as the lightning cut through the air like a warm knife through softened butter. He flew back up into the air before soaring back down. Izuku laughed with joy as he continued, the feeling of wind on his face and the freedom of movement as he soared through the sky. Hawks let out a chuckle before flying up to join him, and Tokoyami soon joined. The winged trio didn't go particularly fast, as Izuku was still getting used to it and Dark Shadow was unpredictable to say the least, but together they flew through the sky as the sun began to set, creating blurs of black, green, and red throughout. Izuku was, unsurprisingly, the first to tap out as he was beginning to run low on energy as flight still took a lot of energy, even if it was more graceful now. And besides, he had been trying to fly all day. He took a seat back at the cliff and watched as Tokoyami and Hawks began some basic dodge-fighting maneuvers before getting into some serious flying spars, even if Hawks was going easy and Dark Shadow was messing around a significant amount of time. Izuku watched in contentedness as he took notes regarding the use of the more experienced winged flyers, before he closed his book and just took in the sight of the two fighting against the beautiful backdrop of the setting sun. Soon the next day came and they were training in the gym. Hawks was setting something up whilst Izuku and Tokoyami were each doing their own strength training. Well, Tokoyami was doing strength training whilst Izuku was doing intense endurance. If Tokoyami was stronger he'd be better off without Dark Shadow immediately nearby, and it also seemed to have some form of effect on the shadow creature whilst Izuku's endurance training was good for him to be able to use his quirk for longer and at more intense levels. In general, they were getting stronger but it sucked to do so. As does most exercise. Regardless, a few hours of intense exercise later and the two were exhausted as they were each slumped against the wall, and a very proud look Hawks stood before them. Good job you two. That was an intense session. We'll go out patrolling later, for now though I've got something different. Hey. The three of them entered a different room, that was large. Neither student had the energy to question how large it was. In front of them was a massive course complete with burning hoops, spikes, and swinging balls. Is this safe? Tokoyami asked immediately. Who cares? Was Dark Shadow's response, before receiving a smack from the bird-headed boy. Whilst I do like your thinking my shadow-feathered companion, but no. Eraserhead would end me. And he's scary. It was good to see there was something many heroes agreed on, even if it was not a great sign of the years to come. It's faux fire, the spikes are rubber and the swinging balls are too. They'll leave a mark, that's for sure though. Would definitely recommend against getting entangled with them. And since I don't know if you guys' wings count as physical objects or not, good luck. Inspiring. Tokoyami responded dryly as Izuku looked over the course. We'll take turns going, and see who goes the fastest without crashing. Hawks said as he stepped up to a section of floor with "Start" messily painted on it. Izuku and Tokoyami watched as Hawks dipped, ducked and dived through the various hoops, managed to squeeze between the swinging balls and avoiding some of the spikes which were bouncing, somehow. 3 minutes later he had cleared the course. Alright, that was my trial run. Who wants to go next? Wait, you didn't know it was possible? Izuku asked blankly. Don't extrapolate my words. I suppose I will go, Tokoyami said as Dark Shadow emerged to cover the bird-headed boy before sprouting wings. Dark Embrace. As he called his move name, he leaped off the edge and began flying through the course. He stopped at a few points to plan his next moves before finishing off with a 5-minute time. Not bad. Could have been faster, but with practice you'll do better. Alright Izuku, you're up, Hawks said, and Izuku stepped up to the starting line. With a breath in, he jumped off and with a crash of thunder he spread his wings, before flapping them once and soaring through to the first obstacle. He stopped in front of the rings of fire, before soaring through the first one and diving down fast into the second, before swooping up into the third. He could feel the heat radiating from his wings slightly, but it wasn't too hot. Regardless, he felt like a game character as he flew in a circle steadily climbing to make it through the last hoop, before immediately swerving a hard left to avoid a falling spike. He then sped up as another began falling above him before zigzagging around several more. Eventually he made it through all those before making it to the final obstacle. The pendulums. As he flew towards it he waited briefly to see the pattern before flying in. He flew directly past the first two, simply outpacing their swings before flying up slightly and weaving around the rod that held the next few swinging pendulums. He flapped the wings to speed up again as he began twisting slightly, twisting in the air as he began rushing through the final section. The end was in sight. He could just see it. He sped up. He flapped his wings of green lightning twice more. He blurred across the finish line. He stretched the wings to try and slow himself, and ended up hitting the wall. Oh, that's a wipeout, Hawks commented. Izuku comically slid down, and just slumped against the wall. Yeah, remember it takes time to slow down. Like driving a car. Not a useful analogy, never driven, Izuku mumbled as he rubbed his head. Dark Shadow patted the boy on the back in pity whilst Tokoyami was seemingly hiding laughter. Yeah, well it could have been worse. Come on, get up, let's go together. The trio flew through the course together, occasionally taking non-committed attacks at one another, before they inevitably grew tired and retired for the night. Ready for what tomorrow brought. Izuku yawned before checking the time. 0700. There was still a while before he needed to be ready for today. He was due to go with Hawks to the hero chart announcements. Whilst they were already fairly well known, at least for the top 3, the lower numbers were less known. It was a good chance for the citizens of Japan to get to know the best of their heroes. And so he got to help Hawks practice his speech. Hawks told him that Tokoyami would be staying back whilst Hawks and Izuku made their way to a different city since Tokoyami was going to be doing some solo patrols whilst Hawks and Izuku flew to the location of the hero charts. If Izuku was unlucky, they would be there whilst Hawks tried to talk to Endeavor. It was going to be interesting to say the least. For now though, he was putting on his hero costume to prepare for today's flight. He and Hawks were going for a long-haul flight. They had already registered their low-altitude flight warnings and were ready to go. All he needed was a small pack of water, snacks and pajamas. He had his phone in one pocket and a flashlight in the other. The presentation was tomorrow, and they would arrive at their hotel sometime tonight. He texted Nijire to say he wouldn't be contactable for a little while and prepared for takeoff. He made his final checks of energy, said goodbye to Tokoyami, and waited on the roof for Hawks. Once Hawks arrived he smiled at his intern. Ready? Yep. Everyone's been notified and I've got all my stuff. Izuku responded, smiling. Great, I've packed some extra energy snacks, like chocolate and candy and stuff and definitely healthy food. Yep. Let's go, Hawks said as he ran by Izuku, before jumping off the roof. He let himself fall a few meters before spreading his wings rapidly and soaring into the air with a few beats, and beginning to speed up. Izuku was quick to follow, instead opting to run directly off the roof, and the moment his feet were off he formed his wings and with a powerful beat and clap of lightning he sped up next to Hawks. Buckle up kiddo. We got a several-hour flight. Yes sir. Izuku responded. Don't call me sir, I'm not that old. The two began speeding up after the short exchange, Izuku following Hawks directly behind, saving him some energy as Hawks was more used to breaking the air whilst Izuku, less so. He hadn't been flying for so long, and as such he didn't really have that much chance to practice. For now though, the two flying heroes began twisting in the air, forming a small vortex around them as they sped up, traveling significantly faster than most of the cars on the ground. Remember kid, keep north, Hawks said as the two sped up even more. As the hawk flies? Izuku quipped in response, eliciting a slight chuckle from Hawks. I'm liking you more and more. Come on, Hawks said, and he put in his earplugs, prompting Izuku to do the same. With another 2 beats, they had both broken the sound barrier. Izuku, soaring through the sky, loved the feeling of the freedom of flight. He felt the wind on his face, he was in complete control and he loved it. It was so freeing. He held his arms out just for the sake of it, and felt his hero costume ripple in the strong airflow. He could get used to this. Many hours later, and an exhausted Izuku and a slightly tired Hawks landed outside their hotel. The two contacted Hawks' hero agency to inform them of their safe arrival, and Izuku let Nijire know, who at some point had mentioned that Eri wanted to do a video call of some sort tonight, and Izuku quickly said he'd love to. Alright kiddo, it's about 7 PM now, so we'll have dinner and sleep soon. I'll be going over my script for tomorrow, but I can see you're exhausted. Yeah, my wings aren't exactly built into my back and my quirk is kind of based off of energy. Izuku yawned as they made their way up the stairs to their floor. They were on the 8th floor, 5th room. Once they made it there, they unlocked the room and quickly unpacked what they needed. Izuku changed into his pajamas, before setting up his phone to FaceTime Nijire. It was only 7:15 now, so Eri should still be awake. It dialed a few times before Nijire picked up. Izuku smiled tiredly. Nijire beamed. Eri jumped in the camera happily, showing off something she had made with Nizu. Izuku smiled and asked her questions about it, before Nijire sent her off to brush her teeth and get changed for the night. The couple shared a relaxed conversation, various topics drifting, before Eri came bursting back into the room Nijire was in, declaring she was ready for bed. Eri's parents giggled before telling the little girl they loved her, and Izuku promised to call again when he could. The FaceTime closed with a beep, and Izuku set his phone up to run a few things whilst he went to eat dinner with Hawks. Ready to face whatever tomorrow brings. Hopefully. Except Endeavor. That could wait forever. Izuku yawned as his alarm went off, early in the morning. It was barely light out when he rose to go eat breakfast, simultaneously scrolling through the news. He found a few pointless articles, several reports regarding the decline of villainy despite All Might's retirement credited to the simultaneous takedown of the League of Villains. There were a few things regarding several bank robberies, but nothing that was left unsolved or with permanent injuries or casualties. Everything seemed to be fairly peaceful in Japan at the moment. It was relaxing. Izuku ate his breakfast whilst Hawks was flying through the hotel room, trying to throw everything he needed together. He had a small USB thing that plugged into his visor with prompts. Unfortunately, it was micro SD card sized. So whilst Izuku began sipping his tea casually, Hawks was occasionally making breezes through the living room, causing Izuku's hair to go crazy each time. It was kind of amusing. By the time they had to leave, Izuku had a small pack of snacks and his hero suit on whilst Hawks pressed out the creases in the leather jacket. Maybe the stress was getting to the now number 2 pro hero. They jogged slightly until they arrived at the location, where there was a line for the standard public, a line for press, a line for VIPs and a separate line for heroes. There was no security detail. Didn't really need to think too much about why. Alright kiddo, you head into the VIP line since you're an intern with me, just hand them this card, Hawks said pulling a small card out of his jacket, and handing it to Izuku before continuing, if you need anything you're on priority in my phone which I should have, right here. And just gimme a buzz if you need something. Take care. Hawks said as he went into the hero line. Don't forget the S.D card. Izuku yelled, and Hawks suddenly stopped before pulling it out of his jacket and quickly plugging it in, before snapping his fingers and doing finger guns to Izuku. Thanks kiddo. He called out as he continued. Izuku just chuckled before making his way into the VIP line, much to the irritation of many press groups forced to wait in the ever-growing press line. He pulled the card out for the poor soul that was checking them all and trying to manage some of the crowds. He wandered on in and sat in the third row, close enough to the front to not miss anything but not so close to the front he'd have to strain his neck. He noticed an interesting news story about people writing fanfictions between certain heroes. Noticed there was a list of the most popular ones. There was a lot of gay ones between him and Bakugo, and several between him and Todoroki. A lot of him being a villain. It kind of terrified him. Although there was a lot of, what was it called, crackfics? They were a little chaotic, although intriguing. But there was also some of him and Nijire. He did not know why the teenage heroes were more popular for this. Actually no he did. It was probably mostly teenagers reading this stuff. His thoughts were broken by the sudden announcement that the hero charts were going to start. He had a notebook out and was taking notes on various information that was casually dropped, such as new hinted moves or special details regarding each hero. He was really excited about this though, and put it away to just enjoy the event with a massive smile on his face. Alright everyone. Introducing your new number 10 hero, Ryukyu. And with that the event really started. By the end of it, Izuku honestly thought it could have gone far better. It still could have gone far worse though. I mean, there were few things worse than having to endure a meeting with Endeavor. But he really didn't like that part still. And Endeavor's speech left a lot to be lacking. Like literally everything. But for now he and Hawks were walking down the street with Endeavor towards some fancy restaurant that Hawks had gotten them bookings for. Hawks was lecturing Endeavor about basic human interaction whilst Izuku was kind of just there for the ride. Hawks was helping various people with his feathers as he talked and Izuku was talking to some of the hopeful young heroes, mostly primary school students but there were a few high school students from other hero schools as well. A lot wanted to know about one of the students involved with the takedown of the villain that was comparable to All Might. That and apparently his fight with Overhaul did not go unheard of. There were clips of green lightning soaring across the sky that some people had captured from towards the end of the fight as he had dispersed the energy. Not important right now. He smiled as he talked to some of the younger children, all with a sparkle in their eyes as he demonstrated his quirk to them. He could feel an annoyed Endeavor glaring at him, and it only made Izuku smile more as more kids began flocking to him as he told them some stories of his classmates. Hawks watched on proudly, before a very nervous fan came up to Endeavor, asking for an autograph. No one said anything, before the flame hero quietly signed it and the crowd devolved into chaos. Endeavor sighed in disappointment, Hawks chuckled and Izuku was trying not to hunch over in laughter. After a brief debacle, Izuku left all the children with some form of signature after they asked him to sign various things before they finally made it to the restaurant. Endeavor and Hawks were discussing some form of weird business partnership whilst Izuku just happened to be there, where he was going through some extra ideas Nizu had sent to him at some point. They were up on the 15th floor overlooking the street below them. Izuku was spacing out a little bit as he stared at the equations he had written down. He was vaguely registering Endeavor and Hawks talking and pulled his hood down and pulled his mouthguard off to tinker with it. It recently had been fixed to work as a filter, whilst also allowing him to breathe to some extent underwater. In theory it could work in space, save the fact that he'd freeze. Or explode. Or implode. There was a lot wrong with space he didn't want to try. He was spacing out when he heard a bizarre noise. He closed his eyes and focused. He absentmindedly hushed Endeavor and Hawks, the former of which was going to complain before Hawks told him to be quiet. Izuku extended his hearing. It was really fast, fast as Hawks. It was big though, a really high mass. It was, "Everybody get down." Izuku screamed as he flipped the table up and shoved it against the window, just before something came crashing into it. He could feel whatever it was crash into it, before backing up slightly and trying again. This time, he sent a powerful blast of green lightning into the table to reinforce it and hold it together enough for the creature to then back away before letting out a glass-shattering screech, causing Izuku to instinctively cover his ears. He could hear Endeavor and Hawks talking faintly, before the two of them jumped out and confronted the thing. It was strong. It was dangerous. Izuku put in his earpiece and could hear Hawks talking through the device to Endeavor. This was not looking good. He could hear Hawks and Endeavor talking through the earpiece, but also the raspy voice of whatever the creature was. Strong? What are these things, Hawks? Endeavor responded, ignoring the creature's question as he glared at it. "I dunno, seems like one of those Nomu creations," he responded. "Hey kid, you with us?" "Yeah I am, I think it's a Nomu but it's far stronger." A final stand from a rogue member maybe, a final attempt. Throwing together all they have, Izuku responded through the earpiece as he helped people evacuate the buildings. "I think we need citywide evacuation. This isn't going to end well otherwise." "You got it kid, I'll do that ASAP and you help Endeavor out." "What? I don't need the brat's help, especially one who was weaker than Shoto." "Shut the F up Endeavor and take his help." "I'm off, good luck and try not to die dash." "I won't die bird." "I wasn't talking to you hothead." At this Hawks flew to land somewhere, before dispersing as many of his feathers as he could spare whilst still maintaining movement. Izuku prepared to assist Endeavor, who was currently rearing a fist back. "Kid, I need to know, what's the governing policy for emergency evac buttons in this city?" Top floor, unsecured room, should be ventilation access to each if you send a feather through each duct. To track it, each send out a slight pulse every few seconds for this purpose. Hold it for 3 seconds and it'll trigger emergency evacuation on full alert. Got it? Izuku turned his attention back to Endeavor, who was still in a stare down with the Nomu, which began talking. "I am a high-end Nomu." It introduced itself, designed to be strong. It pointed at Endeavor, "And to beat you. Pathetic. Nomu regeneration are weak to flames, and that's all I am." "Yeah, pretty much flame brain," Izuku thought sarcastically as he began pressing buttons on his right gauntlet, causing it to pop off 2 small metallic buttons. As if on cue, Endeavor fired a flash-fire fist at the creature, however it seemed to only cause impact damage and minimal at that. "What? I thought all Nomu were weak to fire?" Endeavor asked in shock, and Izuku began hovering in the air beside the hero, only using a crackling from his feet to remain in place in the air. "No, this one is designed to beat you, and presumably a culmination of all remaining resources the final member had. Being fireproof would probably be a baseline, and considering they had fire members in the LOV it wouldn't have been too hard to implement," Izuku told him, before asking, "How are you flying?" "It's glorified not falling." "You're not doing much better." "I can properly fly, this takes less energy. This is going to be a long fight. I don't need your help rat. Leave it to the professionals." Endeavor replied. Sure." The Nomu had returned, before producing a horrifying grin that reminded Izuku of Shigaraki. Yes, fight. Without distractions," it declared, before all its limbs detached and propelled towards the evacuating civilians. The torso of the main Nomu quickly regrew the lost limbs, and the flying limbs began to grow as Nomu. "Damn it. I'll deal with those," Izuku said as he twisted in the air and released a burst of lightning from his feet to propel himself fast enough to try and catch up. "Hawks. We got Nomus heading to the evacuees. I'll cut them off but I'll need help to finish them," Izuku said through the earpiece. "Got it kid, I've hit all the evac buttons, I'll be there in a moment." Hawks replied immediately. Izuku began spinning as he created a large bolt of lightning in his right hand, crackling as he managed to catch up to a gangly gray Nomu. He brought it down on the Nomu's exposed brain, causing a hideous screech that Izuku resisted the urge to flinch from the noise and splattering blood. However, he noticed it didn't even seem to have a trace of regeneration. "They really are decoys," he thought to himself as he heard the screeching of another Nomu, along with a loud whirring that sounded like a jet engine. He twisted himself in that direction and quickly propelled himself that way, presuming the biggest threat of the Nomu was over there. At least the biggest threat that Endeavor was installing. With a loud boom of thunder as he went flying off in the direction of the noise, to find a horrifying sight. There was the Nomu he heard. It was about to attack a mother and her child that were towards the back of the evacuation. He gritted his teeth and sped up further, arms outstretched. The whirring noise was coming from the Nomu's upper right shoulder, which was a massive jet engine and had a cover on it. A quick touch of analysis meant he knew it was preparing a supersonic air bullet that would rip through basically anything, little children included. Izuku saw the Nomu about to release the bullet and reacted instantaneously, using a decent amount of pre-stored energy in his legs to fly forward suddenly, grabbing the Nomu and swinging it towards the ground. It landed face down on the ground as the whirring stabilized. It was saving the shot now. It had a new target. There was still at least another 2 minor Nomu, and Izuku really didn't have time to waste on this. Izuku gritted his teeth and yelled for everyone to keep evacuating as he grabbed the arm of the Nomu and throwing it into the air. With a sonic boom from the strength of his throw thanks to the lightning coursing through his veins, before jumping up towards it. In the air the Nomu rotated itself to let out a screech at Izuku, and fired the projectile at him. Izuku didn't slow down as he pointed his left hand upwards, producing a bolt of green lightning to protect him and disperse the air bullet harmlessly into the air. He had his right hand pulled back ready to punch. He waited for the Nomu to reach the apex of its flight, before it began to come back down slightly. As it did so, it screeched at Izuku and began extending its arm to grab Izuku. Izuku, however, attacked first. He punched his fist forward, and with it sent a bolt of lightning that struck the Nomu, stunning it as the impact shattered a hole where it struck in the creature's chest. It seemed to end the creature. Izuku knew that trying to take mercy right now was not going to work, and last he talked with Nizu about it, the Noma didn't have the same rights as even the highest level villains did to safety and mercy. In other words, he could be fighting to end, if there weren't so many people about. Nearby he saw Hawks shred one of the Nomu with his feathers, whilst avoiding the strikes from the more armored one he couldn't properly deal with. Izuku turned back to the Nomu he had just finished off, seeing it flying into higher layers of the atmosphere and beginning to burn from the initial friction and speed, before it dispersed into a dust cloud. Maybe a side effect of them being basically mini-Nomu? That didn't matter, what did was helping Hawks out. Thankfully everyone seemed to have evacuated already, and so Hawks had the attention of two of the remaining Nomu, after having shredded one of them already. One being the armored one, the other seeming to be preparing some kind of beam attack. Hawks, I'll take the armored one, Izuku said as he flew down with lightning crackling at his feet, preparing to tackle it. Alright kid, watch out for its claws though, Hawks said as he dodged a swipe of the aforementioned weapons, before tackling the one charging a beam weapon within its arm. The armored Nomu seemed confused, before grunting and looking up at Izuku who kicked it across its face and finding out just how hard the armor was. He grimaced in pain from the recoil as he then jumped back before the creature could swipe at him. The Nomu looked at him, screeched and launched at him. Izuku, now on the ground, dodged to the side and the Nomu crashed into the ground, burying itself into the road before getting up and roaring. Izuku however was faster, his hands on the ground as he used his lightning to break the ground into pieces, causing the Nomu to fall into the sudden hole in the road. It struggled to get out of Izuku's trap, who proceeded to then annihilate it with a high voltage of green lightning. It screeched in agony as the voltage ripped through it, completely frying it in a matter of moments. Izuku, after finishing it off, turned to Hawks who had finished slicing the beam-based Nomu up, which had fallen into chunks on the ground, bleeding out. It was not a pleasant scene, but neither had time to ponder it. Alright kid, we should go help Endeavor. I may not be of much use though, it's far too much out of my range and if it's what it probably is, Endeavor can't hurt it. He's fighting a Nomu that definitely has some form of fire resistance, along with heat resistance, if not straight up being fire and heat proof. How long do you think you can stall on your own, so I can evac Endeavor? Izuku asked as the two took to the skies, Izuku still saving his wings and using basic propulsion from his legs. 5 minutes absolute max kiddo, the thing is just as if not faster than me, and far stronger and more durable than my feathers could ever hope to protect from let alone cut through, Hawks responded, the two flying in tandem as they followed the path of destruction from Endeavor and the Nomu. That should be more than enough, Izuku thought, losing himself slightly in thought as they finally made it. It was not a pretty sight, Endeavor beaten into the ground with anything the Nomu had used retracted back into the Nomu's body. How disappointing, it rasped, you should have listened to the kid. He was right. You are weak. To me. The creature declared before it whipped its head around to stare at Izuku and Hawks. And so are you, it declared before shooting out a supersonic tendril at Hawks and Izuku, who each dodged in a different direction. The hero and student nodded at each other as Hawks released a small barrage to keep the Nomu's attention whilst Izuku went to grab Endeavor, who was, despite his intense injuries that decidedly made his face much better, absolutely fuming, both literally and metaphorically. Out of the corner of his eye, and ignoring Endeavor running his mouth off, Izuku watched as Hawks began a flurry of attacks with several dozen feathers, each piercing through the Nomu, creating brief holes in the creature that refilled themselves almost immediately but caused enough of a nuisance to the Nomu that it glared at Hawks, and Izuku would have joked that it was going to shoot laser beams, but it'd be more accurate to say it shot needle bursts from a hole it opened in its body, that Hawks was able to barely dodge, his jacket being clipped slightly. Izuku had to crush the instinct to help his mentor, and instead swiftly lifted Endeavor over his shoulder and using lightning bursts from his feet to fly as far as he could in 2 minutes, close to some evac crews. They were shocked to see the state of the number 1 pro hero, reduced to a bleeding mess and completely out of energy, his once vivid flames reduced to a simple smolder that a high schooler with an untrained fire quirk could produce. It wasn't really until then that Izuku actually fully understood what he had to do. He had to be the strongest. Izuku was on his phone, quickly shooting a text off whilst he was flying back to the action, Endeavor being evacuated as he spoke. He sent as few words as possible before turning his phone off and speeding up, still saving his wings. Meanwhile, Hawks was fighting the Nomu. Just 5 minutes, was his mantra. He was a good hero because he was fast. He was fast enough to produce more force and make up for his lack of strength. But the Nomu was just as fast, and he didn't think it was even trying yet. Honestly, he was terrified. But he had to hold on. He pulled his feathers around his right half as a shield against an attack of tendrils, whilst he kept his left half facing away from the Nomu. Each tendril bounced off the makeshift shield, before Hawks quickly pulled them back onto himself, before backing away to dodge some form of overhead attack from the condensed tentacles. He flapped sharply several times, lifting his legs off the ground so he wasn't dragging his feet as the Nomu leaped at him, the tendrils retracting into its body as it prepared some other attack, which Hawks was not looking forward to. He had been doing some practice of analysis thanks to Izuku, who had been breaking down criminals' quirks on the news with him as practice for the student, and the mentor who was quietly taking notes with one of his feathers. It didn't help that the Nomu was basically just doing random stuff, with speed that was approaching a blur even to him. The Nomu's tendrils for now though, were gone, and instead he heard a noise that he could only compare to the screeching of something out of a horror movie. He could feel a sharp pain in his ears, but had to ignore it to focus on the fight in front of him. Unfortunately, the creature was becoming something out of a horror movie too. It screeched facing upwards, and if Hawks was more courageous, or more foolish as one would be more inclined to put it, he may have decided to attack the Nomu in its current state. He was neither, thankfully, and opted to back away to a distance that was best for him, and waited, poised, and watched as the Nomu almost morphed into a different version. Spikes came out of its back and the horrible screeching continued as its arms folded back into themselves, multiplying over into a series of tendrils instead. The once vaguely humanoid creature was now a torso with a series of spinning tendrils in place of arms, the massive legs that would make Mirko feel weak, and a hooded face with a deathly glare and spikes coming out of the back of its head and neck. And Hawks, safe to say, was terrified. He was quick to notice the spikes about to shoot out of the creature and quickly tightened the feather shield around his right, layering the feathers to be denser as each spike launched, semi-shattering each time it hit. However, it was slowly chipping away at his minimal defenses. Gritting his teeth, he released his clenched fist and sent his to return to his back where he quickly reformed his wings as he jumped back to avoid a strike of a mass of the tendrils. He skidded back, tearing up his shoes, but that wasn't a problem. What was more of a problem was the terrifying nature of how the asphalt before him was completely decimated by the swarm of lashing tendrils that were spinning faster than he could fly. The moment it made contact with the asphalt of the road, it completely tore it to tiny pieces that flew into the sky like little gray snow that would ruin anyone's day. Apparently except the Nomu's though, because it dashed through it, the tendrils lashing out. Because it ran through the cloud of asphalt fragments, it tore them even tinier, creating a cloud of the asphalt. Normally Hawks would have an advantage here, but he knew he didn't. There was no way the Nomu would even be slightly affected by this. If anything, the Nomu had an advantage since Hawks couldn't be certain about what it was currently doing. Instead, after thinking quickly, he took to the skies with a few powerful flaps of his wings but remained facing towards the dust cloud. It suddenly cleared away with a powerful sound wave that Hawks winced at. It was ear-piercing, and his flight path dipped slightly as he covered his ears in pain. He resisted the urge to flinch further, making sure to keep an eye on the Nomu, which was currently just staring at him, almost blankly. And yet, it seemed so much more than that. Hawks's eyes widened when the Nomu crouched tight, and shot up faster than a speeding bullet. Reacting quickly, he dodged to the right with a massive flap of his wings, however the Nomu managed to clip a few in the process. There were only maybe half a dozen of the feathers gone, but these feathers were long lost, shredded beyond recognition as they fell in a cloud of soft red dust to the ground. Meanwhile, Hawks and the Nomu were playing a game of cat and mouse, currently where Hawks was dashing in various directions around the air, not really changing altitude as the Nomu zipped past him trying to catch him with a massive extended jaw that was filled to the brim with whirring spikes. He could feel the occasional feather being sucked into the spikes, and shredded to bits, and it started to show as the tips of his wings were no longer the pristine edges he prided himself on, but jagged and frayed. And it hadn't even been a full minute. He could feel his muscles aching, and decided it was do or die time, literally. He began beating his wings, causing powerful air currents to be sent towards the Nomu. Several of the tentacles were ripped off the Nomu, falling towards the ground before they suddenly stiffened and started flying with a point like a needle towards Hawks. The Nomu grinned deviously as it basically floated in midair, the spikes flying rapidly from behind. Hawks was quick to use his left hand to press some buttons on his glasses, pulling up various tracking information of each projectile. Hawks brought his arms across his body, and with them brought a significant chunk of his feathers, covering his body in a sort of layered armor whilst still leaving just enough to be able to move in the air still. And then, the barrage of spikes came. The winged hero was quick to avoid many of them, however felt the sting of several of the spikes hitting him regardless. He chuckled to himself thinking how he'll feel those bruises in a week time. It was one of the things many of the high-level pro heroes did, to make it through battles they knew they were more likely to die in than survive, even with grievous injuries. Hold themselves to a promise of sorts, whether through stupid thoughts or thoughts of family and loved ones. Hawks honestly suspected that was why Endeavor never did so well in such high-stakes situations. He didn't have an anchor. He didn't have a particular reason to see tomorrow, especially now he had achieved his lifelong goal, albeit not in a way he particularly wanted. That wasn't the point. Currently Hawks was gritting his teeth and feeling blood trickle down his arms as his hands were the least armored, and the Nomu had picked up on that, redirecting several of the attacks. Hawks didn't dare look at his hands as he felt the pain of moving them, his left hand only mildly sore whilst his right hand was at least fractured, if not broken and borderline useless. With his left hand he reached into one of his jacket pockets as he spun to the left, avoiding another tendril before tumbling to the ground as his limited feathers hadn't yet returned to the wing formation. He was spinning a bandage around his right hand quickly as the Nomu screeched from the sky once more, spinning rapidly in the air as it rotated to have its head facing Hawks. And it began soaring down like a meteor, soon to be Meteor. Hawks, having had finished bandaging his arm, quickly dodged the incoming missile of a creature as he tumbled to the left, his wings now fully reformed as he stretched them out in a move that was typically quite intimidating to his opponents. The Nomu saw it as a challenge. As it dragged itself out of the ground, it fixed Hawks with a crooked grin that was terrifying, with its tendrils retracting into its body. It screeched once more and Hawks was certain he'd have some level of tinnitus by the end of the fight. His G.P was going to end him. That was if he survived whatever the Nomu did next, which was of course horrifying. The body of it almost opened up, the legs twisting and morphing into those of an eagle with claws at the end that reminded him of hydraulic crushers as it gripped the asphalt below, squeezing the large chunks into dust. And of course, the massive wings that thrusted out of its back, dwarfing Hawks's own pair by at least twice the size. And the way it almost pulsed from the slight shuffling of each black tendril, as though it was a series of muscle fibers, beating with a dangerous presence. It flapped them once, a creepy grin on its face, and the massive resulting gust caused 2 air bullets to form, ripping the asphalt, and Hawks was only barely able to notice it in time, flying upwards. However, he wasn't quite fast enough and the tip of his foot was clipped by the air bullet. He winced as he felt the significant force on his foot and had to think fast. If he fought it, there was no way he'd get out with a functioning foot, if not a fully broken leg. So, he let the wind take him until he could just about get out of it, being propelled forward with it as he turned to glide with the air bullet. However, he could hear the Nomu cackling, and a powerful beat of its wings indicated that it was taking off, flying towards the hero who was currently being propelled towards a building. At the last possible moment, to reduce the impact of it, Hawks brought his wings in front of him to cocoon himself as he felt the sudden slamming from several concrete walls of the building, thankfully already evacuated. He felt himself tumble through multiple walls until he came to a stop. As he gently released his wings, he could hear the rushing of the Nomu coming at him, and was going to prime himself but found himself in decent pain. Despite the adrenaline rushing through his veins, he felt pain in his right arm, which had become a dreadful purple with several cuts along it. Must have subconsciously used that as a shield as I flew through the walls, Hawks reasoned, continuing his very quick self-evaluation. This didn't even account for the foot that caught the bullet, which was probably dislocated and in great pain, thankfully not broken or dislocated any higher up on the leg. And then the probably hairline fractures all over his body after flying through so many walls, in his ribs and various other bones. He saw a black blur of Nomu rushing towards him, bringing down walls as it went, and Hawks was only able to do one thing. He brought his wings forward. He pointed them at the creature, and released a volley of feathers. It hardly even bothered the creature, however once all of his feathers made contact, he began redirecting the Nomu, which was only slightly. He had to hope this worked, otherwise the mass of black tendrils would slam into him, probably tearing him to shreds. The Nomu noticed the slight shift in direction and did its best to fight the shift in trajectory by angling its wings, however Hawks knew exactly how to adapt to the way the Nomu was shifting. And of course, with the speed the Nomu was going at, it couldn't stop without tearing itself to shreds and making it incredibly vulnerable. No matter what the Nomu did, Hawks was currently in control of its movement. Because whilst it had the raw strength, it lacked the experience with flight that Hawks had, and so Hawks was in control for now. And there was about a 15-degree angle change from the Nomu's traditional trajectory, who was now directed into the floor almost directly above Hawks. Hawks was quick to hide behind a nearby pillar, from which he could see an exit within limping distance, but he couldn't quite run because if he even lost sight for a moment he wouldn't be able to tell what the creature was doing. He watched from behind the pillar as the Nomu wrestled for control, however it knew it couldn't do much as it began retracting the wings to change to something else. Hawks wouldn't dare guess what. It was completely unpredictable. All he had to do was survive. The rumbling of the building indicated the Nomu did indeed crash through the floor, but with its continued momentum Hawks opted to redirect it as it was no longer fighting to control direction, and Hawks began limping out of the building. Not moments after he was out of the building, it began crumbling on top of the Nomu. He knew the impact force would do barely anything. At best it would briefly remove a chunk or two in its torso and just slow its next attack. But it was enough. Unfortunately it cost him most of his feathers, each of his wings barely able to let him fly as he recollected the few feathers left, most buried deep under rubble they could neither break nor move, and many more were broken. He prepared to take off with a pair of wings that were feathers compared to his original pair, when he could see a streak of green in the sky, lightning crackling in many directions from it. He couldn't help but take in the beauty of the formation of the lightning across the sky. In a flash it had begun landing, and was grinding up the road as it did so. Hawks limped over to Izuku, who looked horrified at the injuries his mentor had taken. "Don't worry about me, kid. Are you sure you can do this?" "I could probably dash." Hawks was cut off by Izuku, who smiled at him, a determined glint in his eyes that crackled with lightning. "It doesn't matter if I can. I have to," he responded, and Hawks gave him a somber smile. "Give him hell, kid." And with that, Izuku nodded and braced himself with a cloak of lightning, and Hawks couldn't help but feel like he had just sold his humanity as he flew away on broken wings, leaving a child to fight in his place. Izuku gave a slight wave to Hawks as he flew away from the rubble in which the Nomu was currently buried under. A feeling of dread settled in his stomach that was quickly crushed whilst he began pooling a large amount of charge into his right arm, his left hand gripping his right elbow to stabilize himself. His eyes were charged as he was watching for any form of movement within the concrete dust from the collapsed building. A slight wind swept through the area, blowing the dust towards Izuku, who had to shield his face and eyes with his left arm but kept the right arm raised with a steadily building charge. He felt the sting of the concrete dust on his open palm, but he was soon distracted by a loud crashing sound, followed by an ear-piercing shriek. "Izuku, are you sure about this?" A voice rang out from his earpiece, distinctly Nizu. In the background he knew were several other teachers but all remained deathly silent. "There's no other choice. Do you have the stats?" Izuku responded, referring to some information he had asked for already on his flight over. "We're working on it. Alright, keep me up to date." Nizu would have responded the same, but with the news coverage, it was already done for him. The nation had stopped to watch, a tense silence that hovered over Japan with one unspoken question. Will he win? Because no one knew what would happen if he didn't. And survival was in but a few minds. Back at UA, the teacher's conference room was a deathly silence, each teacher pulling whatever strings they could to get the information Izuku requested, effectively turning into what only the smartest of heroes use their agencies for, information gathering and communication at the hero's request. And currently, the hero fighting for everyone needed all the help he could get. Luckily for him, some of the foremost and most interconnected individuals in hero society were on his info team. Yagi Tashinori, formerly All Might, was effectively lending his pull power to each individual teacher and their connections to bring information that may otherwise remain behind any restriction, Niza being the head communicator summarizing all the information for Izuku. Aizawa was helping with strategic analysis whilst Cementos assisted with defensive maneuvers. A few teachers were glued to the news, watching as it went down and relaying information to the others whilst everyone else was on research duty. In all, the teachers were incredibly tense, but doing their best to support the current star student. Comparatively, the students were a mess. Whilst most students outside of 3A and 1A were not directly involved with Izuku, save for Hasjum and Shinso who were both stressed the hell out and, in Hatsum's case, she had very few friends outside of Izuku and Shinso, so she and the purple-haired boy were in the workshop, side by side as Hatsum stress tinkered and Shinso was pacing. 1A dorms were chaos, but not in the usual dysfunctional yet functional family sense. Instead, several students were stress eating, Yaoyorozu was doing her best to make Bakugo relax before he blew something else up, no one was blaming him for the dishwasher, they intended to see if they could get a new one anyway because half the time the bloody thing didn't work. Ito was almost literally sprinting across the living room floor and Todoroki was being calmed by Inasa. Several other members of the class were pacing, along with some who were using stress balls provided by Yaoyorozu, who was also using one. Unsurprisingly, the news was on T.V, the volume up to the max to see if they could hear anything going on, which they could in snippets, with the newscasters silent at the gravity of the situation. But the worst was the 3A dorms. The common room was a mess and Nijire was shaking slightly as she resisted the urge to use all her energy just to go out there and help him, or even tell him to run away. But she knew she couldn't. Izuku was one of, if not the strongest, of them all. And he was backed against a wall to hold off long enough until he could win, or the government could think of an emergency solution of some kind. And she knew they had one. But she dreaded to think what would happen if they did it. She had already broken a glass she initially dropped when she saw Izuku going back to fight the Nomu. Her heart was racing and her eyes were watering as she saw the news. At the same time, Mirio and Tamaki were together, sitting on the same couch with Nijire, just on the opposite arm. Their hands were clutched tightly as Mirio was clenching his other fist and Tamaki kept turning his arm into various different parts. Eri was being hugged tightly by her mama, low-key being used as a soft toy. The little girl wasn't quite fully aware of the gravity of the situation, but just saw it as her papa going out to fight a big villain on TV. She hummed happily, not looking back to her adoptive mother's and uncle's distraught faces as she had her eyes glued on the screen. Back with Izuku, who was about to fire the first shot, jumped slightly when the Nomu screeched, throwing the building rubble on top of it away. Thinking fast, Izuku did a quick flip with a low-powered kick to produce a wave of air that briefly froze the flying debris in its path before pushing it all away, clearing the dust. The air wave eventually hit the Nomu that had now burst out of the rubble, but did not even slightly shift it as it turned its head and began cackling. Did the bird run away? It asked, an evil grin on its face as its eyes squinted at the young hero before it. Are you stronger? We're about to find out, aren't we? Izuku responded as the Nomu returned its growths into a more standard humanoid structure, however it had several vents on its back for its jet propulsion. And then its right arm began growing drastically. It pulsed with the massive muscle fibers and veins within, and it grew to twice the size of the Nomu, close to thrice the size of Izuku. The arm then rapidly launched at Izuku with the intent to completely decimate him. With barely any space to spare, Izuku dashed to the right, dodging it all as he used a short blast from his left hand to do so. The lightning slightly damaged the road and lightly charred the arm but did little else. As he came to a standstill and the Nomu prepared to sweep the arm, Izuku fired his charged blast. The green lightning briefly circled around his arm before firing in a deafening bang, his arm being thrown up from the recoil. It struck the Nomu, who was enveloped in streaks of green as it produced large flat sections of the green plasma on the body of the creature, almost instantaneously eviscerating various sections of the creature's limbs. It took mere moments to regrow them and was soon making a beeline for the boy, the powerful jets on its back making it a blur to anyone outside of the top 10 or big 3. But to Izuku, it wasn't particularly fast. Izuku powered his legs and jumped forwards, hopping over the Nomu and avoiding its attacks as he quickly spun to land on the rubble he was flying towards feet first, planting him firmly on the rubble he was flying towards. It tilted slightly but effectively stopped him as he was now on a taller footing than the Nomu. It made Izuku ever so slightly taller than the Nomu, even if it was hunching over constantly. The Nomu chuckled. "You're fast, but not maneuverable, you couldn't properly fly earlier?" It said, its wings expanding from its back and expanding to its immense wingspan before it began preparing its air thrusters. The wings spread out and the air began coming out of the thrusters on its back. At incredible speed, causing the road below to fracture, crack and break as it was building up speed. As it did this, Izuku spread his arms and with it let his green lightning wings expand. At the speed of light it reached the ends, the cobweb-style lattice structure forming his jagged spiked green wings. "Nizu, start the timer." "Got it?" With that, Nizu had started a timer Izuku had him set so he could track the amount of time he had before he would start experiencing forms of drawback in the moment, such as reduced output and various distractions such as headaches and fuzziness or, more worryingly, loss of consciousness. As he did so, he beat the wings once and from the tip of each shot a bolt of lightning, briefly shrinking the wings before he began filling them again and began flying upwards. Each bolt connected with the respective shoulder of the Nomu, causing it to pause briefly from the impact as Izuku got further away. The Nomu began chuckling, and with a final blast of its jets it blasted into the air after Izuku. It was easily able to match his current speed as the creature soared through the air after the green streak. To the spectators on the ground that were evacuating, a green blur was flying in tandem to a black one, the two engaging in the intricate dance of air battle as each would aim to land a glancing blow on the other until the other used a burst of speed to dodge, at which point they would quickly retract. However, the Nomu was smart and began to adapt, soon able to predict Izuku's movements. With that knowledge, it carefully manipulated him into flying towards a building. Much to the green lightning user's irritation, Izuku cautiously extended his senses to within the building, checking for any signs of life within. Thankfully there were none as he speed up, his wings still flapping behind him as he angled himself to cut through the building like a hot knife through butter. He brought an arm in front of his face as a secondary shield, then pulses of lightning as a shield that were cycling so fast it created a visible difference in the heat in front of him, thankful for the insulation and protection of the metal gauntlets. As he flew through the building, the concrete evaporated before him and he emerged on the other side of the building, which quickly began crumbling atop the chasing Nomu. "Stop running!" It bellowed as it pulled a massive arm back to demolish the crumbling building, debris flying everywhere. However, with a brief slowdown, Izuku was able to prepare his next attack, building up charge within his right wing. The thin lattice structure of his right wing layered over several times, creating a wing that was disproportionately bright compared to the other. The jagged green tips were bright flares, blindingly bright if you looked directly at it. Izuku, with the attack ready, spun around briefly to get an eye on the Nomu, which was rapidly catching up to him. "Nizu, charge strength 75, capacity 13. Izuku yelled quickly. "Understood." Nizu responded immediately after slight clacking. At Yude, this noise indicated that Nizu had given one of the teachers the job of running the calculating machine. The principal and two students had rigged up to gauge the strength of various charges during their testing. It was coded and built, with the help of Hatsum after Power Loader begged that she be taken off his hands for at least 5 minutes so he could have a cup of coffee without the constant fear of the workshop exploding, to work with extremely low charges, typically of 0.01 charge strength, and even lower capacity. These numbers were all relative to a fixed system they had set up at some point whilst testing. It was hyper-accurate, but with such large numbers would be very slow. It let Nizu and Izuku gauge the strength, recoil, and any other potential impacts of specified charges. This would be important to limit any damage Izuku ended up doing to himself. Speaking of, Izuku began flying backwards, watching the Nomu beginning to speed up again whilst the hero student began rotating to land on the top of another building nearby, skidding slightly as he landed, digging his heels in to stop himself as he raised both arms towards the Nomu. The lightning circling his body all was pulled away, instead going into his wings with the left becoming twice the original latticing, whilst the right wing was quadruple the original latticing, with the flare tips burning brighter and crackling towards the ground. "Clear to fire. Shouldn't be withdrawals, and I took the liberty of running some higher numbers as well. You should be good up to strength 100 with capacity 15 for about 5 shots before you start running into issues," Nizu told him. "Thanks. And, we'll be hitting that cap very quickly," Izuku responded somberly. Nizu did not respond. After all, there wasn't much he could say to his student, the one who had the weight of the nation resting upon his shoulders. Izuku's left wing wrapped tightly around his left arm, forming large surfaces of green lightning along his gauntlet, the lightning also circling around it rapidly. He brought his left arm to aim at the Nomu, using his right as support whilst he prepared himself. The Nomu was flying straight at him. Full impact railgun shot. Izuku yelled, a small pellet ejecting from the palm of his left arm as it fired. The deafening noise was quick to follow as the lightning was used to fire it. As was the impact. The projectile slammed into the torso of the Nomu and sent it flying back, the speed of it faster than it could react to, let alone move to dodge. It flew back into the ground, slamming through the building the two just tore through and fully bringing it to the ground on top of it. At the same time, Izuku's left arm got thrown back from the recoil at the elbow, thankfully not injuring him as he then swapped arms. This time however with his right wing. This wing, a much tighter lattice with bright flares, then coiled completely around his right arm, forming a bizarre cover. He braced this arm with his left arm at the elbow, and began condensing the lightning into a blade-like object, the entire edge the bright, emerald green flares. He brought his right arm back behind to his back right, waiting for the Nomu to emerge. And when it did, it charged at him with a fury that he did not anticipate. It jumped at him and swung its right arm back and around, with it revealing dozens of tendrils, forced from beneath the flesh of its forearm. Each one lashed towards Izuku at supersonic speed, all targeting various points on him. Izuku closed his eyes, and just as the first one was about to hit him he opened them again, his pupils narrowed and the whites fractured with green lightning as his gaze locked onto the nearest tendril. He rapidly removed charge from his legs and moved it to his left arm, forming a large blade that extended about a meter. The blade itself was very spiny looking, only the outline being filled in sections that originated from the base of the gauntlet to connect to the edge of the blade. The edge was a fluorescent green and Izuku began slashing with it, his eyes tracking each target best he could. With sharp, swift strikes he severed almost all the tendrils. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch two of them, however was quick to retract his energy into his left arm and quickly grab one, however the other struck him in his right leg, getting stuck partway in. Izuku gritted his teeth tight, promising he would apologize to his orthodontist as he ripped the one in. His left hand away from the Nomu, which proceeded to use the one in Izuku's right leg as leverage to pull the hero student towards him. Izuku winced in pain but did not flinch as he pulled his right hand above his head, using the momentum of the Nomu flying towards him and pulling him towards it as whipped its other arm back and began filling it with muscle to attack him with. At this point, Izuku began his attack. Lightning Lance. He cried out as the lightning on his right arm formed exactly that. He brought it down in a swinging motion, forcefully severing the Nomu's right arm from it, before pulling it back and stabbing it into the now alarmed creature's torso. Disperse. With a great flash of lightning, Izuku was thrown back as all the lightning charged within the lance was suddenly dispersed. A great crashing noise came from the attack as both thunder and the Nomu being thrown deep into the ground, effectively destroying its body. Izuku crashed hard into another building, however quickly repositioned himself despite the pain of his ribs and in his legs. Izuku, that did not look like any charges we had specified. Nizu called over the earpiece as Izuku landed on the ground, feeling an unsurprisingly sharp pain in his leg. Yeah, my bad, he chuckled, did not mean to release it all at once. Kinda panicked with the thing stabbing my leg. Fair. But watch out, it's not done yet. Nizu came over the earpiece, it's reforming itself from its head. Permission to exterminate? Izuku responded quickly, returning a constant stream of lightning through his body. Permission granted. Take care, was Nizu's response. Izuku was quick to spread his initial wings once more, beginning to feel a slight drain on his energy levels as he rose to the skies, using a bottle that Recovery Girl gave many students of what was basically a quick clot to prevent the blood from dripping all over town as he fought. By the time he rose above the building line again, the Nomu had completely reformed and was glaring at him like a predator would glare at prey that dare attack it. This time, it had put more of its mass into the thrusters on its back, and began whirring up charge as Izuku did the same in his hands. The real fight had hardly just begun. The Nomu charged first, at incredible speeds whilst Izuku flapped his wings as strong as he could, narrowly dodging it and making sure it wouldn't hit him head-on. He did so, and took advantage of the Nomu's lack of maneuverability as he spent time creating a second pair of wings, and then a third. Each had about the same amount of charge but it meant he was more versatile. Even if he was steadily getting more tired. One pair originated from just near his shoulder blades, another near his mid-back and the last from just next to his hips. He beat them in order, from the top pair to the bottom each time, creating a wave motion of green lightning as he soared across the sky. The Nomu was hot on his tail, twitching angrily as it began almost melting its arm into itself, preparing a blast of some kind. The hand retracted deep into its right arm before suddenly expelling itself with a rapid speed. The right hand itself was attached by a thin muscle fiber that kept extending as it was used like a flail weapon. Izuku quickly merged two of his middle wings and slid them down his right arm, swinging it downwards. Lightning edge, he declared, and with that the lightning on his right arm formed into a blade-like structure along the side of his forearm. The edge of it was his quickly becoming infamous emerald green that shone with the fury of the sun itself. With it, he severed through the muscle with little difficulty, causing the extended hand to fall limply to the ground. Very, very far away. Izuku didn't stop there however as he used his remaining four wings to make a very sharp turn back towards the Nomu. Whilst it was still regenerating the arm, Izuku proceeded to swoop by, arm slicing off the other arm. It screeched in frustration as its jaw opened wider, revealing in place of an inner mouth just a black void, and teeth that appeared sharper than anything Izuku had encountered in the past. Which then shot out. Izuku quickly brought his left arm forward, the dozen teeth that were ejected as projectiles all directed towards his face. He quickly returned the wings that were the blade on his right to his back, and kept flying backwards away from the Nomu as it regrew its arms, whilst Izuku winced as the teeth each embedded themselves into the arm protecting his face. in places where his gauntlet did not protect. Blood began trickling down that arm as Izuku took further advantage of his higher mobility to weave between the massive buildings as the Nomu began tearing through the skies after him. Nizu, what's the highest building here? Izuku called out as he began flying up. Above 300 meters should be safe. Nizu responded after a brief moment's silence. All right, aiming for 400, get the helicopters out of here. Affirmative. As Izuku gave the order, he could faintly hear someone, presumably Aizawa-sensei, arguing on the phone to whoever was in charge of it before it promptly flew further away from the impending battlefield. As it did so, Izuku twisted to aim upwards, going higher where he didn't need to worry about buildings as collateral or losing track of the Nomu. His wings flapped in unison now, his speed increasing more and more as he approached his destination altitude. In the meantime, he was able to pluck each of the teeth embedded in his upper arm out, whilst also preparing several dozen of the railgun pellets. As the Nomu chased behind him, Izuku continued weaving his way higher into the sky. Nizu, if I stop, how long will it take for the Nomu to catch up to me? Izuku asked as he continued flying higher, beginning to circle lightning around his right arm, preparing his railgun shot. The lightning rapidly circled his right arm, in jagged shapes with small branches going just outside the perimeter of the shape. Within his hand were the pellets that he was preparing for his next shot, at least 50 of the small spherical projectiles within. Probably half a second, Nizu responded, basing it off of approximates from the news footage. That's long enough for me, Izuku responded as he flapped his wings once more before swiftly twisting around to fly backwards for a moment. Railgun shotgun? Izuku yelled as the whirring exponentially sped up, the green lightning that was wrapping around his arms becoming a blur that was a cylinder of iridescent emerald. The Nomu continued soaring towards him, however in that split second Izuku fired. The resulting bang throughout the skies was deafening. It echoed across the empty blue sky. The shockwave from the sound barrier being broken shattered many windows of the skyscrapers and the few wisps of clouds were completely blown away. And of course, the green lightning that scattered across the sky. It was almost in a two-dimensional plane from afar or from the ground, the lightning formation that came out with all the grace and beauty of a snowflake in green as the energy used was dispersed. Of course, the impact itself. The pellets all flew out in a narrow cone of spray at tremendous speed towards the Nomu, which had neither the agility nor the stopping power to avoid any of them. Each hit the creature, some traveling straight through it in various locations in its arms, torso, and legs whilst other went through its head. The Nomu would not be ended, but at least be severely damaged by the pellets as the impact sent it hurtling towards the ground, reaching speeds several times over the sound barrier. Izuku did not follow it however, and opted to build charge in his arms as he continued watching it. Eventually, it smashed directly into the road, and formed a large crater of impact that seemed to freeze for a moment before all the debris began hurtling outwards. Izuku aimed for it to land in one of the already destroyed blocks, so it wouldn't cause too much more damage as the Nomu was additionally impaled by the jagged and broken sections of what was once a multi-story building. It screeched, although it was difficult to tell why. Potentially pain, potentially irritation, but most likely frustration as it ripped itself off of the rubble and the innards spilling out of the massive hole Izuku opened in it, along with the other ones. They began stitching themselves back together with black tendril-like structures. It began propelling itself upwards despite not being fully healed yet, and began preparing another attack against Izuku, who was still getting his energy back. Izuku saw the both of the arms of the Nomu buff up to massive extent, and he couldn't help but think about the monstrous arms that All for One used. These arms were about as big, but probably stronger as it lacked the mess of other quirks used in the process, effectively making it raw muscle. That would be dangerous. It gripped at the ground, tearing it with its bare hands before it flung itself towards Izuku with a great speed. It had sacrificed control for raw speed, but its raw speed significantly outpaced Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened as he flew to the left as fast as possible, trying to avoid the inevitable blow. Unfortunately, the Nomu cleared the expanse between them in a matter of seconds, and Izuku didn't have the acceleration required. And with the Nomu's massive reach it was able to easily land a devastating blow. Even with the minimal mobility of it, the Nomu was capable of just slightly redirecting itself to maintain course towards Izuku. The massive fist slammed right into Izuku's left shoulder as he had rapidly rotated to try and shield himself partially from the intense blow. And to some extent it worked. To another extent, it absolutely did not. As a direct result, Izuku felt his shoulder almost shatter into pieces, the sheer impact force of the blow not only doing that but causing him to fly way out of control rapidly. He could hear Nizu and the teachers panicking, but the pain was causing many issues for him. Most importantly, it was incredibly painful. Izuku did his best not to scream in pain, opting to hiss instead as he fought to regain control over his flight. Eventually he did, but now he was much closer to the evacuating civilians. Some of them stopped to look at him but he didn't have time to try and reassure them as the Nomu began to jet towards him. The massive arms were changed from thickness to length as it extended the muscle, grabbing onto the roof of a few nearby buildings which it then slingshot forward. Except, it wasn't directed towards Izuku, it was directed to go towards some of the civilians. Izuku acted fast and spiraled downwards, catching the extended fist with his right arm whilst the Nomu's left was hooked onto a building. Izuku was pushed back further from the impact. He was now a few crossroads away from the quickly panicking civilians. Daring a look over his shoulder, he could see several civilians that were being injured by others in their panic and distress to escape. Amongst them, young children separated from their parents. As he pushed back against the Nomu's arm whilst it was bringing its left forward, he couldn't help but picture Eri. Kids that needed saving, someone to protect them. Izuku pumped more energy into his right arm to begin pushing back, holding the best grip he could in the ground as he dug deeper in. Nizu. Bioelectricity requirements for shoulder movement. Izuku yelled into his earpiece as he began pumping more energy through his body as he prepared himself. You should need at minimum about 25 watts for basic movement, Nizu responded. Perfect. Izuku responded as he smirked. Overdrive? This was a move he had theorized previously but never had much use for. But manual control of his own limbs would allow exact movement, allowing him greater control and, well, overdrive of himself. But he didn't know how long he could maintain it. It would basically override his own bodily production of the electricity so for as long as he could maintain it, but it may cause some interesting side effects afterwards. With it, he suppressed the pain in his shoulder as sparks flying off his body extended further behind him, as though they were supporting him. He began lifting his left hand to point it towards the Nomu, who seemed shocked and began mutating its body partially to dig into the ground with better grip as it began bringing its left arm forward. However, Izuku was faster. With great effort and incredibly meticulous quirk work, he raised his left arm with minimal pain before pushing through a powerful charge. Maximum repulsion, he declared. With the combination of his overdrive move, he created a barrier of lightning that sent the Nomu flying away distantly, however rather than up he drove it forward, relative to Izuku. This caused it to be sent dragging through the ground, ripping it up as he went flying blocks away. It was sent at least 100 meters away, and as it went it ripped the torso of the Nomu up. However, the way it did damage meant the Nomu had to recover innumerable little cuts. With the people behind him watching, Izuku touched his right hand to the ground, and with a burst from his feet he was sent flying forwards, chasing after the Nomu. Lightning arced off of Izuku onto the ground as he soared just above the road, his right fist reared back with the gauntlet he was wearing covered in a sheen of green lightning that glowed bright as he made it to the Nomu. Lightning fist. With that, Izuku slammed the fist through the torso of the Nomu, opening a large hole in its torso. The fist had tore into the Nomu like a hot knife through butter, and whilst his fist was still in it Izuku then let the remaining lightning spread throughout the remainder of the Nomu. Shatter. Then it exploded. It sent all parts of the Nomu all over the place, most of which ended up disintegrating. Except for the head. It began regenerating quite slowly. Slower than before. Izuku had used most of his energy during that attack so he couldn't finish it off, but once it finished regenerating it was definitely weaker than before. It was thinner, and lacked even the slight build it had previously. With newfound confidence, Izuku charged towards the Nomu. With his overdrive running, Izuku began creating a dual blade on his right hand, two short blades that reached their end at a point not so far from each other. These blades were a solid creation of lightning, a significant amount of his remaining energy being used each moment they were active. Overdrive strikes. Izuku yelled. Unfortunately, he had to divert energy from other places, so his pain was beginning to come back. Thankfully, adrenaline pouring through his veins numbed the pain somewhat. With his declaration, lightning coursing through his veins allowed him to strike with rapid succession and the extreme precision allowed from his overdrive meant he could strike perfectly. Izuku knew that he hadn't been paying enough to his energy levels. He was running low. This would be close to the limits of it as adrenaline was only doing so much to allow him to ignore his growing headache. With each strike, he cut away more of the Nomu, striking several times in a second. And eventually, he got to the Nomu's head. With a powerful blow, he aimed to strike straight through it. If only things were as simple as that. The Nomu, whether it be luck, strength or skill managed to shoot needles straight into Izuku's striking hand, causing him to lose concentration for a moment. And with that the energy dispersed outwards. This sudden expulsion caused Izuku to be sent flying back, and the Nomu further away. It caused Izuku to be pushed through the ground, cut by the rubble as the Nomu was until he was impaled by a particularly large one. Because the Nomu had already tore up the rubble going forwards, now that he was going backwards, he was prone to several different bits of rubble. And several were particularly large. And it brought him to an unfortunate stop. One pierced directly through his leg, another through his lower torso. He spat out blood, and his body was forced in a position where he had to look upwards. The sky was beautiful blue. It reminded him of Nijire, and he just basked in memories. He was still barely able to move his right arm. That would be enough to finish it. A final blow. At some point the earpiece had fallen out. His energy was flowing through his right arm. He had stopped pooling it anywhere else, and all he had to do was wait for the Nomu to come for him. Izuku raised his head to watch it. It was coming from the sky. It was kind of graceful to an extent. As graceful as a murderous monster that had incredibly inhuman proportions could be, that is. Despite this he waited. And soon it reached to begin striking. Izuku raised his right arm. He could see a helicopter out of the corner of his eye. He turned to face it. He gave the best smile he could, even with the blood in his teeth. Obliterate were the words heard around the nation from the news crew thanks to someone's quirk as a brilliant green dome appeared around Izuku and the Nomu. And once the dome cleared, the battlefield fell silent. U.A was silent. Apparently after the green dome dispersed, it disrupted many different radio and television signals. And so the aftermath was unknown. Sometime during the fight Nijire told Eri to go to her mama's room and play there because the teenagers wanted to watch some grown-up shows. Eri mumbled something about wanting to watch Papa fight before going upstairs. Nijire was unspeakably thankful she did so. She was out of tears to cry, her voice was hoarse and so she became still. She was frozen. One of the teachers came bursting in. Nijire thought it was Midnight but wasn't too sure. Midnight rushed up to the girl and gently hugged her as a parent would a child. She spoke reassurances to the shell-shocked girl, but was unable to elicit a response. She wasn't expecting one. Midnight had seen what happened too. Class 1A was in sheer shock after the screen cut to static. No one said a word. There wasn't much that could be said. Bakugo had tears streaming down his face as Yaoyorozu did her best to comfort him, as the boy remained still, tensed in his seat on the couch. Todoroki, Ida and Yurashi were simply shell-shocked. The rest of the class weren't much better, some in tears and others frozen in place. The silence of 1A would remain as such, even when Aizawa-sensei came in to console and comfort the class with Hound Dog. Hound Dog was going to have a very long day ahead of him. The teachers were a mess. Most were pulling all the strings they could in order to get some kind of information, but so far were coming up short. Others were arranging for whatever they could. But it didn't seem like there was much for them to do. Nizu was still, however. He had grown a great bond with Izuku, and he knew exactly what Izuku had done. Izuku knew that the alternative at that point may have been far worse. After all, the city's complete destruction switch was for the entire city, and by proxy all the evacuees. His was more controlled and worked much better. To the government and higher-ups, Izuku was nothing more than a statistic. To the people, he was to be immortalized as a hero in life or death. To the students, a beacon of which to aim for. To his friends, a friend to keep forever. To his family, love and purity. To Eri, hope and protection. And to Nijire, the embodiment of love. And everyone hoped that he would come back to continue fulfilling those roles. However, in a matter of moments Nizu had started moving again, and incredibly quickly. In a matter of moments he had created a plan with little more than what appeared to be his paws moving rapidly across the paper with a pen in hand. With a few more swipes he had produced several different plans and had handed them to some of the still remaining teachers. One to Cementos, one to Recovery Girl, and one to Power Loader. All of them looked at their plans, various instructions for what they needed to do. Each were quick to get to work whilst Nizu rushed to his office to get what he needed. He scooped it up before Mirio suddenly rushed into his office. Before he could get a word in edgewise, Nizu started talking. Perfect, Mirio, take this and go to Power Loader's workshop. Alright. Mirio was a little taken aback by the principal's demeanor but did not question it as he scooped the machine into his arms and started going. Faster would be better. Nizu yelled down the hall as Mirio began jogging slightly carefully. Nizu quickly went back to his P-data system. But Nizu thought for a moment. He needed at least 2 heroes that could fly along with an electrical producer and people to help move equipment. Nijire Hado, Tamaki Amajiki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Ijiro Kurishima, Tetsu, Mizo Shoji, Rikido Sato, Juroda Shishida and Denki Kaminari. Please report to my office ASAP. That's Nijire Hado, Tamaki Amajiki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Ijiro Kurishima, Tetsu, Mizo Shoji, Rikido Sato, Juroda Shishida and Denki Kaminari to my office please. Thank you. Within 30 seconds, Nijire was flying through his door, Tamaki not far behind. Principal Nizu, what can we help with? Nijire cried, tears still evident on her face. She wasn't displaying any of her usual bubbliness, which Nizu could understand, and Tamaki's usual shy atmosphere was replaced with a weightier depressive atmosphere. He handed them the plan he had created for them and within moments they were out the door, determination and hope shining in their eyes. They'll stop at the canteen to get Tamaki some eel, and something with flight capability. Then, they'll fly to the scene and hopefully by then the government would have declared it was clear for paramedics to make their way there before taking Izuku back to the school as fast as possible where we can facilitate his healing better with our knowledge on his quirk than a hospital may, and with Recovery Girl here. Moments after the third-year students left, Kaminari came into the room. Principal Nizu, sir? He asked, and Nizu was quick to respond. Go to Power Loader's workshop. Follow his instructions exactly. Yes, sir. Kaminari responded immediately, still slightly shocked. The remaining students entered not long after, some sobbing and tears still streaming down their face whilst the rest had either tear tracks down their cheeks or were simply frozen. Guys will have a very important job. I need you to go down to Recovery Girl's office and do whatever she asks. You will mostly be moving equipment. Ida, you may be running things from nearby clinics and hospitals, whilst Yaoyorozu you will be making things on demand for both her and Power Loader. Go. The reasoning to every student was unspoken. We need to save Izuku. Nijire and Tamaki were deathly silent on their flight across. Nijire was still doing her best to suppress her sobs whilst Tamaki was just shocked. Tamaki was going as fast he could whilst Nijire was resisting the urge to completely outpace the shy hero in training. Luckily for her, he broke the silence. Go ahead Nijire, I'll be there soon. Izuku inspired me to do something to speed up, it'll just take a moment. Even if the 2 students were still in casual outfit, neither of them cared about that right now. Tamaki's shirt was torn at the back, whilst Nijire's pants were turned into shorts with the sheer amount of energy she was using to fly. When Tamaki said that, Nijire wasted no time in speeding up, breaking the sound barrier as she fly faster through the sky, doing her best to get there as fast as possible. Unfortunately, it was not a short journey. A little over 100 kilometers. Close to 15 minutes later and Nijire had landed. She could see some minor heroes doing crowd control as she touched down, however she ignored it all as she focused on the buildings. Some paramedics had finally made their way through the crowd towards the scene of the final fight as they were jostled by reporters and civilians alike, some with phones out. She felt her heart tear and shatter as she realized this meant that whilst the paramedics were dispatched as soon as possible, they weren't able to get through the crowds. She flew over the crowd and it briefly caught their attention as they watched her yellow energy dance through the air behind her as she flew but did not interact with them. She had to get to Izuku. Even if the paramedics wouldn't be there yet, she would be able to get there first. Luckily for her, Tamaki wasn't far behind. And when he saw what was happening with the crowds and, safe to say, lost it. The minor heroes weren't able to get enough attention, but Tamaki was. Whilst Nijire was flying her way directly to the scene of the fight, Tamaki roared at the crowd. Almost literally. With 6 wings on his back, he yelled with a defiance and fury that caught the attention of everyone in the crowd. Look at yourselves. I may fly but you're the vultures here. Looking to profit off disasters, making it impossible for the paramedics to get through. This should not be the scene of your next great story as those of you with your phones out seem to think, but this is the scene of a tragedy. You're making it impossible for those who actually help, actually contribute. He screamed at them, subconsciously expanding his wings further out, the shortest at the base only being half the length of the tallest at the top. However, the wings at the top were each extended over 2 meters, making him a terrifying, intimidating, angry hero looking down upon them. Many of the camera crews looked really sheepish and began backing away whilst a few brave individuals with their phones remained defiant and seemed more than a little stupid. However, they were quickly dragged away by some of their, evidently, smarter friends. With a clear path, the paramedics began running down to the front of the barrier line. Tamaki was still fuming as what he had just done kicked in, but before he could get too shy about it, Nijire's scream brought him to action. Tamaki! Eel arms! No! She screamed at the top of her lungs. Tamaki flew as fast as he could, changing his arms over as fast as he could. He knew this meant it was probably one of the worst possible cases. As he was flying over, he was generating as much static as he could with the eel arms, and he saw Nijire's spiraling energy going to the skies. He used this as a beacon to guide him through the winding roads and buildings. Once he got there, he saw Nijire clutching Izuku tightly to her, energy spiraling rapidly from her towards the sky as she wailed. It seemed that even after what they saw on TV, Nijire couldn't have been ready for what she found. And Tamaki couldn't blame her. He tried to get closer, but her energy was beginning to form a growing spiral. Nijire! Nijire! Tamaki tried calling, but it seemed to be no use. Nijire's grief was too great to break through. She wailed louder, gripping Izuku's limp body tighter to her chest, burying her face into Izuku's neck. She had her back to Tamaki and he could just about make out some vague features of Izuku. He was covered in burns, his skin so hot still it looked like it was still steaming somewhat. When Izuku recovered, it was likely he would be permanently scarred, perhaps both physically and mentally. And it would be when? Tamaki thought quick. He hadn't eaten enough unique foods recently. The most he had was jellyfish and octopus. He'd have to work with that. Nijire, if you don't calm down I'm going to have to sedate you, he declared, giving fair warning to his distraught friend. She did not respond. Sedating in 3, 2, 1. Firing. With that, he produced a small jellyfish tendril with a focus on the ability to fire the small dart over a long distance. Additionally, the small dart within was coated in a very weak poison from the octopus, just enough to knock her out for a small amount of time. Nijire, Izuku. I'm sorry for this. With that, he fired the dart and he lodged itself into Nijire's leg, the sheer speed of the dart somehow making through the energy swirls. Once it did, Tamaki quickly flew towards the two, with Nijire's wails subsiding and her beginning to pass out despite still clutching onto Izuku. Tamaki caught the two with one arm and quickly scooped them up, refusing to look at Izuku until he was on solid ground. He made it to a crossroads where hopefully the paramedics would find them quickly as he laid Nijire down and gently peeled her arms off Izuku. And he meant that. Izuku's body was still so hot that their skin became stuck somewhat, like legs to a hot car seat, and he had to gently, with a few feathers, separate the individuals. He laid Nijire on the ground in the recovery position, just in case, before laying Izuku face up and checking out the wounds. Fighting the deafening heartbeat in his eardrums, Tamaki knew now was not the time to shy away. He had to do the best he could to save his friend. Forming scales on each hand, he worked quickly to undo the green gauntlets, the metal decidedly not helping the green-haired hero cool down. Tamaki wanted to check for signs of life, but it was incredibly difficult when the hero was far too hot to touch. The paramedics were nearby, but Tamaki still had to make their job easier. The scales on his hands protected him from some of the heat as he peeled the steaming gauntlets off Izuku's hands. He quickly tossed the first one aside, it still steaming somewhat as he worked to remove the second as fast as possible. He heard noises from Nijire, signifying she was waking up. Tamaki also saw the medical team were really close. Do you guys have anything that can cool him down? He yelled before Nijire could start fully registering what was going on. She had some burns on her arms, but didn't seem to register them. They would probably be injured for a while, but it would heal over eventually. We have ice and cool packs. The paramedics responded as they continued running over. We're going to need all of them. Tamaki responded quickly as he began removing the remaining scraps of Izuku's hero costume on his upper body with sharpened hawk claws. It revealed the gradually worsening extent of his injuries. Not only the large wounds and broken limbs but the raw flesh and burns covering his body. Tamaki was desperately trying to think of something that could help Izuku cool off as he worked to delicately hold the boy up to let him cool best as possible. The paramedics arrived and Tamaki let them take over. Do the best you can before you can't do more, and we'll take him back to UA. The paramedics nodded as they rapidly surrounded Izuku, placing the ice packs and cooling packs all over the boy's body, and Tamaki quickly went over to Nijire. He helped her sit up and gently turned her away whilst she reoriented herself. Nijire, I need you to listen to me, Tamaki said sternly, one hand on her shoulder. But Izuku, she screamed back at him, trying to turn to look towards where Izuku was currently being treated. Nijire, you need to get a hold of yourself. Tamaki responded, one hand on each shoulder. You don't understand. She yelled back at him, tears brimming in her eyes. No, I don't. I'm not pretending to. But we need to get him back to U.A. And we can't do that if you're getting all emotional. But I know Nijire. I'm really worried too, and probably not as worried as you, yes, but still worried. Nijire couldn't even perform a coherent sentence before she began crying. Tamaki pulled the distraught girl into a hug. It's alright. For now though, we have to hold on to hope and remain as calm as we can. We can deal with our emotions later, Tamaki said, tears rolling down his face as well. Nijire looked at him in the eye and nodded shakily, bringing herself to her feet. I know it'll be hard to look at him. But, for his sake, try to remain calm. Tamaki told her before releasing his grip on her as she shakily turned around. Izuku was still surrounded by paramedics, who had managed to cool him down enough to get bandages on him. He should be good to be moved now. One of the paramedics yelled out. Tamaki quickly went over and Nijire ran past him to rush to Izuku's side, the tears streaming down her face. Nijire, Tamaki said to her, a hand on her shoulder. I know, she sniffled, clenching her fists. He's alive. But barely. His condition isn't remotely stable, it's hard to predict what'll even happen in the next few minutes. If you guys can get him to UA within 10 minutes, then we'll hand him over. We'll do it, Nijire said without hesitation, scooping Izuku up in her arms. She was cautious of his badly injured arm, which was also wrapped up tightly. Her voice was shaky but her confidence shone through. Tamaki nodded quickly as he went over. Do you guys have a board or something? Tamaki asked. Yep, we'll strap him to it, a paramedic responded as they quickly constructed the board whilst another paramedic continued to monitor Izuku's vitals. Once it was made, Nijire hesitantly placed Izuku on the board. Once she did, the paramedics set up a mini monitoring system for Izuku's pulse, heartbeat and lungs that the students could watch as they flew. Nijire took up the front end whilst Tamaki took the back, where he could see the vitals and react better if he needed to. Thank you for your help, Tamaki said to the paramedics who nodded to him as he and Nijire took to the skies. They steadily rose above the height of the buildings, and once they did Nijire and Tamaki started speeding up. They went as fast as the two could, on a tense, silent flight. Tamaki was watching the vitals carefully, trying his best to remain calm as the numbers fluctuated. He could only do so much, and if he panicked Nijire definitely would too, and that would lead to some kind of disaster. Although the two students flew places with their quirks all the time, no flight would ever be as long as the one back home. U.A was quiet. It wasn't particularly uncommon, considering it was a school and people did in fact sleep, but there was nothing like the silences that would carry throughout. It was a common sight to see Nizu walking from his office to the building that just detached from Recovery Girl's office. It was a small detachment and only a few people were allowed in. But for those that were, they spent a lot of time there. Bakugo spent his time doing work there. Sometimes he'd explain various concepts that were more complex that they had gone through in class to the near-motionless body that the room permanently housed. At the end he'd always tack on the statement, but you probably would pick that up immediately anyway, you FNG nerd. He'd be joined by Yaoyorozu, who held his hand tightly. The black-haired girl was often found by Bakugo's side, the two always holding hands. Whilst Yaoyorozu was not nearly as affected as Bakugo was, she was definitely horrified as she came to full grasps with the horrors of the line of work she had signed up for. Was she going to give in? Absolutely not, but she sure as hell was going to take it more seriously. She began doing more training outside of classes and with Bakugo when he felt up to it, which was probably every few days. She understood why he was doing so badly, and wasn't going to push him to do better. She was surprised he was doing as well as he was. Whilst he was quieter, he still retained a surprising amount of his abrasive personality. And she would stay by his side. Tamaki and Mirio were both inseparable. They would occasionally visit but knew there wasn't going to be much change for a long time. They would love to spend more time there but both knew that Nijire needed her own time there. The two spent most of their time in the 3A dorms, helping look after Eri and doing their best to stay positive. A lot of free time was dedicated to training together to get stronger, get faster, get smarter, just getting better. After all, they both knew that they had a long way to go to match Izuku. Nizu felt incredibly guilty, not because he was involved but because he knew what Izuku would do and he couldn't stop it. Not only that, but he should have been able to think of a better solution. And he can't help the boy in his current state any further. What made it worse was that he didn't have that much time to dedicate to helping Izuku with a collection of media and of course running the school. Whenever he could, however, mostly during the school day, he would take some of his more mundane paperwork to do in the room. After all, it was his best chance to truly consider any potential solutions. But worst of all was Nijire. Nijire was a wreck. She spent all the time she could in the room, including sleeping in there on weekend nights when the teachers weren't so worried about the students' sleep. Her quirk was too volatile to try and awaken Izuku as she had done previously, and his state too turbulent to try something so extreme safely. The students who were friends with Nijire noticed many small things about her during the school day when she was around them. She wasn't as energetic or quick to things anymore, and her smile and laughter was limited and incredibly polite. It was hollow to what it used to be. And evidently, her admirers had decided with Nijire's boyfriend injured badly now was the best time to ask her out. She had become decidedly harsher with rejections. Whilst she used to only say no, the way she now pointedly glared at them, said no and proceeded to pull out her phone and block them on any and all social media was incredibly harsh. For those who continued to be persistent, at least immediately after, would be dealt with somewhat violently. Recovery Girl had never had more annoying patients that deserved it so much. Nijire didn't get much sleep, plagued by nightmares and dark thoughts. She slept best when sleeping in the room that housed Izuku, even with all the machinery. She was comforted by his presence. And everyone was always waiting for tomorrow. Because hopefully tomorrow would be when everything was better. The only problem with tomorrow is that it never arrives. Eri was told about 2 days after the incident when she asked when Papa would be home, and Nijire couldn't honestly tell her that Izuku was still busy. Sniff Izuku is very, very sleepy right now, sweetie, okay? Nijire said, her voice cracking slightly on the end. He'll be asleep for a little while. And he'll wake up when he's ready, yeah? Okay. Eri responded with a smile, the innocence of a 6-year-old almost physically manifesting in that moment. Nijire bit her tongue to stop herself from crying more. There had been lots of that lately. She quickly scooped Eri into a tight hug, but the little girl did not respond with any confusion and just hugged back. But every time she asked from that day on, Nijire would feel her heart break further as she did her best to say with a happy face, ask me again tomorrow, Snowball. And so Uda carried on, for what felt like the longest time. In reality, fairly little time really passed. Yet every second felt like hours, every hour felt like days. Nijire was the worst affected by this. She could hardly stay still or focus if she wasn't by Izuku's side. She was being dragged down day by day, week by week. Hound Dog had been doing his best to help the students affected, but there were so many and he just couldn't manage it all. Soon, or forever later, a week passed and there was very little change. Recovery Girl was working overtime to try and get Izuku to reach a better stable state whilst the students trudged along through their schoolwork. The teachers noticed, very quickly, a partial grade drop in most students affected with some, unsurprisingly, affected worse than others. Each teacher was affected in their own way, reaching all the way to Powerloader's class with his usual pink-haired maniac being far more tame. Relatively speaking. Her designs were far more thorough, and it seemed as though she had taken some inspiration from the comatose student to heart, with each item having an incredibly specific use for heroes and quirks. Unsurprisingly, a lot of students associated with Izuku spent a lot of time together, Misery finding a way to bring them all together. Another week passed and these students had started working on a plan. Frequently they were found in the workshop, a specific whiteboard with a gadget they were collectively designing. In theory, it would utilize Nijire's quirk to try and stabilize Izuku's energy levels and yet, nothing. We have been working on this for almost 2 weeks now and still nothing. Nijire screamed in despair, fresh tears rolling down her face. Mirio tried to calm her but she cut him off. No. Surely there's something. Anything. If the way he twitches in his sleep is any sign he's still in pain from injuries he suffered and burns. But we can't do anything because we can't get him FANG energy. Nijire yelled, her quirk subconsciously activating as her hair began to rise somewhat. I know it's frustrating, Nijire, but there's only so much we can do, Tamaki said from his spot next to Mirio. They were all sat in a circle of chairs with Hatsum at the head by the whiteboard. Nearby was Shinso, followed by Todoroki and Ida. Then next to each other were Yayorozu and Bakugo, the latter of whom had taken a much more quiet approach in despair. On the opposite side were Tamaki and Mirio, whilst Nijire was currently standing. Suddenly, the door slid open much to the surprise of the students. I believe I may be of assistance, Nizu announced, a dry smile on his face. It wasn't quite his normal smile. Instead of the usual near-brimming smile on his face, he sported a stricter smile that was thin and lacking. In one hand, paw, he held something, his hand/paw closed around it. He opened to reveal an energy storage. Miss Hato, if you can charge this storage, I believe we may have a solution, Nizu told her, holding it with an open palm. Nijire quickly ran over and picked it up, thanking Nizu over and over as she put one hand on each end of the device. She breathed in and out, zoning out the rest of the room as she tried to calm and begin flowing her quirk through it. Meanwhile, the other students were working with Nizu to collect various pieces from around the workshop. There was a project sitting in one of the many cupboards that Nizu specifically got Bakugo and Mirio to lift. It's very heavy and probably very fragile. Please place it on one of the workshop benches, Nizu told them as he got Shinso to help him hop onto one of the tables so he was close to eye level. He then told Hatsum to collect a blueprint from within Powerloader's desk as he got Tamaki and Yaoyorozu to collect various materials from around the room. The once tense room was now a flurry of activity. Soon where there was once an empty desk was now a blueprint with a mess of materials and a large, complex device with a large car battery next to it. Now, thus far, this has almost used this entire battery for the purpose of simply maintaining this fragment of energy. As such, it would be completely impractical to try and generate more energy. This energy is in the form of Izuku's lightning. In theory, with Heido's quirk as she has done previously. And such, she is most likely to be able to rejuvenate him with enough of her quirk energy stored and charged, Nizu explained to the students. Nizu began instructing the students with the blueprint, Hatsum doing the fine machinery work whilst the others were doing general labor, such as holding bits and pieces or moving around the machinery as required. I got it, Nijire declared, the most excited she'd sounded since Izuku was injured. In her hand she held the bizarre battery pack which was now buzzing slightly with energy. Good job, Miss Heido. Now, if we take that and put it between the converter and igniter, we should get a complete circuit, Nizu said, and Hatsum took the battery pack and hooked it up carefully. She went over all the wiring and nodded, holding a remote in one hand and in the other she picked up a charge measurement that she and Izuku had designed specifically for testing with his quirk when they were working on his costume. And they saw the contraption feed out a tiny amount of energy. It was measured at a relatively small amount, and Nijire felt all her hopes suddenly be drained out of her like water from a bath. She collapsed to her knees and was on the verge of despair when Nizu spoke up, a slightly more hopeful smile on his face. This is exactly what I expected, he said, clapping his paws excitedly and pulling the battery pack out, catching Nijire's attention. Part of her wanted to scream at him for intentionally misleading her, but she knew the principle was better than that. Miss Heido, if you could please fill this again, but this time, you need to condense your energy further. Nizu exclaimed happily. Nijire understood immediately her quirk. Naturally spread out however with more effort, she could condense it to make stronger blasts and take up less space. She quickly jumped up and took the pack and held it end by end. She sat at one of the desks and gripped it tightly, her yellow spirals of energy wrapping around her arms as they fed them into the device. The device began shaking slightly as Nijire began packing it with energy. Within the device, once it was volumetrically full, Nijire increased the output of her energy to force it to condense and effectively double how much was in there. She wasn't sure how many times she did it, but her focus was undeterred as she forced more and more into there. It was at the point she was sweating, her knuckles white from the grip. Suddenly, a small pair of arms wrapped around Nijire's waist. Mama, it's okay, Eri said, snuggling into Nijire's back. Papa will wake up soon. Nijire realized that it was just her, Eri and Nizu in the workshop. The contraption had been taken elsewhere. You have been quite focused and stressed, Miss Heido, and understandably so. I called little Eri here to get you to break out of your trance. The conversion contraption has been hooked up to Izuku, so if you would put Eri to bed I will then help install that. Nizu said, rubbing his paws together. Nijire nodded, handing the pack to Nizu who started making his way out of the room. The blue-haired girl then scooped up Eri into a hug, and began carrying her to Nijire's bedroom, where Eri had been staying. Nijire pressed her forehead to Eri's, who giggled and did the same. Nijire tucked Eri into her bed, kissing the little girl on the forehead before turning on the gentle nightlight that slowly transitioned between pastel blue and pastel green. Once she did so, she turned the light off and closed the door, and ran to Izuku's room in the infirmary. Outside there, she met Nizu, who was waiting calmly, sitting on one of the chairs and holding the power cell. Principal Nizu? She asked, and he hummed in response, hopping off the chair and opening the door. Despite Nijire's current hope, the scene of the still Izuku covered with hospital bandages laying on the bed would be a scene that would never leave her, and it definitely depressed her slightly when entering the room. The noise of hospital machinery and the sheer amount of it Izuku was connected to was not helping matters. The new one he was hooked up to, after getting it cleared by Recovery Girl, was the one they designed and built today. Or at least built today, rather it had been designed for a long time. He was hooked up to the new one with a series of wires, connected around his body to various locations. On his arms, chest and legs. These were connected to the machine, which was currently switched off. It had a gauge for how much it was putting through to keep it at safe levels. Nizu put the energy storage into its compartment, set some dials and nodded to Nijire to start the machine up. Nijire flicked a switch, and a new, louder hum filled the room. A few seconds passed and green lightning began passing through Izuku's body, wrapping around him. It was nothing like his unique iridescent emerald, instead it was a dull green. And it lacked the momentum of his lightning, the artificial one moving almost lazily. Now what? Nijire asked, nervous but for the first time in a while incredibly hopeful. Now? We wait for tomorrow. Nijire woke to find a slight weight on her stomach. She gently raised the covers to find Eri was sleeping there, probably having had snuck into the bed sometime during the night. The little girl had, although she used to be all right on her own, after discovering the extent of Izuku's injuries she had started struggling a little more. Nijire smiled somberly as she began waking up, cuddling Eri a little and leaving the girl tucked in as she carefully slipped out from underneath her. She did make sure to put the pair of stuffed soft toys of herself and Izuku in their respective hero costumes in her place though. Yaoyorozu was an absolute saint, and not just because she could put up with Bakugo as much as she did. As she changed out of her pajamas and into a casual shirt and pair of shorts for the day, she stretched. And as she finished waking up, she remembered. She rushed down the stairs ignoring the yells from her classmates, probably the first time she had ever skipped breakfast as she began flying as soon as she left the building, the yellow trails of her energy quirk behind her as she zipped across the school. It took less than a minute for her to make it to the infirmary. Normally Recovery Girl would be there, but not at this time of morning. After all, the youthful heroine needed her beauty sleep. Nijire, however, stood outside the door to the infirmary for several minutes, pacing. She wanted to know. But she was so scared. Of both bad and good. If he was still asleep and it hadn't had worked, she didn't know what she would do. Probably cry a lot again. Probably be found by Recovery Girl, partially dehydrated again and passed out by Izuku's side. But if he was awake, she'd be excited, ecstatic, jubilant. But she wasn't sure what she'd do. Laugh? Smile? She wasn't quite sure. She took a deeply breathed in and swung the door into the infirmary open, making her way down the unfortunately all too familiar halls through the infirmary to Izuku's dedicated room off to the side. At some point they had started writing small get-well wishes on the walls there, friends, family, classmates and teachers alike. It was sweet, everyone had their unique writing or message. There was plenty of permanent marker, some paint, a welded one, lots of bits and pieces here and there. Nijire felt somewhat hopeful again, and dared place her hand on the doorknob. She gripped it tightly, her knuckles whitening slightly before releasing a breath she didn't realize she was holding. She gently opened the door and refused to look forward, keeping her eyes firmly on the handle as she closed it, turning with it after having crossed into the other room. Eningri? A voice rasped. It was incredibly dry sounding, she could basically feel the dryness of his throat, but it was an unmistakable voice. It was Izuku's. Nijire was shocked at a standstill. Tears were landing onto the floor. And there before her, lay Izuku in the hospital sheets and bandages. What here? Izuku asked, breaking Nijire out of her thoughts. She wanted desperately to be selfish, to take him in her arms and never let go again, to kiss him until she needed air. But she didn't know how long he had been awake, how long he must have been stuck there, uncertain, probably scared, unable to do anything but lie and sleep. But he had probably slept himself out. She nodded quickly and ran off to get a bottle of water, one of the many Recovery Girl always kept around. She held back more tears as she rushed back to Izuku's side, gently helping him drink the water. After doing so, Nijire sat in silence by Izuku's side, whose breathing shallow and somewhat labored. He couldn't sit up on account of injuries and all the machinery connected to him, nor could he turn his head, but his eyes were looking at Nijire best he could. Nijire felt like it was the first time seeing him injured all over again, Izuku helpless before her. And all she could do was cry. She began sobbing into his chest, and felt his incredibly scarred hand gently run through her hair. It was probably one of the best feelings since his comatose state. His hand was shaky and unsteady, but it was the most reassuring thing to her. Nijire wrapped her arms across Izuku's body, still sitting by his side as she gently held him, her face buried in his chest and tears soaking his bandages. He didn't care and neither did she, both were just happy to be together properly again. Nijire wasn't sure how long had passed. It was probably a while all things considered. She was just lying peacefully on Izuku's chest, listening to his heartbeat and feeling his chest rise and fall with his breathing as he gently stroked her hair. And they just remained in each other's presence, embracing the comfortable silence. Eventually Recovery Girl came in to see the sight of the two, causing her to chuckle slightly, and asking Nijire to move briefly so that she could check up on Izuku. Nijire did so after a moment of hesitation, still remaining just next to him however as Recovery Girl moved the bed down and began to unravel some of the bandages. It was a slow process, one that Izuku was wincing throughout as he had to raise and lower his body in various ways to assist the process. Nijire helped Recovery Girl with shifting Izuku, and also helped the boy cope with the pain. Part of the reason Recovery Girl gave Nijire this job was because she knew that the girl would be single-minded about it, focusing on that so Recovery Girl could assess the injuries without Nijire freaking out. After all, they were bad injuries. Dozens, if not hundreds of scars would litter Izuku's body forever. Some were worse than others, but in general they were fairly shallow. Recovery Girl could tell that Izuku was more than aware of the extent of his injuries, as he looked a little pale, and that definitely wasn't due to any other reason for it. He cast his eyes away from the injuries on his torso as the bandages continued to be unraveled all the way down to his waist, the normally not squeamish boy feeling a little queasy. Recovery Girl did let Nizu know that the boy was now awake, however gave him the role of collecting Aizawa to stop any other students suddenly entering whilst they were in the process of removing the bandages, and before Izuku could either cover up, or get really comfortable with his many new scars. After taking the bandages off, Recovery Girl sent Nijire off to bin them whilst passing Izuku a hospital shirt, one that would be loose and not rub against his injuries whilst being enough to hide all his injuries, as it was long sleeve. And the moment Nijire returned, a wave of people followed her. First off was, unsurprisingly, Bakugo. Followed closely by Yaoyorozu, who was scolding him a fair amount. Following closely was Tamaki, carrying Eri and Mirio. Then, came in Nizu on Aizawa's shoulder. all to be scolded by Recovery Girl, who was yelling at them viciously, except for Eri, who she let through because Eri melted everyone's hearts for daring to disturb her patient who was literally until hours ago in a coma and whose injuries weren't even close to being healed. Meanwhile, Eri was gently hugging Izuku whilst Nijire was holding the boy's hand, who was still lying down on the bed. But even then he smiled. He was happy. Days passed and Izuku was visited by classmates and many other teachers, all leaving him with small wishes. With each passing day he got better, and Eri was always by his side. She often helped Recovery Girl doing small things, helping feed Izuku, and keeping him entertained, and Izuku would admit, she put on very dramatic and pretty darn good puppet plays. Nijire would be there whenever she could, however she still had to stay on top of schoolwork. Something she hadn't really been doing so well lately. The teachers understood, but now that he was awake she needed to catch up. This meant she would be in the same room before and after school, always holding Izuku's hand as she went through the work she had to, ranging from maths to ethical questions. It was a small gesture, but he really appreciated it. In a sense, it was grounding. It brought his mind off the pain of his injuries and helped him smile more. Recovery Girl had steadily begun taking him off of the painkillers to avoid any potential issues. But it did mean he was becoming more aware of the pain. Recovery Girl had warned him that it would last a while, but it was going to be grating on his mental health. This was something she had already made Nijire and a few of his close friends aware of, that it may eat him from within, even if not literally. But the sweet smile of Nijire and Eri's beaming one would definitely inspire him to give a shaky one back. Soon a week passed and Izuku was able to sit up without causing any pain, beyond the constant slight pain of his wounds. After Recovery Girl had performed an MRI scan on him, she cleared him for extremely simple work, as to not stress him too much that may cause him to unconsciously activate his quirk or any drastic change in any other vital signs. And so, he was helping teach Eri some basic maths and comprehension, only sitting up for so long before the little girl insisted it was time for him to rest. Funnily enough, it was whenever they got to division or spelling, but Izuku let it slide, at which point she would cater to his food and drinks, only incredibly simple foods at this point, so Lunch Rush had taught Eri how to do things like cook rice, which was adorable because the little girl couldn't even reach to the counter with the rice cooker on it, so she needed to use a step and read to him some of her stories. Some were more simple, some a little more complex, and he'd have to help her with the new characters, but she persevered. It was inspiring in its own way, honestly. Another week went by and more progress came along steadily. He was still bound to the bed, but Nijire had gotten back on top of her work, so, when Eri wasn't looking, would pepper Izuku with kisses, because frankly she missed being able to do that. Whilst he wasn't really able to respond, the blush on his face said it all to his girlfriend, who just giggled and beamed. With the passing of the third week, Izuku was starting to be able to do more things. The pain was still there and slightly wearing at him, but he managed to get himself to do some of the classwork he missed. Although Nizu assured him that he didn't need to worry about it as he was well ahead of literally everyone in the school, including most teachers, eventually he convinced Nizu to let him do some theory work, simply talking to some of the teachers in various subject areas. Nizu chuckled slightly as he remembered how ectoplasm had returned after an hour-long session, the normally more stoic hero heading straight to the staff room couch and collapsing, telling them how Izuku was excitedly talking to him about the mathematical theory that meant Izuku would be able to precisely predict how much energy he was using on a basis depending on his throughput, and especially appreciated Aizawa yelling across the room, from his sleeping bag, "That's why he's a problem child." And as the first month came to a close, Izuku was able to, with Recovery Girl's very, very watchful eye, he was allowed to stand, and for the first time in over a month, was able to leave the room. With Nijire by his side, he watched the sun set with a tearful eye, ready for the new day to dawn. Izuku yawned as he rolled over in the bed. Or at least he tried to. He was firmly locked on his side by a tight pair of arms around his waist. He looked down to see mostly sky blue, along with the soft gray of the quilts. And of course the arms around his waist. The sky blue hair wrapped around him, almost like a scarf, was surprisingly comfortable though. But, Nijire, come on, we gotta get up soon, Izuku mumbled, his eyes still heavy. He felt Nijire mumble something, her head buried into his back, as she pulled Izuku tighter towards her. He vaguely heard something along the lines of 5 more minutes, but wasn't quite sure. He chuckled contentedly, eventually managing to turn around in Nijire's arms and facing his girlfriend. She pushed the side of her head into his chest, snuggling tighter into him, and Izuku smiled blissfully, carefully bringing his arms to hold her closer and gently stroke her hair. Nijire, come on, we need to get up. No we don't, it's the holidays, Nijire mumbled back. She was correct. Neither of them needed to take Eri to school, and for Izuku it was his mid-semester holidays of the 3rd year. Nijire had officially graduated U.A and started her heroics, a fully fledged sidekick to Ryukyu, and was going to open up an agency soon along with Tamaki and Mirio, who were both sidekicks to Fat Gum and Night Eye respectively. The two of them were currently at Nijire's studio apartment, a small apartment in a large block of flats somewhere just on the outskirts of the city. Izuku had gotten permission from his adoptive parents to stay with Nijire for the holidays. Both of them were very supportive, even if his mother was more than fond of teasing the two. Although she did remind them, mildly suggestively, that she didn't want to become a grandmother to more children just yet, Eri was more than enough for now, as she would relentlessly tease them. Speaking of, the little girl, who had definitely started growing taller but she would always be little to everyone else, had started proper public school. This had taken a long time for Izuku and Nijire to settle on one, trying to find one that would definitely be good for her, trawling through reviews and going to dozens of tours in between their schoolwork, although Izuku definitely had the free time to do so, considering his level of advancement. As such, after a long time of eventually managing to convince Eri to give it a shot and see if she liked it, the two walked her to her first day of school. And, much to Izuku and Nijire's happiness, when they came to pick her up from the school they had finally settled on, she was excitedly talking to a small group of her friends, all of whom had eager smiles on their faces, and Eri retold various stories from the many pro-heroes she had contact with on a regular basis. Although, they did have to do their best to ignore the curious stares from other parents. Considering Eri's age and the teenagers' ages, well, adoption in their circumstances wasn't the most common. In fact, Izuku was fairly certain it was probably one of very few cases in Japanese history. That wasn't important though, as the rest of the world faded away as the little family walked Eri back to you, the girl being swung in between the teens as she wore her green and blue backpack, courtesy of Yaoyorozu. And of course, this meant Eri was on holidays too. So, wake up. A little bundle of happiness threw the door open and ran up to their bed, before bouncing onto it, landing on top of the cuddling couple. Izuku chuckled whilst Nijire mumbled in slight annoyance, even if she wasn't serious about it, as she smiled happily. She kissed Izuku one more time before grabbing Eri and pulling her into a tight hug. Mama, I want to play. She whined as Nijire pulled Eri between her and Izuku, where both could hug their little girl. Shoo, no, cuddle time, Nijire said in response, squeezing Eri and Izuku tighter, causing both to giggle. Eri playfully tried to push away as Nijire held them, before Izuku spoke up. If you let us go, I'll make pancake. Izuku started, before he was cut off. No sooner than he had almost finished the sentence was he pushed out of bed by both Eri and Nijire, causing him to land on the floor. At least it was carpeted. Eri, I thought you were on my side. Izuku playfully complained from the floor. Not anymore. Pancakes? Eri cheered. Your daughter has the correct priorities. You promised pancakes? Nijire teased him, and Izuku chuckled before getting up and surrendering. Alright, I'll go make pancakes, Izuku chuckled as he went to the kitchen. From there, within Nijire's apartment, the view was fairly nice. It was towards the top of the apartment block so it was less obstructed. He looked out over the city. Part of him wanted to go and just fly. It was something he did whenever he could, there was something about that feeling that would never get old. It always felt like his first time flying again. But he smiled contentedly as he began mixing ingredients and made pancakes for his little family. Hawks had given him the holidays off of his internship, and as such he wanted to spend as much time as possible with those that made him happy. After all, there was nothing better in life than that. A few minutes later he called out to Nijire and Eri and served up pancakes. And they were happy. Because the holidays had started, Izuku and Nijire had decided to take Eri out for a day to just de-stress. They went to the nearby park, a quiet little one not too far from their house. There weren't normally heaps of kids there, it was more focused on nature, but Eri really enjoyed it all, running ahead and looking at all the flowers and plants whilst Izuku and Nijire walked not too far behind, hand in hand. They all wore casual clothes, nothing particularly fancy as they made their way through the plants until they reached a small pond area. Normally there were a few ducks there that they would bring bread to feed, a loaf of which was being carried by Eri, before they go to a picnic table. Although, this time when they got there, Eri already there, giggling as she was surrounded by little fluffy ducklings. She beamed and giggled and cheered happily as she fed each and every one of them crumbs from the palm of her hand. Sometimes she would bounce slightly as some of them rubbed against her hand, feeling the fluffy feeling of their feathers against her. Nijire got her phone out to take a video of it, beaming herself whilst Izuku gently leant on her arm. They smiled happily as they watched Eri play with the ducklings, who, as the little girl got on her knees and leant down to their level, rubbed excitedly against her cheeks. Eri giggled more and more, excitedly petting several whilst others continued to rub against her cheeks. Izuku and Nijire smiled and walked to a nearby bench where they could still see what was going on, leaning on each other as they talked. They didn't talk about anything important, really they were just enjoying each other's company, hand in hand and head on shoulder. Eventually Izuku went over to get Eri so they could keep going, as the ducks and ducklings had started leaving and Eri was just humming happily by the waterside. Come on Eri, let's keep going, he said as he held out his hand for Eri to grab. She did so and pulled herself up with a little hop as Nijire walked over to them. Nijire walked to the other side of Eri and grabbed her other hand, and together the little family continued through the park. It was late in the afternoon when Nijire was carrying a floppy and tired Eri home whilst Izuku had their takeaway dinner. Eri snuggled into the crook of Nijire's neck as she was carried on Nijire's back. The sky was a beautiful orange color as they made their way through the streets. It was the weekend, but due to the sheer nature of where they lived there were people only just leaving home to work the graveyard shift. On the way, Izuku saw Shinso slinking through some alleyways under Aizawa-sensei's watchful eye. Once they made it to Nijire's apartment, Nijire went to put Eri to bed and Izuku went to the kitchen to put dinner on the counter. They had gotten noodles. He was doing some small chores in there as he prepped the table when he felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist and Nijire's body on his back. He smiled and turned to kiss her, before she giggled and released him. Together they sat and ate dinner whilst Eri was sleeping. They moved to the couch and snuggled as they watched the news, Izuku keeping tabs on various movements in both hero and villain society. With a power vacuum still in villain culture, he had to keep a careful eye on what was going on. Nijire also helped, the two incredibly inquisitive heroes working together to note everything they needed based on the day's encounters. Some villains seemed to be making more of a name for themselves whilst others were being shut down. Overall though, the heroes were definitely staying on top of everything as a collective, and whilst there seemed to be an organization trying to fill the shadows, Nizu had recently begun taking a more active role in hero society as an organizer for the heroes, and in general as someone who the heroes could rely on as a tactician. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if things were different, maybe that's the kind of role he would have ended up with. But it didn't matter. Izuku turned the T.V off with a press of a button as he and Nijire got ready for bed. They were lying there, facing each other. Izuku smiled and Nijire did as well, the two leaning in, kissing and cuddling. "See you tomorrow," Izuku whispered as the world of sleep took them, and although Nijire may have rolled her eyes, he could tell she was trying not to laugh. "To tomorrow and beyond, my love," Nijire responded as she wrapped her arms around Izuku's waist. "To tomorrow and beyond." As it turned out, beyond contained many things. Children of their own, who Eri adored greatly and would always be the amazing big sister to them, and eventually a surprisingly peaceful retirement. And as the two lay outside on the grass in their retirement home in the country, living with several other retired pro-heroes, their closest friends and family, they would just watch the clouds pass, hand in hand. Finn. For someone who seems to hold comedy in such high regard, he is really, painfully bland, Izuku couldn't help but think.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.